por favor, a toda la gente que está en el agua, que no sean competidores del CT, necesitamos que salgan remando. Faltan 5 minutos para comenzar la serie. Están entrando los competidores de la primera batería. Están Ewen, Matthew McClure y Kelly Slater. Van a estar surfeando para todos nosotros en este primer inicio, primer hit, en el inicio del Surf City de Salvador Pro. Así que por favor, las personas que están en el line-up, si pueden salir remando rápidamente, son 5 minutos, tenemos que tener el área despejada. Es un show único el que vamos a vivir, así que por favor, sabemos que las olas están buenas, necesitamos que salgan lo antes posible. Muchísimas gracias.
We're going to make another call. We need you to paddle on right now. Please, catch your last wave or just down towards the beach. We're going to start in the next 6 minutes with our heat. So if you're not a CT surfer, please we need you to catch the last wave in or paddle towards the beach.
Championship Tour heads south to Punta Roca for the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Opportunities for results are dwindling. Only 4 events remain before the title crowning Rip Curl WSL Finals. Carissa Moore sits in a commanding position at #1 on the rankings, while the rest of the women try to seize results in order to secure their place on the leaderboard.
That's actually right there. And she nearly pulls the puck, shove it.
American Griffin Colapinto wears yellow for the first time ever, heading into El Salvador, the event where he defeated Felipe Toledo in the final last year. Behind the Californian are contenders, world champions, and veterans looking to claim valuable rankings points for a shot at the 2023 world title. The fight for the WSL Final 5 rolls on here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona.
It's an early morning here at Punta Roca as we see some of the arrivals this morning in anticipation of the start of Stop 7 on the Championship Tour. Caroline Marks navigating the cobblestones. Tyler Wright looking happy this morning. Kelly Slater is already in his jersey. And the beautiful sight of the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. It is an epic home base, the giant judges tower overlooking this right-hand cobblestone point. It's a beautiful morning, gang. Thank you for joining us. I'm Kaipo, along with a couple of my favorite big wave riders, Felicity Palmentier, as well as Peter Mel and Flick. Another beautiful morning here. Light winds, and looks like the swells started to kick in.
Yeah, it's a beautiful morning here again. Really great conditions, really nice and glassy. I think that swell's probably going to start building throughout the day, and we're going to see some more sets come through, so it's going to be a good day of competition.
Peter, we talked about this event, in the Dawn Patrol yesterday. A lot of gravity right now as we're nearing that cut for the WSL Final 5.
That's right. And there's a few surfers here, only 5 spots at the top, and they're all fighting for that spot. This is a catapult event, being that we're after the cut now, but we're still have a couple events. But if you can get a bit of momentum right now in the back half of the year, be huge for you.
Yeah, let's find out what's happening today. For that, I'm going to go to AJ McCord. She's with Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie.
Kaipo, we've been standing down here for a few minutes, and the surfers coming in and out of the water. A lot of activity. So, Travis, go ahead and give us the official call for today.
Yeah, AJ, the waves are super fun. We're going to get going with men's opening round, followed by women's opening round, then straight into men's elimination round, and then into the women's elimination round. So a massive day of surfing ahead. The waves are really fun.
One of the things we talked about yesterday was the consistency wasn't there that you wanted. What about these waves and the conditions today are making it more consistent?
Yeah, the size and the conditions are very similar to yesterday, but there's definitely more waves, more opportunity. The main reason for that is yesterday we had a dying swell, and today we have a swell that's filling in through the day. We should see the peak of it this afternoon. So yeah, it's really exciting.
Really exciting. We'll get it back to you guys to call the action, Kipes.
Thank you, AJ. And as Travis said, we do anticipate the swell to build throughout the day. It's a south-southwest swell. Should be peaking this afternoon, this evening. So perfect, Peter, for our Surfline forecast so we can look at the experts and what they say is on tap. Pete?
You think about Surfline and how long they've been at this business. They know what they're talking about. You look at this swell that we're seeing right now. That was at the very bottom. It's a south-southwest angle. You look where we are at Punta Roca, just straight in the window, open to big swells. Also have this modest southwest swell for the second half of next week. So we have opportunities. You know, that's why we have these 10-day waiting periods, because we can get the best of the best. 3 to 5 foot all day, going into 5 to 7 this afternoon. Light winds. We'll see some ruffle this afternoon, but yesterday, if it's any inclination of what we're going to see today, it's nothing that's going to really factor in too much. Matter of fact, it'll probably add some performance. So Surfline on tap.
Yeah, and here we go. We're looking at the long-range forecast here. Things are going to die off a little bit, but like you said, Pete, long range, we have more south swells on tap.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's probably 2 more opportunities of swell, but ultimately we're going to take advantage of this first swell, get through these opening rounds, the elimination rounds, so we'll get in through the first half of the event, and then we'll have another day tomorrow.
Well, let's take a look at our first heat of the day. Phone a friend, because we are starting off with a big heat. Ethan Ewing, Matthew McGillivray, and Kelly Slater in this opening round. A reminder, for those viewing, the format winner of this heat goes straight into the round of 16, second and third place into that elimination round flick that we're going to see this afternoon.
Yeah, I think this is such an exciting heat. We've obviously got Kelly in there, multiple world champion, coming up against Ethan and Matthew, who are no stranger to point breaks. So, and Ethan surfing so smooth and so silky. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings here to Punta Roca.
There we go, number 11, Kelly Slater out there, and we're going to get a lot of work done today, Peter, because by the end of the day today, we will have our men's round of 16 all set up through those elimination rounds. For the women, we're going to be all the way to the quarterfinals, so things move fast when we look at the post-cut season.
And I love this setup now. I've said it before. I know that the surfers probably have a tough time dealing with that cut when you go to Margaret River. But ultimately, as a fan, how good is it? You know, now all of a sudden we're starting off our first heat of the day of this post-heat format, whatever you want to call it. it is a gnarly heat, right? I mean,
yeah.
And every single one of these first round heats, all the way through the women, are big heats.
And to Peter's point, Flick, is that there's consequence to these opening rounds, tremendous consequence, because you don't need to just be in the top 2 like pre-cut. You need to win this heat to make it count to skip that elimination round.
Yeah, you do. I think it's a bit of added pressure, you know, knowing that you have to win to make it through. And, you know, a lot of pressure on second and third. And I think it makes the heat a little bit more exciting to watch, you know. I think these surfers are going to be really hungry to get that win. And, yeah, a lot more at stake.
Feels like, you know, when you have, like, usually we'll have the third place or whatever it goes into the elimination round, right? Whereas now there's the bonus to winning, so it almost lifts the performance value of this heat.
And you can't play safe. You can't start off in second gear. You know, you can't just count on a second place finish to get you through this opening round. It's all about the win. Clock has started, horn has sounded. It's 35-minute heats in this opening round, Pete.
Yeah, it's good. Plenty of time, especially with a building swell. Ultimately, the 2 best waves are going to be what you need in every format that we run in. 2 best waves are going to get you through. So in 35 minutes, plenty of time. Yeah,
we have a beautiful shot here, and that's why, you know, all the waves are in the right place over here in El Salvador. Just a classic morning. As soon as we've been here for the last few days, it's been like this, picture perfect every single morning. Multiple waves, but we're focusing on kind of the jewel of this immediate coast, Punta Roca. Going into today's criteria, every morning, Pete, the surfers do get a message from our head judge and commissioner on what they're expecting today and what they're scoring on. Let's go over that.
Very detailed, so bear with me here because it is a long one this morning. So Punta Roca is a long wave offering multiple maneuvers, barrel sections, and the judges will take into account the overall approach to each of these sections and the entire wave. We want to see surfers utilize the wave with commitment and show a wide range of major maneuvers, the surfers' ability to maximize their speed and power and to show good flow and connection between maneuvers and throughout their ride will be taken into account when comparing rides. The highest scoring maneuvers will be, this is the top of the list, big, progressive, and innovative airs. Judges will take into factors such as height, speed, angle of rotation, difficulty of grabs, and how critical the sections they are performed on. Maneuvers that are explosive and tight in the pocket or high in the lip. We'll get back to that.
We're going to get back to that because we're going to see how Kelly Slater surfs to criteria with a couple of snaps from the 11-time world champ. Just getting warmed up here. Arrived just moments ago. I don't think he's gotten a wave in the warm-up, so this is his warm-up wave. And that's going to be the nice start for Kelly Slater. And this will set the scale for this heat and for most of the day. Let's see the finish. Alley-oop. And
Wow.
Slater feels like he's on. Finishing right there on the cobblestones. Kalani likes it.
Yeah, look, I like it. I mean, as we saw before, he hasn't actually had a warm-up wave. That was his warm-up wave this morning. So he's got his feet in the wax. He's feeling good. Riding a thruster I saw this morning as he was walking out over the rocks. So, yeah, on a traditional surfboard this time. So we'll have a look at the replay of Kelly's wave and break it down. But, look, I liked it. I liked it. Feet in the wax. Didn't fall.
11-time world champ there. Here we go. Pete, replay of Kelly Slater.
So we've seen major set waves that are going to be much bigger than this, so that's kind of going to be taken into account. But just, I guess, the fluidity of his surfing is so good. His flow is the best in the world. I mean, that's what has won him 11 world titles, is this flow that he just matches the power of the wave, the speed of the wave. You know, it's not always about being the fastest, you know, when we talk about speed. It's about matching the speed of the wave. And again, just a little cheeky alley-oop here. I don't think he'll get the completion just because obviously he didn't want to blow his fins out onto the rocks. But that just goes to show where he's at.
And with him paddling back out, let's finish up on that criteria today.
I was going to say, I wonder if Kelly actually even got to read this text this morning because it did come, I think early this morning, but you know, he's not always on his phone, although he's on his phone a lot. Anyway, let's go. The maneuvers that are explosive and tight in the pocket or high in the lip line, if you add progressive elements to these maneuvers by using your speed to blow the tail out or a version of a reverse or a tail drift, this will add to the difficulty. Full rail carves and gouges with extra speed and power and flow through the maneuver, barrel rides that are deep, critical, and technical. So again, taking into consideration how these are kind of bullet points, the biggest thing they're looking at, big, progressive, and innovative airs, and the maneuvers that are done in the tight part of the pocket.
And we have really detailed information on what the scoring criteria is here. And so that information is valuable when surfers are thinking about the performance that they have to put out there here at Punta Roca Flick. We're waiting for Kelly to get his opening score, likely a mid-range score. But like, it's always fun to talk about Kelly Slater and his career every time he hits the water. 56 championship tour wins. 30 seasons on this championship tour.
Amazing.
289 events. So this is 280. This is his 290th event. I talked about the 56 wins. He's made 84 finals. And 842 heat wins. Can he make it 843? We'll see. We'll know in about 29 minutes.
You bet you he remembers every single one of those events. He literally has that kind of a mind. It's a beautiful mind.
Well, he opens up with a 4, and so that sets the scale. We're down to 29 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's check in with another member of our broadcast team, Chris Cote. Where are you, Chris?
Thanks, team. I'm up here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And, you know, yesterday kind of had that first day of school feel, day one of competition. Contest got called off. Everybody scattered, did their own thing. Today, it feels more like a library. You had most of the top 5 sitting up here doing their research, watching the waves. The event started. Slater paddles out. A lot of people disappeared, going off into their own corners. There are a lot of nooks and crannies that these surfers can go use for their warm-ups, for their mental preparation. Right now, there's a pretty serious tone. You can tell that the pit crews, some of them are standing right behind me, they're watching closely early on as to what's happening out in the lineup.
Well, right now we got Kelly Slater on wave number 2. Thank you, Chris, as he's already opened up with a 4-point ride. Now Kelly's already showing the strategy that he's employing, getting a quick start, little drift there. So that turns pretty dynamic, a float to finish for Slater.
Maybe he did read the text.
I think he did. I think he did. I don't think Kelly Slater is a very detailed competitor, right?
I would agree. I would agree.
And just a master of this game, hence 11 world titles. And I like the strategy right now because this is a filling in swell. So a little slow to start the day. He's already got 2 numbers. What about this replay, Flick?
Yeah, look, I liked it. What I noticed first was his positioning, especially at the start of the heat, he was the deepest, and just then he went back to the deepest point on the point, and he jacked this little wave that ended up hitting the point really nicely, that second turn there, releasing the fins, and I really liked that wave. That turn there, that was his first turn, coming up into this second section, and releases the fins on the second turn and gets the finish with like a nice floater there. But I think this turn here, really nice, straight up into the lip, gets that release, and really critical section there. I liked what I saw, and straight back up into the lip to get the finish. Nice little lip line floater. But yeah, maybe he did get the
I was going to say, because I mean, if you think about that second paragraph about the release of the fins in the tight critical part of the pocket, that was there. Again, smaller wave, wasn't a major set wave, so we'll see this suppressed in the score. Probably better than his first, though, just because the criticalness of that second maneuver.
Wave looked pretty trestles-ish, Peter.
100% it does. I mean, this wave probably a little longer, a little faster, but ultimately, yes, that has that skate park feel, right? The transition of the wave's nice, and it just allows for such great surfing. I think from barrels all the way to big airs and combination of major moves. I mean, this is, you know, like I said, I've wanted to come to this place for many, many years because of the quality of the wave.
And so, Pete, we will see a little bit of a change today in that it's 6:45 local time. We have a high tide of 6.3 feet in 7:40. So about an hour out, we're going to have the high tide. Then throughout the day, we're going to drop to a low tide right about 2 p.m. of just a 0.7. So things will change out there.
Yeah, and the face you see right here, that's a perfect shot that showed the little backwash that comes off. So the high tide, you're going to get that little undulation of the waves kind of coming off the rocks, and add a little extra bump to the face.
Yep.
You start seeing that mid tide. That's what we want to see. That mid tide's going to be perfect.
Flick, a 5.5 for Kelly Slater on that last wave, so he's building on his scoreline already.
Yeah, he is, and 5.5 for less work done, but way more critical turns than his first wave.
Perfect example of it. It's not about quantity, right?
No, it's not. And I think what was interesting is his positioning at the start of the heat. Matthew and Kelly, they were positioned themselves deeper on the point. Ethan sitting wider, as we can see here. But Kelly, even after his first wave, he paddled straight back out to that inside position. So he's liking that spot, and that's where he's got his 2 waves from now. Just interesting, like the dynamic at the start of a heat, because you know, there's sort of a few little mind games, and especially on a point break, it's so critical where you position yourself in the start of the heat. And once priority is established as well, you know, it's almost like a game of chess.
And the chess game now is employed between Ethan Ewing and Matthew McGillivray, both in an open priority. Here we go, Matthew. He's going to pull the trigger on this one. McGillivray has to make some way down the line before that opening carve. One more snap. The South African double pump bottom turn. Big snap there. He's got more on offer on the inside here. Another snap from McGillivray. Hooks a turn. Looks for a finish. Guess that finish is going to get a little bit more. So this wave running way down the point, allowing multiple maneuvers for the 26-year-old out of J-Bay, South Africa. Goes for a little cheeky dismount there, unable to complete the ride, but he got some busy work done throughout that entire wave, Pete. Longest wave of the morning.
Well, and he's, you know, where he grew up, right? J-Bay. He's going to have right-hand point breaks dialed in. Yeah, the similarities, according to Jordy, aren't very clear between J-Bay and here, but ultimately it is a fast, long, running right-hander. This man has a ton of flow. He's also got those big moves. I've seen him warm up where he's able to, you know, punch above the lip and go 2 big reverses on the same wave. But ultimately here, just his warm-up wave, Flick.
Yeah, beautiful first carving turn out of the top. Back up into the pocket for a second snap, and yeah, this wave just running so fast down the line, but his timing was really nice here at the beginning. Definitely one of the longer waves that we've seen, longest wave so far of the morning. Bringing it through to the inside, and look, his legs will probably be burning right now, I'd say. It's a really long wave, and he's looking to get it progressive here at the end. Throws a little reverse, but doesn't stick it, so it'll be interesting to see where the judges go on this. Obviously, live action now, Kelly out the back.
Kelly on wave number 3 here, and just has to toss that one away, so that will not factor into his score line. We'll be waiting for Matthew McGillivray's first wave, and we turn priority now into a patient Ethan Ewing. Matthew McGillivray on the paddle, back out. 3rd season on the championship tour. Like I said, 26-year-old out of J-Bay, South Africa, and he's been one that's battled through, you know, battling on for these 3 seasons. Peter, and has to step up his game when he needed. He did it at Margaret River in 2021 to earn his best result, and also he did it in Tahiti at the end of the year last year. Here we go, Kelly Slater. This is the beginning of the wave, Pete.
Yeah, up again, deeper on the point, so he sees something there that he likes, and he's able to find these ones that, you know, there's a different pace to each type of wave. I was mentioning it with Brian Perez, you know, and being the local. You know, it's a perfect right-hand point break, right? So every wave's going to look like the biggest one looks like it's going to be the best wave, but there's certain waves that'll have a certain angle that you can see that are going to have a great pace to the wave, because sometimes the wave runs fast and you're not able to fit good maneuvers in. You want one that's going to have a nice pace down the point, and you can match yourself and have those big critical moves. Kelly sees something a little bit deeper. That's why he's been doing that. Ethan's going to wait it out. He wants to see a major set. I'm sure he was here early. There is some bigger sets that are, you know, overhead, and we haven't seen one in this heat. So now, sitting in perfect position with priority and 22 minutes, I don't think he's stressing yet.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, 24 years old, in the red jersey there. The top seed in this heat, number 4 on the rankings coming into this stop number 7 in El Salvador. 4th season on the championship tour, and just a bright shining light for Australian surfing. I'd like to say a good morning to Strider Wazlewski on the water. Strider.
Good morning, Kipes. How you feeling in there?
We're feeling really good. We're excited to get things kicked off.
It's kicking off for sure. The waves are absolutely coiling down the point. So beautiful out here. As you guys talked about the tide and everything playing in a little bit, but the face of the waves have just got the most perfect contour. It just says hit me the whole time you're on it. Here we go, paddling in. Looks like Ethan Ewing's first wave. Beautiful. Glide in. Quick snap off the top, a little behind the ball, so he's going to have to get some speed down the line, and then he's going to belt straight into the corner. Ha! Right there, nice setup snap. Let's see as he comes down to the inside. Kaipo, take it away.
All right, here we go. Ewing with more rail work on the inside here. Looking sharp as always. The body mechanics, the technique, the skill of Ethan Ewing on display. Just glued to his board. Throws that reverse, no problem. Straight into a combination of maneuvers, Flick. That was beautiful surfing.
Yeah, I really liked it. It was very silky, very smooth, very Ethan-like, and got a bit of progression in there as well. So I think this is going to be pretty good. Here we go. We're going to have a look at this replay of Ethan's, and straight up into the lip for a nice little snap there, but you can see that the wave's getting really fast here. So just down the line, and then really lays into that second turn there. But once he gets past this section, the wave just has a really nice pace to it, allows him to get a bit of variety in his maneuvers, and he knows he needs a bit of progression, so he throws in that little reverse and finishes nice and strong there.
Probably knowing today was a big day. Yesterday, we are staying at the same place that, oh, there we go, set wave.
Kelly Slater on his 4th wave finds a bigger set here. The 11-time world champ. Smooth on the rail, big cut back to the rebound. Paced approach on the inside. A little bit of release off of that turn. And again, easing through a cutback, hoping for a little bit more of a wall to set up on the inside here. Has to adjust his speed, looking down the line, building up some speed on the inside section, just going to have to settle for a float. A little bit of frustration on the finish there, I feel, for Kelly Slater, Pete.
Yeah, well, but he surfed the wave to what it had to offer. You know, I know that he probably wanted to see something big at the end there, and that's why you see him kind of stalling there, setting it up. It didn't unfold the way he would have liked. Yeah, so a little frustration maybe, but this is going to add to his score line. It'll better the 4, but he's going to have to find himself probably a bit more of a solid set wave if he really wants to add, because Ethan Ewing's probably going to get the best wave.
Talk us through this, Flick.
Yeah, what I noticed straight away is the angle on this wave was slightly different to Ethan's. You can kind of see Kelly was sort of forced to go to these carving maneuvers in the beginning. You know, obviously we could see that bit of frustration in the beginning, like 3 roundhouse carves to begin. It kind of stands up a bit more here for him. That was a nice turn. And wrapping back up into the pocket, but you can sort of see a little bit of frustration. I know he was probably hoping for a bit more. So, yeah, one thing to note is the angle on the wave just looked different to Ethan's. That's my first takeaway from it. But got one nice turn here. This one blows the fins out. It's beautifully done. I love that turn, but he was probably wanting a few more of those.
Yeah, that would have been the highlight of the wave, but I like that you pointed out, Flick, that wave with more taper, not as long of a wall on it, so he really had to settle for some cutbacks. And we know when we look at the judging criteria and how it's evolved that, you know, cutbacks, there was a day that a cutback was a scoring maneuver, Peter, but
I still think it's a scoring maneuver, but it's not that. It's
Not
not,
high
as difficult.
scoring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not as difficult, right? I mean, and generally, when you're doing a cutback, it's not a critical section, right? You're carrying your speed. You're going to be doing a cutback to kind of set yourself up for the next maneuver. It is cool to add to the flow element, right? If you can actually roundhouse cutback and tag it and come straight back into another turn, it's awesome.
Strider out in the water. What do you got, Waz?
We got a little shoulder shrug from Slater paddling by. He's like, I feel okay, but to me, he looks super inspired. He looked like he's ready. He's like got a little pump up out the back. Look at this nugget. Wow, this thing's hollowed out. McGillivray looking for a little tube time, finds the shade, comes out, hacks the corner. Beautiful. Little lump on the face, so a couple ribs, but looking good on that one. What do you think, Kipes?
I think he's looking good on the inside here. Gets a little caught up, however, has to make up for that section. Snappy approach, a little late to the lip, but is able to put the board down under his feet for the finish. And a little applause on the cobblestones by Liam O'Brien. Checking out this heat. McGillivray on the paddle back out. We're waiting for his score. We can tell you that his initial wave, his first wave was 6.5. Ethan Ewing opened up with the biggest number so far in this heat, a 7.5 flick. And so, as we anticipated, Ethan, with the best surfing and the best wave, best score.
Yeah, definitely. I think we could see that sort of coming. It just the transitions between his turns. But here we're having a look at Matthew's last wave. It was kind of like he was in two minds here. Like, is it going to barrel? Should I pull in? And he decides he does. Gets a little cover up, little shampoo. But it was this turn for me straight back up into the lip for that second one. Just the flow there was really nice. And kind of gets a little bit hung up there on that third section. Straight back up into the lip. Gets the finish. But the flow on that wave probably wasn't there, like to how he would want it.
That's the first thing watching it again, I'm just like, hey, he was always a little bit off kilter. There was always a balance check, and this probably won't. It's going to go into his top two at this point, but probably not at the end of the heat. You look at the scores that have been posted right now, Kaipo. Ethan Ewing, that patience game's playing off for him.
Yeah, and Ethan, his paced approach is part of his character. We've seen a number of heats where Ethan has advanced out of his heat with just 3 or 4 waves ridden. He did that throughout in his entire run to his victory over at Bells.
Sometimes even just 2 waves. I think it was either Margaret River last year. He was just sitting out there, so much patience, and he would just pick up the 2 best waves and just absolutely nail the heat. I mean, nerves of steel. It's just crazy.
Time management, right? That's great time management.
Well, 4.67 just checked in for Matthew McGillivray. We're going to take a break right now, but we'll be back with the conclusion of the opening heat of the day. The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Welcome back to Punta Roca and the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. And look at that wave just reeling off. It's a dream location. Thank you for joining us. This is the opening heat for the men's in the opening round. Kelly Slater currently in the lead above Matthew McGillivray and Ethan Ewing. Ewing with the largest heat score. You can see them there in the red jersey. Ethan Ewing, he's got a 7.5 to his credit. He has priority, and he's waiting patiently for his second ride. But Peter, during the break, you made a great point to me in that Kelly Slater sat out this event in 2022 with an injury. So this could be potentially Kelly's first surf at Punta Roca in a long time.
And that's what I'm trying to I was trying to reflect on when he had visited here, when he's been able to have the time in the water. It has been a long time no matter what, because he wasn't here last season. He did show up the day before the event, so wasn't here for any warm-ups. Maybe got a surf in yesterday, I don't really know. But like I said, he's still figuring out this lineup, which, Flicky, you had mentioned. That's why we see him riding 5 waves. He's kind of getting acclimated.
Yeah, I think that could be the reason as to why he is surfing that many waves. He just wants to find, what wave hits this point the best. Is it the smaller ones? Is it the bigger ones? What kind of bend am I looking at? And when I mean bend, every wave that hits this point break, yes, it looks perfect, like you said, but certain waves have certain angles which make them better. So, you can't just, Kelly is one of the best of all time, so he probably figured it out pretty quickly.
And you think about, we do have like the declining swell. There was a little different angle from yesterday. We'll still see some waves come from that leftover swell. Plus the new swell is going to come from a little more southerly angle, so that's kind of mixing in as well. It's not, it's a perfect right-hand point break, but every wave you want to find those little gems.
Wave selection is going to be key, as well as use of priority. And one thing about Ethan Ewing as we're flying by is that Ethan Ewing is a studied competitor at a very young age, just 24 years old. But his use of priority, Flick, is exceptional in that I rarely see Ethan waste his priority. If he chooses a wave and stands up on it, generally he's going to get a number.
Yeah, I think it's tribute to just knowledge of the break, putting the time in, really knowing and identifying what wave he wants to take off on, and also having nerves of steel. You've got to be so patient, and like Pete said just before in the break, you've got to have great time management and be really aware of how much time's remaining, what I need. And look, time is ticking down now. He's got the one wave, he's got the highest score of the heat, that's 7.5, but with 10.5 minutes remaining, he's probably going to want to start making a move for a second wave.
What's interesting you think about is, we'll get back to that here.
Well, here he goes, staying busy. Kelly Slater off the bottom, slashes off the top, cuts that one short, looking down the line, has to float over that section, rock and roll drop, gets back into the open face. This one's moving really fast down the point. Kelly Slater surfing fast to match it. Tail slide, big turn for Slater. He wants a little bit more. The wave slows up on the inside here, gives the opportunity for Slater to slow up his board as well. Wants a dynamic finish, and throws the air reverse, unable to attach the fins and go down. And with that, I'm going to go out into the field with AJ McCord. What do you have for us, AJ?
Kaipo, I was taking a look at Kelly's boards earlier today before he went out. He's out on his 5.9 right now. His backup board is a 5.10 Slater Designs, but as you guys can see, seems like he figured out exactly the board that he wanted to ride, the length that he was looking for to give him that speed on the wave.
Let's take a look at the boards. Dan Mann on the shape by the Slater Designs there, and you can see Kelly with a couple of round pins, Pete.
Yeah, that's the one thing I look at, those endorphins, which is his fin company as well. He uses a unique Slater template, so I see it very upright in the way that the profile of the fin, but a nice big wide base, so ultimately it's just like surfboards, the straighter the lines are, the faster the fin's going to be, the more curve and more upright, generally the more maneuverable a fin will be. So he's utilizing all of that knowledge that he has to just design this board to what he wants it to feel like.
Here's the fins at work, Flick.
Yeah, fins at work right now. I honestly thought he wasn't going to pull off that floater, so that was pretty nice. But this wave, like you said, Pete, just had so much pace to it. Gets around that section and just lays into that turn, really getting a bit of progression there and sliding the fins. But he knows he needs a finish because, the work wasn't done yet, so he's just bringing it through to the inside and goes for a bit more progression, but can't stick the air reverse on that end section. But this floater here, this was pretty critical and really late. I honestly didn't think that he was going to stick this one, but he did. So coming down, legs fully extended, but
How's the body torque that he comes? He is able to instinctively just tweak his body to get the most momentum out of his boards. And everything looks a little different. I mean, it literally a wheelie floater. Like, who does those?
I call it a rock and roll floater because a lot of the body movements and body mechanics in that floater where he has to tweak it is like a front side rock that you would do, in a pool or a bowl on a skateboard. So rock and roll floater. But the judges, they wanted that finish of 4.87. So that wave did not change the situation for Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater is in the lead, however. A 5.07 will give Matthew McGillivray the lead. A 4.07 will give Ethan Ewing the lead. Ethan holding on to priority, but the clock is ticking down, Flick.
Yeah, clock is ticking down. Ethan will definitely be knowing that. And look, he's sitting out there. He's got priority, so he's in the box seat. The next set that comes through, I'm probably going to put some money on. I think he's going to go.
Well, that and the best number too, right? He's got 7.5 sitting there as the best number.
Focus in the Red Bull athlete zone as we see Yago Dora, Joao Chianca concentrating, studying the waves, and it's very apparent to these competitors that wave selection is going to be key to a win today. And Griffin.
Griffin has wet hair, so he would have been out there for that early this morning. Already had his warm-up in our past champion.
Well, all eyes on Ethan Ewing right now as he utilizes priority. Ewing smooth down the line so far. Long bottom turn, arcing top turn. One more time, combos it up for variety with a vertical trip to the lip for Ethan Ewing. Roundhouse combo coming on the inside, big snap, throwing the fins out the back, throws it into a reverse for the exclamation point on the finish. There's no doubt he's going to get his 4.07 and then some and take the lead.
Best wave of the heat, pretty much. He's going to go better than that last one. Way more critical, way more variety. And where he was sitting in the lineup, he was sitting wide, but see how this wave ran? So this is the style of wave he's been looking for. These waves that move down the point a little bit. And what it does is it stretches the line out and give him the ability here to just unload. He surfed this wave really well.
Well, we know Ethan Ewing can take it to right-hand point breaks. Took a victory, one of his 2 CT victories, taking a victory over at J-Bay. Flick.
Yeah, he loves the right-hand point breaks and obviously spending a lot of time on the Gold Coast too. But yeah, this second carve here, this was just absolutely beautiful. Laying that board on rail, just really critical and so silky smooth surfing from Ethan and straight back up into the pocket, so vertical and just surfing this wave with so much flow. It's really beautiful to watch. I really love the way that Ethan surfs, his style, and he's going to be happy with that. I think he probably knows he's got a good feeling here.
Yeah, we've always talked about number 33, Ethan Ewing, and his technique on a surfboard as well as his body mechanics, looking so smooth and a polished surfer. And he continues to really evolve his approach in pro surfing. Last year, 2022, he had his best season on the championship tour. Number 4 in the world. He's currently number 4 on the leaderboard right now. So Ethan Ewing really picking up the pace in the race to that final 5 in that Rip Curl WSL Finals, in which he wants to qualify for again this year, Pete.
Sorry, Kaipo. But yeah, I agree with you.
Here we go. The number is in. A 7.87 for Ethan Ewing and a strong lead for the surfer from North Stradbroke Island. Judges, a couple of judges going into excellent on that number as we see Judge 1 and Judge 5 goes to excellent with an 8-point ride. Of course, we take away that 6.8. We take away that 8-point ride. We average the other 3 scores in that line, and that's how we came up with the 7.87.
Yeah, and it felt like the best number of the heat. It wasn't, by much, but ultimately you look at the 15.37. That's a beautiful opening round heat total, and you'd expect him to get this heat win pretty easily.
Again, reiterating the format for this post-cut event series. First place goes into the round of 16. Second and third place will be reseeded into man-on-man heats in that elimination round, Flick.
Yeah, so critical to get the win in this first round. Jump straight to the round of 16, one less round of surfing, and really taking that confidence. I mean, Ethan did exactly what we were just talking about, which he is so good at, just identifying exactly what waves he wants to catch, He knew what waves were going to hit the point break the best, and yeah, coming out with the 2 best waves of the heat so far.
You know what's crazy too is you end up like understanding everyone's personalities, right? As you're like as a competitor, right? And you figure, okay, Kelly is going to do this thing where he's probably going to move up the point. Generally, you see him kind of do this wave catching thing, especially getting that quick start. Matthew McGillivray was going to be patient, so he's okay. Well, let's see if I can get myself into the perfect priority position, you know, and if there's a major set wave, I'll go battle for it if there's no priority. But ultimately, if I get priority, I'm going to wait till the major set wave comes. And so Ethan Ewing knew what he wanted to do, and I think this is kind of exactly how he wanted to see this heat play out. Just 2 waves, that's all I need.
With that strategy, too, as we look at the unabridged version here and all the waves written, highlighted are the top 2 waves before the surfer. With that strategy of riding only a couple of waves, Flick, a fall would be disastrous. But obviously, Ethan Ewing has confidence in his surfing that he's going to complete his ride. Here goes Matthew McGillivray. He needs an 8.87, so the South African needs to go excellent on this wave. He knows that, so he goes for the nose pick reverse. And he just forced that into that section.
And that's exactly why you set yourself up to get the 2 best waves, because all of a sudden now your strategy is he's held priority for the majority of the heat, right? He's had that P next to his name. He's executed the 2 numbers, but now all of a sudden he's put a ton of pressure. I mean, Kelly's going, hey, I need a 9.3.
Yeah.
Like, oh, wow, okay. So all of a sudden there's this, and Matt, same thing, like a high 8. They're both put under a really pressure-filled situation. They're not going to be able to, and all of a sudden they do, and they make errors like that. You're like, oh, all of a sudden you start doing moves that you really didn't want to have to do.
Yeah, 7:10 a.m. right now, so we're at pretty much at the peak of the high tide this morning. So that could play into factor too, and we're going to see the waves change as this tide recedes and the swell builds.
Yeah, and generally you'll see that the certain local spots will have different feels at different tide situations, right? Whereas this spot here likes the tide moving. It doesn't like the slack areas. So at low tide, that hour of low tide, it's going to be kind of quiet. Same thing with the high tide. It's going to be kind of quiet. So ultimately you want the tide moving, and that's when you start to see the sets come.
Well, set rolling up the point. We got 1:20 on the clock. Slater with priority. He's deepest in that white jersey, but it's going to be a special wave because Kelly Slater needs a 9.31. This could just be a ride into the beach for Ethan Ewing. Let's see what he's got. Nice float there for Ewing. Gaining some yardage down the line. Another float. And a big turn. You can hear some screens from the athlete area, and just throwing the fins on the DHD. Ethan Ewing looking like he's going to take the win on this one. Slater with a chance. Needs to go excellent. Drops down from a big float. Nice snap into the lip here. Quick snap to make some way down the line. Again, quick snap. Working down the line. Another. Just some check turns down the line, trying to get into that open face. Doesn't find that open face. Don't think he's going to get that 9.3 that he needs.
But you know what? Looks inspired and looks good, right? I mean, that's good signs for Kelly Slater fans. He didn't get on the best waves, and that's generally what you're going to have to do if to win heats right now is be on those best waves. But damn, he was surfing good.
Here's a replay, Flick.
Yeah, replay of Kelly's last wave. I really like the way he's surfing. I think he looks like he's on. That first turn was really nice, carving maneuver. Moving down the line here, he moves up into 2 lip line floaters, coming up for the second one here, and look, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I think he looks on, and although he didn't get the win here, we will see him again. I'm liking what I'm seeing. He looks inspired, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and I think this is going to be his best wave too, so right at the end of the heat, he's going to get his best number most likely. But inspired Kelly Slater, and again, 51 years old, to be able to surf at this level at that age, incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost cliche. We talk about his age so much and how it's impacted not just surfing, but the entire world of sports. To be able to be on a top world-class level for 3 decades, and that's through probably 4, 5 different generations of professional surfers.
And you think about, like, as our world through professional surfing at like 26, 27 was kind of a washed up 20 years ago, right? and he's now just blown that out and say, hey, you can have a career all the way to 50 years old.
So inspiring. Super, super inspiring.
A shot of our deck here, and just part of the entire kind of compound that the wonderful Surf City has put together here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Slater waiting for his number, as well as Ethan Ewing. Likely to be a done deal, and we'll see Kelly Slater and Matthew McGillivray reseeded into the elimination round, which will happen later on today. Meanwhile, Ethan Ewing taking the win here, and he will advance straight into the round of 16. We're going to take a break. When we return, defending world champ Felipe Toledo, he'll be out in the water. We'll be right back.
Meu nome é Felipe Toledo, eu sou surfista do Championship Tour da WSL. We got to take care of our environment, we got to take care of our world, and even if you think it's such a small, little thing that you're doing, keep doing it, because if everybody does a little bit, it's gonna be big, one day. And it's a long process, but we got to start somewhere, and we got to do it. And I'm really happy to be part of it, to be helping and learning, and I hope you guys can get inspired and start, doing it at your own place or at your beach or, like at your river. I want to still be going to amazing places, clean, beautiful, and so as my kids. It's amazing. So honored to be part of it, to be helping, and to be learning a little bit more too.
Speeding down the line here, this is Ian Gentile, the second heat of the day on the opening round here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, and the young man from Maui finds the wave at the pace on the end here, able to put a couple turns. A little cavitation of the fins, however, does not allow a finish for Ian Gentile. Let's take a look at this heat number 2 of the opening round. Felipe Toledo out in the red jersey. He's our top seed, number 3 in the world coming into the stop number 7. Kyle Ibelli in blue, and we just saw Ian Gentile. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier, as well as Peter Mel talking you through the action. And Pete, look at how beautiful this point is.
Yes, it is. I mean, ultimately, those are the types of waves you want to see, especially if you're a regular foot. These right-hand point breaks are gems. El Salvador added to this schedule has been a great addition. Great support from the country of El Salvador here. As obviously you can see this beautiful setup that we have, but this is a world-class wave. You're wearing board shorts. I mean, the biggest issue probably is staying hydrated. Make sure you drink a lot of water.
Or coconuts.
We have a lot of coconut trees, and all the colors look like they're in just Technicolor here. Bright greens and blues throughout this land. Flick, we're waiting for that first score for Ian Gentile to set the heat. The young man out of Maui. Let's take a look at his wave once again, Flick.
Yeah, the replay here of Ian's opening ride, streaking down the line here, just trying to get past this really fast section, and straight up into the lip on this first one, looking really silky and smooth. Bang, straight up there for a second one, but wave sort of slowing down here, and this section here, fins cavitating.
Yeah.
Feels like that was a very deep wave on the point. and they had to chase it from the top. And even seeing where these two are sitting that don't have priority, it feels like they're pushed way up there. I mean,
this could be a gift for Ian Gentile because you can see him in the white jersey, able to sit wider now that he's already surfed the wave. We got some waves coming through, and we're waiting for the score. 3.83 opens up for Ian Gentile, the 26-year-old out of Paia, Maui.
I mean, that's the biggest part about these early heats is that there is no priority set, and so you want to be deepest on the point to have, you know, the position so that you can take the wave, but you're putting yourself too deep. You can see waves go by if these set waves early in the heat.
I think we might see a lot of that going on in this opening round, just guys pushing each other so deep. Here we go, live action out the back.
Toledo speeding down the line. Now the wave goes on pace. He's able to put a big snap there. Felipe Toledo is more racing down the line and has to get even pretty much the world's fastest surfer, Felipe Toledo, unable to make that section. So that one went way fast down the line, Pete.
And it just first impression, it didn't feel like the board had a ton of projection down the line. It felt like he's got some, maybe a little, I mean, a different board that I haven't seen, but it feels like he's going a little more curve in the board, right? Which you sacrifice that down the line speed to get that really tight arc because you have so much curve in the board. It felt like that board, it didn't quite have the projection. We'll see how it goes unfolds. His first wave, right? But you know, you can see as he finally gets to this section here, that first turn was beautiful, and it looked like he already there just from that maneuver that this board has a ton of curve through the middle of it, and not able to get out into the front open face there. Too deep. Throwaway score for Felipe, but will be interesting to see how this board unfolds through the rest of the heat.
I love it, Pete. The eye of a shaper and a shaper's son, Peter Mel, and that was a great identification. Short board with a lot of curve. Here we go with Kyle Belly on his rusty surfboard. Snap up in the lip for a belly, double pump bottom turn, a little late there, but is able to pull it down. Layback, hack catches the outside rail, missed opportunity for the initial wave for Coyote Belly. Flick.
Yeah, what I noticed is, look, it kind of was almost in his favor there. I mean, Felipe and Ian both sort of, you know, getting lower scores in their first wave. Kai had the opportunity to sort of capitalize on that situation with that bigger set wave. And, yeah, as you said, he got caught behind a couple of times and then fell on that third maneuver.
Yeah, Coyote Belly, 29 years old. His 5th season on the championship tour. Opened up this year with a semifinal finish at Pipeline, so he was looking good this year, and then he's had some lackluster results so far, Pete, but he did survive that deadly mid-season cut.
Yeah, he had a good Hawaii season, which was a nice bonus when you're thinking about the cut line coming at you know, event number 5. Getting that early momentum is a huge thing. It builds confidence, but I think probably, yeah, let off the gas slightly. You know, now he sits outside of the final 5. He wants to get himself back there.
Let's hear from our first winner of the day, Ethan Ewing. Take it away, AJ.
Ethan starting the event off incredibly strong. You start with that 7.5 and then sit on it for quite a while, waiting until there were less than 6 minutes to go in the heat to get that 7.87. What are you telling yourself as you're waiting for that wave, and what were you looking for?
Yeah, it was pretty nerve-wracking, especially with the start that Kelly and Maddie had. They both caught like more waves than me. But yeah, started with the 7.5, and then there just wasn't too many waves that I was like really sold on, and I was like, sure there's going to be something better come through. I had like, I don't know, 20 minutes or 18 minutes, and yeah, I finally got one that looked really good, and yeah, bettered my score.
One of the things that we know is so important for you guys here in El Salvador is battling this heat, to making sure that you are getting your rest, your hydration. How have you worked your routine to be ready for this competition?
Yeah, pretty much haven't gone outside like during the middle of the day. I've just been trying to get my sessions in really early in the morning and then late at night. It's just too draining. It's the waves are really good though, so it's hard to stay out of the surf, but yeah, I think it's paid off. It's really draining over here if you stay out in the sun too long.
I would say it's paid off. We'll see you in the next round.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing off to the round of 16. Ewing's work's done for today, Pete. He's going to head back to Pearl Surf and probably get in some AC
luckily
and rest.
We're staying in that kind of same zone, and he's exactly that. I mean, during the day, like literally he doesn't move around too much. It's literally his early morning surf, and it's short and sweet, you know, and then he gets in there in the evenings. And I think it's a great recipe to kind of conserve energy.
Kyle snuck this wave during that interview, but this is just a 1.77 for Belly.
Whoa.
It's fast.
Thinking about the trend in surfboard design, you know, Kelly was the one who has always been at the forefront of, you know, design and length of board and so forth. And he went to a very extreme kind of short board. But generally now, like overall, like our short boards when we used to compete was 6.4s, you know.
Yeah.
Now it's all
Well, like
6.0s, and so it's yeah. But the volume is smaller. The boards are smaller, so their positioning is so much more important. But ultimately, you're getting more maneuverability with a smaller surfboard.
Well, we'll see if any of our competitors are interested in this wave coming through. Ibeli finds a wide one, and he's going to swing on it. Here we go. Kyle Ibeli on his third wave off the bottom. Carves off the top, catches a rail again, and goes down. So still getting, you know, kind of a warm-up. Let's go. Well, one unique thing about this event is that because of the cobblestone navigation, we're able to have in-water board caddies. And more on that, I'm going to go out into the water with Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah, thanks, Kipes. Yeah, it's an interesting, you know, design out here with the caddies in the water sitting down wide, but they do have extra boards in the lineup because running over those rocks can be, as you know, a nightmare, and cut your feet up if you do it too hastily. So you got to be really careful, and then having your board out here in the water could probably save you the heat if something happens to your equipment. So Toledo and Ian Gentile both have boards in the water, you know. And another note out here is this little bit of backwash coming off with the high tide has played havoc into Kaio's waves. You've seen him come off a couple of times now. Every time he does that big cut, I think he's not bringing into the game plan with that little rib that's coming back up the face at him. So unfortunately for him, he's come unstuck just because of that little rib coming up the face. A lot of down the line surfing, but you got to be careful when you do redirect and turn those shoulders. You have that little bit of a rib coming up the face.
Yeah, we are at the high tide mark right now. And for more on some of the caddying category, Pete, can you talk to that?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have caddies for every event, right? There's certain events that we have. Like Sunset Beach is another example of really far out to sea. Tahiti, another one that, and for this event specifically, we have this because of the rocks. But the little added element, though, is that if you choose to use a water caddy, they need to navigate the rocks, obviously, and the certain current heat to get out of the way. So you got to make sure that you're not getting in the way because you can get interference.
Right.
Your caddy gets in the way of another surfer, you actually can get interference. The other thing is, we use caddies sometimes, then there's a little bit of coaching going on.
Right.
But here, there's a thing in here that says, literally, caddies cannot coach.
Right.
So, you know, generally you get a caddy out there, you can yell probably, but you can't actually come up and do an actual paddle by, which we see at Sunset Beach. You'll actually see a caddy paddle with and kind of, you know, either pumping you up or give you a little psychological boost. So those are elements that you're using. But here, the caddies are just there to be able to transfer the boards only.
Yeah, well, there you go. And we have a pretty quiet lineup at the moment. Nobody's broken the 4-point range as of yet. So as we talked about being at the top of the tide, Flick, and how that may slow the wave down. When we're kind of at the apex of this tide change, sometimes things are going to get a little lully.
Yeah, that could be definitely what we're starting to see here. I mean, things have been pretty slow. Kaya's got 3 waves. Unfortunately, he's fallen. I think his wave selection's been quite good, so he'll probably be having a look at this one again.
Ibeli under priority. He's going to take another chance. Looking down the line, setting up for a nice roundhouse. Cut back with a beautiful sting on the rebound. Wants something on the inside here. Maybe a little progression. Air reverse, throws it away. Incomplete.
You know, when you surf in the heat, you know, you don't know what the ocean's going to give you, right? It's like sometimes the sets are going to come, sometimes it's going to be consistent, sometimes it's going to be flat. So ultimately, you have to be able to refine and adapt to what the heat's doing right here. Nobody's got a score. We're already, you know, almost 15 minutes in, and there's 0 scores there, right? That are of any consequence. The best numbers is 3.83. You wouldn't want that in your score line if you want to make your heat. So it's funny how you have to kind of start going, okay, what am I going to do here in order to win this heat? You start kind of ad-libbing and taking different waves and doing different types of maneuvers.
Ian Gentile, wave number 2 from the surfer from Maui. Snap there on the Mayhem. One more carve for Gentile, putting it together on this wave. A little variety in his turns. Inside section slows up a bit for Gentile. Aggressive snap there. Make it 2 for Ian. Tapered wall, a little warble on the inside oncoming section, and closes it out. So nice performance by Ian Gentile, Flick.
Yeah, look, obviously the strongest wave of the heat so far. I really love Ian's style. It's just so different to anyone else's on tour. And for me, just as a commentator watching it, it's just something that really sticks out, and it's pleasing to my eye. And we'll have a look at the replay here, actually, of this last wave of Ian's kind of streaking down the line here. And straight up into that first section, throwing so much spray. Nice carving maneuver, bringing in that different sort of variety of repertoire. And he knows he kind of needs to make this wave stick. Obviously, we were just talking about it, no real significant wave surfed yet. So if he can just get the finish on this, it's going to catapult him out into the lead.
And you're going to get good numbers for, not necessarily having to go to projection, but doing this type of surfing, which is a combination of major moves. And good release out of that. Again, he's going to come straight into the next bottom turn and go into this next maneuver. Judges will like that, especially when he starts showcasing the variety, which he has done.
Well, we're going to want to see a great back half of the year from Ian Gentile. Remember, he barely made that mid-season cut, the rookie on the championship tour, paddling back out. Also on his shoulders, you can see a Hawaiian flag and a Brazilian flag. His parents from Brazil, although he does live in Hawaii, born and raised in Hawaii. Let's go to our VIP headset with Mitchell Salazar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Mitchell.
Yeah, buenos dias, mi gente. Just a pleasure to be here as always. I would have to say my 6th or 7th time back here in El Salvador in the last 4 or 5 years. But just want to talk about the vibes here and how excellent seeing this wave from this perspective is. You have Yago Dora, Jack Robinson, Jordy Smith, Griffin Colapinto, world #1 here, and obviously Brian Perez looking at the waves right now. I can tell you from a lot of events covered here as a broadcaster and also as a competitor myself, Punta Roca is easily one of the most difficult waves to surf in the Central American region. It tends to run real fast when the tide's low, and on the high tide it tends to back off towards the point. We do know that Mama Roca is out there. You can't see her right now because the tide's so high, but once you see the tide drop, conditions will change drastically. It gets much harder, and especially with that onshore wind, I think the goofy footers are going to have a bit of an advantage out there, especially with those waves bowling up a bit more. But as of right now, if we're going on Pupuso's rank, 4 out of 5, but maybe 4.5. I really like the conditions out there right now.
And just to explain, Pupuso's is a good food around here, just so you guys know. Hey, Mitchell, in regards to lineups, right, does that change at all with the high tide? You mentioned kind of the different part of the reef, but ultimately, is that change a lot with the tide?
I would say so. I mean, you saw Felipe's first wave. He took out, he took up, I mean, really, really far down the point. To me, my liking, I wouldn't be doing that right now with this high of a tide. Maybe on a low tide because there's waves that do break all the way outside. This right now, you want to be surfing mid-bowl downwards. Personally, I think with the lower tide, especially as a goofy footer, you'll identify Mama Roca out there and you'll be noticing the waves that pull up a lot more. But on a high tide like right now, it's just too close to the rock speed. I personally think you want to surf a little bit further inside.
Thank you so much for all that insight. Mitchell Salazar, a great addition to our broadcast team as we turn our attention to Felipe Toledo, defending world champ, with a nice arc, throws it in the air, full rotation. We've seen it before, and it's great every single time he does it. Not just the pop, but the speed of Felipe Toledo on those full rotations.
And the biggest element in which he brings to the table when he does these types of moves is the spin of the board is in the air. It's not always where he goes and lands backwards and rotates out,
yeah,
right?
It's
That's
full row.
The air. It's all the way spun around. So judges will definitely take note of that, especially the speed of the rotation too, right? He's so fast in the rotation that it's pleasing to the eye. It's obviously quick. It's part of the criteria. Here he knows his closeout section's happening. You see he projects towards the beach. That's one of the tricks to doing these types of air moves is that you push it towards the beach always so you're going to land out in the flats.
And Flick, the ability basically, as we look at this in slow motion, to get a score on a closeout by utilizing that progressive surfing.
Yeah, there's a few people on the tour that have the ability to do that. You know, on a point break here, you probably think that, man, maybe that's not quite the best ways to choose, but for Felipe, who has the ability and that in his wheelhouse, that sort of air reverse where it's a full rotation, it's done super fast, I mean, that's got to be taken into consideration for the judges.
And you look at the score already, we see a number for Ian Gentile where it was a string of several maneuvers, and it's in at a 6. We'll see where this one fits in for Felipe, where it was only 2 maneuvers, and you feel like it probably could be a little better score. So again, it's not about how many turns, right? It's how critical those major maneuvers are.
Yeah, the needs columns for both Kyle Ibelli as well as Felipe Toledo. You can see in the third column there, 7.2 Ibelli is what he needs to go to first. 7.33 is what Felipe Toledo needs to go to first. We're waiting on the scores. He's not going to go to first, but he will improve his situation as these numbers trickle in from our judges. And it looks like it's going to end up being right about a 6.33. Exactly, actually a 6.33. As we throw away the high and the low, Felipe Toledo now, Pete, just needs a 3.5 to take the lead.
And you figure if we've watched enough of these heats, we end up putting numbers in our heads, right? I mean, everybody does it. And it feels like, for me at least, in where I sit with the criteria and what I read this morning in the criteria, the judges are hitting the elements that they need to, and the scores are right.
We're a little past halfway through this heat. Heat number 2 of the opening round. We're going to see if Felipe Toledo takes this wave, and he will. So here we go, Toledo. Quick to the draw, not needing a big number, just a 3.5 to take the lead. A little fin release on that second turn, pops it up in the air, stomps the landing,
Crazy.
right past the cobblestone rocks, and that's what Felipe Toledo is able to do, Pete.
Big time. Look at, I mean, priorities with Caio. He went deeper than him, took a smaller inside wave, and this is the strategy of him, like going, hey, well, I was looking for the 2 best waves, but ultimately, in order to make this heat, at this point in the heat, I'm going to take the lead early, and he, sure enough, here's a head-high wave, and he just rips this thing.
Yeah, Flick, check this out. Talk us about this replay.
So I think it was so much speed, and that turn there even adds a bit of progression there. He had that board so deep on rail and pops it straight into the air, right on top of those cobblestone rocks, and
you can
stomps
see it. Yeah, you can
see.
see the cobblestones just bubbling barely under the ocean surface there for Felipe Toledo. 3.5, Pete, is all he needs. He's likely going to take the lead, but here comes an Ian Gentile screaming down the line and fighting back. Arcing turn for Gentile, looking to replace his 3.83. He throws an air reverse himself, and he wants a little bit more, needs to catch up to some open face. He does so. Gentile, oncoming section, little ollie pop there to finish off. So we got a couple of scores owed to us by the judges, Peter, to set this situation at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, a little battle, right? A little battle going on here for Ian and Felipe. I mean, taking these smaller inside waves, and ultimately when you take these smaller waves, you kind of have to surf the heck out of it, right? And both these surfers have done that. You know, talking about Felipe's board when earlier, it looks like it's pretty good. It's not a big, I mean, he's gaining so much maneuverability and little different styles from Felipe, tighter arcs, whereas Ian's a little longer arcs, you know, and again, both of them pleasing, both of them surfing to the criteria. So there's a couple ways you can get to a score. You know, the progression element we finally get to see from Ian, so he added to that. Obviously, he's going to help the score and lift this score because he had that maneuver in there.
Well, 13.25 scores owed to us by the judges for both Ian Gentile and Felipe Toledo. We are going to take a break, but we're going to come back with the scores and more right after this.
I'm 26 years old from Paia, Hawaii. I had so much pressure as a kid and just to compete, and I had the big contract, I had all this stuff going for me, but I went through like a burnout phase. I wasn't really sure if I was ever going to compete again. You know, all the sponsors went, and that was the best thing that could have happened to me. I wish it happened sooner. It sort of like flipped the coin, and I got to go to school and got an associate's degree and like did things I never thought I was capable of doing, like sit in a classroom and take a test. It kind of showed that I could like open new doors and just commit. I kind of just applied that attitude towards everything. Like equipment, the mental side of things. Like, I have to learn, I just want to learn all the pieces, you know, and try to be the best that I can be.
Hearing from Ian Gentile, a rookie on tour, a prodigious talent, caught the world's attention at the young age of 13 years old. Here is Ian Gentile. Right now, he's fighting back for the lead because we got some scores that dropped during that break. Gentile on a nice start on this wave with a great approach to the long walls here at Punta Roca. There's a frontside air and another combo to the lip right behind him, Felipe Toledo, who is our current heat leader. Toledo looking down the line, speeding down the line, arcing bottom turn, loses his footing on the finish. So Felipe Toledo will keep the scores that he currently has in his score line. Ian Gentile, he needs excellent. He needs an 8.16 on that last effort as we see Cowie Belly caught behind the whitewater. Scores that dropped during that break, Felipe Toledo, 7.83. Ian Gentile, a 4-point ride. Felipe Toledo in the lead, and Gentile and Kyle Ebeli on the chase right now, Flick, after Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, 7.83 for Felipe's wave. So judges obviously rewarding that progression and just the speed that he did those aerial maneuvers in. And highest wave of the heat so far, but didn't quite crack the excellent range.
That 7.83 for Felipe Toledo, that was done not on wave quality, that was done on surfing ability.
Absolutely, and that's what world champions do, is they're able to turn less than stellar waves into bigger numbers. And ultimately, you saw how critical his moves were, and it didn't matter that the wave was still only shoulder high. He was able to produce a 7.83.
He did the same also on the 6.33. Really, that was just 2 maneuvers on a shorter wave as well. So really, I mean, look out if he gets a really long wave down the line.
Love it, the Ian Gentile interview. It's just a lot to kind of read into that. In regards to like, he had a lot given to him at a very early age, right? It's like you're spoiling your kid in a way, and all of a sudden you get to a point and he's like, he burns out. But going to be able to do something really difficult in your life, which was like take a test, as he mentioned, right? And you're able to do that. Think about how good it makes you feel, because all of a sudden you're now able to accomplish these things, and you're able to go into a hard situation in the future and go, yeah, this is nothing. This is a cakewalk. This ain't no test that I have to deal with. This is surfing, right? And you can bring that to this his life purpose now, and now he's on the championship tour and he's making the cut. It's awesome.
Yeah, he had so much attention at him just at 14 years old, as we see Ian paddling back out. At 14 years old, he dropped the video part, and the late great Andy Irons called him the best 14-year-old surfer in the entire world. After that video part dropped and his amateur success, like you said, Pete, the sponsorships rolled in. The attention was focused on Ian Gentile. He had to step away from it.
Yeah.
Disappear from professional surfing
and
for a while.
Become his own, his own man.
And
right?
it's really good to see, Ian Gentile 2.0 right now.
I like it because for a number of different reasons. I think him taking a step back also gave him a different sense of identity, probably not just wrapped up in surfing as well. And I am more than a surfer, and I think it's something that as surfers do struggle with this a lot themselves, and finding out the reason why they do things and becoming, one, his identity, but two, just being able to face something hard and challenging, like you said, Pete, I think is super valuable.
Here he is, Ian Gentile, looking down the line under priority, throws it up with the nose pick and does not go complete. Let's get a field report from AJ McCord. AJ.
It has been such a warm welcome here in El Salvador from the locals. The beaches are beautiful, and the surfers have been getting some pointers from the locals, not just about the wave itself here at Punta Roca, but how to get into it even, because the rocks here on this beach really slippery and really sharp. So you'll see as the surfers are getting in and out of the water, they're very, very careful, especially as the tide is coming up. So I've seen a lot of the locals this week during the practice sessions sort of run up and make sure the surfers know exactly where they want to go to get in and out of the water safely. So really warm welcome here in El Salvador from the locals, and the surfers certainly enjoying it.
Thank you, AJ. As we turn our attention here to Kyle Ebeli, looking down the line, building up a bunch of board speed. Comes around this section and a big slash. Kind of cuts it short a little bit there, sees that the wall is running off in front of him, and he's unable to find more open face. And so you can see a disjointed wave there. Peter, for Kyle Belly?
I think he's trying to experiment and where he's going to find his best waves and the waves with the right pace. That one probably had a nice stretched out line. He's all, oh yeah, it's going to give me some sections down the line. But then again, it's just a little too fast. So trying to figure out where that wave and what that certain wave looks like that's going to give you the pace. You're able to rattle off 4, 5, 6 maneuvers.
Yeah, just at pretty much at the high tide mark. It's 7:43, so we actually just minutes past high tide at the moment. So the glass is full right now. The point is full of water, and we can see all the waves riding high up on the cobblestones. Those cobblestones by early afternoon, Flick, will be well exposed as the tide recedes through the rest of this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we can already see it here. I mean, you can see the difference between the really light colored cobblestones and the darker colored cobblestones. Obviously, that darker section is going to get thicker and thicker as that tide drops. And yeah, I think what Mitch said before too, as that tide gets lower, we might see those surfers move a little bit further up the point because some of those waves will be connecting. But for now, back to what Mitch said again, is that we're seeing those surfers sit from, you know, that midsection of the point to even a little bit further down with so much tide on here.
And that's when the appearance of Mama Roca, which is just, you could be a lineup spot, it's a group of big rocks here at Punta Roca, Peter, will be exposed as we get to that low tide mark. So there's going to be a changing in the playing field throughout the day.
And the surfers will probably be surfing into that rock. They'll move as the tide moves up, out. We'll see the surfers kind of adjust their position, like Mitch had said. You'll surf a little bit further out the point with the lower tide. Right now, at the higher tide, you're kind of seeing them tuck into the main part of the wave, just because you're not able to make it from that deep on the point. You know, and I think another thing about these rocks and getting in and out is the mossy rocks, right? There's a little bit of moss on it. So you're going to see a lot of the surfers waxing the tops of their feet, which is kind of unique. You're like, why are they waxing the top of their feet? But ultimately what that is you can put some wax on the top of your feet. So you get off the moss, you're able to now wipe your feet with some wax on the top. You're going to get rid of that mossiness because ultimately your first wave, you don't want to be slipping.
I heard a few urchins too,
further
down the line.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a little bit of intel from a few surfers I spoke to after the free session.
No, you're right. Yeah,
yeah, a few urchins.
Further down the point, there's a point where the urchins start to come up within the cobblestones.
It's probably where the breaking waves are not as prevalent,
yeah,
right?
It's further down the
point. So they kind of tuck themselves in. But
now remember, all these cobblestones are placed here. We have a river right at the top of the point, the Chilama River, and that Chilama River is what makes all these cobblestones in this cobblestone point. Let's take a look at our heat recap. High tide, low tide. It doesn't matter to Ian Gentile because he put on a great opener here. This was a 6-point ride. Looked like he had command at the very beginning of the heat, Ian Gentile. But, Peter, that was before Felipe Toledo put things into gear like this.
Yeah, and this was, again, shorter wave, but high impact, right? Especially when he gets this move done. I mean, this turns into a 6.33. You know, and the comparison, that's a great comparison for this first waves. Basically a better score given to Felipe Toledo. So ultimately you can see they want to see high impact moves. That was the very top of the criteria today, innovative and progressive moves, and that is going to get you big numbers. I mean, again, we saw the loft of that air was way better air than his first one, and ultimately the score came in 1.5 better.
7.83 for that final wave that we saw in the recap for Felipe Toledo. Here we go with all the scores, all the waves written, highlighted are the top two for each of the surfers. Kyle Belly likely to be in the elimination round because he needs 2 waves right now. He's in a combination needing a 14.16. Ian Gentile, he's in second priority. He needs an 8.16. Total heat control to Felipe Toledo right now with a big lead, and Felipe has priority, so he can really control these final 2 minutes, Flip.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing to me is he did his best surfing on B-grade waves. He turned B-grade waves into A-grade scores. You know, they're the 2 highest scores of the heat so far, and I just think he's sitting out there with priority now, and if he gets the opportunity for one of these longer waves that peel down the point, I mean, the world's his oyster at the moment. I feel like if he keeps continuing to surf the way he is, he's going to put in an excellent score.
Well, it was last year's runner-up, Felipe Toledo, and
I would say that he found the gas pedal on this board too. You know, it was another little inch of where it was, and all of a sudden there's the gas pedal because all of a sudden he's finding the ability to push that water through the concave and get that extra squirt because they are riding a lot more curve than we used to back in the day. I mean, the Sharp Eye surfboards have a little bend. That's why you see a lot of these surfers riding these boards because they are so maneuverable and still give you that down the line speed.
Under a minute. Toledo's going to be able to play some defense if he'd like, and does so. Utilizes priority. Here we go with Felipe Toledo on this inside double up section. Roof time there. Actually accelerating through a floater, and Felipe Toledo serving notice to everyone with a big stomp there. Full rotation, big amplitude for Toledo, and all the competitors are going to be paying attention to Felipe Toledo.
And the scores that he's going to get for it, right? I mean, ultimately, this is why these first two heats are so important, is that everybody gets to see where the scale is set.
Ian Gentile swinging through a couple of turns here, and great surfing by Ian Gentile, but he's going to need a giant number, I feel. It currently needs an 8.16, but Felipe Toledo may have improved upon his score line with that final wave.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I mean, the 6.33, yep, that's going to be in the bin. Great surfing by both these surfers, too.
A nice sportsmanship on the inside, and next mission for them is to navigate getting in here at Punta Roca through all these cobblestones. Let's take a look at some replays, Flick, starting with Ian Gentile.
Yeah, beautiful first carving turn out of the top, and then straight back up into another carving maneuver. But yeah, this wave just probably not standing up as much as what he likes. That was a better turn there, and trying to finish again, but you know, he really is going to need a big score, I think, after this replay that we're seeing of Felipe's wave. Throws it into the air and just got so much projection, so much height. So it's pretty amazing.
Really amazing. You know, and he had that rooftop floater before that. So he did have other maneuvers besides that one. But, you know, you figure this point break is so long, too, that they just have to consider the length of the wave, because you're going to be able to do a combination of major maneuvers like that. It's not just that one moving. He could be doing 2 or 3 big airs like that on a wave.
And Toledo carefully walking up the cobblestones. We get a good look at that sharp eye board under his arm now, Pete.
Yeah, it's you know, the pintail allows him to really, with all that speed that he carries, really lay into his maneuvers. We see him ride swallows sometimes in different styles of waves, but ultimately he's riding that pintail here so he can really gouge his turns, you know, and put as much power into it as he wants and still hold in.
A little debrief and a nice opener for Felipe Toledo. I have a feeling that he's got even more to show us here at Punta Roca, but easily coming through this heat. We're waiting for scores. These scores will be a formality, however, because we're pretty sure that Felipe Toledo will be in the round of 16. We'll see Ian Gentile and Kawi Belly reseeded into the elimination round. The elimination round happening later on this afternoon. But why not have some excitement to finish off this heat, Felicity, as we're waiting for some scores.
First excellent number.
Yeah. It felt excellent to me, that final wave for Felipe Toledo. We'll see if the judges agree. They almost agreed. A 7.93, just under excellent for Felipe Toledo. 15.76 two-wave total. He's on to the round of 60. We're on to a commercial break. Opening round continues. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Mitchell Salazar for the call.
Is there someone on tour you just want to smash?
There is.
And yes, tell me who.
There is, and this guy starts with J, and there is another J following.
Let's get the rematch on the ball. Let's do it.
It's gonna feel so good when I get the.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. That was a quick look at the one-on-one, expertly narrated with Joe Turpel and Zhao Chianca. I think he might be talking about John Florence, but maybe there's someone else that didn't come to my mind. I am Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar out in the water right now. We do have world number 2, Zhao Chianca, along with Jordy Smith and Seth Moniz. Very excited to welcome Seth Moniz back into the lineup, coming back from an injury. We are live down here in Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are looking about as fun as a wave can look. I'm Chris, this is Mitch. Mitch, overall feeling on the beach right now, it's kind of a mix, right? It's like a mullet. You've got business and party. You've got a lot of fans on the beach getting excited, and you've got all of our surfers, you know, testing their reach in the wave. This opening round is definitely kind of like the early seconds of a boxing match.
Yeah, and I think in this early round, go for it. You know, we're after the midseason cut. Nobody's in a position to be eliminated from the championship tour right now. Your whole goal is to qualify for the WSL Final 5. Look at the proximity between Seth Moniz and Chianca right now. They are very close to each other, but as you were saying, waves are excellent this morning. You know, it's really so fun to see the world's best surfers and one of the best right-hand point breaks we have in this region in Central America. I'm super stoked that we have these conditions this early on.
And I love this early battle that we're seeing out the back. If you aren't rubbing, you aren't racing. So we love to start it off with some fire. 35-minute heat. Winning surfer gets to get that golden ticket, skip around second and third. Will do battle again. 31 on the clock. No waves ridden yet. Gives us a chance to catch up with Felipe Toledo, standing by now with AJ.
And he did get the golden ticket of the morning, getting to move on straight to the round of 16. How much weight does that take off of you this early in the competition?
Thank you. Yeah, you know, it's probably the earliest I've ever surfed, you know, in a contest, you know, but I feel like we're trying to get, you know, that tide topping in at 7:45 or something. And yeah, I was kind of slow on my heat. It started with a few waves, and then saw Kyle got a bunch of waves, but he couldn't make a wave down the line. And then Ian was able to get one, and then I was just sitting there waiting for a wave, and I was able to get a smaller one. And then without priority, I went for a smaller one again, and it just had a nice wall to it. And you know, I had to push a little harder, you know, 2 strong turns in the air, but it takes a lot of weight out the back. You know, we were supposed to surf yesterday, but the waves were kind of smaller, slow, and today seems a little bit bigger. I feel like when the tides start dropping, it's going to get really good. But yeah, I just felt really good, you know, super confident, and just happy to be back in El Sal.
I know, it seems like a wave that you're just able to have so much fun on. You come up smiling from every single one of them. What about this wave brings out the best in your surfing?
I mean, it's one of the most rippable rights, you know, we can ask for. So, and I love those kind of waves, and I love this kind of conditions, and I love the challenge, you know, just put the jersey on, 35 minutes, you got to do your best, and you're just like, you know, you got to perform, and I love that challenge, and yeah, I felt great.
Para o Brasil, como te prepararás para usar a bateria?
Bom, fiquei bem tranquilo com os meus amigos, tenho treinado bastante. Eu tenho me divertido, surfado várias ondas, me conectado bastante com Deus, né? Hoje eu acordei e fiz uma oração, me senti muito bem, me senti muito confiante, senti muito que Deus estava comigo e, né, tenho a torcida da minha família, meus pais, minha esposa, meus filhos, então isso faz a diferença. Então estou muito feliz.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Felipe Toledo showing us early that going supersonic speed down the line and blasting a huge air will definitely get the attention of the judges. He had a 15.76 total. Had the chance to talk to Felipe briefly yesterday about this wave, and you know, I'm looking at it as a fan of surfing tricks. It's a skate park. I mean, he said that the sections that you have down the line You know, while you're watching it from the beach, it just looks like a perfect straight line, but there's actually a lot of different opportunities to throw different maneuvers all the way from the outside to the inside. So I think that variety is definitely going to be a critical element of these surfers getting up into the excellent range. Go big multiple times, switch up your tricks, throw a spin, do a straight air, big carve. You know, I think creativity is going to be a key element to success out here at Punta Roca, Mitch.
I couldn't agree more. And actually, speaking of straight airs, Jordy Smith last year, when he knocked out Nat Young in the elimination round, actually pulled a straight air in that heat. And we were running overlapping heats in that day specifically. What I will say, though, is that this wave can, you know, present your excellent surfing. It can also show your biggest flaws, though. And as somebody who has competed here before, I can definitely tell you that coming here, you know, when I was 18 years old, straight out of high school, first QS event out of Mexico, I did not know what to expect. I knew that it was a great wave, but I didn't know it was going to be that difficult to navigate a lineup like this. And the main reason to me is the variation with the tides that we have here. High tide right now, with this kind of size, I would say mid tide is what's perfect. You're going to see a lot of difficult engagements with a lot of the rails, especially with those boils popping up on a lower tide, Chris. Right now, though, if you're one of these early morning heats, take advantage of how clean it is out there.
It's beautiful. I mean, that visual right there is epic. 26.55 with the best seat in the house. It's Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, you guys are talking about the tide. So we've got that slack tide right now. I mean, the tide already peaked out. I think it goes about 45 minutes without movement. And as you can see, a lull setting in. So Mother Nature taking its time. And then as soon as you start to see the tide move back out, then we'll see a lot more flow of waves. But right now, you're not going to see a whole lot of waves. So I think opportunity, when you have it, you better capitalize on it. And we saw, you know, Toledo moving in over the reef on those double ups and really capitalizing on those moments. You know, those scores coming in almost excellent. And that's because of those incredible, you know, sections where there was just nothing but rocks underwater, and he's just throwing it up on those consequential sections. So a lot of these wider ones kind of pushing a little bit with a slopier face. You want to get that wave that stands up nice and strong.
And Strider, from your vantage point, so this is a completely reimagined contest site, and this event only on the championship tour for one previous year. Are the surfers finding new places to line up, new landmarks on the beach to try to decipher the proper takeoff zone?
I think, you know, there's pretty set in stone spaces out here. I mean, it doesn't take long for these guys that, being some of the best watermen in the world, they know exactly where they want to be in the lineup. The only thing that pushes them deeper or into different positions are going to be the other athletes, which is something that's super fun to watch, actually. Just the caddying, as you guys spoke about, how close they were sitting next to each other. So that's going to move them around the lineup. But as far as your positioning, and after this, you know, priority's been set, they're going to be in the spots that they knew.
Right on. Thank you, Strider Wasilewski. Closest reporter to the action in the world. And it's always great to have Strider in the channel. He gets that front row seat, and love the moments when the surfers are paddling right back out directly through his sight line. You really get to feel the energy that's in the lineup right now. And I'm thinking that there's a little bit of a, you know, mid-heat rivalry happening here. There's 3 surfers in the lineup, but at the moment it's Chianca and Seth Moniz paddling around out there. Deep up the point, Jordy Smith kind of in that about 20, 30 feet away, just a little bit closer to the inside. No surfers yet to activate out here. 24:30 on the clock, opening around heat 3.
And Chianca riding the CI Pro, personal modifications to it. 510 times 18 3/4 times 2 3/8, around 28 liters. And that info from Brent Power, the team manager from Channel Island Surfboards. And I think when it comes to a wave like this, you know, Pete was talking about equipment, especially with Felipe's board in his first heat. You want to ride something that's able to go down the line but pivot well off the bottom too. Especially with the lower tide heats, you don't want anything that's going to slip out. And I think fin use right here, you know, if you're riding futures, probably be on the John or Jordy's fin. If you're riding FCS2, Mick Fanning's model to me is the best.
First wave of heat 3, it's Jordy Smith. It's a no-go. Surfers maybe drawing up the point a little too deep, or that set just kind of hit the wrong corner, ran off down the line. Either way, with a .43, this heat is on. Restarts in heats of this length potentially happening at the 20-minute mark.
You know, and I was speaking to Andy King, you know, during the first heat of the morning, and I really think, Chris, that you can easily surf a heat by yourself, just being a bit wider and inside too. Yesterday when we had our free surf at a wave close by called El Sonte, we were sitting deep and steep on the inside, and guess what? We were having a great time catching a lot of waves by ourselves. This wave of Punta Roca, there's a couple of different peaks and different breaks where you can actually catch the same wave. And down the line, I see a lot of potential for Jordy Smith to work with third priority. And this wave might even be one that he can catch by himself. It seems like Moniz and Shianka might be a bit too deep here.
And it's going to be a challenge to get around this section for Seth Moniz as he's just hung up in the whitewater. Now he gets to the open face. Quick snap there. This wave speeding down the line with swiftness. Sharp snap there. Multiple riders up. Jordy Smith on the Zhao Chianca on the second wave of this set. Meanwhile, Moniz putting in work through the mid portion of this wave. Chianca out the back, laying into his first big turn of consequence. Seth on the inside goes down. Chianca now. Full focus from the judges as they watch this young Brazilian swiftly speeding down the line, combining multiple maneuvers. 22 on the clock. Current world number 2, Zhao Chianca, now involved. Seth Moniz having to work around that first part of that wave really impeded the flow and the speed, at least on the opening few seconds as he was trying to fight around that section. He's your 2019 Rookie of the Year. Unfortunately, a couple injuries hampering his ability to stay up in that top echelon, but this is a nice start.
Yeah,
Seth Moniz.
It'll be a decent score, but as you said, it had to work around this section at the initial part of the wave, and it took him quite a while, to be honest. Once he makes it around, though, get a work there from Seth into the lip once. That setup snap down the line really adds an element of speed at this wave, and that carve was just beautiful. Straight up into the lip, that's a combination of major maneuvers. And then right here at the end, it gets tricky with the way it approaches the rocks on the inside, Chris. You want to be keeping that momentum down the line. And as you see right there, he had to kind of skip a few sections because he wasn't there with the precise timing. Meanwhile, Chianca, though, I really like this wave. It's easily going to be the best of the heat. Good combo on the outside. Right there, lays it on rail. Solid snap. And the way he had some variation with those laybacks, too, is really cool because every single one of these turns is a bit different. You see him right there, has to play a little bit of catch-up, but look at this last one. Lays into it. Strong finishing maneuver by Joao Chianca. So going to be close. I mean, whether, Joao gets the better of this or Seth gets the better of this, I could see either side. But you don't detriment the surfer because they had to catch up. You score them based off of what they did, but I think in the judges' eyes, it won't look that good when he had to come around a couple of sections and had to sacrifice because he wanted the opening ride out of the two.
Reflecting on those two scores, the speed, power, flow equation, it was pretty obvious. Zhao Chianca had a lot of speed and a lot of flow, but I'm giving the power element to Seth Moniz. I think the carve he did in the middle of that wave was a brilliant reminder of just how good Seth Moniz surfs. The tour moves so fast. These events feel like they're just stacked one after the other. And when you miss a couple of them, you kind of forget, right? Because there's so much, drama with the top 5, with surfers trying to make the cut, trying to thrive in the post-cut landscape, that a surfer that maybe misses a handful of events kind of forget because there's so many moving pieces. But love to see Seth Moniz reminding us, reminding the judges, reminding all the fans out there that he is truly among the elite. And so this will be a great indicator just as to what the judges are looking for as they're locking their numbers in. And here's our Red Bull Athlete Zone. There is Gabriel Medina. Andy King at his side. Medina has been in El Salvador now for a few weeks, acclimated. Definitely had his fair share of surfs.
Well, and he's got something to prove as well. So he'll be out here looking for a good result. Made it to finals day last time he was here, and I think out of the people here, he's definitely one of the most physically fit as well. I think endurance will be a big factor for how many times they're going to have to surf in a day potentially, Chris, whether it's, you know, tomorrow or future days to come. Overall, though, I think a lot of these surfers knew what to expect coming to a location like this. And out in the water, both Joao Chianca and Seth Moniz have different motivations themselves, too. Seth looking to bounce back from the injury and obviously prove that he's still a top 10 surfer. Chianca wants to really qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. And this guy, Jordy Smith, looking for his first win this season.
This wave looks perfect. And that was the perfect turn to start it off. Jordy Smith powering through 2 opening carves. Another beautiful third turn for Jordy Smith. Got to mix some things up there. Throws the tail out. Solid finisher. One more note on Medina. No one is better in the playoffs than Gabriel Medina. He's proven it since we implemented the Rip Curl Final 5 at the end of the year. I mean, it just seems like in the back half of every season he's competed on, Medina always has another gear to kick into. We'll see if that rings true as he paddles out into this lineup. But right now, it's all about Jordy Smith. Started off with just 0.3 a closeout, but this one, brute force all the way through.
Yeah, and this is a perfect example of less being more on this wave. The quality of the maneuvers rather than the quantity of them. That second car fully engages the rail. That third one, the best out of the 3. And then straight up into the lip afterwards. So a combination of maneuvers, strong finish from Jordy Smith. Obviously going to be his best wave by a long shot. But now with 17 minutes to go, the smart thing would probably be surf a little bit further inside, knowing that both Moniz and Chianca have priority over you. And it seems like he might be edging on the best score of the heat with this one, Chris.
Yeah, it's going to come through right there, a 5.93, so relatively even. But if you look at the first 2 waves for Seth Moniz and Joao Chianca, so, you know, I would think the 5.5, again, just leaning a little bit into the power element that Seth had over Joao Chianca. So with 16:16 on the clock, Jordy Smith with the 5.93. We're going to take a quick break. Callum Robson mentally tuning himself for his upcoming heat. We'll be right back with more action.
Obviously is the man at Jaws and Nazare and foiling, stand-up paddling, everything he touches.
He's not scared of anything. There's a level of danger and commitment that not many people have.
Deep down inside him, there's a burning desire to be the best.
I've always felt like an outsider my entire life. There's always been a motivation to try to prove people wrong. You know, oftentimes when you're trying to do something unique and different, it's probably not going to get noticed for a long, long time. I want to do something that a year ago I couldn't have imagined was possible.
Thank goodness Kai Lenny is doing all those things, so the rest of us don't have to. Every single day of this guy's life is like Evel Knievel on water. Life of Kai. Real fun watch.
I can see you charging Piagi. Maybe.
This happened during that break. Jordy Smith for his second real score of note. We'll see what he did on this wave.
Yeah, it comes in as 4.5. It's a decent backup at the moment, puts him in the lead. And good rail work there from Jordy. Brings it all the way back around, slides the fins, and went for the air revo right there in the end, and unfortunately was not able to ride out. But at this point of the heat, I think it's just significant to take the lead, Chris. Everybody else with something in the 5-point range. The smart thing here was to back up the highest score of the heat so far, a 5.93. But what's interesting now is that Jordy Smith, out of the 3 surfers in the water, probably has the element of variation locked down. This is going to be a fun one.
Ooh, I see a yellow jersey. That's right. Griffin Colapinto, current world #1. We'll see if he's able to keep that momentum right now. Hopefully he packed it up from Surf Ranch. Just packed a little bit of that momentum, brought it in his board bag down here to Surf City, El Salvador. He's going to have a big test, though. Local threat, Ryan Perez, a.k.a. the Pink Panther. On any given day down here, about 365 days a year, that guy right there is the best surfer in the lineup here at Punta Rocas.
And that's Marcelo Castellanos right next to him, his coach and owner of Puro Surf. And he actually gives Brian a place to stay most of the time of the year. And huge moment for this kid, and I think for El Salvador as a whole as well. He's got the whole, support of the nation behind him. Big moment for him. And, speaking of the Americas, first time we've had a surfer from the United States leading the rankings, I believe, since Kelly Slater on the men's side. So pretty interesting stuff happening right now in the world of surfing, Chris.
Love it. That's what the playoffs are for. Cut was implemented a few years back. People didn't really know, what to do with it. Surfers fans, everyone's kind of curious. Well, the proof is in the pudding. The levels have risen. I think you have a lot of surfers that like that pressure, that thrive in the post-cut landscape.
Oh, there's going to have to be 2 in this heat that are going to do it. Look at the amount of pressure that Jordy Smith
what are
is
they
adding
waiting
right
in line
there.
for here?
Look at that. Well, there's got to be maybe 2 feet in between them each. That's crazy. With just under 11 minutes to go, doing this right now, that's a veteran move, and it shows the amount of respect that Jordy Smith has for both Joao Chianca and Seth Moniz.
Well, 10:30 on the clock. We've got AJ McCord on the scene. Where's AJ?
I am hanging out where the surfers are getting ready to get in the water, taking a look at Brian Perez, Rio Guaida, Callum Robson, Griffin Colapinto. They are all waiting for their turn in the water. Seth Moniz was hanging out here just a little bit earlier, got a chance to catch up with him. He's been dealing with an injury. He was not at Surf Ranch, and he said that he's been dealing with some back pain. It's 2 bulging discs in his back that really flared up right after Australia. And so he did a week of rehab in Hawaii, a week of rehab in California. He's been out here in El Salvador and says it feels really good. His eyes just lighting up talking about this wave here at Punta Roca and how much fun he's having surfing it.
It's fun to watch, and it's great to have him back. And I would think that surfing in the tropics like this, this is where you will feel the freest, the loosest. This water, the temperature. It's definitely good for these surfers and their agility to get down here in the warm waters of El Salvador. Got to stay hydrated, of course. It's Jordy Smith. Nice fin ditch there. Perfectly executed. Smaller, shorter wave. His second score right now is a 4.5. I just don't think he had enough room to really show the judges exactly what his intent was, although I also don't think he could have ridden that wave much better than Jordy just rode it.
Especially for a guy his size, too. We're talking about a guy that's 6'3".
Is there an advantage in size out here? Because he's a foot or 2 above, standing over some of the crests of these waves, whereas a guy like, Joao and Seth, they're both, a little tighter in the pocket. Yeah. Is there an advantage to our surfers that are smaller in stature out here today, or do you think this field
It's pretty
Post-cut,
even.
everyone's that good that it doesn't matter how big the waves are.
Well, in terms of talent, I think everybody is as good as it says in terms of their rankings. There's some people that I think, are top 10 surfers, maybe even top 5 surfers. But with the quality of waves here, you just need to be on the best ones. You could be the best surfer in the world, but if you're not on the best waves during heat, and especially with somebody like Jordy Smith that can convert a wave that for most people would have been a 2 or a 3, he turns in nearly a 5, so he betters his score because of 4.9. And I think that's where those people that have been at the top have either leaded the rankings or have been in the top 5, top 10 discussion for many, many years, and especially a decade and a half now for Jordy Smith. These are the people that excel in these kind of moments. They add pressure to everybody else, and they embrace the pressure that everybody else is putting on them.
740, Jordy Smith is 16th season on the championship tour, 6 CT wins, but his last win was in 2017. The big fella is hungry to get back on top. He's kind of just cruised through the middle of the pack for the better part of the last 3 or 4 years. He belongs at the pointy end of the ratings, but it's guys like this that have held him back. Zhao Qianca, lightning fast start here. 2 well-placed turns, speeding down the line, has some open face to work with, setting things up, coiling up and striking. Nice inside snap for Qianca. Moniz, just a second of frustration there. He pulls out. Did not like the look of the remainder of that wave. So that's going to leave Jordy Smith out the back with priority for new fans out there just starting your surf fan journey. Well, we do have a priority set up where it's basically gentlemen's rules. They're told which order they're allowed to take off on, and they got to take turns. They got to give way to the surfer who has that top priority. If you're in third priority, you can kind of sneak around through the inside, pick off the other little waves that the other 2 surfers aren't looking at, but it's a very strict rule that if you have priority, the other surfers really have to give you way. And our priority judges have been right on top of it. They're watching every nuance, every second, every movement that these surfers make when the wave comes through. So with priority out the back was Jordy Smith. This wave from Zhao caught in priority as well.
The speed management on this wave was spectacular. Strong carve and combo at the beginning, wraps it down, just sets up for this last finishing turn, goes straight up into the lip. A lot of spray on that one. And look at the way he just coiled up, as he mentioned, into the lip line, but still projecting down the line. That's imperative here at Punta Roca because the wave is moving at such a fast pace. If you try to go straight up and vertical, it'll outrun you and you won't be able to ride out cleanly. An important wave at that point of the heat, Chris, and now with just over 5 minutes to go, probably going to take the lead, needing close to a 6-point ride. Would have to say is his best, and boy, this kid is having a great year. Got his first CT win earlier this season in Portugal. And when we talk about people that have probably excelled and bettered exponentially, I think this is the one guy to talk about.
Yeah, he was a surfer that suffered the cut. Everybody was pretty shook when Zhao Qianca did not make the midseason cut a few years back, but he definitely has done the work. So far, so good for Zhao Qianca, waiting for his score to come through as Seth Moniz flying off that end section. Score does come through for Zhao Qianca. We've got a new single wave best, a 6.67. Qianca now well into the lead with an 11.67 total. Jordy Smith with a 10.83 total, waiting for that last score for Seth Moniz. He would need a 6.18 to get in the top spot. We'll see what he did.
Wow. I mean, the rotation, we saw it live. How fast was he going on that thing? And Chris, I'm going to steal your term. That was a complete 540 right there.
Thank you.
I mean, look at that sharp eye going at the speed of light. Fully rotates. I love the way he was able to grab the rail and control his body positioning. Rides out in the flats. And that was spectacular. That's a moment of brilliance in the career of Seth Moniz.
I'm going to take one of your terms. That was a dirty trick right there.
It was nasty.
And landing with so much turbulence in the whitewater as well, adding to the difficulty. And you're right, fully rotated 540 there.
And committed.
Oh, yeah.
He only had the one section, and he's looking for something in the good range, a low 6.
Proper grab.
Yeah.
I mean, everything was
Clean.
right there.
I wouldn't be surprised that he gets the score right here. I mean, I know it's just the one maneuver, but how high would you be willing to go on a wave like this, especially at a crucial moment in the heat, too? You know, if you look back at his 5.5, the one great moment on that wave was the carve, and that's why they actually had his wave being better than Joao's originally. But as of right now, I think this is going to be a close score, Chris. I mean, we talked about the element of surprise. That had a lot of surprise in it.
It was fun.
Yeah.
The judges like fun.
They do.
They like to be entertained, as we all do. Needing a 618. Did Seth Moniz do enough? Was that air big enough? Was it fast enough? Was the landing clean enough? Indicators say yes. One more score to lock in our international judging panel, and it's in. It's enough. A 6-2-3. Seth Moniz from third to first, just like that. Zhao Qianca now trying to answer back.
Oh.
He throws the tail. Wild landing for Qianca, but he's still going on the attack, gets attacked back. Unforced error, digs the nose there, maybe pushing a little too hard.
And
that
his
last turn.
Sorry, Chris. His thing is that he took that wave before hearing that Seth took the lead. So he didn't know that he was only needing a 5.06. He just went out there and tried to better something, his 5, and you know, it stands up, wraps it back, flat section to start off, and this transitional maneuver down the line was sick. I mean, doesn't really grab the board, but the way he was able to rotate and project forward was awesome. As of right now, though, I think he might have needed that finish to get the score. And not to say that this transitional maneuver wasn't awesome. He slightly grabs the rail. It was big, but I just think in terms of consequence overall, with 90 seconds to go, he was probably needing something much larger at the finish. And it seems like scores will indicate the same thing, Chris.
He did a 5.06. It comes through to 4.43. You're absolutely right. I mean, that's keeping it clean, right? The kind of the finisher that went wrong, the last impression the judges saw.
And when you compare,
you never know, had he made that turn, you know, obviously you can't go back.
But when you compare it to the 5 that he had, it's lower than that, right? You like that better, that wave a bit better.
I'm liking this, building speed. Seth Moniz now. Searing carve. Quick snap there, setting things up. Moniz.
Big wave for Jordy.
Looks like he's fully back to 100%. Jordy Smith coming around a section that actually had a little spin on it, so tubes might be showing themselves as Smith now, blow tail reverse on the open face. Incredible how he can surf so heavy and also so light in between turns. Wants this thing to reform through the inside. 14 seconds left. Milking this one to the rocks. That's what I'm talking about, lightness. It's a big kid right there, and he just threw a quick little front 3 on a 1-foot section on the inside. Qianca's last-ditch effort. See if he was up before that horn. I believe he probably did some work out the back before the horn blew. So it could be a near miss for Zhao Qianca, who took his turn up in the top spot, but Seth Moniz with a huge front 5, getting a 6.23. Now it's up to Jordy Smith. Was that last wave a 5.81?
Oh, watch out, watch out. That's what happens when you don't have a low center of gravity like us tall guys, Chris.
You don't want to make the highlight reel falling down on the rocks.
No, I've had that happen to me before. Great transitional there. I mean, moving down the line at a lot of speed. And a little setup snap, and unfortunately for Jordy, this wave just shoulders off and didn't offer up a lot of scoring potential right there. So the one big moment in that wave was transitional reverse, pulls off another small one on the inside, but I just think right there, not a lot of risk. So really it's going to come down to the degree of difficulty, and the comparison of both the 6.23 and the 5.93 doesn't seem like it's enough.
Score comes through 5.27, just under the required 5.81. So it's going to be Seth Moniz with a huge comeback story already this early in competition. think Billy Idol wrote a song about this. It's getting hot in Surf City, and there's more to come. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back.
Looks for the wrap. It's a huge one and stomps. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
It's that time again. Rip Curl WSL Finals right around the corner. Tell your boss, tell your family, do not disturb. September 8th through 16th. It's time to watch the world's best return to Lower Trestles in San Clemente, California for the big show. Not there yet. We got to figure out who is locked in their spots. Well, not a contender for the Final Five, but definitely a contender to get a victory here in his backyard. This is Brian Perez, a.k.a. the Pink Panther.
Oh.
Best surfer. I would say at this point you could call him the El Salvador GOAT. You know, he has proven time and time again that he is not a surfer to be messed with at this wave. Showed his face last year here in competition, but he was not satisfied with what he showed the world. He's back on a positive revenge tour, and we love to see it. 31 minutes on the clock. Opening wave for Brian Perez. So this is a great matchup. You've got your world number 1. You've got your current world number 16 in Callum Robson, and this happened just on the buzzer. Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, leading the rankings for the first time, Chris. Excellent snap to start off. How's that combo for the defending champion as well? Slow transitional turn right there, and unfortunately for Griff, that wave's gonna just die out. And then the local boy Perez right here. I agree with you. I think what he's been able to do so far, definitely the best Salvadorian surfer in the history of this small country. Great transitional surfing, a lot of power in those first carves, lays it in right there on the rail. And I think the methodical approach right here at the end was super necessary for him to get a good score at the beginning. How's that variation with the layback carve too? Brings those arms around behind his back, and this air reverse at the end was very smart. Let me put it this way. That is the best wave I've seen him ride in a competitive jersey here at the WSL level so far. So for me to be able to say that based off of, you know, last year's performance, him losing to Ethan Ewing in the elimination round, this is huge for him. His confidence is sky high, and how's that layback? I really love the way he brings his arms around his shoulders. And look at this finish right here too. Wow. Lays it all the way in, and it's imperative for him to finish this wave off, especially going up against the world number 1, coming off of a huge win at the Surf Ranch as well. This is a big, big moment for both Salvadorian surfing and for this guy, Brian Perez.
And usually you would think that wild cards, they have nothing to lose. I think it's a different story for Brian Perez. You know, he was very hard on himself after last year, and I don't think he really warranted beating himself up, because the waves that we had last year at the contest weren't really indicative to how good this place can really get.
Yep.
It was just a little off. So for Perez now, looks like he's thriving already. We're going to wait for these scores to come through. We got a score for Griff and for Brian coming through now. But let's go back and let's talk about the comeback story that's developing. Seth Moniz with AJ McCord.
Seth and I were just sitting here trying to remember the last time we got a chance to talk on the glass, and it was sunset. So it's been a few months. You've been through a lot. How good does it feel to be right back here winning a heat on the CT?
Oh man, it feels great. It was a long stretch of just losing and battling that first round, and you know, we had some tough waves the last few events, and a lot didn't go my way. It's not much opportunity, but it's really good to be here.
And I know you've been battling an injury too. It's one of the things you've had to work through in the last few weeks. Just how much confidence does this give you, not just in your surfing, but in that injury moving forward in the competition?
Yeah, you know, I've been battling a back injury kind of for a long time now, but it flared up right before the surf ran, so I pulled out of that. But you know, I did what was necessary at home, did the physio for a month, and then yeah, I'm feeling great now. You know, I feel like a lot of us on tour are dealing with certain little injuries here and there, so it's just about managing it. And yeah, I'm pumped. I don't know what to say. Waves are firing. It's fun to watch out here.
We're excited to have you back. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Yeah, AJ.
With those Terminator shades on, I was ready for him to say, "I'll be back," and we're ready to watch the comeback of Seth Moniz. So just missing the Surf Ranch Pro, you know, putting his time in back at home and in California. You know, you wouldn't know he was dealing with anything, which I think in any major, you know, sports league, be it NFL football, you know, professional baseball, as you get towards the end of any type of season like that, with, you know, the athletes pushing for the entire season, everyone is going to have a little something. It's just, now it's how do you hide it? How do you try to correct it? How do you, you know, what do you let the outside world know about it?
Yep.
I mean, if you kind of put all of our men and women on a chart and just highlighted the areas of injury, I'm sure you'd see a lot of those little red dots on people. But we know how tenacious these competitors are, and you know how much grit that they have just to even get to this point.
And there's certain injuries that just never go away either, and you just have to live with them. And you know, this might sound a little bit spiritual, but him going home and recovering over there around your family, I actually feel that you recover quicker and better. You know, when you're surrounded with the people, with the likes of Kalia, Isaiah, you know, Micah and Josh Moniz, and especially the parents, Tony and Tammy, I feel that overall they bring a lot of good energy to yourself, and that actually converts that own energy into something positive for your body. And, you know, your mind definitely controls everything, but if you're not positive in your mind and you feel like your body's not healing, just take some time off too. You know, after the mid-season cut, go de-stress, go back home, surf some waves over there if you need to, and just chill out a little bit. I feel like there's so much traveling going on, and especially with your lower back, that is a significant injury for a professional athlete. And, you know, as a former professional athlete myself, I can tell you, they're never 100%. They say to the media, "Oh yeah, I'm cool." There's always something going on, whether you like it or not.
Physical therapy with a hefty dose of love and support. That's the equation.
You want to start a business?
Yes. Stretch people out and we give them hugs.
Yeah, easy as that.
26 minutes on the clock as it stands now. Griffin Colapinto, most likely on the strength of the huge snap he did to start his wave, gets the 5.33. Yep. Brian Perez, a 5-point ride. To me, I'm looking at Perez's last wave. Yes, it was solid. It was powerful. Maybe the speed needs to be ramped up just a little bit. I liked his ender, throwing the tail out there. A lot of his turns looked very similar down the line. So again, creativity. That has to be a crucial element of these surfers' strategy. So, you know, you figure out where you're going to take off, which wave to identify, and then you got to go through your trick list.
Yeah.
All right? And you got to do it on the fly. I already did 2 big power carves. Now maybe I have to do a roundhouse cutback. I got to free the tail.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Rolodex has to be going quickly in your hands. 25 minutes now on the clock. Strider Wasilewski is in the channel with a front row seat to the action.
Well, we got action, but we got action on the beach. We can just, the vibe is going nuts in there when Brian catches a wave and he finishes off, or even in the middle of it, you can just hear the roar of the crowd going mental. So it's got to feel good. He paddled by and he said, "How fun was that?" And I think he was talking about the feeling of riding the wave and having all that momentum. Brian again, big gouge off the top. Another snap into the corner, looking so free. Here we go again, another drop the wallet into the corner, big gouge. You know, he just looks so freed up on the inside. He loves these sections right here, taking to the air. He's gonna ride out of that. The beach going crazy. You can feel the energy, what he got for us, man. That was just beautiful work right there for Brian Perez.
That was radical. You could tell that he made a quick mental note when it was announced that he got a 5. He goes, okay, you want me to turn it up a little bit? Here we go, bam. I mean, every maneuver, a little bit more powerful. Every maneuver, a little bit sharper. The air at the end was bigger. We saw a quick flash. Griffin Colapinto up and out, but now all eyes on Brian Perez, and it was really cool to see in the background. You had both Callum and Griffin looking in, you know, doing their scouting report, and I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't know if it's factual, but I would be willing to bet more than a few of the top pro surfers on the championship tour using burner accounts to study the Instagram of Brian Perez. Why wouldn't you? Callum Robson now showing quick display of power to start this off. A little uncertain through there. Indecision costs him the rest of that wave. I don't think there was much after his kind of opening salvo there. Callum Robson makes the decision to just try to cut out early, get in front of Perez, and get himself in second priority. Out the back, Colapinto in that top priority spot. Your highest single wave score so far, 5.33. It was fun to hear the beach light up when Perez rode that wave. Let's take a look at Callum.
Yeah, so a bit deep right here, Chris, and comes around the section. That's solid under the lip snap. Gets one into lip. A little late there, though, and gets caught behind, and then just recognizes that this wave is going to go flat. And how about the excellent use of third priority as well? I mean, it's important to really point that out. He caught this in third priority. Wow, just two great opening searing carves on the open face. Lays it back. That presents a lot of variation for Pettis. And once again, you see right here, eyeing up the send section, goes for the air revo, rides out of it cleanly, and adds one more finishing touch to that wave. So easily going to be his best ride. And more importantly, he takes the lead with this one, Chris. So now your confidence levels are sky high. Look at the way he lays that on rail. He's a tall kid too. Maybe not as heavy as a lot of the other surfers that are as tall as him, but he can throw that board around. Look at the amount of spray that he brings when he rides a wave like this. Wow. Great stuff from the local boy, Brian Perez.
Yeah, just, I mean, doing everything right in his backyard, Brian Perez. Right now, elevating his performance with each and every wave he surfs. 21:40 on the clock. AJ McCord with a special update.
Well, you guys are talking about just how special it is for Brian Perez to compete in this event. He told me that he can actually practically see this wave from his mom's house, the house that he grew up in when all of the structures aren't here, the Red Bull Athlete Zone and all of that. He said he grew up just watching this wave, surfing this wave, and not only is it an honor for him to compete in this event, but it's an honor to have the best surfers in the entire world come enjoy the beautiful wave in his backyard. And Mitch, one of the things that we remember from the opening ceremonies, he just could not wipe the smile off of his face of how happy he was to be back here competing and sharing his beautiful home, his beautiful wave, his beautiful country with all of us.
Well, just to backtrack on that, AJ, it's not every day that you get to surf one of the best waves in the world as your backyard, and not every day you get to put a jersey on with the world's best as well. So huge opportunity. He knows what's at stake, and he knows what's going to elevate from this performance that he's bringing to us right now. You're going up against the #1 in the world. I mean, you beat this guy, send him to the elimination round. You're saying that you're one of the best surfers in the world, Chris. I like this kind of attitude from Brian.
Yeah, and you're already going to, if Perez does win this heat, he's already going to give himself one up from last year. Skipping that second elimination round, 20:21 on the clock. It's Griffin Colapinto casually, leisurely stroll into this wave. Now he turns things up. Bottom turn, carve combo right there to start this wave. Perfect section to snap off of there for Griff. Another big slam up into the floater. Air drop and rides out clean. Stands straight up, signifying he's in control. Now he's got a front row seat to the Perez show. Alley-oop.
Watch out.
Alley, nope. Brian Perez unable to pull it back into the face of that wave. And one more thing about Brian Perez is that makes him so special is he's a great ambassador to El Salvador, to Surf City. You know, sometimes the best guy in town isn't always the coolest guy in town. Sometimes the best guy in town has the tendency to catch a lot of waves.
Yeah.
Brian Perez is a wonderful person, very welcoming, humble.
Nothing welcoming about this wave, I can tell you that. Searing carve into the lip right afterwards. Once again, lays it on rail. That's more of a down-the-line carve, and then ends up with a strong floater at the end. But that first carve right there, I mean, he's not very tall, but the way he can throw the board around, and especially with the use of his speed, as you see the end section floater right there, great speed management from Griffin Colapinto. Just look at this. It all comes down to technique and timing. Lays it fully on.
Wow.
And then look at the way he's able to transition from one maneuver to the next. Just easy money right there from the #1 in the world and a defending event champion, Chris. He looks solid.
Expertly surfed. You know, when you can fit in this many maneuvers without making it look forced, you're doing something right. Griff right there. Such quick reaction time. And he's back at it. Quick fade to start this wave off. Beautiful pocket to work with. Goes for the inverted grab rail, frontside reverse. Another fin ditch. Quick snap there. He comes around this section. Late hit.
Okay.
Quick look to the beach.
They woke him up. He's out of hibernation now.
Yeah, they poked the bear and he swiped. Here's Callum Robson. Relatively quiet during this heat so far. Plenty of time left, 17:53. Looking for this inside to help him out, give him something critical to work with. Comes around.
Nice cow.
Nice series of turns there for Callum. This kid's incredibly strong.
Yeah, he is.
Solid finish. Straight up blue collar surfing from beginning to end. Lots of power, enough flash to excite the judges. 17:22. He's going to be firmly back in the conversation in this heat. Griffin Colapinto would need a 6.68 to get up into the lead. And he got it, a 7.57. And now we'll see the judges have something to chew on here. Lightning fast start.
It was an interesting ride, too, because besides the first incredible maneuver, everything else was kind of tip-tappy. This wave, though, going to be the strongest ride for Callum Robson so far. And he described his surfing and his persona great. He's a blue-collar person. He's a working man, and look at that. Just brings it all the way around, slides the fins into the lip. And this wave, fortunately for him, doubled up here on the inside, was able to wrap back to the whitewater, bring it all the way around, and into the lip right there. I like that strong snap into the opening section of this double up right here on the inside. Once again, sees that this wave is going to stand up and goes up in vertical right there for the finishing turn. So should be his best wave, but as of right now, he's definitely going to need something that'll match the 7.57 of Colapinto to take the lead.
That's right, that yellow jersey shining brightly right now. Griffin Colapinto backs up a 7.57 with a 6.6. Now the judges will lock in their scores for Callum Robson with 15:58 on the clock. We've got Felicity Palmatier in a seemingly serious Red Bull athlete zone.
Guys, I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and things have been very focused up here. I've been trying to get a bit of intel in the last sort of 30 minutes. I've spotted a lot of different coaches. I've seen Andy King, I've seen Mitchell Ross, Tom Whitaker, and Richard Dog Marsh, and I managed to get a little bit of intel from Dog, and he was saying in the last sort of couple of heats, he's been watching it and it's been really inconsistent. There's been up to even 12-minute lulls in the heat, which makes it really hard when you consider there's 15 minutes to a restart out here. So Yeah, first exchange, really critical, and yeah, really critical you get a good opening wave. As we see a wave right now from Brian Perez just going to town again and looking very in sync right now. So yeah, that's the intel here. It's looking tricky. First exchange, critical, and they're counting waves up here.
15 minutes on the clock. Thank you, Felicity, as we see Perez now driving all the way through the inside section. Could have a little inside reward here. Wave building back up just a little bit after about 5 blistering turns out the back. Ryan Perez now. Okay, you want big numbers? Here you go. The local squad cheering loudly for the Pink Panther.
It's going to be, interesting whether or not he gets the score. You compare it to a 7. He needs something just slightly better than that. I think the opening part of this wave is excellent. He goes up into the lip. There's a couple of maneuvers where I'm just saying, wow, how clean it is. And look at the wave he selected, too. Comes around this section, blistering turn right there with the layback snap. And the delayed long bottom turn was beautiful to watch as well. And that is an excellent combination. I mean, when we talked about combinations and major maneuvers, he had it right at the beginning. Unfortunately for him, this wave just kind of died down to this middle section. And these turns right here weren't anything great, but he stuck with it. And it goes to show his growth as a competitor and as a surfer. I think he really, really needed this last air reverse. Fits it in somehow and goes to show you that experience really prevails at a wave like this at Punta Roca. I mean, just smart surfing right there at the end. And he caught that wave really deep too. But look at this opening carve right here, Chris. Look at the way he opens up his shoulders, brings it all the way around. Wow, could we see a situation change with 13:20 to go? And look at this. Comes around it, the layback snap. I like what I'm seeing from this guy right now, Chris.
Yeah, this is more like the Brian Perez that the world has come to know. And this is why we came to Surf City, El Salvador. The waves are perfect. No need to debate online. It's firing out there. In that head high range, the lip line from the outside all the way to the inside is as straight as an arrow. And there's really cool options, I think, in a lot of these waves these guys are surfing. Griffin Colapinto has shown us that even the ones that kind of are running away from you, if you get up and into the lip, you can stay right with the tempo of the wave. And I think that's why he's had the 7.57 and a 6.6, is he's really kind of on the edge, right? He's almost getting caught behind, but making it exciting for all of us to watch as he stays right in the lip. Perez, I would think, his read on this wave has been so perfect that he is just right in, the most sweetest spot of the wave. So speaking of being in the sweet spot, we got Brian Perez paddling right by Strider.
Yeah, Perez just paddling by, saying how much fun he's having after every wave. He's just like so pumped, and he's feeling the crowd's vibe. So I love the energy that he's bringing out here. It's one of those things where you can have the weight or you can let it lift you up, and it looks like it's lifting him up right now.
Yeah, so 11:45, we've got Perez making his way back out to his backyard. We're going to take a quick break, but we've got a lot more come. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back. last year here in Surf City, I think we really realized and saw what the potential for Griffin Colapinto really was. I think this was an event where he became his fully formed self, went on a tear towards the end of the year, got the win here. If you want proof that meditation and working on your mind will pay off, you've just gotten it in the last 30 seconds. Griffin Colapinto getting the win here at the 2022 Surf City El Salvador Pro. And I think that was kind of his first stepping stone to get him where he is right now in the yellow jersey, in the lead, ripping down the line here at Punta Roca. Flying. Total control and command of this wave until I say that, then he falls. But I feel like the damage had been done early on. You know, again, variety is the spice of life. And the reason these big numbers are flying across this board. The skate park is open. No helmets required out here today. It is all fun. And this is going to be a real display of technical, radical surfing. Every trick in the book is going to fly off the pages, just like you're seeing right here with Griffin Colapinto.
Well, he's definitely trying to use every maneuver in the book, as you were saying. This air transitioning down the line with the amount of speed he was carrying was sick. And unfortunately for him right here, maybe he tries to do a bit too much. You know, the smart thing would have just put that wave to bed. But how's that air with the grab, too? It just doesn't seem like he's feeling any weight whatsoever. I actually think he's thriving in that yellow jersey. Look at the height, the degree of difficulty, the amount of variation that he brought to that air right there. And then transitioning out of it, too. You try to ride out of an air like that on a quad, it's not happening. It needs to be on a thruster. And right before we went to break, Brian Perez was needing a 7.18, got a 7.17, but at this point of the heat, that's irrelevant because look at the score that Griff just drops right now.
Yeah, Griff is dropping hammers. I mean, he's throwing away 6s and 5s. He's got a 7.60. Let's hear more about our current world number one.
I guess what it represents, having the yellow jersey, is just that I'm doing things right and that don't stop what I'm doing. And yeah, I think I think about like, so from when I first got on tour to where I am now, and like everything that's gone into it, all the like ups and downs, and I don't know, it's taken so long to get this consistency, and it feels great to be in this mode, and now like feeling like knowing what works and what doesn't, and just trying to like stay the path and, you know, not overthink it, not self-sabotage myself. So yeah, just stay in the path.
He is right on that shining path. Griffin Colapinto having his most consistent season of his entire career. He has said consistency will be the key to success for him for the rest of the year. Also, within the span of these heats, success will come to the set. Strider Wasilewski, what are we seeing?
Oh, look at this bomb rolling out the back. We got everybody screaming and yelling. You got the Panther dropping in. It is on. The crew just going crazy. They love it. Big hack, another one, raw into the corner. He's feeling it. Best wave of the heat so far. Another big snap. A little slow on that one, a little syrupy. Brings it around. He's going to set this inside section up. As it grows, he's going to wind up, and this is where all the money's going to be made on this wave. Bang through the lip. All I saw was fins. Take it away.
Brian Perez giving the fans something to cheer about all the way through the inside. Lays it down for the finish. What more do you want, people? Perez, full power all the way through. About 8 turns. All consequential. Now we got to analyze. Now we got to tamper down the stoke that we all just got from that wave. This is what Strider was seeing there.
Oh, and how's Griff celebrating that wave too? He's like, oh my God, look at how good it is.
Yeah, I don't think Griff knows he's in a jersey. I think he's just filming a video part right now.
It feels like he's free surfing right now with the scores that he's dropping, but wow. Those first 2 turns, especially that layback and that delayed bottom turn, the way he brings it all the way around. It's really impressive to see somebody with his size use a drawn-out bottom turn like this at a wave that runs down the line so much. That was solid right there. Once again, delays that bottom turn. And I think this right here was smart. Don't try to oversurf the wave. It was the best wave we've seen all morning long. You had a priority and you used it well. Just be smart and strategic with the way you finish. But look at these carves, Chris. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's 6'3", maybe close to 200 pounds, and he's really using all of his weight and his size to his advantage right now.
Look at these guys smiling out the back.
Oh, I don't know. He needs an 8. That would be the first excellent score of the day. I think the wave definitely was, you know, something up in the excellent category. Whether or not it's better than the 7.83 that we saw from Felipe, it'll be right around there.
Golf clap from Connor O'Leary. Who wouldn't have the reaction seeing that in the lineup? I mean, that was a masterclass in wave selection for sure. But now the judges unaffected by sentiment, right? They don't buy into, you know, being a local. They don't read the Cinderella storyline. They watch what happened on the wave. And you know, every surfer is susceptible to constructive criticism, right? So Brian Perez absolutely belted that wave all the way from the outside. But there's a big but here. Griffin Colapinto, right? He's going vertical. He's blowing his tail. He's doing airs midway through. Really electrifying surfing from Griffin.
And that's where we still have, you know, subjectivity.
Compare and contrast, right?
And this is, you know, the difficult thing about our sport. And people have opinions, and our judges have opinions. So whether or not, you know, it's the score, they're obviously giving you the facts, what they thought. And I think as of right now, they're obviously thinking, okay, in terms of quality of the wave, it's the best one we've seen all morning. But was it better than the high 7s that we've seen from Griffin Colapinto so far? Was the radicality there? Was the element of progression and innovation there from Brian Perez? And obviously there is innovation in rail surfing too. He brought it to the table on that one, but did he surf it to an excellent performance by the standards of these waves? 2 minutes and 40 to go. It's going to be really close, Chris.
Yeah, he definitely gave the judges a big combo platter. You know, a lot to digest, a lot to chew on there, and more to come. So while that was the best wave of the event so far, did Brian Perez do enough? He absolutely just held under. A 7.93, now needs a 7.24. The judges want more. Callum Robson now flying down the line, throwing axes at the wall, and just gets hung up, clipped behind that section, fighting his way around it. Now he's back on the open face, right in the pocket. Big snap there, throwing straight to the sky, throws the tail, spins it around.
Golf clap.
Callum Robson. You would need a 9.07 if you wanted to get up into a top spot. Meanwhile, Griffin Colapinto flying down the line again, sees the ramp, a perfect front 5, no worries. Griffin Colapinto is on a different level right now than the rest of the surfers in the lineup. And I don't see much difference in where he's choosing to do his maneuvers as Brian. So, you know, the whole kind of local knowledge conversation. Well, Griffin's one of the best. Strider, you saw that giant air Griff just did from the front row. What did that thing look like from the lineup? As we see now, Perez. Now Perez getting the memo. Mix things up. Vertical snap, tail blow, comes around this section, sees a ramp to work with. Awkward landing. Can't quite spin it all the way around. He goes down, 45 seconds on the clock. Shockwaves through the viewing gallery.
Oh, but look at his heat total, though, and look at how close it's been between him and the #1 in the world.
Ooh, nice finish there for Callum Robson.
Slob air reverse, that was sick. Small wave, though. But right now, I mean, Brian, you know, he's not getting the 7.24 that he needs to take the lead, and I even think that Griffin might better his 7.57 as well. And as you said, it just doesn't seem like he can make a mistake right now. It seems like he's so comfortable with the yellow jersey, and at this point of the event, and at this point of the year, you need to be that way if you're leading the rankings. You're only looking for semifinal finishes or better, Chris. look at the height, the variation, the speed that he integrated into this.
This kid's got pop.
And there's a saying, precision beats power and timing beats speed. And Griffin Colapinto really accentuated that in this heat.
He's wearing that yellow jersey well, isn't he? No nerves, pure fire. Griffin Colapinto with a 7.60 and a 7.57, still waiting for a score. That was another one of the biggest airs we've seen of this entire event. I mean, the kid is looking focused. He's looking like he's having a lot of fun.
And he wants to qualify for the Ripco WSL Finals. I mean, who doesn't want to compete at home? And especially if he's the #1 seed, imagine that.
He wants to be the Brian Perez of San Clemente.
Yep. But I
Competing
mean,
at lower trestles.
big props to this guy. He brought it all heat long. He surfed, I think, the best heat I've ever seen him surf in his whole life so far. And the sky's the limit for him. 23 years of age. He's going to be in the elimination round. And he's going to have one more chance to compete here at home with the jersey on.
Yeah, and I think for the rest of the second and third place surfers throughout this morning, they are not going to want to draw Brian Perez.
No.
You would want any other heat. Everyone is so good, of course. But Brian Perez is going to make you earn it out here. His wave selection in that last heat, definitely on par with anybody here, probably getting even better waves. So now he's got to just go back to the drawing board, back to the war room, you know, just figure a few subtle tweaks to what he's doing on those waves that he's getting to achieve getting up into the eights. This is that last wave from Callum Robson.
Well, deep bottom turn right there, snaps it into the lip. Wow, the way he's able to really use that bottom turn to his advantage is spectacular for somebody as strong as him. Float down the line, gets caught behind the white water, but once he gets around it, definitely makes up for it. Into the lip once again. And I really like the variation that I'm seeing in the surfing from Callum in these end sections, Chris. We see the throw tail reverse right there. He pulled a slob air reverse, which I've never seen him even try before. It's cool. I think that's an element that he's definitely adding to his criteria of surfing, and overall, it seems like he's been getting a lot better throughout the season too.
Speaking of better, Griffin Colapinto will have our first wave in the 8+ range. His last score drops like an anvil. 8.60, near perfection for Griffin Colapinto. A massive heat total, 16.20. So a big win for Griffin Colapinto. The yellow jersey looking good on young Griff. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Gear up for 2023 at WSLstore.com, where all the gear is available. Posters, jersey, we got those soft touch competitors jersey, all available at WSLstore.com. As we come back to live action here at heat number 5 of the opening round. 3 new surfers in the water, and we have a great heat. signed up for you right now. We got Jack Robinson out in the red jersey, along with Connor O'Leary in blue. Rio Waida, the rookie who's been looking excellent in the warm-ups leading up to this opening day of the event, is out in white. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel on the call here, and we have another great start. Is it the comeback for Jack Robinson? He just opened up with a 5.83. Thank you for joining us here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. The action continues, Flick.
Yeah, it does. It was such an exciting end to that heat there. I love that we saw someone crack the 8. Griffin wearing the yellow jersey. It was super exciting to see. That air he did was amazing. And, you know, not to scoff at Brian Perez, put in an amazing performance, and he'll be up in that elimination round. And, yeah, I don't think anyone's going to want to draw him, because that performance he put in was very stellar.
Yeah, great local knowledge from Brian Perez. Well, Peter, we're starting to see excellent scores come the way, and we see a stretched out Jack Robinson, currently number 5 in the world coming into this event. Got this 5.83 right off the buzzer, Pete.
Well, again, getting his warm-up on. Not a major set wave, but obviously wanting to get the cobwebs, which, you know, don't hang around here in El Salvador too long because it is so warm. But again, just a little pop, air reverse. Get to see the progression from him. Obviously, the injury is back to almost 100% for Jack. It did see him at the Surf Ranch. He was a little tentative on his knee and didn't have a great result there. So at this point in the year, you know, having an injury in the middle of the season, pretty tough to be able to bounce back from.
Yeah, I really think it's super tough, especially with the start to the year that Jack did have. You know, it felt like he had all this momentum, and then at Bells he obviously suffered that knee injury, and coming back from it now, I mean, that last wave looked pretty good, so I'm hoping he's close to 100.
Yeah, Jack Robinson reviewing his season, a win at Pipe and then a semifinal finish at Sunset, runner-up in Portugal. So the first 3 events with an outstanding run. Unfortunately, like you alluded to, Peter, at Bells, tweaked his knee in his challenge against the wild card there, Xavier Huxtable, and that put him on the sidelines for stop number 5 at Margaret River. Returned at the Surf Ranch, but now we get to really see a test for Jack Robinson here at Punta Roca and see if he can maintain his positioning, Peter, above that final 5 cut line.
Yeah, it's a big deal. It really is, especially at this point of the year, right? This is where every result counts. The fact that he was able to, show back up at the Surf Ranch, feeling probably not, pretty self-admitted at that point that he wasn't 100%, but needed to keep keep something going, right? And it didn't work out great there, but ultimately now here's a test for him.
Here we got a wave coming through here as we fly up above, down back to sea level. We'll see if we have any takers. Open priority between Connor O'Leary and Rio Waida, and this one's just going to peel on down the line. So as we're waiting for that opening exchange, let's hear from Griffin Colapinto. 6.2, excellent 2-wave heat total.
He did have an excellent 2-wave heat total, and he's glowing right now, Griffin Colapinto, in this yellow jersey. You've talked all week about how you just want to let your surfing do the talking. How did you surf so freely?
I think just knowing my board super well, knowing the wave super well, and yeah, just having a good mindset, always dealing with a few things playing on your mind. So just knowing how to handle those emotions, and yeah, I just felt super free in that heat, and I knew I was up against Brian and Callum, and Brian knows the waves so well, and he surfs so good. So yeah, I knew he was gonna go all out. He's got his home crowd here, so I was like, just go all out, just do what you know best. So that's what I feel like I did, so I'm happy about it.
Walk us through how you manage those emotions. Your first time in the yellow jersey, I can imagine there were a lot of them.
Yeah, I was definitely kind of like, when people bring up the yellow jersey thing, I kind of just try and be like the humble guy, like, oh no, like it's all good. And then I kind of realized, like, oh, I just got to own this thing, and just freaking roll with it. So once I flip that, I feel like I just feel more comfortable, and it's just fun, just joking about it and stuff. So yeah, I like it.
And your surfing certainly looks like you're comfortable out there. Walk us through some of those big maneuvers that you were able to pull off here at Punta Roca.
Yeah, I feel like the past couple months, every time I go surf, I'm pretty much just going big. So it kind of just feels natural just to go big now. So yeah, I love doing that.
So with the waves that you surfed here and then going into the next round, what's your biggest thing that you're going to take from this first round into the round of 16?
Just stay the course. Every heat's different, has a different story. So yeah, who knows? Maybe the next heat will be a low-scoring battling heat, or could be pumping and a bunch of high scores. Who knows? So, yeah, just rolling with it, trying to stay in the moment.
Well, we'll see you in the next moment. Thank you, Griffin.
Okay, thank you.
Love to catch up with Griffin Colapinto and his mindset. And a note from the judges that 8.6, that excellent score that he got on that final wave, was really due to the combination of a good turn done as well as the air. So it wasn't only on the air, it's a combination of maneuvers. Speaking of combinations, let's see what Rio Waida can combo up for us. The Indonesian screaming down the line, finds no opportunity, no open face, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board. Meanwhile, during that interview, we saw an exchange between Jack Robinson and Connor O'Leary, Peter, and it looked like Jack Robinson, it looks like the knee's good.
Knee's good, but I will say the little turn of the tide probably a little helpful too, because we saw a couple waves now, not just the single waves during those sets, so that's good news. We also have an increase in swell, so ultimately I think we're going to pick up momentum as far as the wave quality is concerned, but good start for both Jack, Connor. Unfortunately for Rio there, that a nice size set wave, but it just didn't open up for him.
Here's a replay flick. Jack Robinson, second wave.
Yeah, beautiful first carving turn out of the lip, straight back up into the lip for the second one. Slashes through that third section, and surfing with a nice pace on this wave. And you're going to like the look of this one. He finished it as well, so yeah, bringing it through to the inside. A little bit caught up there, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. I think what you said, Pete, is true. I think his knee's looking quite good, and he's looking solid on his board, so that's a good sign for Jack, especially sitting in that number 5 position going into finals. So yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing, and here we go. Look at Connor O'Leary on the backhand, and I actually love looking at this, being a goofy myself, but just a point of difference. You know, we've seen a lot of natural footers already, but
I think this is the first goofy footer we've seen.
it is. So it's really pleasing to the eye, and for me, his timing's on. I feel like he read this wave really well. It was a bigger wave too, so I liked it.
The takeaway that I get from Connor O'Leary surfing is he's a tall surfer, nearly 6'2", but he has that coil in him, Pete. He's able to get very low and then extend his body out through the turns.
Yeah, his shocks, they're nice and long. They got big range, right? And he uses it. That's one thing. It's you know, as a tall surfer, sometimes you don't use that range, and that's how you can use it to your advantage, because you can compress, and it gives you the ability with more timing. Gives you time off the bottom, because you're going to get the acceleration and use those shock absorbers to push off the rail and get that acceleration into these turns. Also, the advantage is the verticalness of your backhand turns are so much easier on the heel edge. You're able to really press and then extend into the lip vertical, almost past vertical sometimes. So he's got to utilize that as a goofy footer. This is a very fast wave too, so sometimes that you got to choose the right wave that's going to be the ability to go top to bottom.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary, 5 seasons on the championship tour, coming off of his best finish in 2022, where he ended up 9th in the world, and he's continuing that in 2023. Jack Robinson opens up with a nice reverse, air reverse to start, floats that one, has to kick it away as the wave runs off down the line. I like the intent of Jack Robinson on that third wave. However, it did not give him any opportunity, but flick. We got some numbers coming through, and it's going to be an interesting turn of events between Jack Robinson and Connor O'Leary once these scores lock for the two in that exchange.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some exciting numbers drop for Jack and Connor. I mean, I loved what I saw from Connor. Connor, he lives at Lennox Point, so no stranger to a right-hand point break. He puts in a lot of time there, and there we go. Connor's opening wave.
Let's pay off some scores. 8.33. O'Leary with the extension, the coil, and the backhand vertical approach goes excellent. A 7-point ride for Jack Robinson. So it's Jack Robinson in the lead. Connor O'Leary currently in second place, but with an excellent score. Speaking of excellent, let's talk a little bit about some excellent surfing done by the local wild card, Brian Perez. Brian is with Mitchell.
That's right, the local surfer Brian Perez, and at his home spot of Punta Roca as well. Brian, first of all, a great performance, not even comparable to last year. What's the biggest thing you learned from last year's competition to this year now?
For me, this event is super special. Like, to be here again is special, and it's with the best surfer in the world. That's a dream for me come true. And this time the waves were firing, so that's a good thing. I like to surf good waves, and I've been focused a lot. I've been training a lot. My mind changed too. Like the last year, I was just a surfer that want to surf and enjoy in the water. Right now, I want to win. So that's the difference. And I feel comfortable. I feel happy. I feel the energy, the good vibe of the people that give me, my family, my coach, my girlfriend. So I'm super happy to be here.
¿Qué tipo de impacto crees que tu performance y aparte el performance de los demás surfistas aquí salvadoreños, teniendo ya tantos eventos aquí en Surf City, va a tener para la clasificación de El Salvador a más grandes eventos de aquí?
La verdad que sí, para mí es un evento muy bueno. La verdad que si ves todo lo que han hecho es increíble, desde para que vean los fans, a los surfistas, está muy lindo. Todo el spot está increíble y las olas están increíbles, así que yo creo que lo más importante son las olas, porque las olas son lo que hace el show más entretenente. Para mí es una bendición estar acá nuevamente y estar acá con toda mi familia también y ver estos grandes eventos que traen como la WSL, Surf City y Corona. Es increíble ver cómo todo viene tan bien y ver cómo toda la gente lo disfruta también.
Well, I just asked him what kind of elevation in terms of the surfing scene we're going to have here in Surf City based off of his performance and a lot of these events that Surf City has brought to this beautiful area of La Libertad and, of course, the country of El Salvador. He says more than anything, the waves are really the thing that are going to attract more people to come here and have more world-class events like this one, Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Muchas felicidades. See you in the elimination round, Brian. Good luck.
So much. Thank you. Gracias a toda la gente que me está apoyando, a toda la gente de Salvador, a mi familia, a mis amigos que están apoyándome siempre, mandándole buenas energías, a mi novia también. Estamos con todo.
Well, to echo Brian Perez's statements about Surf City El Salvador, it is if you haven't booked it, if you haven't visited, you need to put this if you're a surfer, in that there are dozens of wonderful waves here, warm water. The investment in both the airport and the infrastructure makes it super easy to get here from anywhere in the world, land, easy drive to the beach, and then you're greeted with beautiful scenes like this. And mind you, this Punta Roca is just one of probably 24 surf breaks that are dotted up and down this coast, Pete.
Yeah, La Libertad, right? It's been on the surf map for a very long time. You know, it's been here. We've known about it, but now the investment by everybody here and the community, and then obviously the WSL being here, being able to showcase this beautiful place. Yeah, I mean, it's probably going to be a little more crowded now, but it is definitely good for the community. I feel like, you know, the tourism dollars are huge. It's going to be great to have, you know, world-class surfing brought right here. It's elevated. I mean, I was surfing yesterday with the crew, just the youngsters, you know, and Brian Perez is, you know, the best local from this region, but there is a draft underneath him that he's been able to create with his performance last year and his surfing that he was able to do at this event last year and this year, obviously. The average surfer on the coastline here, very, very good, especially the locals. I mean, there was a kid last night we were surfing with, 14 years old probably, and he was punting airs left and right. I was like, who is this kid? Just as a random kid. The women, there's a bunch of women that were ripping out there the other day.
No,
so.
And there's a ton of waves of Los Flores, Punta Mango, we have Punta Roca here, La Bocana, El Sunsal, El Zonte, which we've experienced and enjoyed, K59, K61, Mizata. And that's just some of the breaks that are available for you within a very short distance. The conditions right now look really good, but for more details on the conditions, I'm going to go out to the water to Strider Wasilewski.
Well, Kaipo, I'm just going to say right now, nobody move, nobody get hurt, because I'm sweating just sitting still out here. It's crazy, the heat. I mean, it's the guys paddling by all commenting on the fact that it's like paddling in a jacuzzi, so the water has to be about 86 degrees. And, you know, you're just basically managing that heat out here is something that you're going to have to deal with all day. As the day progresses, we know we have had a little wind puff up earlier, but now it's gone completely glassy again. So it's just like a heat tank. The tide is going out, so we're going to see more and more of those waves. I think we saw like a little pre-runner with that Brian Perez wave, how beautiful and long that wave was. We're going to see a lot more of that. But you know what? In these heats, these guys having to manage their heat levels is just incredible. So hopefully we get to see more action. That's all I want. I can't believe how fun it is to watch these guys surfing out here. Each and every surfer just elated after their waves. All of them big smiles, all of them psyching, but then also managing through this long paddle back out. A lot of stamina.
Yeah, I agree. There was a lot to unfold there. Strider, dip your head under the water, cool off a little bit while you're out there in the hot sun. And but it is a pleasurable surf. I mean, if I had to choose warm over cold,
we know it. Most everyone's answer.
I'm gonna go warm every day of the week.
And I mean, again, you know, managing the hydration. I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's super easy to get dehydrated. You know, you're just having a good time. Next thing you know, you're in the sun for a few hours, and You don't know that you're dehydrated. Next thing you know, the biggest thing about dehydration, obviously, is that fatigue. It just all of a sudden you're just drained and you have zero energy. So ultimately, being able to understand that and pay attention to that, Ethan Ewing was saying it in his pre-heat interview. You know, hey, I stayed out of the sun pretty much all day long yesterday, and he did. I mean, we're around, and he's like he's hiding out during the surfs in the early part and the late part of the day, and other than that, just chills.
And Jack Robinson employing the same kind of theory in that, you know, he was in the shade inside all the middle of the day yesterday. His coach Leandro Dora had to surf with us in the middle of the day. It was very warm out.
He had some time off, right?
And
so he gets the hot part of the day.
The coach had the time off, and you know, and Jack and Iago are staying in the shade. We see in the Red Bull athlete zone, John Florence, Leonardo Fioravanti preparing for their upcoming heats.
I mean, and even sitting here can do it. You know, the energy that you're going to be around everybody else's energy, the heat. So even trying to be able to find times to get away from the contest site, you know, especially if you have that early heat and you have an elimination round, go home. You know, go chill out and get in the dark for a little while.
What? Flick, I got a quick cure for that dehydration. The Coco Frio, the cold coconut water, a natural electrolytes and a natural hydration, and then we got a ton of coconuts here.
Yeah, there's no shortage of cocos around
Go,
here.
yeah, go climb a tree right here and go find one.
You know I can climb a tree, Pete. 16 minutes and 45 seconds.
You're from Hawaii, I understand. You guys had to go find some, you know, climb the trees, and that's a technique, right? Do you have the full technique to get up that tree quick?
100%. I'm going to show you after
right,
we call a couple of heats.
We'll bring a camera.
Okay, let's bring it. 16 minutes, 35 seconds. Caroline Marks, Seth Moniz having a discussion there. Seth has already been successful this morning in the opening round. He's already advanced to round 16. Caroline Marks with her coach, Luke Egan, right behind her. Cool hands out there, Pete.
Yeah, it's cool that, I mean, just to reflect on Seth, and I was able to watch that heat. I mean, he hasn't had a heat win in a while, right? It was since Sunset Beach. So injury, bouncing back right now, it's so good for him to get that heat win. It's going to really build his confidence.
Like, just on a fashion standpoint, it seems like the wrap sunglasses are making a comeback amongst the guys.
Yeah, they really are. I mean,
they're function.
Otherwise known as speed dealers,
Yeah.
the wrap ones. I mean, a lot of people are sporting them these days. And I love the individuality. You know, fashion is an expression or an extension of ourselves. And a lot of the World Tour surfers leaning into it. Love to see it.
Well, Rio Waida's got some work to be done right now. He's got priority, but just a 1-point score in his score line. Connor O'Leary, you can't ignore that 8.33 just sitting there, Pete, and Connor is in a commanding position. The surfer representing Australia as well as Japan. He's got 2 flags on his jersey.
Yeah, and well deserved, really. I mean, mom, you know, avid surfer herself, representing Japan and you know, Australia growing up, and this man has put himself on tour. He's had to battle off and on, right? He's been relegated back to the QS and was able to get himself back in here, and he's actually finding, I think, his feet. This season, his consistency's been up. He's been making a lot more heats, getting those 9ths, 5ths, 3rds, which are important, you know. And at some point, you feel like if he could put together 3 events, he could see himself in that final 5 and competing at the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Inside wave for Jack Robinson. Nothing doing right there. But back to Connor O'Leary, yeah. You know, so from here on out, after the postseason, after the mid-season cut, I'm sorry, every single result counts. Connor O'Leary coming in here at number 12 on that championship tour leaderboard. A good result here.
Striking distance.
Striking distance.
For
Another
sure.
good result in Brazil.
Look at
He can
Tahiti.
find himself in the final 5. Tahiti is someplace that you would think Connor O'Leary.
J-Bay.
Yeah.
Like, those are events that you can say, I mean, he's just strong all the way around. Every venue. He's got enough experience now because he's been able to compete at these venues at this level.
We'll see if Connor O'Leary can back up that 8.33. We'll find out if Connor can take the lead right after this break. We'll be right back from
I'm Rio Waida. I'm from Bali and I'm 23 years old. I got into surfing, I think, from my parents. I'm really grateful for my mom and my dad. When I make to the tour, they just cry and they're just happy and they just say congrats and you did amazing. Work hard and then reaching my goals. I hope I inspire more kids and then I hope just more Indonesians make to the tour. When I put the jersey, I'll be like, wow, it's happening. Probably I will get humble a little bit, but you know, I will slap myself and Rio, I'm here to win, so I'm gonna give everything to beat these guys.
Rio Waida, the first Indonesian to make the championship tour. He's a rookie this season. He's battling up against Jack Robinson and Connor O'Leary. Robinson up and riding here, currently in the lead, throws a nice air there, lands on the roof, and signals a completion to the judges. Jack Robinson looking to better his backup score of a 5.83. We're at 11 minutes on the countdown. It's Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel. Take a look at this replay flick.
Yeah, nice little snap out of the top there, and all the work, I guess, done in this last section. Gets a nice bit of elevation there, really drifting that tail high in the air, and sort of almost gets caught, but rides out in front of that foam and just making it really clear to the judges that he got out in front there. So, look, I mean, it'll be interesting to see where this goes. It was a bit of a smaller wave, so.
Both yourself and Jack Robinson from Western Australia, you got any fun little tidbits for us on Jack Robinson? We know the surfing world has had their eye on Jack since he was, a young teenager.
Yeah, I grew up with Jack. I spent hours and hours at the beach with Jack. We actually both started surfing at a wave called Trig Point, which is actually in Perth. And it's not a really good wave at all. I mean, it has its day, don't get me wrong. All the locals would hate me for saying that. But it does have its day, and Jack actually started surfing on this little, foamy board. One of the clubby, when I say that, it's like a surf club board in Australia. It was made of, out of this foam sort of thing. Anyway, I remember seeing him when he was 10 years old. We've got 5 years between us, just streaming down the line, being super assertive, like, oi, oi, I'm going, and he was just a really funny grommet, and he got the nickname Bam Bam.
Bam Bam.
Bam Bam, because also I think that comes from the Flintstones, right? So
yeah.
Bam Bam is from the Flintstones. He was this little grommy running around with bleach blonde, bowl cut hair, and everyone in Margaret River, Perth used to call him Bam Bam. Oh, look out, here comes Bam Bam.
I am so glad you brought up the bowl cut. That was Jack's choice of haircut through most of his grommethood.
Yeah.
And he's grown into quite a incredible young man on the championship tour, and
Bring back the bowl.
His development has been one
Bring
before
back
our
the bowl.
eyes. With a little bit more insight on Jack Robinson, I'm going to go to AJ McCord.
Kaipo, I got a chance to catch up with Jack. He had an injury in that Australian leg, and he was dealing with some stuff in his left knee, and now as he's coming into this Surf City El Salvador Pro, he told me at Surf Ranch his knee still was not exactly where he wanted it to be. Currently, he actually has his right ankle taped. He stayed out of the water for about 10 days just to try and really heal up, because as you guys know, when you have an injury on one side of your leg, sometimes you overemphasize and overcorrect on the other leg. So he did tell me his ankle feels great out here, though. He is surfing as confidently as he has been since that injury, and so he does have it a little bit taped, but he said it's not hindering his abilities out here at all. He's got plenty of time out here at Punta Roca, and he feels good.
Oh, thank you, AJ. I believe Strider Wazalewski has some intel for us as well. Strider.
Yeah, just at the beginning of the heat, Jack Robinson paddling out, watching Griffin Colapinto do that big front side 3, and just feeling and gaining inspiration from that. And he looked over at me, he said, that made me happy, that made me excited. And it was just like one of those things where you love to see athletes rising up to the occasion, and then you see other athletes getting a nice surge of energy from that and getting inspiration from that. So these athletes are always inspiring each other, and Jack finding that from Griffin off that last heat, and you can see him, doing those 3 rotations off the end of his waves as well. So fun to watch.
All right, well, thank you, Strider. And yeah, Jack Robinson is an interesting story. He had that landmark start to this year where he was really looking that he was going to staying #1 in the rankings, with that start. With that first at Pipe, semifinal Sunset, runner-up in Portugal, and then at Bells. It was a matchup, and it was a situation for Jack where Xavier Huxtable, the wild card, had Jack up against the rope, and that was a position that Jack had not been in throughout the beginning of the year. He was dominant in the first 3 stops of the Championships Tour. Jack probably tried a little bit too hard, Pete, and like tweaked his knee on that layback hack, his last effort to beat Xavier in that heat. So now he's coming back, and this is the start of his comeback right here. This is a 7-point ride on the replay, Flick.
Yeah, I really loved that first turn of the first 2 turns. That combination of maneuvers was really nice to watch. A carving maneuver and then straight up into the lip for the second turn. And yeah, it gets a lot of work done on this wave. And for me, obviously really supporting Jack, being from West Oz, I'm really happy to see that and happy to hear from AJ as well that his knee's feeling good and the ankle isn't too bad. And I'm hoping that this could be the start of his comeback since his injury.
All right, so that's a 7-point ride there for Jack Robinson. Peter, this was his 6-point backup.
Yeah, and a little smaller wave here, but of course the reason why is because he utilized what he has been watching, which is the innovation progression, getting above the lip, and that's where some of the biggest numbers have come today. And of course that was the highest part of what the judges' criteria had emphasized today. Innovation and progression. This is the type of wave that's going to allow you to get enough speed to be able to do these types of maneuvers. And then if you're able to do it together, which is why we saw the best number of the day, the 8.6 from Griffin. We didn't get to see it on the broadcast, but he had a nice arc before that big air. But I mean, I felt like the score, even not seeing his turn before, was a good score, good number. But you know, the judges obviously saying, hey, there's a combination here. You're going to be able to do a couple maneuvers to get excellent. We saw that there. You know, and then you see a different way to get an excellent number from Connor O'Leary in this heat with the 8.33, which was just straight top to bottom vertical approach. So there's a bunch of different ways you can get excellent numbers.
Yeah, and you know, when you do that combination of maneuvers that we saw Connor O'Leary link together, Flick, it's fundamentals of surfing that are still celebrated because those are exaggerated fundamentals in that the bottom turn's deeper than your average bottom turn. The backhand Rio is more vertical than your average backhand Rio, and the combination of all those put together for Connor O'Leary equal excellence.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Connor picked a really big set wave, and his precision and timing and read on the wave was amazing. I couldn't really fault anything on it. Just the transition between the turns, the flow between the turns. That's what we saw was great surfing, and that's actually really hard to do.
Yeah, I was going to elaborate. The fact is to go and keep one single rail, and I mentioned this all through Surf Ranch about how a single rail, top to bottom style surfing isn't easy to do to combine those 3, 4, 5 times.
Rio Waida utilizes his priority, the Indonesian rookie on the championship tour. Nice slash off the top. Light-footed Waida, and throwing some variety with a little drift on that turn. Looking on the inside, a little warble to deal with for Rio, building up speed, looking for a ramp, finds the ramp, throws it up, bucks himself off. He had the full rotation, landed a little bit on his toes, however, Peter.
Yeah, a little off kilter, which of course got him, bounced on the rail. The board just flipped out from underneath him. You got to land it on the transition, which he did, but again, a little too toe heavy. And you land on the toe heavy, there's not really going to have any of the grip of the fin still there. The edge of the board's going to be gone, and just it bounced out from under him, you know. And again, Warble probably played a little bit of a role there. I love his arcs, how he drives his arm through, and he'll occasionally move that arm from below his waist to mid-waist, even going above his head. So that showcases some variety in his carves, is where he places his arm through his carve.
Yeah, I also love just the speed that he had on that wave too, and the speed that he took through those couple of carves at the beginning of the wave was just so fast.
See,
we're having a look here.
An example of that where he keeps his arm high, right, as he goes through it. And then there's other ones where he goes into the carve and he'll drive it a little different. That one's all the way up over his head, and that's how he gets the tighter arc. It's almost like a pirouette in a ballerina, right? You keep that arm high. And then there's the time when he drives it through the waist. And he actually did that carve on his very first carve. He drove through the waist. As a matter of fact, his arm finished almost by his knee as he went through it. So again, the variety in which he's been able to carry just in the carve type of maneuvers is so cool.
Gets a mid-range score for this that we're watching on the replay. A 5-point ride for Rio. If he was able to stick this finish, that 5 would have added a couple of points there. So he's going to have to settle for the 5. He needs an excellent score of an 8. The real story out here right now is the priority. The priority with Connor O'Leary He has an 8.33. He just needs a 4.67 to take the lead off of Jack Robinson. He has 2 minutes and 15 seconds to accomplish that, Pete. And he has showed some steely nerves by not taking that wave. Now it's going to be a 2-minute drill for Connor O'Leary. He needs under a mid-range score.
Yeah, and it wasn't like he had opportunities there because he was sitting in second priority. Rio had priority, and that was the only wave that we saw in a long time, you know, for a good, 20 minutes, I think, in this heat where it went quiet, you know, since that 4-wave set that Connor got his 8. So at this point with 149, you know, thinking that he only needs the 4.67, which isn't just an easy number to get, and he's going to take it on a smaller wave right now and see what he can do.
Here he goes, whips off the top. Coiled bottom turn, one more snap off the top for O'Leary. He's got some rhythm coming through this inside section. It's a smaller wave, but he's performing well. Great timing, great execution, and that coil vertical finish should get the number, is my thought. Your thought, Peter?
I felt like it wasn't there yet. It wasn't there yet. It wasn't there yet. And then the finish got me almost there. It's still a question mark, ultimately, because the wave was so small. And it was almost felt forced because it wasn't, so he had to, like, almost force himself to take the wave. But he surfed everything he could out of that wave.
Flick, it's clock managers. Sometimes you got to go just because the time's ticking down. Here's a replay. Break it down for us.
Yeah, Connor needed to use his priority and go on this wave. I mean, there was no guarantees that there was one behind this, but yeah, I see what you're saying, Pete. It felt a little forced on these first opening sections, but it wasn't until he brought it through to the inside here where he was really able to finish with a bit of an exclamation mark that it was maybe a bit more secure in my head, but
spraying the Pelicans right there.
But look, I mean, it's going to be close, I think. It was a smaller wave, but he had no other decision. He had to go, you know, and roll the dice. I mean, I guess the question now is there another wave coming through for Jack out the back to get an opportunity to answer back?
Yeah, that is the equation. Clock management, time management by Connor O'Leary, well executed, because it appears that there's not another wave right now as we're down to 10 seconds. So it's going to lean on that final wave and that final wave score to decide who's going to go straight into the round of 16.
Did he feel like he got it? You know, the facial expression kind of felt like he was questioning.
I feel like he got it. I feel like he's got it.
There it is.
And he got it, a 5.07. Connor O'Leary on to the round of 16. An upset in a way. We're going to see Jack Robinson in that elimination round.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one for Jack.
And likely when we reseed into that elimination round, Jack Robinson, not officially, but maybe matched up against Brian Perez when we look at the seeding overall. Well, that was an exciting heat. Coming back, we got another exciting heat. We're going to have 2 world champs on the water. Gabriel Medina, Ito Lafer, Liam O'Brien, when we return. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Opening day of competition, opening round for the men, and heat number 6 out in the water as we promised. It is a world champ heat. And we have Gabriel Medina, the 3-time world champion. Also joined out in the water, Italo Ferreira, our 2019 world champion. And rounding off the 3-man heat, Liam O'Brien. 2 goofy foots, 1 regular foot. Winner goes into the round of 16, second and third into the elimination round, in which we will be running later on this afternoon. And let's look at this right off the buzzer flick, Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, taking no time to get busy and making the most of that wave, because he probably watched the heat before and whoa, progression straight away on that second maneuver. But yeah, I think he probably took note on that heat being so slow and he wasn't going to let a wave go through unridden. So pretty smart decision by Italo. Gets to work on this wave, displacing so much spray off the top of that wave. And he's looking good. I like that he went for that progression on that second maneuver. And another little bit of progression there at the end.
A pop shove it body varial. Gabe Medina, however, right here, opener, Pete, got caught behind.
Yeah, that's the dangers of this wave and being on the back end. It's pretty easy to pick a wave that's going to run off on you. You want to find that wave that's going to give you great pace, especially for the back end. So that 1.67. But Italo, I feel like in his wave choice, knowing that he's going to execute a wave early in the heat like that, and it was a smaller wave, he surfed that wave to its potential. I mean, it probably was a 5-point ride, and he surfed to a 5.5. So, again, quick start, getting that early momentum in his sport.
Yeah, Italo Ferreira, 29 years old, our 2019 world champ, also an Olympic gold medalist at surfing's debut on surfing's biggest stage, the Tokyo Olympics, where Italo brought gold back to Brazil. An exciting surfer, just coming off a runner-up finish at the Surf Ranch, stop number 6 on the championship tour. And when we look at our fan picks for this heat between the 2 world champions, 66% of our fans picked Gabe Medina, 27% of our fans picked Italo Ferreira, and the change went to Liam O'Brien, who would think would be the underdog in this heat, Peter, but Liam O'Brien raised on a right-hand rock bottom point break in the way of Burley heads. I mean, it feels like this should play up to O'Brien's skill set.
And I actually was going to bring that up throughout this heat, that as fun as much as he is at the low seed in this one, if you think about the venues and where Liam really stands out, it's this type of wave. In his forehand, it feels to me like this wave, and I don't know how we'll see how it pans out. Obviously, as the competition resumes, how well the backhanders do here, but feels like this wave could be pretty good for the forehanders, just because of the speed of the wave. Similar to like J-Bay, where it feels like it kind of factors to the forehanders, if you look at the past winners.
Let's talk about Gabe Medina, 29 years old, the 3-time world champion, 11 seasons on the championship tour, 17 wins in those 11 seasons. He's made 30 finals, Gabriel Medina. And an interesting thing about Medina, when we break down the numbers on the heat winning percentage in his career, Gabe Medina with a 66.96 heat winning percentage. There's only one surfer on tour who has a higher heat winning percentage than Gabe Medina. That would be Kelly Slater at 70.88%, Flip.
Yeah, there's some pretty amazing stats, and Gabriel is one of my favorite surfers on his backhand and surfs so fast too. So even though we're saying, it is a little bit of a possible disadvantage with this being a right-hand point break and the goofies being on their backhand, I mean, we're looking at 2 goofies in this heat that surf extremely fast. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing a few sets roll through, and we can see where they're at here. But I like what you were saying before about Liam O'Brien Pete. I think that he's sort of the underdog here, but I think if he gets the opportunity to open up, he comes from Burley heads. It's a sort of cobblestone right-hand point break. I mean, and he, obviously he's surfing Kira, he's surfing Snapper. I mean, all these right-hand point breaks on the Gold Coast, I think, don't count him out.
Yeah, officially Liam O'Brien is on his 2nd season on the championship tour, but that's kind of a false statement in that his 1st season on the championship tour was cut short, an injury before the start of the year in 2022. Made Liam O'Brien go back and earn his spot. So talk about tenacity. Hey, Liam O'Brien had to earn his spot back on the championship tour after that injury. Again, on the Challenger Series 2022, where he ended up, in 9th in the rankings and made it.
Yeah, and can we give him his rookie status so he can kind of be
I
vying?
wish we could.
If that was the case, it's not going to happen that way,
Yeah,
right? So
we
officially,
can't.
it's the second year. Unfortunately, he can't go for the Rookie of the Year, but ultimately, very exciting surfer, very intelligent. Like his heat IQ. He's very well read in his life. He's was going to school through a lot of his competition years. He was doing both.
Yeah.
So he's a smart dude.
Speaking of Rookie of the Year, the 2017 Rookie of the Year, Connor O'Leary, just won his heat and went straight into the round of 16. Connors with AJ.
Connor, coming out of the water, a very stressful heat for you, but you put yourself in such a good position early with that 8.33. What's going through your mind? What are you looking for in the second wave?
Yeah, I mean, Rio and I had a little tussle up the point, and I was kind of in a position where I was able to kind of force him onto looking at the first set, and I knew he was a bit deep, so I was like, okay, as long as I act like I've got a bit of intention in going, maybe he'll go. And then he ended up not going, and I was just kind of in a great position for the second one. And yeah, I just thought, okay, this is a great start. There's going to be more. There was a bunch of sets in the last one, so I was just like, okay, sat with second priority and pick another decent wave, but it just went dead flat. But and then I was kind of scrambling at the end, went that little one and just thought I just got to give it everything I got, and then flicked off, and luckily enough another wave didn't come through, and yeah, if a set came through behind me, I would have been kicking myself, but yeah, I'm stoked.
It takes so much discipline to just wait and trust that another wave is going to come and that you're going to be able to take everything you need to do on it. Where does that confidence come from for you?
Yeah, I just think, with the change of the format of the, after the cut, how the winner skips around, definitely helps that cause for sure. Like, you're in the heat to win and not come second or not progress. So it's either you win or you lose. So it kind of helps. It helped me in that sense because I was like, okay, Jack's got a 7 and a 6, and I've got an 8, and I'm not going to try and get a 4. I want to try and get a 7 or another 8 and seal it. So that was what my thought process was. But had to change it up in the last minute or so. So stoked.
As you should be. You want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, thanks. Hi everyone at home. Mum and Dad, I'm sure they're up, cheering, stressing, sweating. My wife, if she's up, she's probably sleeping too. But yeah, thanks everyone. 日本のファンも今日ラウンドアップしてとてもよろしいです。結構緊張してたので通ってとてもよろしいです。次のラウンドもっと頑張って応援お願いします。
おめでとう。
Thank you.
Liam O'Brien, live action here. O'Brien on his opening wave, and we'll see what the score comes in. And I like the send-off by Connor O'Leary, acknowledging that there's stakes in every single one of these opening round heats, and also giving a shout out back to Australia. It's a little after 1 in the morning over there, almost 2 in the morning, in Tokyo, 1 a.m. there. So, omedetou gozaimashita. Congratulations to Connor O'Leary. Here's a replay, Pete, of the opening ride for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, but getting the ball rolling, right? I mean, utilize that priority at some point. This is one of the smaller waves, but it had a good line on it, so I think that's where the choice came in. He saw that there's going to be some opportunity and maybe some vertical face, which he gets right here. Again, that's why the forehand is so important on this type of wave. Look, he's able to get down the line and still fit the maneuvers in. Backhand, a little tougher. You got to float the whole time, right? Whereas here, he's able to do kind of those quick snaps in the lip and keep the momentum with the floater, showcasing that variety. This is going to match each of those probably score, right? So he's in the heat. Not going to be a gigantic number, but it's a good start.
I think if compared to Goofy v regular out here, I think you're looking for a different kind of wave. I mean, a Goofy wouldn't have chose that wave. It's too fast. There's no way that you'd be able to get down the line. Like you said, Pete, you'd be going to those floater sort of maneuvers, and I'm not sure if you even would have made it the length that what Liam did. So interesting takeaway that, Italo and Gab are probably looking for different types of waves. That's why they just let that one go through.
Awesome.
Here's the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and gearing up for the next heat, John Florence. He's going to be up against Leonardo Fioravanti and Baron Mamiya. John in the focused zone right now. As we talked about throughout this morning, that there is stakes to every single one of these heats, so you're surfing for a win in this opening round. Look at the contrast. Griffin, light, having a good time. He already did the work for today, and John just like has to be just laser focused at the task at hand.
Yeah, no, you're thinking, right, what are you thinking, preheat? You're basically sitting there, he's looking at time, going, okay, when do I start my warm-up? Okay, do I want to have an extended warm-up because it's kind of chilly, like you would be in J-Bay? Or
Right.
now you're like conserving energy, so you're like almost pressing yourself less time to get that warm-up going on. So every venue has their different parts that are the challenges that you're going to come up against. Obviously right now feeling like, this is a newer venue. Like there's not guys that have had years of experience at this break, right, that you can call on. This is something, so you study the lineup a lot too, right? You're like kind of trying to choose the waves that you think are going to be the best scoring opportunity. Maybe you're going to have to choose a smaller wave. Where is that at on the lineup, and understanding all of that.
And Flick, at a 6-foot-plus tide swing throughout the day, this playing field will continue to evolve and change.
Yeah, I think, John obviously looking super focused. Because this is a newer event on tour, this is only the second year here, I think even when I was up in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I was talking to Richard Dogmarch, and he was saying before Connor went out for his heat that they were counting waves. All the coaches were counting waves because today it's been inconsistent, and you kind of want to know that rhythm of the ocean. And Dog said there was anywhere up to 12-minute lulls. Now that's massive, especially when you take into consideration that, it's half your heat, or it takes 15 minutes for a restart today. So, 12-minute lulls. You want to make sure that you are on that exchange. You're on that opening exchange and you're making the most of those waves that are coming through.
All right, well, our man out in the water, Strider Wazalewski. What do you got for us, Strider?
Oh, I got some heat stroke, I think. No,
where's the umbrella, bro?
I was checking in with Jack after he paddled over, had some words with me. It was just the reality of the paddle back out in that heat it's intense. He said. He let me in on a little information during the Surf Ranch event. He did actually re-injure his ankle a little bit, and then he said he worked super hard just to get back to this point right now, and he said he's ready. He said Jack's back, and it felt really good to hear him say that. Said there was a lot of waiting time in that heat. Mother Nature is just so hard to predict, and that's what we're dealing with. And having these lulls come in and out, he said it just plays with you a little bit. And I can see, all the athletes understanding that each and every opportunity they get right now, they have to capitalize.
I don't know. Does Jack actually speak in third person sometimes?
I don't
Jack
know.
is back.
I can't
Jack
see
is back.
that. Here we go with Liam O'Brien. Snaps off the top for O'Brien. He opened up with a 5.93, so he's currently in the lead. He got that information. Now he needs a backup wave. Looking loose through the lip there. O'Brien one more time. Great pace. And you can see the point performance by the Australian surfer. A little bit loose there, and it's going to pay for it not getting the finish. But that 5.93 dropped, so Liam O'Brien with an early lead. He's going to back it up. He's going to maintain that lead, applying pressure to the two Brazilian goofy foots in the final 20 minutes.
Yeah, once again, too, the Goofy's letting that wave go. I mean, it was a faster down the line wave. Liam sitting a bit further in, and he decides to roll the dice. Nice first turn out of the top, sort of a snap, and yeah, this section here, I mean, that was a hard read. And it kind of stands up again on this inside, which gives him a little bit more room to play with. Nice carving maneuvers, another little snap in the lip, and unfortunately just couldn't get the finish there.
I just like what he, third priority, right? He sees a little runner. He knew obviously it wasn't a big wave, so it wasn't the scoring opportunity was going to be limited. But what he's done, he has the best wave. He's now applied a bit of pressure. Never know. 12-minute lulls could happen.
Exactly.
So I like, again, just high heat IQ, making those quick decisions too. It's like you're going to see a wave. You basically have to make that decision within the next 5 to 10 seconds. Is it going to be take me out of the lineup? Am I making risk here? All of those things have to go through the computer in the mind. And the guys that can make those, and girls who make those good decisions in those types of situations are going to make a lot of heats.
Wait for that score. Comes in as a 4.17. Liam O'Brien with a 10.1, a two-wave total. Italo Ferreira without a backup score. Gabriel Medina had yet to really start his campaign in this opening round. Medina patiently holding on to priority as we zoom out through the point, and you can see the beautiful watercolor and texture here at Punta Roca. Flick, we saw Ethan Ewing come through his heat. He was winning his heat just with two waves. He caught a third wave, of course, but it can be done. All you need is two. Gabriel Medina's a master. He's being patient right now. Your thoughts on him just coming through this heat on just 2 waves? Because, you know, time is starting to squeeze.
Yeah, time is starting to squeeze. We did see Ethan do it. He only caught the 2 waves. We saw Connor do it in the last heat, only 2 waves. But I just got to echo what I said before. I think it is inconsistent, and the coaches are having a hard time getting a read on it. Everyone's counting those waves. These guys, you know, they study the surf at least, you know, an hour to an hour and a half before they go out. They'd be aware of this too. I think the thing that's coming into play with these 2 goofies is that they're looking for a different type of wave compared to what Liam is. I mean, Liam has the ability to take off on these smaller ones that are maybe hugging the rocks a bit more, but they're faster, whereas these goofies are looking for a wave that's maybe a slight slower pace. It's going to allow them to go straight up into the lip and not run away from them.
Let's go to Mitchell Salazar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Mitchell.
Yeah, it's tense up here, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be careful what I'm saying right now because there's a couple heavy hitters around. We got former world champions coming up, and out in the water right now, obviously 2 former world champs as well. And when we talk about goofy dominance on the championship tour, well, out of the last few years, they've obviously been, you know, the 2 goofy footers that have really stood out. You have Yagodor in there as well, who dropped a 9 in his opening round heat here at this location last year. But I want to talk about, you know, their absence in the finals here. Over the last few years, Punta Roca has been a place that has really had some great events on both the QS and obviously the Championship Tour event last year. Both gentlemen in the water, Italo and Gabe, were semifinalists at this location last season. But since I started coming here in 2012 and all of the events that I either surfed in or covered, I don't think there's been a single champion that's been a goofy footer. And when you look at, you know, the dominance of the regular footers, but the capability that the goofies have out here, especially with what Felicity was talking about, they're looking for bowlier waves out here. And as of right now in this heat, there's been too many waves that have been running down the line, and it's been really difficult for them to find a wave that offers up scoring potential.
Thank you, Mitchell. I'm still rooting for the goofy footers.
Same.
I'm in
at any route.
A couple goofy footers next to me. I get it.
So the clock has ticked down to 16 minutes, and Italo Ferreira as well as Gabe Medina have not flinched at all. And the 2 world champions are certainly looking for waves that they feel they can go excellent on. And given this format, winner going into the round of 16, it's kind of all or none, Peter.
Yeah, it is. And again, we touch on this. One of the things about the, you know, the post, season format with the ability here in the opening round to get that win and move straight into the round of 16. It's a huge benefit, especially when you're thinking about, all of your events counting all the way to the final event. So it's important, and it kind of actually elevates the performances in this opening round. You know, there is the no loser thing part about it, but the win brings it all. So it's obviously you get to see them cut loose a little bit.
Heat leader Liam O'Brien seems pressure-free, under priority, finds another wave, slashes a layback hack, working down the line. And a nice airdrop off of that floater for O'Brien. He goes complete. Gabe Medina right behind him. And Medina methodically working on his backhand. Just paced through this inside section. Some whitewater to deal with. No problem for the 3-time world champ. Rock and roll float on the backhand. Snapping. Looking quick coming around the section. Medina one more time. Goes for a little whirly bird. Backside reverse, no problem for Gabe Medina. That's going to be his first meaningful number to set the challenge a little past the halfway mark. Flick.
Yeah, I think looking at both of those waves, I mean, Liam did really well to make that last turn, but the replay of Gabe's, I reckon you could see when he was surfing that wave, he knew when he took off. Obviously, that 1.67 isn't going to factor into his scoreline. He kind of knew that he couldn't fall. I feel like, and already seeing the different type of wave that he's selected, it's offering that, it's a better type of wave for a goofy out here, a bit slower pace through that middle section here, but as he brings it through to the inside, it starts to stand up a bit more and floats over that last section there, and nice little crack, and like you said, goes for that little whirly bell. He couldn't fall, he couldn't at 13 minutes remaining. And we're having a look at Liam's wave. I really like this one. Nice carving turn out of the lip. Speeding down the line here and opens up with a little bit of a layback jam in the lip. And quick to the finish there, and he stomps it. So I'll be happy with that one.
We'll see if O'Brien improves upon his 4.17. We'll see what comes out for Gabriel Medina.
mid-fives is what I'm feeling like for Gabe, you know.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to find out after this break. We're taking a break. We'll come back with the score for Liam O'Brien as well as Gabriel Medina. Stick around. We got more from El Salvador.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Welcome back to Stop 7 on the Championship Tour for the World Surf League. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Gabe Medina catching up to some open face, has to kick out. Previous wave for Medina came in at a 5.5. Medina needs a 5.17 at the moment to take the lead off of Liam O'Brien. Lining up here is Italo Ferreira. Ferreira scoots around this section, snaps off the top for the goofy foot. Floats through that section, stings the lip for a third turn. Looking down the line with another float. Long wall for Ferreira to perform on. Throwing buckets of spray. Stomps on the tail there. One more float for finish. Italo Ferreira, a 5.17 will give him the lead and steal it off of the Australian Liam O'Brien. 9 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Parmentier and Peter Mel. This is one of those heats, Peter, I think that's going to really come down to the final couple of minutes.
Well, you think about how all that unfolded, right? Gabriel had priority for a very long time, felt the nerves of that, felt it like he needed to get a score, and all of a sudden the second priority surfer was sitting in position and the major set came. And this is going to be a big number for Italo. Well surfed, you know, especially on the back end, a lot of projection down the line, but when he had those slower moments, he was able to tag the lip, got the finish nice and solid. The main difference really here is the size of wave. I mean, it's significantly bigger than any wave we've seen in this heat.
Yeah, I feel like Timmy Patterson surfboards underneath the feet of Italo Ferreira, and those Pattersons look sharp.
Yeah, I liked what I saw there. It was a really well-surfed wave on his backhand. That board is looking spicy with a little bit of extra chili. I am liking it. One thing I'm noticing on the face of this wave is there's a little bit of maybe onshore fluff about. That's one thing I sort of am noticing. But yeah, he picked the right wave. Exactly what you said, Pete. On these slower sections, it really allowed him to go up into the lip and get vertical. And yeah, just a really well surfed wave, and also really good patience to let that, 5.5 that Gab got to go through and just hold position and really trust in the process that, there was going to be a better wave coming.
I will say a blackboard, pretty tough to have around here in these parts, right? I mean, even in the water, it's going to attract that heat and it's going to soften that wax.
I'm telling you, yeah, you're just running a base coat on a blackboard here. I mean, seriously, the water's like in the 80 degrees Fahrenheit, right? Blackboard, you can
even the red boards do the same thing.
Speaking of red board under the arm of John Florence. He's going to be coming up against Leonardo Fioravanti, Baron Mamiya. Heat number 7 of this opening round. John looking focused. It'll be interesting to see what he's riding. There's a number of new boards models getting produced by Paisel Surfboards. So John with a little bit of a groveler or point groveler.
How good is it for John and John to be able to hang out together? Literally, I mean, they live.
What about this guy? Oh.
They live 30 seconds away from each other, really.
Yeah.
I mean, down the Cam Highway. So they're able to really get into that, especially how involved John is in regards to his equipment.
But, Italo Ferreira and Timmy Patterson are pretty involved. That board looked sharp. 7.83 just dropped for Italo Ferreira. And so the performance on that Patterson, near excellent on that wave. It was a set wave. Italo Ferreira in the lead, Pete.
Yeah, and Italo mentioned, though, that a lot of his boards actually coming out of Brazil, which is the shaper there, which is taking designs, obviously, from Timmy. So that, as I'm mentioning, that relationship and being able to work with your equipment, whether it be construction, design elements that you're changing, tweaks that you're making, being able to do that on, close together with your shaper is so important.
Yeah, here we go with the score. Here's all the judges. A couple went into excellent range for Italo Ferreira. So now Gabe Medina needs a 7.83, needs to replicate what Italo Ferreira did to be able to take the lead. Liam O'Brien, he has less of a need, a 7.41, but as we were forecasting in this heat, all of these changes, Flick, are going to come down to the final couple of minutes. It makes it very exciting in these lully conditions because it comes down to the wire in all of the heats we've saw so far this morning.
Yeah, it really has, and we've seen two different approaches. I mean, Liam got busy really early. He had the lead in the heat, but Gab and Italo choosing to, be very patient and try and get those set waves. Italo got lucky, got lucky, but also, heat IQ, was very smart in waiting, very patient.
It's a little bit of luck. It's a little bit of science, isn't it,
Yeah.
Flick? I mean, just for that priority rotation, you happen to have the P next to your name, and you're good to go when a set comes through.
Yeah, I mean, here we go, a little bit of a wave rolling through, and Italo having a little bit of a look, but no take. Just
Bodyboard action,
yeah.
just to reposition himself further down the point.
Yeah, give himself a little bit of room, right?
It's one of those hard things, though, going into an inconsistent heat with these two different approaches. I like what you say, Kaipo, that there is an element of luck with strategy, We don't know. We don't have a crystal ball here. We can't look into the future, so we don't know how this heat's going to play out.
Yes, Surfline does a great job forecasting, but they cannot tell us when the next set's coming.
No.
We don't have
Not
that.
yet.
We don't
Not
have
yet.
that science quite yet, but I'm sure they're working on it.
No, there's technology there.
There's technology.
I'm serious.
The spin. Italo Ferreira.
We can elaborate on this.
We could, but we have 4.5 minutes to close out this heat. We'll get to that conversation.
There's smart buoys that are out there. Technology is there that we basically can. I mean, I don't think it's fair to be able to let the surfers know, but it would be kind of cool to know if there's a set coming, in 3 minutes out, 2 minutes out. And there is technology there for sure.
Let's talk about this replay, Pete.
Quick whip, having fun, designing his board, making sure that it works here. Not going to factor into his 2-wave total.
Yeah. All right, well, Italo Ferreira continues in the lead, but that gives Liam O'Brien with priority. Liam does have quite an opportunity right now because 4 minutes seems like a long time, and we should have a wave come through here at the point in 4 minutes, Flick.
Yeah, look, I mean, yes and no. I mean, right now, hindsight is the perfect science. We could sit here and say, it was the right idea to sit and wait for a set, but how do we know that? It's so easy for us to sit here and say that now. And look, with the way the heat has gone already, it's been quite slow. Maybe there's going to be a pulse, maybe there's not going to be a pulse, but as Surfline did say, the swell is supposed to be increasing throughout the day, so maybe there will be another opportunity, another exchange. That would make it really fun.
Well, if you look at the screen, there's a couple dark lines to the right. That's a good indication of maybe some set waves making a lineup. Doesn't always confirm it.
Also, Pete, like I love this high up above shot. The lines are a little bit broken up. You can see the two separate swells.
We can see Mamo Roca starting to show up too, right? Just underneath there to the right of the screen. That's Mamo Roca hanging out.
What do you think about the swell angles? I mean, this is a great view of the swell angles, Pete.
Yeah, we have a south-southwest. I mean, when we watched the surf line this morning, we saw where that storm had developed. It's really, really close to the coast of South America, so it's going to be a very southerly angle to the swell, which is going to push right directly onto the point. I haven't spent enough time here to really see the differences between, say, a westerly angled swell comparatively to a south angled swell. But
what about airs?
Oh, we like airs. And I think the judges do too, and they've told us that they like airs today, and it's part of the criteria. So ultimately, I think that all the surfers, the coaches will take that into effect. Hey, I mean, I asked Tom Whitaker, I go, hey, with your surfers that you're working with here, what is it that you want from them, the most important element? And he said to me straight out, go for it. This is why you're here. Your ability's there. Do go as big as you can.
Well,
Griffin did it.
Let's see if Gabe Medina goes big. Winding up. Big backhand rotator, and you saw the intent there by Gabe Medina, but it looks like he's slowly veering off to the off-ramp to the elimination round at this moment. Speaking of surf line, I'm going to give you guys a gift right now. Prepare your phones, get your phones out, scan this QR code right here, and you will get 30% off Surfline Premium. That means you get the cams without ads. That means you get the extended Surfline forecast. And I know Peter wants to say something.
I was going to say, Kaipo, you know that you have used your Apple Watch with the Surfline app and actually had your videos from your surf session yesterday.
Yes.
How'd you go?
I thought it went pretty good.
Yeah, so how cool is that, though, that you literally can use your Apple Watch and able to get your clips literally made for you on the Surfline app, and you can go through and go, yeah, I'll delete that one. Oh wait, I'm gonna try this one. I'm gonna put this on my Instagram.
Narcissism at its finest. Everyone
Right?
Post your
A
ways.
true narcissist knows.
Didn't post that it didn't happen.
Back to the heat as we see Italo Ferreira looks like he's on his way into the round of 16. Liam O'Brien wants to say something about that. He's got priority, but he needs a gift from Punta Roca at the moment. 50 seconds remaining. O'Brien with priority. 7.41 is the mark that he needs to achieve. We're just going to watch this play out, Flick.
Yeah, we are. Look, I don't know about that horizon. It was looking a little bit flat to me.
You did see, I saw some dark lines. I was being optimist.
We did see them, but I think they were a bit further up the point.
Yeah, they went to El Zonta.
So this could be just Liam O'Brien sitting out. And, you know, tough way to go out of a heat with not having a chance and sitting at the end of the heat and not giving a chance to respond.
And we can go back to the Gabriel Medina moment when he was sitting with priority. He took the wave, but he was in a situation where he had 0 score. So he had to kind of get that ball rolling, and it really worked out for Italo because the only wave that came in, the real wave that came into this heat, he had priority for it, got the 7.83. So, you know, how things happen. You know, it's not always, it's just sometimes timing.
All right, so Gabe Medina's going to surf this wave, but this wave is after the horn. It will not count. Medina onto the elimination round. O'Brien onto the elimination round. And Italo Ferreira will be on to the round of 16. That was pretty entertaining, though. We got more entertainment on the way. Heat 7 will be in the water. We're going to bring Chris Cote and Mitchell Salvador to talk you through it.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. And by TowCash, the official payment app of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
Welcome back to Surf City, and you know what? Let's fill it up again. We've got another massive heat here in our opening round. This is Heat 7. I am Chris Cote. I am joined by Mitchell Salazar all morning long. The world's best surfers have been greeted by absolute perfection. Some of the most rippable waves we've seen yet this entire season. John Florence, Leonardo Fioravanti, and Baron Mamiya. Two surfers flying the Hawaiian flag. One going for the Forza Italia. Leonardo Fioravanti presenting Italy here. Pretty solid, even matchup here. The numbers tell a bit of a different story. 7-10, and then down near the bottom of the rankings for Baron Mamiya. But it's a whole new ball game once the buzzer blows. Mitch, we're going to start with Leonardo Fioravanti, who has looked like he's been relishing, thriving in his time down here in El Salvador. We've seen clips. We've seen him in competition last week. So Leonardo really feeling at home. He's looking loose, he's looking confident. It's been a joy to watch, and we get 32 more minutes of Leonardo to decipher and break down.
Yeah, and that's a full D'Souza move right there. He's working with ADS, former world champ, and you can just see starting off deeper than everybody else. Great transitional carve right there. Lays it back, goes into that floater, and wow, that combination of turns right there where he ditches the fins and goes straight up into that last section. Really difficult, especially when you talk about the ability of generating speed here at a wave like Punta Roca that's always moving down the line. There's Mama Roca. She's present now. And how's that layback? I really love the way he just puts all of his body weight into that one turn when he hits the lip line. That was a great start, Chris. Going to be a good score.
Yeah, we'll see if Mama Roca becomes a speed bump for any of our surfers. Kind of a low-key threat.
It is.
As Leonardo Fioravanti paddles back out into the takeoff zone. I am Chris Cote. That's Mitchell Salazar. We are honored to bring you all the action here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Punta Roca's behind us, looking like absolute perfection. I mean, waves don't get much more fun than this, so what a treat. We all get to watch the world's best show us exactly what the pinnacle of performance would be at this wave. And that right there is a paddle battle. Two surfers flying the Hawaiian flags, getting into a little paddle tussle there. And that leaves Leonardo Fioravanti on his own, coming around the corner. Quick snap there, setting things up to get to this inside section. His style is flawless. Love his form through these turns. A medium-sized wave, but the good news for Fioravanti is he's already had two pretty solid numbers that the judges right now are trying to figure out.
Well, they deemed it a block on Baron Mamiya too. Priority is established. John Florence with priority right here. And look at this. He kept him off of that wave, and John signaling to the priority judge. And, you know, there was definitely a rideable wave right there. And that's the wave that Leo took as his third ride. And you know, even when you see any kind of contact too, it's usually going to the person who was deepest and was initiating contact. In this case, unfortunately for Baron, he's going to have to start the heat in second priority, Chris. But how about Leo?
Yeah, that was a rare show of kind of tactics for John as well.
But I really like the start from Fioravanti. I mean, already has his backup score with this one. It was smarter surfing, nothing super critical. But at this point of the heat, just get a second score and add some pressure to the other two surfers out there in the water. Some great use of the rail and a strong finish. If you remember 2 years ago when we went to Barra La Cruz in Mex, he actually ended up in the semifinals. He was very close to winning and making the final. This year so far, he does have one final. That was at Pipeline. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him here on finals day and make a push for his first CT victory.
Yeah, he seems to be, you know, kind of floating right in that comfort zone. And I think the judges agree with everything we just said. A 7.5 for Leonardo Fioravanti. It's a big score right there. That was for his opening wave. And now the judges, I would say they look at the ride, right? The kind of overall presentation of the ride. take all the factors in the criteria, which is well out there for the surfers to take note of. And they do have the ability to, you know, I would say their first instinct, their gut reaction. Okay, that's the initial number. Then they can watch some replays. They can kind of simmer on the number that they're going to put out there. That's what's happening right now. Judging panel is experts in their field.
I do want to point out, too, that out of the 3 people that are out there in the water, the only person to surf this event last season was Baron Mamiya. John Florence was injured. Leo Fioravanti was a victim of the mid-season cut, and he did not surf in this event as it was after the cut. But I think as of right now, his motivation just seems different. He's number 10 in the world, coming off of a great performance at the Surf Ranch, an equal 5th right there, and he lost with a 15-point heat total in the quarters too, Chris. So it just seems like he's really making a push, you know, for a top 5 finish. You never know, gets into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, we might have our first European champion on the men's side.
Well, he's looking good for now. He's already got a 13.17 heat total. That would be matching with what Italo just did. Speaking of Italo, he went off in that last heat. He is standing by now with AJ McCord.
He certainly did. Italo coming in from that heat, excited onto the round of 16, but you took the lead very late there. What were you looking for in the waves?
Yeah, I tried to catch for the first waves, and I had like 5 points. I'm so glad to have like one of the sets on the end of the heat. You know, that was a slow heat, but I tried to stay calm and pose it, you know, and try to get one of the sets and just surf, you know, and has been fun the last couple of days. A lot of waves. I have been training a lot, and yeah, it has been super fun.
How are you doing that in the middle of the heat, reminding yourself to stay calm?
I don't know. I was thinking just on the backhands, you know, like on the pocket of the wave, and the last couple of days I have been training a lot, you know, like my backside, and yeah, just stay like calm and try to get one of the sets. That's what I did, and yeah, I'm so glad to get it.
As you should be. You're on to the round of 16 para o Brasil. Como te preparas para a sua bateria?
Então, agradecer a galera pela torcida. Uma bateria bem devagar. Queria muito que tivesse mais ondas para que a gente pudesse realmente surfar. Mas é isso, acho que deu tudo certo para mim, graças a Deus. Eu venho treinando bastante nos últimos dias e tentei ficar calmo, positivo ali, que ia vir uma das séries para mim, né? Eu esperei. E aí deu tudo certo. E agora tá vindo uma série incrível, mas tudo bem, eu acho que na próxima vai vir mais oportunidade. Aí sim eu vou conseguir pegar mais ondas e aí surfar um pouco mais, né? Então, pô, tô amarradão e vou continuar no flow. Valeu, galera.
Parabéns.
Parabéns. Congratulations to Italo Ferreira standing by there with AJ McCord. Intensity is the word that comes to mind when I think of Italo in 2023. Standing right next to him in his warm-up before that heat. He was shaking the whole tower. There's Baron Mamiya nicely weaving his way down the line. Always a very precise surfer. Of course, he's got every trick in the book. And he's got a hill to climb. Leonardo's 2 big scores. Now he's building speed.
Oh!
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I love the casual look. You know, he was flying down the line, doing a nice series of turns. You saw the wind-up. Beautiful alley-oop for Baron Mamiya. Answering back now, Leonardo. Incredible series of powerful turns.
Wow.
Perfect layback jam right in the pocket. This right here is just pure power. From Leonardo, another big snap all the way through to the inside. This is about his 9th turn, all consequential. Please give yourself a round of applause. Here goes John. Made a mistake on his previous wave and backs it up. Something is up right now with John Florence. 2 waves in a row, 2 unforced errors. That is not like him. The good news for John Florence and his legions of fans all around the world is he's got 24 more minutes to clean things up in this lineup. No scores of note yet for John, but Leonardo's lead just got a bit more precarious.
Yep.
We saw ample power, turns, aerial antics from Baron Mamiya, doing exactly what the judges want to see. And then right behind that, Leonardo came through swinging a machete.
Oh, we are in the tropics. You do need one down here. So guess what? I think Leo is actually going to drop the 7.5 as his best wave and potentially get something into the accident right here. Just under 24 minutes. Baron Mamiya about to drop a huge number as well. I think, you know, we saw Seth's air, we saw Griffin's air combined with the turn before that dropped an 8.6. I wouldn't be surprised to see this as the highest wave of the day so far. But this is the wave that John used priority on. Goes for the huge layback there and just catches a rail right in front of Mama Roca as well. But look at this searing carve right here from Baron. The first one, the second one even better. Fully lays it on rail, engages it all the way around. And then this midsection of the wave, a bit sleepy because the wave kind of shoulders off, but he sticks with it. And this shows a lot of maturity on his part, Chris. We didn't see this that much during his rookie season last year. But as you said, eyes up this last section, and you can just see those hips about to thrust. And that's a full rotation alley-oop, too. That is very difficult to do. All the way around, lands in the flats, too. And just beautiful stuff to watch. Look at the way he transitioned. Used his shoulders and his hips. One full movement right there to bring it around. Seems like he's riding a swallowtail too, so just adding a bit more speed. And wow, the way he rides out, impeccable.
Yeah, giving the judges a opulent sampling of his skill set. There are two types of alley-oops. Old school ones that were cool, and ones like Baron just did that are dynamic and incredible. So he will be definitely getting reward.
Oh my goodness.
And right here, I mean, everything you could ask for, right? The entire playbook opened up and just offered up to the judges. Here you go. What more do you want?
It's not going to be a perfect score, but it's a perfectly surfed wave. I mean, what else could he have done? He surfed that wave from start to finish as good as he could have. Look at the way he was able to transition throughout each maneuver too, seamlessly with a lot of speed, power, and obviously you can see the flow right there too. That layback was beautiful, Chris, and he drops the single highest wave score of the day so far.
A huge score comes through for Leonardo Fioravanti, a 9-point ride. The judges have spoken. That's what you need to do if you want to get up into that high excellent range. Fioravanti is looking like he's rejuvenated, re-energized. Whatever question you may have had about Leonardo at the beginning of 2023, answered and some. Survived the cut.
Statement
and now
made
he's
too.
rising.
Yep. 16.5 heat total, the highest of the day, Chris.
Yeah, he definitely made this heat a battle for second place, which in the post-cut landscape, you know, that's just going to kind of dictate where you are, right? You're not going to be eliminated in this first round. If you're in second or third place, you're going to be allotted to second round, the elimination round, where nobody wants to be. Leonardo Fioravanti may have just stamped his ticket, but we got 20 minutes and 45 seconds left. You got Baron Mamiya dropping 8.17. So I would say with that 8.17, Baron is keeping the pace right now. You got Leonardo. He set the tempo, right? In the lead, he's sprinting right now. Baron Mamiya is catching up just on the strength of that one score. Again, the alley-oop Mamiya did at the end of that wave, that's part of the credit that he got because he had a complete, you know, series of maneuvers out the back, but a big finish, the crescendo. I feel like, just like surf fans, the judges love a big ender like that, you know, just wrap it all up.
You mentioned old school alley-oop.
Yes.
What are we talking about there?
Old school alley-oop, you would have seen, you know, guys like Timmy Curran doing in early, you know, let's say late 90s or mid 90s momentum
And campaign,
generation
right.
videos where you basically go straight up, you land backwards, fins
Okay.
engage, and you spin around.
So it was a full rotation. Yeah.
Classic alley-oop. So, you know, if you're kind of nerding out a little bit, geeking out on trick names, I would say that would be considered alley-oop 360, or, you know, just a fully rotated alley-oop. And in thinking that, an alley-oop where you land backwards and spin around, technically wouldn't call it an alley-oop.
Really?
Because you got to get all the way around with an alley-oop. So that right there for Baron Mamiya, you could just call that straight up alley-oop.
Okay. I like that because I was interested. I was like, old school alley-oop. remember only there being one. But
Well,
okay.
there's a fun, yet another fun spin debate happening on social
Let's
media
bring
right
it.
now. A young surfer from Maui.
Paula?
Yes. People are calling it alley-oop 360, alley-oop 540. Any way you slice it, it's awesome. And that's the kind of debates we'd love to have. 18:50 on the clock. We're going to take a quick break, but the Leonardo Show is on. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hide your pupusas. Baron Mamiya has entered the chat with a massive, perfectly executed alley-oop. All the way around, nose facing the beach. Not an easy landing. That right there warranted a big number from our judges. An 817. He paired that finishing maneuver with the brilliant surfing he had on the outside. It was almost like a song, right? He built up, dropped the tempo down a little bit through the mid portion, and then bam, hammered a big finish. John Florence trying to correct 2 early mistakes. I love the anticipation we're all feeling right now as he gets into the lip and goes down.
Just seems out of rhythm in this heat so far. Chris hasn't been able to get anything better than a 1 so far, and you know, just over halfway through the heat. Based off of what we've seen in the free surfs and how well he's looked so far during a lot of the other events leading up to this one, you know, I'd say as of right now with 16 minutes to go, he just needs to get something better than a 1 and transition into that mode where he catches wave after wave, and especially with third priority now that he's going to establish once he gets back out to the primary takeoff zone. Smart thing, build up on your scores. If you just don't feel like you're going to make it out of this heat, at least get your confidence back up. It's a huge moment for him. We're in event number 7. You want to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. You need to start doing it right now, especially with the 3 events that he has after this. We know what he's capable of in Rio. He's won there before. J-Bay is a great event for him. And obviously when we talk about Tahiti, that is the place to be John Florence.
Well, every heat tells a story. 15:21 on the clock. If John is working on his novel of this heat right now, it's most likely titled Lost in La Libertad, a mystery novel by John Florence. The good news is this book is not over yet. We've got 15 more minutes, plenty of time for John Florence to get back in the swing of things. As we see Leonardo Fioravanti, 2 nice slices to start, beautiful carving turns, and a perfectly placed carve there for Leonardo. Another big snap down the line. He is just toying with this perfect right-hand point break. Surf City, El Salvador, and more from the inside. This may be the best we've seen from Leonardo Fioravanti of the season, and what a time to start peaking.
Yeah.
Right? You know, this opening round, he's got a big statement to make going up against Baron Mamiya, who is wildly creative out in this lineup, and of course John Florence. You knew this was going to be a big test. Right now, He's passing this test with an A+ score, but Baron Mamiya now back on his workbench. A couple big turns on the outside, throwing the tail there, showing some flash. Turning through. A little bit of a grab there, but just a slight edge off in the flow factor of the speed power flow equation. This board looks perfect through this inside section. Blows the tail, nearly sells the completion. That right there was right on the edge. One thing that you know the judges demand is a fully ridden out finisher, right? You don't want to leave anything to question, but that's not taking much away from all the work he did on that wave. He's sitting on an 817 to start, so you know if you kind of try to run the numbers, Baron Mamiya's 817 is better than Leonardo's 7.50. So let's say that 817 is a placeholder. Flip side of that, Leonardo may have just improved on that 7.50.
I think he does. I mean, excellent layback to start, straight up into the lip after that. How's that carve right there? Really opens up those shoulders all the way through. And once he makes it to the inside, this wave gets really hard to surf. Speeding down the line the whole time, but not a drop of water out of place. And when we talk about consistency, and as you mentioned, peaking at the right time too, I truly think he is as well. I mean, the way he's flowing through a lot of these waves, he seems physically as fit as he possibly could get, and gets a great finishing turn too. Here's John.
There's the Florence flare we wanted to see.
What?
That's called a combination of major maneuvers. He must have read the rule book on his way back out there. That right there was all one thing. Impossible. The linkage between the carve to tail whip. No one can do that like John Florence. And if you want to get back into a heat, this is exactly what you do. Not a long wave, but very impactful.
Wow, and the amount of speed he was able to garner right there. The full wrap extension brings it all the way around, and somehow was able to throw the tail around with the decrease in speed that he had after this carve. I mean, look at how far behind he was, and the angle that he had to take for that reverse was nasty as well. I mean, look at this. Brings it all the way around, Chris. And he is one of the very few people that can do that turn. Look at the amount of spray that he sent on that one. But look at where he ends up right there. He's literally on the white water.
Waves over.
Bottom turn from there. He's behind the section. Comes from around it and throws the tail towards the beach and fully transitions into a perfect place maneuver at the end.
It doesn't happen often, but when John gets angry, sometimes things like that
you don't want to be
follow.
around.
I believe he is on a Peisel Red Tiger, new model developed by John Peisel and John Florence. That's a solid brain trust right there when you're talking about surfboards. Those two guys together make magic. And he used every centimeter of that board. You saw both his feet pretty much off his board at the end of that first carve. I mean, that's a highlight package combination.
It is.
And it's going to definitely, help, if not numbers-wise, mentally that's just going to help. He's now built some momentum. It's going to come through to 6.5. So it's still under all four of the keeper scores currently held by Fioravanti and Mamiya. He's right on the edge of being comboed. If he got a 10 on his next wave, that would be good for John Florence. He would be up in the lead. Leonardo Fioravanti, though, masterful performance so far. A 9 and a 7.5. Highest heat total of the day so far.
Yep. And the highest wave of the event so far as well. And, you mentioned that surfing, especially at a point break, is almost like composing a song. And it's true. I mean, you add things and elements to a certain wave, and if you use it within the criteria, you're going to get judged in an excellent way. Good surfing there, right there, Chris.
Well, we got 9:30 to go, and we're freight training through these first round heats. And with this train, well, the station is coming, and here it is. Are you kidding me with these huge elimination round heats? Cal Cianca going up against Brian Perez, Jack Robinson versus Ian Gentile. Come on, that's a typo, right? Elimination round, Heat 5, Medina v. Slater. A classic in the making. That's probably one of the coolest elimination round lineups I've seen in the entire season. I'm excited. I know you are. Wherever you're watching, however you're watching, take to the gram. Get excited.
Yep.
Cheer on your favorite surfer.
Oh, look at how good this heat is right now, Chris. 16.5 for the heat leader, Fioravanti. He's dropping a pair. He's dropping a 5.67 and a 7.23. He didn't improve on his last wave, but he was very close to doing so. But speaking of, the excellence, and one of the few Hawaiian surfers that has really stood out in the last few years, obviously you have one of the greatest surfers of all time in the red jersey, also surfing for the state of Hawaii. But Baron Mamiya, I think a lot of people try to box him in and only say that he's, a big wave surfer, he's great at barrel riding. We call him Backdoor Baron for a reason. I mean, he's great out there. But he's such a complete surfer, too. And when you come at a point break like this at Punta Roca, having competed here last year himself already, it goes to show the evolution. And for such a young kid, I think the sky's the limit. We used to call him the prodigy when he was younger. I still think he has world champion material in him. It might not happen this year, but I think it'll eventually happen down the line. I see him being a top 10 surfer for years to come.
I am 100% in agreement with you, Mitchell. 738. So you look at what John Florence need. It's a perfect 10. Now, if he gets that 10, well, he's going to be controlling the lineup. And also, as a bonus this year, if you do get a perfect 10, there's a big reward at the end of that rainbow. So with 7:16 on the clock, you get that perfect 10, and you get the perfect Yeti. That's right, the Yeti 110 Tundra. That is a beast of a cooler. That's your new ice bath, even if you're 6'4".
Well, Callum Robson's the only one that's gotten one so far this year from the perfect 10 over in Portugal. You're not asking the wrong person to get a 10 right now, though, Chris. I mean, John Florence, we've seen it do it before, but, this wave right here, just maybe trying to push it a bit too much at the beginning, goes for the transitional there. And as you can see, just carrying a bit too much speed down the line, wasn't able to fully engage the rails coming out of it. But still, with 6.5 minutes to go, at least you got out of that mini combo that you were in, and I think mentally that just does a lot for you going down the line in this event.
And for John Florence, maybe this was his luck pass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Had bad heat, had a shocker. This is the only round that, you have the luxury of making mistakes. Non-elimination round. While, of course, you want to get that pass past that first elimination round. Using your bad luck pass early on could help.
Yep.
This is all, conjecture, of course. And John Florence, I mean, if you go way back to the beginning of the heat, there was that little mini priority snafu between Baron and John. We've seen that play a factor, way in the past for John Florence. So, that's like pointless to even talk about because I doubt that affected him. But with 5.5 to go, he's got some explaining to do on the waves. Let his surfboard do the talking. Unfortunate situation for John Florence right now as he's in third priority. And unlike beach breaks around the world, you can sneak away. There's really a tight takeoff zone here for the Rocas. And you can see he's trying to just stay separate from where the two leading competitors are on the outside. We saw our surfers walking out there. And yes, being a professional surfer on the championship tour is probably the best job you could ever have.
I would say so.
Well, one thing, there are quirks to every great job. They're walking out right now with the tide still switching. These rocks are slippery.
They're hot.
So if that's the hardest thing that you have to deal with at your day job, you're pretty stoked.
Yeah.
A sort of annoying walk into the lineup.
But you know what's even worse? Having to come in through that same path that you took as well, and you saw Jordy Smith a few heats ago almost slip off. Dude, the first time I came here in 2012, first session I had, I slipped twice paddling out. I already had 5 cuts on my feet.
Well, There's got to be some hidden Instagram trolls out there filming every walk out into the lineup, just hoping for one of these heroes to slam.
The dry ones, they're hot as they can get. And then the wet ones, they're very slippery.
We got to make them I mean, God, they got to suffer a little bit. I've seen the places they're staying around here. They're real nice.
That's true.
So we can't make it too easy for these professional athletes. 3:45 on the clock. John Florence, he's having a shocker. It happens to everyone. A lot of us, it happens every other day. Fortunately for John, he's had a pretty consistent season. He's right up there in the top 10. You know, just a few slots out looking up into the Rip Curl WSL Finals picture. He needs a big result here. He needs surfers currently sitting in that top five slide down.
Yep. Well, big props to Leo, the way he started in this heat, 7.5, then got the 9, the highest combined heat total of the event so far, and then the highest single wave score of the event so far. But, you know, I think the loss of John Florence for the last few seasons when he's been injured, you know, been critical to the development of surfing worldwide. And I think it's so imperative for Medina, for Italo, for, I even think, Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson, to have this guy competing with them at all times. The tour's better when John's healthy.
Oh, yeah, he pushes everybody.
Exactly. Everybody needs to be pushed by the greatest surfers out there. And I don't think that if you're competing against or having the absence of people like John, I wouldn't necessarily say that you're always surfing at your best. These people push you to be your best all the time, Chris.
Well, here's what transpired in the last 20-something minutes. I did not see Leonardo almost slam into that rock. That was pretty cool. Other than that, it's been near perfection for the Italian surfer.
Well, it has an excellent heat total, 16.5. And then Barry Mamiya with one of the highest waves of the day so far as well, an 8.17. Love this wrap. I mean, brings it all the way around. Uses that entire body weight of his to be able to compose a beautiful ride here. Dropping excellence, an 8.17. And how about, I mean, I would have to say the best air we've seen all day long. Straight alley-oop right there. Lands it cleanly. And then Leo, 9-point ride here, Chris. Just the way he's able to use speed to his advantage, manage it, nearly slides out, but recovers so well, goes straight up into the lip. There's a combination of major maneuvers here.
Wow.
And he has just been surfing on another gear in this heat.
Ciao, Bella. Leonardo Fioravanti.
You know when you have a good cup of coffee, I mean, to reference the Italian surfer, and you just know it's going to be a great day. He probably had a few of those this morning when he woke up.
1 minute left. John Florence needs a 10. He will move up one slot in the priority picture as Leonardo Fioravanti.
Ooh.
A floater gone awry.
Where's
Under
Barron
50
now?
seconds to go. I did get an exclusive look into Leonardo's Surf City Diary, entry 1, Dear Diary. I just completely obliterated my first round heat. Got my golden ticket, answered a lot of questions. Is Leonardo consistent enough to stay in the upper echelon of surfing? Yes.
Number 10
Is
right
he
now?
powerful enough? Yes.
Is he quick?
Yeah.
Answering a lot of questions. Here's a set, though. And Barron still needs an 8.34. Would have to be his best wave, Chris. I think he needs to be on this one.
This is a nice looking wave for Barron Mamiya. Here we go, winding up. And he takes a swing. Oh, big start there for Barron Mamiya. Plenty more open face to work with. This wave's settling down a little bit. He's hoping for it to start to wind up as he kind of has to go for the two-stage floater, fighting his way around this section. A little argument with the whitewater. He wins it, gets back on the open face, and a lip projects him into the flats. He goes down. So a valiant effort for Barron Mamiya, but he would have needed an 8.34. And I don't think that was right or error. I think that just the wave didn't really cooperate fully. Let's take a look back at it. Well, you know, I'm no judge. Was this an 8.34?
No, it wasn't. I mean, that was an incredible carve to start things off. Garnered a huge amount of speed when he pumped the first few sections. But that, as you said, it was just the wave. It let it down right here. And that transitional floater put him a bit behind the section. And he knew at this point that he had to go for something huge. Eyes the section up right here. And it didn't stand up the way he wanted to. Wasn't really able to project down the line the way he would have preferred to. In the end, good effort, but it's going to be Leo moving through in first.
Yeah, I mean, a solid heat from Baron Mamiya. A vexing heat for John Florence. Both of those surfers will get one more opportunity in the elimination round. Congrats to Leonardo Fioravanti, a 16.50 total. We got more to come. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We'll be right back.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. By Shiseido, the official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Don't cool your jets just yet. We've got another opening round heat in the lineup featuring 4 rocket ships. Ryan Callanan, Yago Dora, Kanoa Igarashi. About time. We've got some goofy footers back in this lineup.
Let's go.
Callanan and Yago Dora will be surfing with their back to this wave. Kanoa Igarashi on his forehand. Regular footer representing Japan. So we got number 8, number 9, and number 17. And this is live action. One of the most exciting surfers on the planet, Yago Dora. This guy is flexible and creative on these waves. He has a skateboarding background, and he definitely has the genes for it. We got the chance to surf with his dad yesterday. His dad was dropping 8.5s all day long.
You dropped a 9 yourself, Chris.
That was a 9.5.
Oh,
3-1.
okay.
31 minutes on the clock for now. You see that number next to Ryan Callanan's name. That was a 717 that he literally caught right when the buzzer blew. That right there is just the epitome of how you want to start your heat. So the buzzer blew, bam, he's up.
Yeah, and these are the waves that I think the goofy footers should be looking for. The bowly ones further up on the point. The 2 first opening turns, wow, slides the fins, goes up into the lip again, and see how he's always fading back to the whitewater too. Puts him in the right spot for that blowtail that he has. And this is his second one. Throwtail reverse down the line, into the lip right there, and he is just so quick on his backhand, Chris, coming from that incredible beach break of Merriweather in Newcastle, Australia. He is a great transitional surfer, and as you can see here, a very methodical surfer when it comes to surfing on the backhand as well. Progressive, innovates a lot on the backhand and the forehand. But I think to me, it's really the way that he's able to explode when he hits the lip line. Quick on his feet, so is Yago. And I really like the bottom turn right there on the first one. Carves it back. The section never really stood up that vertical. But right here, waits patiently for this section. Great technique, goes into the throw toe reverse as well. And unfortunately for him, this wave just kind of shouldered off after that, but it's going to be a good opening score for Yago.
Yeah, decent start. And what I'm liking about this heat, too, is that Kalinin and Yago Dora both with similar styles, similar bags of tricks, similar build. You know, they're both tall, strong kids.
Yep.
And they have that whip, right?
Yeah.
And they can rely on the whip as I don't want to call it a filler because it's super radical, but they can both go beyond vertical at will, and they both have the ability to kind of switch up a vertical snap into a tail slide or a backside reverse, and we just saw them do just that on their opening waves. Yago's the wave, a little less impactful. He starts with a 417. Meanwhile, Kalinin starting to build some momentum here with a 717 and a 6. Again, prototypical great heat starter. Get a big number, back it up quickly, give yourself the luxury of being able to explore the lineup and be creative and explosive on your next wave. So with 29:15 on the clock, our surfers resettle themselves in the takeoff zone. That gives us the chance to catch up with Leonardo Fioravanti and AJ McCord.
Yeah, Leo coming out of the water, incredibly excited with the way that heat went. You started off so strong with that 9. What did you see in that wave you were able to take advantage of?
Wow, the wave was just a beautiful wave. It was kind of the second, or there was a couple waves before, so it was super clean. And it was a deep one, so it had a really slow pace. And I knew this was my chance to really tee it up and get some big points out the back. And I was really happy that I was able to do that. And starting with the 7.5, straight into that was pretty exciting. Pretty exciting way to start, pretty dream way to start the heat.
Yeah, how much confidence does that give you or change your strategy at all for the rest of the heat when you start off that strong with those?
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier so that you can put yourself in a more controlling position and really, you know, those guys to catch me, they needed to get really good waves and do some good surfing. So it definitely narrows down the ways of, you know, winning heats for them and makes me, puts me in a really comfortable position. And yeah, the waves are so fun. It really reminded me of the wave pool, the ride at the wave pool where you can just tee it up back to back. And yeah, I really felt that.
It's always nice to get a golden ticket on to the next round, but for you, a little extra motivation to make sure you didn't surf today. Tell us why.
Today is a really important day. My team, Inter, is playing the Champions League final against Manchester City, so it's a huge, huge day for Italian soccer, Inter, Forza Inter. So, you know, my plan was to win this heat and go back and watch it. And also, this is a really cool event because one of my main sponsors, Tokash, is a big partner at this event. Tokash is like an online banking ecosystem where it's a platform where you can basically use it from digital coin to any currencies around the world. So, you know, they're all here supporting this event, supporting me, and I was glad that I was able to win a heat and support them as well.
There you go, a win for you in the water, and now you go watch, hopefully your team will win. We'll see you in the next round.
Forza Inter!
Forza Fioravanti. Dominant performance in his opening round. It's 7 p.m. roughly in Rome, Italy. You know that country right now, they got to be on edge. The big game is in town. But as far as I know, a lot of guys on that Italian team are surf fans and therefore Leo fans. That could have been the spark that team needs to win this big game tonight, Mitchell.
True.
So if you're watching from the locker room in Italy, Forza Italia, do it for Leonardo. He just did it for you guys. Why don't you repay the favor, win this game?
No, this heat, Chris, out in the water is so evenly matched. But Ryan Kalinin starred a 717 and a 6 literally in the first 3 or 4 minutes. That could easily be his heat total at the end of this heat, 13.17. But you look at what Kanoe Igarashi has done in, you know, the years that he's been on the championship tour. He's an elite level surfer, and so is this guy. Has an incredible air game.
Yago Dora stalling right there, hopefully to show us his air game. There you go. Thank you, Yago. Make it. Unlike him. That is a relatively easy aerial for Yago Dora. But at this level, under the pressure and stress that these surfers are under right now, nothing comes easy. Yago Dora makes those, I would safely say 85% of the time. He's going to make that. If he's free surfing, 95.
Yeah, and in this heat specifically, with this kind of onshore breeze, it's a really good air wind for a lot of these goofy footers going into that transitional maneuver. As of right now, though, I think Ryan Callanan's game plan, sticking to the rail surfing, has prevailed, and it's worked out great in his advantage. Meanwhile, Kanoa with priority on the outside, waiting for a set wave. I would think that right now, with this kind of lower mid-tide that we have out there, Chris, one thing that I will say will prevail quite a bit, you'll be able to use Mama Roca to your advantage. You notice that as a marker, you want to be just behind it when you're taking off and a little bit further outside as well, so that way you don't hit your fins on it. But Mama Roca is such a good indicator of where you want to be sitting. If you're past it, it means that you're usually a bit too deep. If you're right in front of it, that's kind of where the primary takeoff zone is. But there's still a lot of potential for waves underneath everybody else's priority that I see could be good scores out there.
I believe Iago ollied over Mama Roca last year.
He did. Actually, I think he had a higher priority over Jordy Smith, and Jordy kind of went over the falls, and Iago had that 9-point ride in the first heat of the event.
24:28 on the clock. Arcal way into the lead for now, a 7:17 and a 6. If you can get up into the teens and still have 24 minutes on the clock, you've done something spectacular. Iago Dora with the 4:17, Igarashi with nothing. I would say for how good Kanoa is, for how clutch a performer he is, he's not worried, neither is his camp. I'd say the one thing that might be irking Team Igarashi is his standings right now. His pretty shocking even to think of him outside of the top 10. So he's not having the greatest year. Hopefully he can tap into some inspiration there, take a negative, make it a positive, finish strong with only 3 events left, not including the Rip Curl WSL Finals. He does have time to climb up the rankings, but he's pretty low right now. So his chances of getting into the top 5, I don't know if they're mathematically possible. That's never been my strong suit. So someone else has to figure that one out. I'm sure he knows all the numbers. I'm sure he knows exactly what he has to do. But again, even with just a few seconds on the clock, never count out Kanoa Igarashi. He's one of the best to ever do it. One of the most consistent surfers on tour. And it just hasn't been his year.
I said that the other day, and he threw me under the bus. He's like, "Oh, you're biased. You're my friend." I was like, "Dude, no. You're the first Japanese surfer to qualify for the Championship Tour. You're the first person from Asia to win a Championship Tour event. You're a silver medalist at the Olympics. You're a top 5 surfer. What else do you want? You're doing everything for a continent and for a nation."
That's right.
He's done huge things.
He's really good, really popular, deserves all those accolades. 22:30 on the clock. Let's talk surfboards. Peter Mel is in his comfort zone where everybody would want to be. This is a candy shop for surfers. Pete Mel in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
That's right, Chris. And with this, surfboards, big part of this whole thing. It's their race cars. This board here for Kanoa Igarashi is a Sharp Eye Storms model, and he's got the exact same dimensions, but the 77 model in the water, and a backup, the exact duplicate of the 77. So 2 boards, exactly the same with the pintail. This one here is the Storms, which is in his locker room. This is actually quite a popular place because it's nice and cool in here, so a lot of the athletes are chilling out. I see my corner here. And this one here, though, 18 and 7/8, 2.5, 6.0. The same dimensions on the board he's riding right now. I would say for Sharp Eye, they're wanting to get a few more surfers into the quarterfinals because the Vissla Shaper rankings right now, Sharp Eye sits at number 3, and he wants to be at the top, of course, right, guys?
Oh, Shapers love being at the top of everybody's list. The Vissla CT Shaper rankings have been updated since the Surf Ranch Pro. There you have it. Mayhem, Matt Biolas in the lead. 122,670 points. That's a lot of points. I don't know how many points they get per event. Mitchell, you host a podcast that talks about all of this. DHD in second, Sharp Eye third, CI 4, Paizel 5th. So what would second, third, fourth, fifth have to do to reclaim that top spot during this event?
Well, you got to be looking at semifinals or better, and especially for Paizel, John, and Tyler Wright, both have to be winning events for them to get into the discussion in the first top 2 spots. But yeah, you can listen to the Lineup podcast where you find your podcast. Some great episodes lately. I believe Ramon Navarro was just on. Darren Hanley also has an episode coming out, and Luca Nacias and Alyssa Spencer, I had the chance to interview them. Yeah, check it out. it's real good. And obviously, we talked about the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings, which I think has been a great addition to this year's championship tour.
Yeah, you're hosting and co-hosting alongside one of my favorite surf personalities, Dave Proden. A wealth of knowledge, a low-key individual, but when he talks, you got to listen, because he knows what he's talking about. So we'll see the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings.
I want to point out too that the Shapers might even be more competitive than the actual surfers.
I heard DHD was requesting a yellow shirt of any brand, make. I think he was on the Vizsla website trying to find himself a yellow shirt. So we have the, we have the power. We know people, Mitchell.
He relinquished
Let's
it,
get
though.
some stuff printed up, because I would love to see Shapers peacocking around the contest zone in their personalized yellow Vizsla CT Shaper rankings jersey.
You got to have a surf off as a thing. I feel like I'm going to propose this to Dave for next season. You have to have one surfer and the Shaper surf off against, and we're going to match them up. We'll go 1 against 8, and then 2 against 7, and obviously vice versa like that. And we're going to add up their totals per heat, and then eventually we're going to do quarter, semis, and finals. That's my
Specialty
proposition.
event.
We could do it.
I'll be there. 19 minutes to go. Ryan Callanan in the lead. Stephanie Gilmore on screen. Getting some calm, some words of wisdom. Coach Tommy right next to her, and this tells me that we are about to see the women take to the lineup. And when I think of this wave, when I think of the perfect right-hand wall that we've been seeing all day, I mean, obviously you conjure up these visions of the one and only Stephanie Gilmore. The best styles in surfing, style with fangs. She is going to be really fun to watch out here. All the women are. Same scenario on the women's side of the draw. Everybody fighting for a spot in the final 5. We have Carissa Moore currently in that top spot. The opening round for women is going to be
exciting.
That's a big statement builder right there. Caroline Marks, Caitlin Simmers, Gabriella Bryan coming up soon. But right now we got 17:50 to go. Things quieting down a little bit in the lineup as the tide starts to drop out.
Wow, those 2 waves of Callanan right now are of significant importance, Chris. And as I told you before, 13.17 heat total. That could easily be a heat total that you're carrying through this heat. But Kanoa, he's going to stick to his guns. He's got to wait this out and just wait for the first set that comes through and be on it. Use priority wisely. He did make the quarterfinals here last year, lost a very close heat to Griffin Colapinto. And when we're talking about somebody that is requiring a good result here at stop number 7, it's this guy. He might be up and riding right here.
So Kanoa Igarashi's out the back with priority. Lets this one go. Callanan now. Goes vert. Started off, waved. Now starting to offer him up something to work with here. I mean, he really puts everything into every turn. And even though he fell right there, I'm fine with it, because I like where he's going. I like where his mind is. He's trying to better a 6, so he knows he has to do something pretty cool to warrant wrestling that number away from the judges. So we'll see what they give Ryan Callanan. Yago Dora, he's trying to get rid of a .70, so I'm sure even with just one quick stand-up, couple turns, he'll do that. Let's take a look back at Ryan Callanan's last wave.
Has a very solid base. You can just see he never really moves his feet when he's transitioning to the bottom turn and top turn combination. And then obviously, to better the 6, at that point of this wave, he was looking for something huge, goes for the throw tail reverse. Bigger variation than the first one he had on the 6-point ride. And then Yago's wave, that's a cool combo, but as of right now, he's needing a 9-point ride for the lead. He recognized that wave was not going to deliver, and look at that. Crucial point of the heat with a paddle battle, both Ryan and Yago looking to establish second priority out there. And it seems like Yago had the advantage. And you don't want to cross your arms between the other surfer's arms either, Chris, because then you get tangled up. Next thing you know, you get a priority interference or you get passed down. But it seems like Callanan won the battle. He goes to second priority. This is huge right now.
It was intense.
Yeah, did Yago give up or did Ryan just break away?
It looks
He's
like
not
Yago
happy.
disagrees with the priority call. 15-20.
Comes a good set, though. It seems like Kanoa's shot is right now.
So there's your lineup. Igarashi out the back in the white jersey with priority. He is going to exercise his freedom of choice. We'll see if he leans into whip it.
Ooh.
By Devo, he does. Comes around the bottom. A little hung up on his second turn. Building speed. Looking for a ramp. Gets it.
Wow.
Nice projection front three for Kanoa Igarashi. Still at work. Freeing the fins. This is just a calculated assault on this wave.
You're kidding. Oh, dude.
And showing the judges he is in complete control there. Love that little kind of fakey ride. Little extended backwards ride on his surfboard. That right there was
spectacular.
Really, really fun to watch. You know, he mixed everything up. I don't think he repeated a trick on this wave. So cool.
Well, and excellent use of priority, too. And, I mean, he waited 20 minutes for this wave. Starts off very well. Gets a little stuck right there on that second one, but comes around this section and just goes ballistic into the air reverse. Spins it around when he lands, straight up into the lip afterwards. And as you said, it's very difficult to not be repetitive, either on your forehand or on your backhand. Every turn was different. Just ditched the fins a bit more, slid the tail a bit more, and this right here at the end, that is a variation of a throw tail reverse. Didn't bring it all the way around. He transitioned well when he came into the 180. And look at this, just projects down the line and lands perfectly. Nose in the water, brings his base down, low center of gravity when he's spinning.
Oh, he really used his arms to help get him around quicker, and that really set him up to go straight into the bottom turn.
And look at that, too. I mean, the timing, his feet were never out of place either. That is so difficult to do. He is precise, he's quick, and he is a very astute surfer, too, Chris.
I'm taking notes.
Look at that.
You want to surf better, watch Kanoa Igarashi.
Every turn's a bit different, too. Like, the variation's present. And it was incredible to watch because he waited for 20 minutes. It's hard to get cold out, or, I mean, maybe not here, but you get cold out there. You're sitting all the time. You're thinking, maybe overthinking as well. I think he's going to drop the best score of the heat right here and by a long shot, too.
So, two best buddies out in the lineup. So here's what happened with the paddle battle. It just looked like Callanan kind of turned on the afterburners and just got around him. He took the outside edge right there, and Yago kind of saw the imaginary line. And even though Yago's not too happy about it, it's pretty clear. You know, our priority judges are up in the top corner. They have a perfect visual on the entire lineup. Let's see if Yago can kind of answer back. And he did not make that air, right?
No.
That was pretty obvious.
But
11:50.
I like the effort, though.
Yes, please. More of that.
12 minutes to go. It's now or never. I mean, he's needing a 9-point ride. Dropped a 9 in his first round heat last year. At this point of the heat, though, Kanoa going excellent, though, Chris. That's a good score.
If you're going to wait for a wave, make it count. Kanoa Igarashi did it and more. 8.33, now the highest single wave score of this heat. So, I mean, just like Kanoa Igarashi, right? Just when you start to slightly worry about him, he drops an 8.3. We got 11:28 on the clock. RCal in the lead for now. Stay tuned to find out what happens next. We'll be right back. welcome back to beautiful Punta Roca here in Surf City, El Salvador. What a place, what a wave, what a vibe. I mean, if you're watching that right there and you're not imagining yourself hopping along those rocks to get out in this lineup, there may be something wrong with you, because that right there is pure tropical perfection. 9:17, back to the business at hand. Ryan Callanan well into the lead for now, but watch out, because Kanoa Igarashi is hot on his heels, dropping the highest single wave score in 8.33. We'll see if Arcal can extend his lead. He's got the biggest wave we've seen in this heat yet. Slidey snap to start. Well-timed bottom turn into a top turn combo.
Oh.
Maintaining his edge through a little chop and chunk kind of in the flats of this wave. So about 6 turns in already. Nice flow, plenty of power. Climbing the foam all the way to the inside section. Got to get creative in here. Gets the big finish, frees the fins. Great series of maneuvers for Ryan Callanan. He was ripping on that wave.
He was. I really liked the opening part of it as well. And he said, get creative. I think he heard you, because that last turn was a bit different. It was not an easy section, especially with the amount of speed that he had reduced right before that as well. 8 minutes to go. I think this was an important and excellent use of priority by Ryan Callanan. Get a better his 6-point ride, and you know, he's such a workhorse as well. Loves to work out when he's not competing. Usually goes to the gym afterwards, after every heat, just to get some muscle work in. So does Kanoa and Yago, though. This is an important set right here. Igarashi might use priority. He's going to let the first wave of the set go, and Yago might have to take this one. Doesn't like it, Chris. Wow, they let that one go. It seemed like a good wave.
I'd take it. Look at that thing. This is just for you out there to mind surf on. Take your time, enjoy yourselves. Ooh, that was beautiful. Whatever you just did right there in your imagination. We appreciate that. 7:18 to go. Feel the stress level rising a little bit. The temperature is rising. Arcal just dropped another number to match his 7.17. That last score comes through at a 7.07. Now that means Kanoa Igarashi needs a 5.91. Yago Dora gets thrown into the basement. Combo land. 14.24 needed for Yago Dora. He's had near misses, some flashes of brilliance. Nowhere near what he's capable of. 6.5 on the clock. So Ryan Callanan with a pair of 7s. 14.24 total. That's a solid number. Think back on Baron Mamiya, his second place finish was 14.90. So the line in the sand, or the line on the rocks, I should say, drawn by Leonardo Fioravanti with that 16.50 total. Mitchell, this was a 7.07 for just great surfing.
Yeah, and intelligent as well. Wow, that turn was just beautiful. Up and over the section and threw the tail out, transitioned well when he wrapped it back. And this part right here was so important and smart. Never overcooked it, did it super well. And this is where you had to get creative right here at the end. Transitions back, and look at the amount of speed that he lost right there, but somehow was able to recover and find a different angle to that last turn that was so cool, and it was very unique, especially when we look at goofy footers that maybe go into the lip and do the same turn over and over again. It gets repetitive, it gets stale. There wasn't any of those moments on those waves, both the 7.17 and the 0.07, and that's why he's had a good scoreline in this heat. But you look at what Kanoa did on the 8.33, and it just had a bit more of spice to it. And obviously the wave allowed that as well. This wave that Ryan had, the 7.07 first wave of the set, a bit trickier to ride too. It had a lot of those crumbles on the face because of that onshore wind, but you can't risk letting that wave go by when you have first priority. What if there isn't a second wave of the set, Chris? In that case, there wasn't.
And I appreciate Ryan Callanan's creativity and power as well. Windshield wipers belong on cars, not on waves, especially at this level. He's pushing a lot of water around with every turn he does. Igarashi No stress for him right now. You know, a 5.91 for Kanoa Igarashi. That's light work. He is that good and that consistent. Right now, he's just dealing with the forces of nature, hoping that a wave comes through that he can look at and have the clear thought in his mind that this wave right here is going to provide me the opportunity to do what I need to do to get that score. You know, obviously, he knows what a 5.91 would look like on a wave. Knowing Kanoa, he's going to surf for an 8 or a 9. You know, he's been really strategic and patient. But 8.33 came along about 20 minutes after the buzzer blew. So we'll see if the patience pays off for Igarashi. Meanwhile, Yago Dora with a 4.17 and a 3.07.
This one's basically done for Yago now because...
Don't tell him that.
Well, I mean, just being honest right here.
They can't hear us. They can't hear
Yeah,
us in the lineup.
luckily.
If you're a newer viewer to surfing competition here on the WSL Championship Tour, we want to welcome you with open arms. If you have any questions, social media is right out there.
DM us.
Be polite.
Especially Chris.
DM direct. We'll answer any questions you have. But you know, basically, these surfers right here, the best of the best. And even the best surfers have to rely on the opportunities given to them by the ocean.
And by the kindness of others, too. Because that's the whole point of having priority, is that there should be an established order out there in the lineup of who can catch a wave at any given time. And right now, we're just under 3 minutes. Kanoa Igarashi going to use priority very smartly. But I also think if it comes down to 2 minutes, the last 90 seconds, and you don't see a set wave coming through, you need to go on the first wave that you can.
Yeah, we talk about manufacturing scores, which basically means trying your hardest to get the exact number, maybe on a wave that it wouldn't be worthy earlier on in the heat. I think a 5.91 is just above the threshold of being able to really manufacture it and sell it to the judges. You actually have to have a pretty good wave to get a 5.91. Potentially seeing lions on the horizon. You see Kanoa kind of perking up a little bit, prairie dogging out to seeing something. There is motion in the lineup, some movement from all three surfers. Igarashi does have priority.
This is the
There's
wave.
something swinging towards him.
He's got to go.
A minute 52. See Yago Dora coming through to the inside. So if Kanoa lets this one go, Yago would be next in line. And he's not going to take any chances. He's going. Smaller wave. And this is just going to be his conveyor belt in. Yago Dora's heat did not go the way anybody expected or wanted it to go. 2 okay waves. Just was not his time in the sun. So now Kanoa Igarashi doesn't have to worry about Yago Dora in the lineup. He's coming in. Waves pulsing through. Something starting to stand up on the outside. Here we go with priority. It's going to be Kanoa Igarashi looking for a 5.91. He's got to go big. Tail sliding snap. It's an okay start.
That's much
Nicely
better.
placed turn. Comes around the section. Boom. Hammers it. 3 turns. Mixing it up with a carve. Needs a 5.91. It's looking close so far. Finishes strong with a kind of a tail slide, lip slide. The crew likes it.
Yep.
35 seconds now. Will Callanan have the opportunity to answer back? Now that right there, if he gets the score, you know, he's going to be thought of as a genius in terms of wave selection, use of priority, patience. 18 seconds left. Ryan Callanan basically won this heat in the first 10 seconds.
Yep.
But you got to finish. ABC, always be closing. Kanoa is a closer. If the score comes through, that's going to make me sound smart.
Isn't that from Glengarry Glen Ross?
Correct.
It is, right? ABC.
So our opening round, Heat 8, ends with a judge's decision. Did he do enough? Kanoa Igarashi needing a 5-1. It felt good. It felt right. Right time, right place.
Yep.
But luckily,
he barely scratched into this wave, too. I mean, he really had to put in a lot of effort to catch this one. Drives up into the lip right there, though, and that's a strong start. Blasts the tail out and the fins, wraps it back all the way. I really like this third turn, too. Fully lays into it. A lot of commitment on that one. Brings it back around. And a very smart and strategic finish right here, too, Chris. Nothing super dynamic, but just strong surfing at the end. Slides the fins, the fist pump. And look at this. The way he's able to just bring it all the way back around. It seems like it's going to be more than enough. A 6.93. He got a heat win with just 2 waves, too.
He's
How
him.
efficient.
He's him. He's the clutch performer. Kanoa Igarashi gets the score in the last 30 seconds. Does more than enough to get the win. It's official. Igarashi moves through with the win. Callan in second. Dora third. Watch out, world. The women are hitting the lineup. We'll be right back with more action from the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
A tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world. It's a tour of dreamers,
Rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
Look at this. Stop 7 on the World Championship Tour, the World Surf League. We just completed the men's opening round. Now it's time to move on to the women's opening round, and we are starting off with a great heat. Caroline Marks, Caitlin Simmers, Gabriella Bryant. This is a peek at the future generation, the now generation, the youngsters coming up in women's professional surfing. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel. And Pete, I'm going to go with you first on this heat. This is a very young heat. A 17-year-old and 2 21-year-olds to open up the women's opening round.
That's it. We got to see Caitlin Simmers in that last event put some different lines to the surf ranch. I expect the same here. Caroline Marks coming off of the injury and getting to the finals here, and now back at this place that she has great memories of. So you expect her to do well. And Gabrielle O'Brien, who loves right-hand point breaks. Her best surfing happens at right-hand point breaks like Sunset Beach. So I expect fireworks is what I expect.
Well, let's see how this thing got kicked off. While we're at break, Caroline Marks got a wave flick. This is a 3.17.
Yeah, 2 turns really quick on the backhand and put away a 3.17 for a relatively very short wave. So getting busy really quickly.
Watch this, Pete. This feels like it's going to be a good wave for Gabriella Bryant on the replay.
Yeah, it's our first look at it, and it's a nice size set wave, and she loves that hook snap, which is the forehand. You're able to do that. that type of a turn and holds on. Can she?
Oh my!
That was crazy.
And that
huge committed turn.
That was a 7.83. A lot of that, the bulk of that number comes from this maneuver right here, Felicity.
Yeah, this was crazy. Her back foot came off her tail pad. There was no way I think she was making that, but she just stuck. So she convincingly made that turn and turning in that 7.83.
Katie Simmers here just couldn't find the open face on this wave, so had to bail out just for a fractional score to start for the 17-year-old out of Oceanside, California. So Gabriella Bryant, Peter, with a valuable number. When you open up a heat with a large number like that, a 7.83, what are your chances of taking the win?
It's much better, that's for sure. And it makes your life a lot easier. All of a sudden, that flood of adrenaline, all of that focus, now you're a lot more relaxed. So it's actually going to make your next wave a little easier to surf.
What do you think it does to your fellow competitors hearing that number?
It makes the exact opposite is what it does. It just adds pressure. It makes it hard to surf your next wave and make that next choice because of that stress.
Little flutter on the wave face here. We're going to turn our attention to Katie Simmers. Here she goes. Simmers winds up off the bottom, snaps through that section. Double pump bottom turn around this corner, snap again. Looking good on that Borscht design surfboard. On the tail with a lot of power, unique style with Katie Simmers, really quiet upper body, but fluid in her motions. Looking for the conclusion here, throws a snap, throws a tail, and she's able to ride out of that one. Fins got through the back there, Flick.
Yeah, I loved that wave. She was really able to pivot off the back foot there. It looked like she was maybe standing a bit further back on her board, just so that she could really just pivot off the top there. Those first few maneuvers really critical and looking really smooth. So looking forward to watching the replay of her last wave and how it stacks up against Gabrielle O'Brien's 7.83. So here we go, replay. Straight up into the lip on that first turn, and again on the second one, blowing the fins out, looking so smooth, and then that nice variety of maneuvers there with that carve. The wave gets a little bit sleepy here, but she knows that she needs a finish, so working it through to the inside, and she gets another little fin release here. Almost comes unstuck, but makes it.
Love the footwork there on that last move, right? That front back foot comes forward, able to kind of put yourself on and get the release out of the fins. And it's just the last taste in the judge's mouth is that little innovation. She always carries speed so well and different than a lot of her other competitors, and a lot of it might be, the Jason Bourse, her boards that she's riding, but also it's her technique and where she rides her board to pick up speed and where she puts her feet when she's going into a maneuver. She likes to move her feet around just like a skateboarder.
Yeah.
And that's something distinctly different.
Well, speaking of skateboarders, Katie Simmers, she also loves cross training with skateboarding as part of her cross training. Chris Bourse, her surfboard shaper, is actually an ex-professional skateboarder. He was in some landmark Powell Peralta films like Animal Chin, Ban This. He's a vert skater out of Encinitas, California. Spends a lot of time at the Y there, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, the multi-sport family. Katie Simmers with a 5.5, and another point that leads to a conversation, Peter, is Katie Simmers above the cut line for the final 5. She's in number 5 on the rankings coming into this event. Caroline Marks also above the cut line, number 4. So both of these women above the cut line for the final 5, but they're facing off in the opening round, Peter.
Yeah, it happens. Especially in this post-cut format, it happens. You're going to get big heats early.
There's not that many women.
Yeah, 12 women.
So that is why we're seeing seed number 5 and 4 face off. I mean, it does happen.
Well, again, to reiterate the format, first place goes into the quarterfinals for the women. So this is really, really a big round, the opening round, when we look at the women in the context of the rest of the year playing out. You win this heat, you come out of the gates hot, Flick, and you're already into finals day.
Yeah, catapulted straight through to the quarterfinals. It's massive. I mean, look, on the men's side, a quarters might be a keeping result, but on the women's,
yeah, you're right.
In a smaller field, you need to be making semis or finals for a keeper result, just because the field is so much smaller. I mean, quarters, pre-cut, maybe a keeper, but now that we're post-cut, I think, you're looking at those semis, finals.
How about the simple math, Pete, when we look at the women's here post-cut series? It's actually, the math is, it's 8 good waves to a win.
Yeah, it is. It really is. If you simplify it like that, I think most coaches will tell you that, hey, 2 waves each heat, You focus on that. If you have to modify slightly, okay. But ultimately, yeah, it is. It's 8 good waves, and you're maybe even to a win.
Yeah, seems simple as we speak from the set, because this is all knowing in the set, but much more difficult to do, but that's the simplified math. Speaking of math, putting down some big numbers, 15.26 two-wave total, a heat win, and into the round of 16 for Kanoa Igarashi. Let's hear from Kanoa.
Kanoa, you told me at the beginning of the season, I'm not doing the buzzer beaters anymore. It's too much anxiety, it's too much stress, and here you are starting it off in El Salvador with a buzzer beating heat win. I know it wasn't the strategy, but how did you keep yourself calm in those final moments waiting for that last wave?
I mean, it makes it exciting, right? I mean, kind of. Not for my friends and family watching, but for me it was fun. It was exciting. I was nervous though. The waves are really slow out there. I mean, I wouldn't want to say that was exactly the plan, but I feel like at the end of the day I caught some really nice waves. It was a little bit bumpier than I thought, but yeah, my board felt good. I feel like the speed of the wave really suits me, so I just wanted to get 2 opportunities, and I did.
And your first opportunity in particular, you waited for it nearly 20 minutes. What did you see on the wave you ended up taking off on that you were able to go excellent?
Oh, I mean, I think anybody that has ever touched a surfboard would have wanted that wave. It was such a nice wave. Had a really nice looking wall, nice looking pace. The other guys in the heat didn't even look at look at the wave because they knew I was going. It was that good of a wave. So yeah, that one just it kept telling. That wave just had the perfect pace to it. It was able to go up and down, up and down. And then the second wave I caught wasn't as good looking, but I only needed a 5.9, so I just wanted to finish a wave. I wanted to make sure I got the score, with authority instead of barely getting it. So that was fun. That was really fun. But I'm stoked to get through that one. I feel like that was a really big turning point for me. I feel like I got really lucky with that wave coming in at the end. So hopefully I can just carry it on.
Why did you feel like this was such an important heat for you and a turning point?
I feel like, since Australia, I had a few things go against me and go the other way. And that was one of those heats where I could have easily gotten stuck out there and got starved, but I felt like something just magically kind of popped up for me, and something was just telling me to stay put. I passed up a lot of little waves before that, and I could have maybe got the score on, but yeah, something just told me to stay, and I trusted it, and it came. So yeah, I just want to trust that feeling again.
Omedetou. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Yeah, ありがとうございます。あとみんないつも日本のファン応援してくれてありがとうございます。一昨日オリンピックが決まったことで、それだけでおしまいじゃなくて、もうこのまま続いてやっぱりトップ10に入ってトップ5に行ってこれからが勝負っていう感じで頑張ります。
おめでとう。
ありがとう。
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi on to the round of 16. And Pete, to his point, I mean, he's had a lackluster season right now. He's waiting for that turning point in 2023.
He wants to be clutch. He was clutch in that heat. Why not be clutch at the end of the season? Win a few events, get right in the talk. It's possible. He's capable of it. He knows it, right? He carries a lot of confidence.
Well, confident is the start right now for Gabriela Bryant with that 7.83 commanding position. We've seen kind of lully heats as well, Flick. So it's pretty important to get a number, lock a number, and then, take control of the heat, which Gabrielle has right now.
Yeah, we see Katie having a look here on the inside.
Expect something. We see the kick stall.
Kick stall in the air, frontside air grab, Katie Simmers. There's a skate influence right there, and that's going to be a puzzle for the judges because we have not seen that very often from the women. And a snap to finish, pearls the nose.
Would have loved to seen that finished because that would have been a real question for the judges.
You know what, though? I don't know how, the finish will play into it, but that outside maneuver, that was a high-risk maneuver. That was innovation, and that was done on the outside of the wave at the beginning of the wave flick.
Yeah, she really put it all on the line. Super critical. I mean, if she doesn't make that first maneuver, the rest of the wave is blown. So it was very critical. I'm interested to see where the score goes. I would have been more interested to see if she'd finished that wave, but we're having a look at the replay here. Inside smaller wave, but you can see she steps back on the board. You can eyes up this section and launches for that first air. Beautiful surfing, followed by a fin release, straight up into another one, brings it through to the inside, and looks for this finish, gets another release on the tail.
You know, you got to reward that. Right here in slow motion, you can see the skate influence as she
Caroline.
bones out the back foot, gets a little tweak there, lands on the roof. I mean, that was some innovation to me in the field of women's professional surfing.
Yeah, and then combos it up with a nice little fin release out of it, right?
Yeah.
Came out with speed. Again, smaller wave, but she knew that's what she had to do in order to lift the score on this one, and she surfed that one way above, even without the finish.
Now look at on the men's side, we saw Felipe Toledo earlier in the day basically catch some closeouts out there. Did some big airs. He was rewarded with big scores. Although the wave was lacking in size or even length or number of maneuvers, he still got a great number for that innovation. Now, being held to the same panel, I would imagine that we should see a similar response from the judges.
Okay. Let's see. We're still waiting. They're thinking about it for sure because it is a question mark, right? We haven't seen it. Where does this go? Yeah, it was a kind of a cool wave because it wasn't a major set wave, so it wasn't just a slam dunk in regards to how, but the technique of the actual air and the way it was landed with speed, it was perfect.
I mean, how many airs have we seen on the women's side of the championship tour this year?
I would say 2, 3.
It's yeah.
And I mean, okay.
So
well, again, they're thinking about it because it's taken a while.
Yeah. So we'll see what the number comes in for Katie Simmers. Right now, it's Gabriella Bryant with that 7.83, and that is a strong number from the surfer from Kilauea on the island of Kauai. Caitlin Simmers will go into the lead just because Gabriella Bryant only has one wave in her score bank. There we go, a 6.83, mostly based off of that single air, Pete.
Yeah, you feeling good about that, Kaipo? I mean, you felt like it could be even, right?
Well,
you feeling good about that flick?
Let's take a look at all.
I like it. I think it's okay. Wow, it's technical.
Yeah, it'd be hard to go excellent on a smaller wave. And here we go. On the backhand, Caroline Marks lines up. Nice carve through that section. One more time to the lip for Marks, building up some speed and nice tempo to finish off. Great backhand surfing for Caroline Marks. Katie Simmers behind her. Simmers with a little bit of fold in the wave. She notices that fold and she kicks out to maintain priority over Caroline Marks.
You're hoping for a little like underneath road that she's going to get another air section on. Because you feel like when she's going to get that type of wave, she's going to go do it again.
I hope so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the progression, highest part of the elements today by the head judge, sent out to the surfers in a text that everybody knows what the criteria is calling
and
for.
In all fairness, I think that score for Caitlin Simmers was probably a little bit suppressed because it was a smaller wave. And like you guys said, the lack of the finish.
Yeah.
Well, where are we going to go here with this score, Flick? There's a replay of Caroline Marks.
Yeah, complete contrast. Caroline on her backhand here, straight up into the lip. And again for the second one, brings it around. She's looking super fast and finishes pretty strong. Look, I like it. She looked really sure-footed. As we see the drone angle here, Caroline, her second wave, straight up into the lip there. Backs it up again for a second time. And she looks sure-footed. The board looks good. She finished strong. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes compared to...
It's the same thing we were talking about earlier with the backhand and having to project down the line. So she was chasing in the beginning.
Yeah, we got her score as a 5.17 for Caroline Marks. She remains
I like it.
in
Good
second
spread.
place.
Right, between the scores, you got a good point between, that feels fair. That's what it's all about, is the scale within the heat in regards to the judges and the waves.
Well, Caroline Marks, she's got some good feelings about this place. She had a semifinals last year. There's Caroline's coach, former championship tour surfer Luke Egan. Cool hand, Luke, looking cool as ever, Pete.
And look at it. He's eyeing you up right there, Kaipo.
we're old friends right there. That's the blue steel look from Luke Egan. He's a good-looking guy.
An amazing coach.
And an amazing surfer. Like when we talk about the Goofy Foot Union, the backhand of Luke Egan just still stinging the lip.
And the forehand carves.
And the forehand snap. The whole thing.
Barrel riding.
Yeah, sensational.
Backhand barrel riding, lay forwards.
Lay forwards, I like that.
Yeah, the lay forwards.
It's the first time I saw a lay forward was Luke Egan as teenagers at Eokai Beach Park. He had that front hand on the rail doing the lay forward.
It's a slog grab in the backhand where you just you hug the
Exactly.
wall and you're all your weights forward. It's a really neat tube riding skill that is a lost art. You don't see that very often.
Surf history with Peter Mel.
Oh, stop.
And a little bit with Kaipo too. Here we go, Gabby Bryant.
We're old dudes.
Coming down the line, moving it, snapping it. Whoa, pokes the nose but pulls it through. Skating on her mayhem, no problem. Gabriella Bryant Up and out one more time. Working this one over. And Gabby has some momentum now. She's going to handedly back up that 7.83 that she started with. Looking fire, Flick.
Yeah, looking really sharp. That board is looking really good underneath her feet. Mapped by all the shapes. And yeah, this replay, it's going to be interesting to break this down because for me, it was a really well surfed wave, really critical turns, but a lot of the same turn, so probably not getting as much variety. She almost lost it on that first one, stuck the nose, but powered through. But the timing on this wave, really well, throwing a lot of spray. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this score goes because it was a lot of the same turn.
I like that she didn't sit, and I like that she got away with the first opportunity. She's going to go out there and get another number because I think there's a lot of time left in the heat, so it's good move.
Great heat IQ from Gabriella Bryant, a 5.33 backup. She goes to lead. Can she keep the lead? We're going to find out when we return to the back half of round 1, opening heat here in El Salvador.
As surfers and ocean lovers, we have the power to ignite a wave of change.
Great achievements start with small actions.
Speak up for the ocean. Your action can inspire others. Drop your sustainability story using the hashtag WSL1Ocean.
To celebrate World Ocean Day, WSL is launching Speak Up for the Ocean. Remember, use the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tag WSL and WSL Ocean when you show us what you're doing to support the planet on social. As we see Caitlin Simmers supporting her cause here, trying to get a win in this opening round for the women. Right behind her, Caroline Marks. So the two surfers with this exchange. Caroline on a little bit bigger wave behind Katie Simmers, and Caroline getting into the rhythm right now on the backhand. Marks with a strong finish, and a 7.99 would take her into the lead. Meanwhile, Gabriella Bryant gets another wave, our current heat leader, and this is Gabby on the tear. Winding up off the bottom, snapping off the top. Finds another section down the line, has to kind of ease through that turn. Builds up speed for the oncoming section, layback hack for the finish. And gets caught up on her heels, so that finish will be stolen from her. We'll see if she improves upon her low of a 5.33. So the judges owe us scores for all three surfers in this three-surfer heat to set the situation, Peter Mal.
How classic was that, the difference in waves from Caroline Marks and Caitlin Simmers? Caitlin's had just all that bump and ruffle on it, so much harder to surf. And then Caroline's wave, the second wave in the set, much cleaner on the face. She did have to get down to that portion of the wave that it actually gave her the pace on the back end to be able to do the turns, but well done by Caroline. Good wave choice. You know, that's how priority works sometimes.
Yeah, the rotation as we see Gabby paddling back out. The 2022 Championship Tour Rookie of the Year. Had a great opening year when she qualified for the Championship Tour. But, you know, the conversation may be is I feel Katie Simmers needs to clean up her selection on her wave selections. She obviously has the talent and the moves and the innovation, Flick, but she's just not on the good waves as it is.
Yeah, good point. And I think Pete spoke to that before. It was a clear difference in the waves that they chose in that last set. I mean, Katie took off on that first one. There was a lot more lump and bump in the face, and she surfed it really well. I mean, the scores just come through a 6.93, and it's gone into a top 2. It's her highest
Still a
scoring
good number.
wave.
I just have a feeling with Caitlin Simmers is that when she cleans up her heat strategy and her wave selection, she's going to be really, really hard to beat. I think that she's been winning heats through a lot of her career, coming up through the amateur ranks, qualifying series, and the challenger series, out of just pure talent and maybe not a heat strategy and maybe not wave selection, just because she surfs that good. Your thoughts, Pete?
Yeah, no, I would totally agree with that. But she also has a connection with the ocean that, like, you know, some of the greatest do have, right? She waves come to her way. Just whether she's gonna, you know, choose the right one at the time, but she can surf smaller waves or less than stellar waves and still surf them up in scores because of that talent and that ability to go above the lip, like, you know,
and she's
betters can't.
And she can perform in barreling waves as well, as we saw her in Portugal at Super Tubos to take out a win over there in some heavy double up slick.
Saw her at Margaret River, jet over to the box for a session.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Snag a few out there. Pretty impressive. That's a hard wave to get a read on.
I know it is. You know, there's a special wave you got to catch there, and if you don't choose the right one, yeah.
Well, we got 9 minutes on the countdown right now. Priority with Caroline Marks. Caroline with a 7.6 for that performance on her backhand on that last wave, still needing a score of a 6.16. Very, very competitive heat, Flick, as we look at the 2 wave totals in the column.
Oh, yeah, it's all very close. And I think the most interesting thing is Katie's out front with a 6.93 and a 6.83. But you've got Gabby and Caroline sitting in second and third, and they have their higher waves than what Katie does. They've got this. Gabby's got the 7.83 and Caroline has a 7.6. So really, they only need smaller scores to jump up into that first position. So it's going to get exciting with only 8.5 minutes remaining.
Peter, what's the play for Caitlin Simmers to maintain this lead? She's got second priority and the lead.
Well, I mean, of course, what we've seen already in this heat, very beginning of the heat, 3-wave set. Right, it was kind of now seems like they're coming in threes. At least that's what you think. After the next set, again, all 3 competitors getting a wave in the set. Pick the right one at the right time. You know, maybe you have to bait to get priority back. Do something. The next right thing is try and lift yourself up the priority ladder.
Well, she's going to have first priority because here we go. Caroline Marks uses her priority, slashes off the top, skates through a bottom turn there. More release on the second turn, slashing a third turn. Getting the rhythm right now. Tempo down the line. Skips through that section.
Wow.
Vert. Re-entry. Carve there. One more time vertical on the inside. The wave keeps on giving. And Caroline keeps on belting it on the backhand. She kicks out. She needs a 6.16. It feels like she got the number. I'm going to go to Flick. You first. Your thoughts.
Wow. That was great surfing from Caroline. Super smooth. Great decision to take that wave with only about 8 minutes remaining. She knew she only needed a 6.16, and look, that was a greatly surfed wave. So, yeah, series of backhand maneuvers. And the first few maneuvers just so critical, straight up into the lip and getting a nice release on the fins too.
Here's it one more time, Peter. Talk us through this replay.
Again, look on the back end. You chase in the beginning to get yourself space. This is the type of wave that a backhander loves. It's coming at her the whole time. It's hooking, and the pace is perfect. She's just top to bottom, hitting the lip right in the right spot, carving off the top, like committing to those turns, sometimes gliding over, and mixing it up in that way. Tomahawks it just so many times. The carve snaps, the straight up, just angles of approach changing ever so slightly. So a great wave for Caroline and a great answer. Feels like the number to me too.
Yeah, so we'll see. The judges have not shown us any numbers yet. We get to see it one more time from above, Flick.
Yeah, it's a beautiful angle, this one from the drone. Let's really get to see how long this wave is and get a good understanding that Caroline did a lot of maneuvers on this wave, and say she's probably feeling it a bit right now in her legs.
I think more than anything too is the heat, right?
Yeah.
That your head is just beating, just you know, and it feels like it won't cool off. You throw water on it, it actually feels like it starts boiling.
Yeah, she'll be feeling pretty hot after that.
On the paddle back out, still awaiting the on-site announcers to give her the number. Again, a 6.16 will give her the lead. And it comes in at 7.3. Caroline Marks takes the lead. There's the spread of the numbers, Pete.
Yeah, that's good again. I mean, that felt like it was going to be right in that mid-7 range. You know, in order to go excellent, she's got to get that outside work done, right?
One
She's
judge went
chased it.
excellent there with a 8.2. So a little bit of a spread on that. It all evened out at a 7.3. Mitchell Salazar is in the Red Bull athlete zone. What do you got for us, Mitchell?
Well, I just want to talk to you guys about the tide. I mean, we're hitting the dead low in around an hour, I think. But as of right now, it is easy and difficult at the same time to get out there. I would say personally easy. I'd be taking the route further up the point. You want to transition straight into the point and catch a wave right off the bat too. It's way harder to actually paddle right out where a lot of the surfers are actually doing it right now. Down the point, there's too much rocks and I think not enough water on them right now. But I also want to talk about conditions and how the tide affects them. Lower tide usually tend to see maybe weaker waves, not as many strong sections, whereas the mid-tide you were seeing a lot of those waves blow up, especially for the goofy footers. But in this season specifically for Caroline Marks, wave selection has been on point, and I think she knew that preparation for a lower tide was going to be so impactful to her performance that her and Luke Egan were actually here a few hours before she even paddled out. So as of right now, I saw Luke's expression based off of Caroline's last wave. It didn't really change that much. He's not hot or cold. He usually is kind of the mid guy. But I think right now it's at that point of the day where you really need to be as selective as you can with your waves. But in terms of the consistency of these waves, we're probably going to see a decrease in the consistency too. And I think with a lot of the ground swells that hit here, since we're pointing directly south, if you don't get a lot of these waves in the first 10 minutes, you're probably going to lose.
Wow.
Hey, I'm doing my job, guys. I'm good at it too. What can I say?
We're going to dissect it all right now.
Yeah,
okay?
that was pretty good.
First part of the conversation was
it went in a lot of, that went down quite a trail, and it's but one thing my takeaway from that, we didn't have a lot of expression from Luke on that when Caroline turned the heat. That's because that's why Luke's called Cool Hand.
Yeah, Cool Hand Luke. He's definitely even keeled.
But then the conversation of the first 10 minutes deciding the heat, that's an interesting thing because waves come in sets and it's really hard to predict at the moment until the new technology comes on, Pete, when those sets are going to come.
It's an interesting note. I mean, yeah, that's the beauty of the ocean, right? I think there's a beauty to it. Obviously, some frustration for depending on what you're, in your situation. But yeah, and having a connection with the ocean, and feeling the vibe and knowing when to make a certain decision, and it's usually instinctual.
Well, and we look at the framework of this heat flick. It was Caroline Marks trailing in the beginning, but she came back at the end. Let's take a look at our heat recap and how Caroline Marks was able to take the lead in this heat. Well, we're going to hold right now.
Well, especially since the beginning of the heat, with the 7.83 posted right off the the first set. Caitlin getting the 6.83 with the air. I mean, she felt up against the ropes
Caroline
slightly.
was up against the ropes. She made it happen in her final two waves of this heat, a 7.6 and a 7.3.
For me, it's just Caroline's been patient, and she's really known the waves that she needed to take off on, especially going to go back to that same point again, but she's on her backhand out here, so she's identified probably with her coach Luke Egan what waves exactly that she needs to take off on. She's been patient, and she has capitalized on those. She hasn't fallen, surfed it so strong, and put through 2 sevens.
Well, we're down at the 2-minute warning, and Caitlin Simmers, with that priority, can turn this heat. She's going to have to go near excellent. She needs a 7.93 to do so, and the ocean needs to provide a set wave for Katie Simmers.
And I will say, the other part of that conversation, walking out on the rocks, he's right. Down in the lower, it's all shallow. There's a bunch of mines that you have to crawl through to get out to the lineup to be able to get deep enough to paddle out. So he's talking about at the point, you kind of just jump into the side and you're able to slide into the current and get out a little easier, and it's not as bad on your feet. That's the biggest thing.
There's
right? You
the
look at
rocks
that.
right there.
It's a minefield, and every one of those is slippery. There might be a little urchin there hiding. Definitely sharp shells, and you don't want your feet cut up.
Recipe for an ankle roll or a knee tweak, I think.
And go down to your heat very early.
Yeah, because it takes time to
Takes
get out.
time, you know,
Great analysis there, Coach Peter Mel.
Well,
because-
I'm backing up Mitch's coaching over there too. He's right. I mean, you can go and find your way out there. You want to, you want to alleviate, the most important part is your feet.
And you don't want to feel rushed at the beginning of the heat. But obviously, you can turn the heat at the end, because that's what Caroline Marks is about 45 seconds away from doing here. She came on at the end of this heat with a 7.6 and 7.3 while trailing for the first 2/3 of this heat, even though Gabriella Bryant opened up with that giant number, the single highest wave score of a 7.83. But with the quiet ocean right now, Felicity, it looks like Caitlin Simmers will not even get a chance to retake that lead.
Yeah, she's popping up on her board. She's having a look around, just making sure, is there another set coming? Because Katie has got priority, but I think it might be all she wrote. Katie having a look at this inside one here, maybe. But all girls having a go. I think Gabby having a look.
Gabriella Bryant, she needs a 7-point ride. She needs something spectacular. That's not going to do it for Gabby Bryant. The horn sounds. It's going to be Gabby Bryant, Caitlin Simmers into the elimination round later on this afternoon. Caroline Marks, she's in the quarterfinals. When we return, world champ Carissa Moore will be in the water here in El Salvador.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona, this is living. And by ToeCash, the official payment app of the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. We're in heat number 2 of the opening round for the women. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, and in the yellow leader jersey, is out against Lakey Peterson's last year's runner-up, and the wild card from Costa Rica, Leilani McGonigal. Another great heat on tap of Kaipo, along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel. We're going to open up here with Lakey Peterson from Santa Barbara, California. A quick up and out for Peterson, so that will put her in the back of the priority line. And wow, Flick, your thoughts on this heat? I think this is one of the more challenging heats in this round.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. Obviously, we've got Carissa Moore, 5-time world champion. We've got Lakey Peterson coming from place of right-hand point breaks, Rincon, no stranger to these down-the-line waves. And then we've got Leilani McGonigal, she's the wild card. She's the Central American wild card, highest ranked on the Challenger Series. I think she sits at number 36 on the Challenger Series right now. So she's going to be hungry. She's going to want to take it to these women. She's got an opportunity here, and opportunity to take it to the best.
Yeah, Leilani McGonigal, 23 years old, out of Costa Rica. She's from a point break as well, Peter, but it's going the other. It's going the other way.
Other
Pavones.
way. It doesn't really matter, right? But I mean, ultimately, yeah, her backhand's probably pretty darn good, right? So the fact that Leilani here is going to be able to surf this, this opportunity is huge. Again, against two surfers here as the caliber of Carissa Moore, Lakey Peterson. You'd have to say that this is a great opportunity and nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose for Leilani McGonigal. Parents originally from San Clemente, California, moved over to Costa Rica to set up a hotel there. That beautiful left-hand point of Pavones, just a dream location, and Leilani has proudly been representing Costa Rica on the qualifying series and Challenger series. Look at this vision from up above flick, and it looks like we're going to start off with Leilani on the backhand.
Oh.
Ooh, a little deep on that one. So now we're going to look to priority to shift to Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ in the yellow leader jersey here. Moore has eyes on this incoming wave. And here we go. Carissa Moore, steep drop. Look at this wave. Looking to park it. Going to bypass that section. Comes around the corner. Snaps off the top. Getting loose. Carissa Moore floats through that section, flying down the line. Hollow wave here. Big carve coming off the rails of the Mayhem surfboard. Carissa with a nice roundhouse cutback, looking in control. Nice start for Carissa Moore. Kicks out right there, but that's going to be the first meaningful number in this heat.
And one of the nicest waves on the outside. How clean was that one? What a beautiful wave. Perfectly in the spot for that entire ride, and great stuff there.
It seemed a lot steeper, Peter, than some of the previous waves. We'll look at the replay first here, Leilani. This is going to be an over. She just kind of gets a little bit too deep, but Carissa Moore, look at the steepness of this.
It just backed off, and that's that double up. So all the energy put her onto the shallowest part of the reef when it started, and it just it smoothed out, and it was silky. Those are the types of waves you got to choose.
Yeah, beautiful surfing too. Her timing was really on point, and that Mayhem looking so good under her feet. And she brings it through, gets the finish here at the end, and yeah, she's going to be stoked with that opening ride. You could just tell when she took off that it was going to have that double up section. The face of the wave was so much cleaner than any other wave we've seen in that last heat. So yeah, I love
So
that
cool.
first turn too.
I mean, you think about the glide she carries too, and that's what those Mayhems do. They carry speed so well, and just the big open arm carves.
And now, mind you, as we admire Carissa Moore's surfing in slow motion, she's on a roll. She's won the last 2 championship tour events on the women's end. She took a win at Margaret River. She just came off a win at the Surf Ranch. She started the year with a win at Pipeline. So she's really motivated after basically being robbed, right, by Steph Gilmore for a world title last year. She wants that 6th world title this year, and it looks like she's in the form to do it.
Well, when you're carrying that much momentum too, I mean, the yellow jersey, obviously, that she's been probably one of the surfers that have held it the most over her career, so very comfortable with it.
Hey, speaking of yellow leaders jersey, we have the Vissla Shaper rankings, and wearing the yellow leaders jersey for the Shapers right now is Matt Mayhem Biolis, and there he is. He's dressed in black, although he should be in the yellow. What's up, Matt?
I only wear black.
You gotta be proud of your team, Matt.
Yeah, of course. Carissa's having one of her years, and Griffin's believes in himself and has the confidence now, and he's getting on one of those roles that these kids get on when they have that confidence.
Yeah, and Caroline just won her last heat as well.
Caroline looked good, yeah, just whackety whack all the way down the line, just relentless.
Okay, so I want to get to the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. You know, following Margaret River, Darren Hanley, he was number 1 on the rankings, right? And so he wanted the yellow jersey and stuff. I'm sure you guys spent some time at the Surf Ranch. How competitive are you folks as Shapers when we look at this Vissla Shapers rankings?
Yeah, I don't know about too competitive. I mean, I heard rumors of a pretty significant prize for whatever surfboard company gets the win, but no one's actually, I haven't seen it on paper yet. Maybe it's just a little tease, but it's fun. You know, it's nice to be recognized. It's cool that the WSL has embraced us. Whoever concept that was, we thank them. But as far as like, I know Darren, he loves hanging out at contests. He spends more time in the contest area than most all the rest of the Shapers combined. And on the final day, when we were there, like working the way through the finals, I was like, I could never get onto the dock where you guys are. I don't have that level of wristband. I was and trying to get in there and hang out with the crew. And Carissa and Caroline had their final, and I was like, couldn't be out there with them. And then right before Griffin's final, I was like freaking out, like, because a bunch of our local San Clemente kids, you know, they got the wild cards. Mitch and a lot of the local San Clemente crew is on the dock with Griffin for that final. And I was freaking out, like, I gotta get in. Darren, give me your wrist pass. And he's like, oh, no, mate. So I found someone else. I'm not going to say who. And I grabbed their red, you know, the glory pass, the coach's pass, and got in there and got to be a part of that thing when it happened. So it was kind of cool. And then I congratulated the surfers and on Instagram, and Darren said, oh, you finally got your wristband, mate.
That's so. Hey, you know what, Matt? I'm going to tell you something. In the future, if you need any credentials at the WSL, you need to just ask your #1 team rider, Strider Wazalewski. He's got tons of pull with every single security guy. He can get you that VIP wristband. And I know he's one of your OG team riders.
Yeah, I mean, I was already leeching off him pretty hard because we stayed in his motorhome with him for that whole event. So we were like glamping with him that 3 days up there at the ranch.
You are gold, dude. You are gold.
That's why we love our shapers. That's exactly why we love our shapers.
Characters on tour.
Yep. Hey, what about some fine tuning? What did you have to do to prepare Griffin's boards for this event?
Or Carissa's, for that matter.
For this event?
Yeah.
Who's this, Leilani?
This is Leilani. We'll talk through this on the Costa Rican first, Matt, as she has finally got away with some open face, and she unable to finish. So I'm going to come back to Matt Biolas. We'll talk about not just Griffin Colapinto, Carissa Moore, just your two front runners coming into El Salvador.
He's got 3 yellow jerseys right now.
Yeah, so your two front runners. What kind of tweaks did you have to make?
Could you imagine me in yellow? That would be horrible.
No, you got. Hey, you would wear it proudly.
Like a bumblebee.
What
bumblebee with
great
a
on
beard.
you.
What'd you have to do? What's the secret stash? Because last year Griffin had that magic green board that he swore by.
We're kind of building off of that board still. You know, that was like a benchmark board. That was a driver 3.0, and we've actually been doing little tweaks and increasing some rocker here and there and trying to make them go fast in other areas, and just fine-tuning and developing through that. The Surf Ranch was the same exact board but an inch shorter to fit in that pocket. Carissa's boards are a little different. She's more like traditional foundational power surfing. She wants that board to hold in no matter what. It's just push, push, push. Her boards are a little pinnier and a little drivier, a little straighter. And Griffin, he likes to play around on the waves. It's more like fins free and blowtails and slide, but still be able to do that power gap when asked. So his boards are a little more like freewheeling and playful. And Carissa's are a little more grounded and contrasting styles and designed to work that way.
Well, yeah, and it's and that's the unique thing about our sport is that our sporting equipment is custom built to each of the athletes. So that's a lot of effort by the shapers, laminators, sanders. We talked a lot about the Vissla shaper rankings. We're going to take a look at it right here. Look at that. 122,000 points for the Mayhem Camp DHD right on the tail there. Sharp Eye, he's got the most guys on the championship tour. He's trailing in 3rd place, trying to get up there. Peter's wheelhouse, Channel Islands sitting in 4th, and John Pizell in 5th, Pete.
Yeah, and they're all great designers. I mean, you think about all of these shapers that are involved, at least in this top 5 and even throughout the rankings. But these guys are leading the way, really, in design, into construction, in the industry. So it's fun to watch.
That is, when we talk about design and shaping, and Matt, you've been through multiple generations of shapers. It was all about the planer when you first started shaping. Now, it seems like it's a lot about design and 3D shape and APS machines and so forth. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, we're designers. We're all those guys on that list you just showed, and another few guys that are really 100% into this game of putting boards under the feet of these surfers. We're all designers. We're working in millimeters and hundredths of inches to fine-tune boards in a CAD program, a couple different ones, and being very, very exacting, and then the very, very exacting work in the shaping room, fine-tuning the pre-shapes, really focusing on where the edges are sharp, where they're soft, the exact little details, fin marks, fin placements. And then even when they get sanded, you know, like they put the boards in another shaping room and fine tune the sanding and make sure we recreate exactly what was put into the original shape. So yeah, it's a team effort with our glassers and sanders and our crew behind us. It's a lot of work. And the surfers at this level, they aren't fooled. They feel every little discrepancy and difference. It's a demanding little process for sure.
I got to ask you a question. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question in regards to the future, man. Where are we going with this? I mean, are we going to get it? You know, with so much change technically these days, where are we going?
I don't know. The future. I feel like as long as you have to paddle to catch waves and duck dive and negotiate a lineup under your own power, it's pretty hard for surfboards to change too much more, like to get any more minimalistic. You just have to be able to paddle them and move around on them. So the design incremental changes are pretty small these days. They're very minute, but details. And if you grab a board from 5 years ago, all of a sudden it looks different. So it's an evolution. But as far as materials and manufacturing, you know, to make them really light and strong, it's possible. There's better materials. Problem is if you don't get that board exactly right, then they don't necessarily like it, and then you're back to the drawing board. Looks like Lakey kind of laying into one now.
Yeah, Lakey Peterson going down the line, Matt, on her Channel Islands, just snapping there. Peterson around the corner, one more snap. Peterson looking in form. She knows point breaks. She's able to perform. She's got a nice tempo to match. Get a little caught behind there. We'll wait for that score for Lakey Peterson. And we'll see if another wave gets ridden right now before we go back to Matt Biolis. Matt, you're kind of on a world tour sometime. You were here in El Salvador shaping boards. You visited a lot of different regions that Lost Surfboards are distributed. Talk to us about traveling and shaping.
Traveling shaping has been a non-stop integral part of our lives. Leilani.
Yeah, Leilani. Leilani McGonigal here with a couple of nice turns on the backhand, finding the rhythm. And hey, Matt, I'm going to let you talk Carissa Moore through her wave.
She's got a corner now.
Oh, she caught a rail.
She got a little loose on that one.
I wouldn't say it was a rail catch.
Leilani's kind of a San Clementian by heritage.
Yeah. You know the McGonigals.
Leilani's dad's like a legend in San Clemente. Yeah. Yeah. We worked with both the kids for years. And her dad and her uncles are like kind of legends around here in San Clemente.
Yeah, I know. OG, the San Clemente Mafia, Sean McGonigal and crew. And that's where Lost Surfboards and Mayhem was all born out of. And God, you must have a lot of pride for your hometown of San Clemente, because it's been decades and generations of influencing surfing. Even down to guys like Cole Hauschman right now, who took out the last win on the Challenger Series. It seems like San Clemente is continuing to fill up from the bottom.
She's got another chance here, huh?
Yeah, here we go. Carissa Moore, look at that float down the line, gaining some speed, up, showing some control in the whitewater, got caught up there. But back to the San Clemente conversation. Why do you think San Clemente is such a hotbed for both design and surfing?
I think it's just kind of ingrained in the culture here. I mean, going back 50, 60 years, back to, you know, Bill Edwards and Hobie Alter and the brand Hobie and everything that those guys did, Velzy, they're coming down here. Just looking back, all the way back to 100 years ago, they started the San Onofre Surfing Club down there. The beach at Sano hasn't changed. The scene there, you could take a picture there today or 90 years ago and it would literally look the same. You know, and then you had Surfer Magazine, Surfing Magazine, the surf industry, manufacturers, and then the anchor of it all is trestles. You know, just to have that ridiculous, consistent surf that's really beneficial for, you know, surfers to develop their techniques and styles. And it just seems like every 10 years or so, a group of kids kind of starts to push each other and come together and raise the level and keep this town up at a world-class level of surfing. You know, we're kind of always in the game, you know, from, you know, just in my time from Christian Fletcher, what he did, and Archie, and then through to Beshin, obviously Dino in there, and then Koloe picking up the torch and really keeping San Clemente on the map for the last decade, and as then Griffin and all these kids that Koloe basically fostered, and this vibe, this 2% thing that you guys are pretty backing right now. It's all coming out of Koloe and his stoke and his motivation and the way he's rallied these kids, and he's literally telling them you can be world-class surfers, you can do this, and then they're doing it. It's crazy.
Yeah, they sure are. And we're going to conclude the year right in your hometown, Lower Trestles, for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Thank you for the time and the conversation, Matt. We really appreciate it. We'll watch the Vissla Shaper rankings, and gosh, we could talk story with you forever. Thank you so much. It's personalities and craftsmen like you that make surfing so fun.
Cheers, Kaipo. Thanks, Pete. And yeah, we'll see you guys later.
All right, take care. Matt Violas, Mayhem, Lost Surfboards, and both Pete and I, we've grown up and around surfboard factories, and some of the best stories come out of shaping bays, laminating rooms.
Yep.
Just the whole factory scene is, that's a lot of the culture of surfing.
I would actually instill any young grommet to go and visit your local factory and check it out, and see how boards are made and what goes into it, because all of a sudden you would gain a much better value of what that surfboard is.
That's right.
It's been put into it.
What's the one thing that you don't ask at the factory, Pete?
Where's my board?
When's my board going to be
When's
done?
my board's going to be done? Where's my board?
That will get you kicked out straight away. You wait, they'll tell you when your board's done.
Yeah, when the swell drops.
That is why I love that conversation. Back to Matt Violas and his #1 team rider, Carissa Moore. She's in the lead right now. She got that excellent score of an 8-point ride to start off, but she's been struggling to find a backup flick.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 14 minutes remaining in the heat. She's had a couple of cracks, and she actually took off on a couple of really good-looking waves. The last one, she just kind of dug a rail and fell off, and unfortunate because it looked like the rest of that wave just peeled down the line, and it could have easily have been a good backup score for her. But another thing that's kind of working for her right now is Lakey and Leilani have also been really quiet, so she's still in that #1 spot. But the heat's kind of wide open still.
And the conditions, as we were having, that conversation and watching this heat, Pete, the conditions have continued to change. The tides receding, but I see a little bit more ruffle in the wave face.
And that's where I think that Carissa got a little bit, off kilter, was the fact that she was kind of getting, those bumps that it creates cavitation and you can spin out. And that's kind of what happened on that first one. And then the other one just closed out really quickly on her. But at this point, I wouldn't be stressing too much. The reason being, she got an excellent number, 8-point ride there. She still has the lead. So, and sits at second priority. She's going to get another opportunity to better the 183. So not real huge amount of stress. You can see right next to her, though, a little bit of difference. You need to win this heat right now. That's what you need to do. So she's looking and asking what kind of a number she needs. And that's Lakey Peterson. It's a little more stressful situation for her.
That's right. Win and you're on your way to the quarters. We'll see who's going to qualify for the quarters with a win in this heat when we come back for the conclusion. Heat #2, opening round of the women. Looking back to the miracle in Lemoore, the Surf Ranch. Stop number 6 on the championship tour, Carissa Moore. It's in her name. She took another win at the Surf Ranch with dominating performances, both on the right and the left, Peter.
That's what you need at the ranch, to be able to do it, get big numbers both directions. That helps a lot. You know, it's part of the criteria. I loved how we had the format change this year. She was able to adjust in that situation, no worries for her, and gets another win.
A convincing victory for Carissa Moore. And congratulations on the boat ramp. Live action here with Carissa Moore in the yellow leader's jersey. In the lead, Leilani McGonigal up and riding, our wild card. She's a little bit too deep on the point there. She has to bail out the back of her board.
Well, we were able to see her backhand come together slightly on the 4-point ride. I mean, she's definitely got huge amount of talent. This is a big, you know, the spotlight's very huge. It's a big event, one of the biggest of her career. So it's cool to see that the wave choice she had on that 4-point ride, right, was a nice clean face. It was a way easier to ride. The other waves that she's been on have been tough. It had all this chops on it, which again, just engaging the rail in that kind of chop, it's very difficult.
Yeah, and the personality here of Punta Roca continuing to evolve. A little more chatter that the surfers are going to have to deal with, Felicity, on the fins and on the rail.
Yeah, I mean, look at this shot here. It's pretty evident that the conditions have changed. You know, there's even a few little white caps as we look out to the ocean forming, which means it's a good indication that that wind is picking up a little bit more. And that's why we're finding those face of the waves a bit more choppy, and it's going to be pretty critical now. You know, these women have got to be thinking, okay, the first wave they're set, it's going to be bumpy. Let's try to get to that second one. It's going to allow that cleaner face.
Yeah, rail control, fin control coming into play. And we see here a paddle by Lakey Peterson. We'll see if she is going to take this wave. Second priority to Carissa Moore. Carissa will exercise that second priority. Here we go with Carissa. Roundhouse, cut back, a little carve to begin with. Another carve, a little slide at the end of that one. Carissa looking down the line, kicks out, a little disinterested on the finish as it was going very shallow on the cobblestones. Let's hear from Caroline Marks. She's into the quarterfinals.
Caroline, just out of the water here in El Salvador. You win your first heat, but it takes you a minute to turn the heat towards the end. What were you looking for?
Yeah, I think I really want to be aggressive at the start of that heat, and I kind of just took off on a bad wave. I think the wave was actually all right. I just should have raced it a bit more because I didn't realize how deep we were on the point. And then they got bombs behind me, and I was like, that's the opposite of what I want to start my heat like. But thankfully, I was like, you know, it is what it is. Like, hopefully there's more sets, not much else you can do. I feel good. I feel confident. I feel, yeah, ready to surf again when the wave comes. So I'm just really stoked I got the opportunity in the end.
One of the things that we've heard from every single surfer is just how they manage the heat, and you guys are surfing pretty much in the middle of the day. What have you been doing to make sure that you're ready for when you get in the water?
Yeah, look, I haven't really been surfing in the middle of the day that much and on this super low tide. I think the waves are a bit better on that mid-tide. And the tides have been pretty extreme since we've been here, so the heat is really gnarly. So I've been trying to just surf early and then kind of in the evening time, just like everyone else. So it was a bit different out there than I was used to, but you know, that's what it's about. You got to adapt and just go from there.
And it was really special for you to make it on to this next round in the quarterfinals because you have a pretty big cheering squad here with us. Walking through who's here rooting you on.
Yeah, I have my brothers here and their girlfriends and my best friends over here too, so that's really fun. And yeah, it's really special. A few of my family members don't get to come everywhere, so it's just really special when they do, and I love them so much, and they keep it fun no matter what happens.
Well, it's fun anyway because you're on to the next one. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, you know, one thing we can talk about this stop is that it's a great place to bring friends and family. I mean, it's incredible.
I was going to touch on that. It's an easy jaunt from both the West Coast and the East Coast of America. You know, straight down the guts. It's a 2.5, 3 hour flight if you're in the right spot. So it is an easy jaunt here, and the wave quality is world class. It really is. You've got obviously conditions are nice too. Even it's hot, but that's not a bad thing.
No, I'm welcoming the heat. I have come from winter in Western Australia, so I am all for this.
Peterson needs a 6.08 on this ride to take the lead off of Carissa Moore. A snap to begin with. And projection turn down the line for Lakey Peterson. Some crumble in front of her, and the body language of disappointment as she was unable to clear back into some clear wave face, Pete.
Yeah, it's that lower tide. You know, there's these sections that'll run off on you. She knew it. Couldn't believe that she couldn't finish that ride out, knowing that she needs to at least match close to Carissa Moore here to really put some pressure, because Carissa's still leaving the door open with a 3.4 as her second backup, but Lakey thought that was a good opportunity, it felt like, and that's why you can see a little splash of the water.
Here's a replay, Flick.
Yeah, nice little wave on the inside here. Had a nice bowl to it, straight up into the lip for the first turn, throwing so much spray. Little transitional turn there. She looks to go down the line, and you can tell just body language, not happy about it. Wave ran off, and yeah, she's gonna need to do better than that.
Yeah, last year's runner-up Lakey Peterson on the paddle back out. The number comes through at a 2.4. Number comes through at a 4.27. Not enough. She's still seeking a 6.08. Lakey, pretty much a veteran on the championship tour. 11 seasons, finds 5 CT wins in those 11 seasons. 28 years old, and still really at the pinnacle of women's professional surfing. Flick?
Yeah, she is. I think Lakey's such a strong surfer, you know. I mean, runner-up here last year, which means she's surfed a few heats out here, which means, you know, compared to a few of the younger girls on tour who are rookies even, who might not have even surfed here yet, especially that this is a really new stop on tour. This is the second year we're here to make it all the way to the final. Last year, you know, she's probably got more experience out here than most of the other women, so that's got to count for something.
Carissa Moore now, Peter, with just the complete control of the heat. She has the lead. She has priority. The clock is kind of on her side. It's almost a perfect amount, 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, you look at the numbers needed by Lakey's a 6.08, so it kind of needs a pretty quality wave in order to turn that number. Although, again, she's leaving the door slightly open with the 3.4 in her scoreline, so she needs to improve on that. And that's the next move right here, is that if she sees a wave that ultimately you're going to get yourself a 6.65, you know, I think she could pull the trigger.
And that's why I said the perfect amount of time, because at 4 minutes, she has time to either play defense, keep people off the wave, or play offense and improve upon that 3.4 Flick.
If it was me, I would be improving on the 3.4. I don't think it's a safe bet here. I mean, all these women surf so good. I'd be playing offensively. I mean, I think she can better that 3.4. I was actually surprised that she chose to kick out of that 3.4. I thought we might have
one
seen
more
her.
move,
Yeah.
right? Would have helped out. I felt the same way.
Unless she saw something we didn't see.
Now look at the positioning of our surfers. Carissa Moore with priority, Pete, deepest up on the point. Now she would have the opportunity with priority and the lead to be on the outside and then make the decision whether she's going to be blocking or being offensive and improving upon that 3.4. What do you think about the positioning?
Strategy-wise, I like what your point is. I think that at this point she's still looking to improve her 3.4 and looking at her lineups and lining up with that and trusting that, knowing that she has priority, right? Free rate.
She doesn't want to move from her mark, is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying she's like, she knows where she spots are, right? She knows what she's doing. She knows what wave she wants to choose. So wherever she sits, it's fine. You know, and again, she can kind of chase them down. It's not like she has a big distance between them.
All right, we're under 3 minutes remaining. A quiet ocean here at Punta Roca, stop number 7 of the championship tour. And this is starkly different, Flick, from the point that we saw this morning. All the exposed cobblestones now as the water continues to recede with this low tide.
Yeah, it's getting low, and it's getting low really fast. We're starting to see Mama Roca as well. And I mean, this morning, the high tide, I mean, the waves were washing up almost to where the event site is. So just a big tide change here, and it's really affecting the waves as well. I mean, we've seen a lot of waves in this heat start to run off down the point quite fast. I mean, we've seen some frustration from mainly from Lakey, a little bit from Carissa, and yeah, it's coming into play here. So, you know, the next girls in the next heat, I'm sure, are watching this and maybe going to adjust a few things.
Yeah, speaking of the next heat, stick around because we have Tyler Wright, the defending champ Stephanie Gilmore, and Joanne DeFay coming up in the next heat. That's in a little under 2 minutes from now as we're ticking down the clock. That's going to be quite a matchup in the next heat. Pete. A couple of world champs are going to be doing battle for a place in the quarterfinals.
And it's cool to see, you know, these two surfers, especially, I mean, all three of them actually, but Steph and Tyler, you know, trading off world titles, and you know, they're kind of the veterans now, right? And ultimately, you like to see them not make many mistakes, and you want to see them on the best waves, and generally they are. So, and a great battle between these two. They've been surfing a lot of heats together.
Speaking of Tyler, like she's positioning
already.
herself. She's already kind of amongst the pack. Tyler right in the red jersey right there.
Steph's going deeper.
Her heat
No,
has yet
Lakey.
to start. This may be a last-ditch effort by Lakey Peterson at the minute mark. No, that wave's not going to offer any scoring
It's interesting she's already in the lineup.
I think to me that indicates she wants the inside.
Yeah, right?
Yep, for the start of the
She's
heat.
going to go.
She sure is. Well, now we see Steph Gilmore in the blue jersey. So look at the gamesmanship in the next heat is already starting before the horn sounds.
It does. That
Look at how
happens-
many people we have in the lineup.
Yeah, that happens a lot. You know, the games already start before you. If you're preheat, you're looking where your opponent is paddling out. And if you're seeing your opponent run up the point and jump out there, you're like, oh no, she's going to be on inside here.
Okay, Lakey needs a 6 on this. That means something dynamic has to be on point here. That's a nice carve there. Combo it up. It's a smaller wave, so I don't know if it's going to offer that number for it. Nothing taken away from the surfing, though. Some clean surfing on the rails of that Channel Islands.
That's so true. And really, I mean, it's a bummer that being out of rhythm really was it comes down to. You know, it wasn't any errors, glaring errors, so unfortunate there for this. The waves didn't come in that last, you know, few minutes.
Well, the horn has sounded. Let's make it official. Carissa Moore on to the quarterfinals, and we will see Lakey Peterson, Leilani McGonigal in the elimination round. When we return, Tyler Wright, Stephanie Gilmore, and Joanne DeFay out in the lineup.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy.
Right around the corner, the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Will one of these shining superstars of our sport compete at lower trestles? Have to wait and see. Tyler Wright, Stephanie Gilmore, Joanne DeFay in the water, Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And yes, you're seeing that right. First round heat stacked with some of the world's best surfers, and big implications here for number 2, number 7, and number 11. So everything on the line out in the water right now. I'm Chris, that's Mitch. We're very excited to bring you yet another superstar heat. Behind us, the waves, you know, they're kind of a little bit of an ebb and flow. Plenty of opportunities out there. We saw some big scores go down in that last heat. What do you expect from these three surfers hitting the lineup right now, Mitch?
Well, two of them made finals day last year here Chris. We have defending champion Stephanie Gilmore in the water in the blue jersey. Joanne DeFay made the semifinals, and she could easily be winning every event that she surfs in. And for Tyler Wright, the highest seeded surfer in this heat, you know, I expect some big things from all three of them, but more importantly, I think we have to go over their resumes. Tyler Wright, 2-time world champ, 8-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore, and Joanne DeFay has been a top 5 surfer multiple times. I expect them to go out there and try to shine in these next 32 minutes.
Yeah, they all come through with Hall of Fame style numbers, no doubt. First ballot for each one of these surfers. 31:47 on the clock, no takers yet. We're getting into the afternoon here. It is 12:45 local time here at Surf City, El Salvador. Stephanie Gilmore is right there on the left in the blue jersey. Really don't have to, you know, you don't have to go far to find the accolades from Steph Gilmore. Everywhere you look in her history, all she does is win. The winningest surfer to ever do it on the women's side of the draw. Last couple of years, let's take a look at what Stephanie Gilmore has done for us. 2022, string of fifths flipped right here in El Salvador. She won this event. And then a little up and down, Rio, J-Bay, Tahiti. But all of that restarted at Trestles. Rip Curl WSL Finals. She had the Cinderella story from 5th to 1st, or 4th to 1st. Either way, she surfed a lot. She won. It was an incredible victory. She called it one of her most meaningful titles ever here in 2023. Similar numbers. The weird thing, I don't see any yellow highlights. I don't see any wins for Stephanie Gilmore.
Well, and ranked number 7th both years coming into this event here in El Salvador. Well, will she do it again? Will she be number 5 going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals? We shall see. Will she win? I hope so. Ooh.
So far, so good. 2 nice turns for Stephanie Gilmore. You know, we had imagined what she would have done early on had she had the opportunity to surf in glacier conditions. But we're talking about Stephanie Gilmore. She's good in any type of waves. I would say underrated going left as well. But right now, I mean, this wave plays right into Stephanie's strengths. You know, even those little bumps and sections that are coming down, she's going to be able to kind of rebound and react off of those. So I think these surfers now, of course, they're identifying the right waves to ride. But while on their waves, whichever surfer has the ability to read the wave best and make the most out of these sections is going to get the biggest numbers. This was right after Stephanie Gilmore's opening wave.
Well, and a great start there for Tyler. Ditches the fins and goes straight up for a phone call. That was a really tough section, the second one. But Stephanie Gilmore controlling the heat on the first wave. Good start right there. That second turn is just spectacular. The way she was able to dig in the nose and poke it out. Once again, transitions to that rail surfing. And then right here, a very smart finish. Just knowing that she needs to ride out of it. She has a great score on hand. And look at this turn right here. Deep bottom turn, not a very big wave, but just the ability to be able to ditch the fins like that, poke the nose, and ride out cleanly afterwards. It's the reason why she's the 8-time world champ. And then she transitions well here, uses the rails, brings it around, but she's always still moving down the line, and that's what growing up at Snapper Rocks will do to your surfing. It'll make you into one of the best point break surfers in the world. Since 2016, she's won an event every single season, Chris. She hasn't won an event this season so far, but guess what? Coming into this event last season, number 7, same ranking this year, and this was her only win last season on the Championship Tour leading up to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
Well, this wave lends itself to her style of surfing. Smooth, artisanal, even. You see her when she winds up down the line, and you know, even though we know kind of her entire bag of tricks because we've watched her for so long, she does have the tendency to surprise us with where and when she does those tricks. For her, it's almost like writing in cursive. You know, some surfers, it's just the general dot your T's, cross your I's. Stephanie is a beautiful kind of calligraphy style line every time she takes off on a wave. it's impossible not to watch in awe every time she serves. But I would say the same thing for both Johanne Defay and Tyler Wright, as we see Johanne Defay now coming around sections with ease, using foam climbs to help build her speed down the line. There she grabs the rail, blasts the tail. High performance surfing, big finish there. Kind of racing to keep up with the tempo of that wave, but I love how she hammered home her point on the finishing maneuver there. So all surfers now will have something on the board. Stephanie Gilmore, she's got the score of an 8.17 to start this heat. A great start for Steph, but let's see what Johanne Defay does here on her answer back.
I really like this wave. I mean, that turn was explosive going down the line, a lot of speed. And as you said, she kind of had to race a lot of these sections. But my, oh my, that was a critical turn right there. And it was filthy, Chris. Comes around the section right here. Has to foam climb that one. But look at the way she was able to garner some speed. You usually want to do these pumps in the upper third part of the wave. She had to do that one on the bottom third. When she met the lip line, grabbed the rail, brought it to the 180. And to be able to control that with all the ribs and chops on the face, very impressive stuff from Johanne Defay. So far, she doesn't have a win this season either on the Championship Tour. She was injured at the first few events, but with that surfing right there, she's going to win multiple if she keeps it up. I really like that turn.
Yeah, I like the grab rail too. You know, it was kind of on the line. You know, did she need to grab? Did she not need to grab? But either way, she just made it look a little bit cooler than it would have been if she just had kind of, you know, went into that end section. You know, adding a little bit of drama to the end of that wave, a little bit of flair. Judges always appreciate that. Scores coming through for Tyler Wright. They're going to be in the mid-range, but she's at it again. Good section to work with. There's the trademark patented layback snap from Tyler Wright. Another quick turn right in the pocket there. Can't get around to finish through the inside, but some damage done out the back. And now Stephanie Gilmore lighting it up. You got Punta Roca 3 turns in. Goes for the float. Nice extension there. It's a little airdrop finish. Late hit. Oh, most likely deemed incomplete at the end. That was a rapid fire succession of really nice turns for Stephanie Gilmore. I think her score will be tampered just a little bit due to the fact that she didn't completely ride out of that last maneuver. But sitting on 8.17, that's going to be a solid backup number for Steph Gilmore. Tyler Wright, meanwhile, drops a 5-point ride. We're still waiting for that last score for Johanne Defay. Let's take a look at Tyler.
Well, probably going to be her best ride here, Chris. Up and over with the foam climb right there. Just a strong layback right in the pocket for Tyler. And how about this wrap to finish off this wave too? Completely sized the fins at the end. So should be a decent number. And then this wave right behind for Steph. Strong and aggressive on the opening maneuver with the layback. Combos it up with another one. And then unfortunately for her, this wave just ran down the line. Had to go for the floater right there. Lost a bit of speed when she was coming out of it, and that's why she was offset for that last turn. But my, oh my, that opening combo was a thing of beauty. The layback into the transitional carve, and you see her shoulders never fully extend all the way back. They're always looking down the line. She keeps her speed and then goes in for that third turn, but already has the 8.17, and you look, she won the opening exchange. We're still waiting on Johanne Defay's second score, but has a solid backup here, Chris. And this is a motivating performance so far, a motivated performance by Stephanie Gilmore. She knows what she can do at a right-hand point break. She knows how capable she is of winning several events out of the next few. We're going to J-Bay after Brazil, and in Tahiti last season she got an equal 5th, which was super necessary for her to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. So in this case right now, a win would be necessary, but I think more importantly for her confidence, it would be substantial.
She's on her way to it right now. Great surfing from all 3 of our surfers, but at the moment, Stephanie Gilmore's just doing it a little bit better. You know, the numbers tell that story as well. She is going to be looking at an above-average score for her second wave, and I don't think anybody has the ability to generate speed with such grace as Stephanie Gilmore. It doesn't look like she's, you know, doing anything extra to get those speed bursts. It's all one fluid movement. Truly beautiful surfing. And the scores are going to echo that sentiment. First numbers drop through for Tyler Wright, 5.73. She has a nice tidy 10.73 total, but Stephanie Gilmore leaps and bounds beyond. Her second score comes through a 6.83 with a fall at the end. You can imagine that would have been most likely another high 7, maybe even an 8. So a mental note, no doubt. Stephanie Gilmore, you know, she'll show it to you too. She is a tenacious competitor. They call her Happy Gilmore. That's her on land, or her when she's free surfing, filming video parts. She's in a jersey, something different. Still happy, doing it with joy, but
For
a
sure.
little bit more intensity.
It's a competitive nature in it. And as of right now, she's obviously looking for number 9. And that would be huge. I mean, she already set a record last year for most victories for a female surfer on the championship tour. And, you know, motivation comes from different places. I would think for her at this point of her career, you know, she's in her mid-30s. She probably knows that with the up-and-coming generations, there's probably going to be some significant surfers that will be dominating the tour, like Caitlin Simmers, like Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who will be coming up the next heat, as well as Molly Picklum. But as of right now, there's still a statement to be made. You can definitely be saying, okay, you come to the right wave, I'm still going to beat you 9 times out of 10. And I think for confidence and to exemplify that you're still one of the greatest, you want to do that at a wave like this at Punta Roca.
Absolutely, and the good news for all of us is we get 20 minutes and 51 more seconds of these 3 surfers in the lineup. While we wait for the next set to roll through, let's take a quick jump down to the glass. Carissa Moore standing by with AJ McCord.
Carissa, just getting out of the water here in El Salvador, you win your first heat, but I know it was a little bit more anxiety-inducing than you probably wanted it to be. But your first wave, did an excellent score there. What did you see?
Oh, no, thank you. Actually, in my head, I felt like it was a little bit lower than the score that came through, so that gave me a little bit of confidence that the judges liked what I was doing. And then after that, I was just trying to really find a good wave and push my turns because I wanted to back it up. Unfortunately, I dug my rail on one, and then I was just a little bit out of rhythm with the waves and stuff. So after that, I didn't really get that high of a heat total, which is there's room for improvement, and I'll try to do better next time.
Well, you did well enough, and I think the cool thing for you is you have so much experience in these competitions. How do you keep yourself from getting too down in those heats when you have a few waves that don't go the way you want them to?
Oh, I mean, it takes a lot of work. There's definitely a process. You know, luckily I have a great team surrounding me that are always helping me find the positives and then those learning moments. You know, in the past, I think I've gotten really down on myself, and it's easy to go into a negative spiral, but now I'm looking at it as just, hey, let's work on progress, not perfection.
I love that. Progress, not perfection. In the next round, you're going to make some progress. What do you want to improve on?
Hopefully, just keep on working on identifying the lineups and the best waves out there, and then just staying calm and cool and collected, and hopefully perform my best.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there. Congratulations.
Thanks, AJ.
Congrats to Carissa Moore. You know, in this marathon, she's way out front. Of course, the finish line, a little bit different than it's been in past years. She's going to have to face the same final 5 she faced last year. You know, I think for Carissa Moore, that statement right there is huge. Progress, not perfection. Most of us would say, well, Carissa Moore is the perfect surfer. You know, can she get any better? She says yes. That'll be fun to watch. And one thing of note, too, I think she's tied in the gold chain count with Italo. Chains out. Watch out.
I was about to ask you how many chains are too many chains. Not enough?
I mean, Google Mr. T. That's just the right amount.
Hey, I can't rock them myself, but keep on doing it if you're doing it out there. But, you know, she said, I think something that is true for an athlete, and you want to pursue progress and not perfection because, especially in a sport that is so subjective, Chris, you're never going to be fully satisfied with your performance despite how good it is. And even if you get 210s like we've seen before from Shane Bestian, from Owen Wright, there's still always room for improvement within your own surfing, within your competitive strategy, within the amount of mistakes you make per heat, or the amount of unforced errors like we saw John Florence, one of the greatest of all time, commit in his heat earlier today. So you always want to improve on certain subtleties that you have out there in the lineup.
No cap right there with you, 17:30 on the clock. We are seeing an obvious shift in our conditions. And I believe we've got Pete Mel in the Red Bull Athlete Lounge with a great overview of the weather and what's happening in the lineup. Pete?
That was the first thing I noticed when I stepped up here is obviously best view for the competitors. They need to see the lineup, but there's a definite wind that is blowing. And I take my Apple Watch and I look at what direction we are facing. Directly right in front of me is 180 degrees. That is directly south. So the wind coming out of that kind of southwest direction. It is nice here that this point cups in, so it does turn the corner and smooth out slightly. But there is definite, we saw especially those first waves have that chop on the face, and so these surfers are going to have to negotiate that. And we got some action right here.
Here we go. Joanne DeFay. And just as Pete was saying that this wave starts to smooth out on the inside section around the corner, look at this perfect cupping ball that Joanne DeFay has to work with here. The gift that keeps on giving all the way through to the inside. She's going to finish on dry rocks, and out the back we've got Tyler Wright now. So DeFay out. Tyler Wright, she's out as well. Didn't like the looks of the rest of that wave. So DeFay definitely get the best of that exchange right there. But that leaves Stephanie Gilmore out the back with opportunity knocking. And she answers with a beautiful bottom turn, top turn combination. Makes it a tail blow and somehow gets around the section, still building speed. That right there was a savage cut for Stephanie Gilmore. Third turn in the book. Here we go. Through to the inside section. What she got for us? It's anyone's guess. Will she go to the air? She's going to keep it on the face, and that's totally fine with us. A beautiful wave for Stephanie Gilmore. Something different. I love that she kind of gave that wave some attitude. That was fun to watch. That's going to give the judges something to think about. Not that they judge Stephanie against Stephanie's career, but in the moment, a totally unique read on that wave. One of the bigger set waves we've seen in the last 15 minutes. Stephanie Gilmore might very well extend her lead with her performance on that last wave. That was real wild.
Did she see Joanne's throw tail on the inside or something, or how did she get so inspired to do this right here? Because that was filthy, Chris. I mean, the amount of risk that takes at the beginning of this wave, then that turn right there, I mean, lays it fully on rail. The amount of commitment for that one right there, just impeccable. Speeds down the line. She knows that the smart thing would just be to finish it off. And once again, uses those rails to perfection. She's going to kick out with what I think will easily replace the 6.83. But the turn on the outside, this one, look at that deep bottom turn. Grabs the rail here. And with the amount of strength that she has, she is just able to use that rail, poke it in the wave, and then somehow ride out when she's basically grinding on the lip line, too. It's almost like a board slide. Vintage Steve Cab over there on the outside section, Chris, and makes it around it. Has to kind of pump past one or two sections right here. But once she gets back to the open face, look at the way she's able to manage speed and use this transitional turn once again. Wow. That is just beautiful stuff.
Well,
We're talking about one of the GOATs.
Yeah. The cool part about it, too, is it was a surprise. It was a gift to all of us. Not as smooth as we're used to seeing from Steph, but definitely very radical. And now Tyler Wright got the memo. Get after it. So some big turns on the outside section. She gets a nice connector, hoping this wave gives her some opportunity to the inside, blows the tail, falls out the back of the wave. 13:44 to go. So the last scoring wave for Steph Gilmore was a 6.83, so we're waiting for what we just saw. And, I mean, you kind of have to debrief after that wave. We're so used to seeing Steph right in the pocket with those beautiful turns. Surprise, surprise. She blows the tail on her opening snap. Somehow maintained her composure, got around a super fast section, and then surprised us again with a real engaged, hard carve.
And nearly lost it, too, because she put so much power into that turn right there as well. That's also what the low tide does out here. It's really difficult for you to engage those rails fully. As this wave was a good answer back, Chris. Great opening turn right there. Brings it all the way around into the lip. Love the way she was able to slide the fins. And the difference on this wave in comparison to her other fives, she was able to find a much cleaner face. But right here, this was an important turn. She just needed to finish this wave off, and unfortunately pushed a bit too hard. And then Joanne DeFay, this comes in as 6.53, her second best score. Great laybacks right here, but it just seemed like it got a bit too repetitive, Chris. There wasn't a lot of variation. Once again, see, it's been the same snap 3 times in a row and finishes with a decent combination right here at the end. But Joanne, as of right now, she's got 2 6s on the board. She's still going to need at least something in the excellent range to make it in first in this heat.
Yeah, a lot of urgency on that wave for Joanne Defay. She's got another opportunity here, kind of a mid-sized set. A little bit mellow on the start. Okay, that was fine. This whole wave's been fine.
Oh,
there we go. Now we're talking. Some excitement. She builds some speed down the line. What she got for us here on the finish? Floater, rocks, look out, Joanne Defay. So it went from okay to great. You know, when you're kind of looking at the overall impression of the wave, it was fine. It's going to be a good score. Is it going to be a 9? Probably not. Will it match the last score Stephanie Gilmore got? That was an 8.0. Probably not. Stephanie Gilmore way in the lead, a 16.77, an 8.17, and an 8-point ride. And she did it in 2 ways. This is getting real fun to watch. 11:10 on the clock. We're going to take a quick break. Can Steph Gilmore keep her lead? Stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back.
This year is the qualifying year for the Paris 2024 Olympics.
To be able to go and represent Australia at Choves would be incredible.
You feel like you're representing every single person that lives on the same land as you do.
You have to really go after it and wholeheartedly.
Show what our country is and show it through surfing.
Probably a cool experience to see so many brilliant athletes.
Just want to be in the mix and give it my all.
Well, I think that'll be a big show to see.
Australians getting excited about qualification season. Thank you to Shiseido putting the work in there. This is going to be a very, very exciting year. 8:30 on the clock. Things are getting exciting right now, right in the moment. Surf City, El Salvador, providing plenty of opportunity for 3 of the greatest surfers to ever do it. And that is not superlative. That is fact. Stephanie Gilmore, Joanne Defay, Tyler Wright, all right in the mix. Stephanie Gilmore with the obvious advantage of an 8.17 and an 8 in her score line. Joanne Defay would need an 8.84. Tyler Wright would need a 9.34. This happened right before the break. Joanne Defay.
Much cleaner wave right here, Chris, and opens up with that wrap. I mean, that was a moment of brilliance, as you were saying, and a moment of innovation as well. Into the lip right there, and she just had a couple of moments during this wave that just added brilliance, first of all, and a lot of explosiveness too. You know, in our judging criteria, speed, power, flow, the 3 basic elements, but they're also the 3 most important elements within surfing. You look right there, that turn had it all. Going down the line with a lot of speed, a lot of power into that section, but maintaining the flow that she had carried throughout the first transitional turns into that layback right there. We talk about people that have made an impact on the world of surfing so far, especially for European surfers on the women's side. Joanne Defay has done that and a lot more. A couple top 5 finishes in the past. I definitely think, even though she's ranked number 11 right now, she gets 1 win or 2. She's qualifying again for the WSL Final 5. Wouldn't mind seeing a champion from Europe come out on top for the first time for the women. And Chris, I think...
Back up there, Slick. 11th? That has to be the lowest ranking for Joanne Defay in the last 5 years.
Injuries. That's what injuries will do to you.
Well, right now, she's looking like she's surfing at 100%. That last score came through at a 7.33. So Joanne Defay is definitely in the conversation. And I would think the only way you're going to beat Stephanie Gilmore at a right-hand point break is to get radical, right? Throw your fins, take to the air. No one's beating Steph in the style game. No one's going to, outmatch her heat IQ. Joanne Defay, Tyler Wright, I mean, they're goats in their own right, for sure. But right now with Stephanie Gilmore, not only leaning on the beautiful surfing that we're used to seeing, but also getting progressive, throwing some haymakers in the mix. That's a deadly combination when you're talking about the winningest female surfer to ever do it, the greatest female surfer to ever do it, and also a surfer known to have the best style ever. I mean, you really have to do some special things. If we were sitting here playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater, right, we'd be trying to up that special meter, get a bunch of speed, and then do your signature maneuver, the biggest trick you have. I mean, that's what it's going to take right now. With a stranglehold on the lead like this, Defay and Wright, they both have those big maneuvers on lock, and now it's just time to find it, right? Find the ramp, find that special section that's going to allow them to go upside down, to do something incredible.
Radical.
Regain the attention of the judges, right? They're all obviously watching everything that happens in the water. You want to fire them up. You want to blow them away. You want to surprise them. Give them a gift. Make it easy for them.
But you're not standing out in this heat yet. You're not the star of the show in this one, and that's what Stephanie's been so far. With her pair of 8, she's throwing away a 6.83. Interesting stat for you, Chris. Out of the, outside of Brazil, the 2 events that we've had in Latin America, Stephanie Gilmore has been a champion at both places, Barra La Cruz in Mexico and here in El Salvador last year. And, when we talk about records being broken, I don't think anybody thought that Lane Beachley's record was going to be broken. She won her 7th world title literally 1 year before Stephanie Gilmore debuted. Stephanie is the only, and so far I don't think it's going to happen in the next few years, rookie to win a championship tour title in a rookie season. I mean, that's just incredible. It's a stat that's been held since 2007. Not even Kelly was able to do that. She has 8 world titles already.
She's the GOAT. A GOAT, I should say. 3:48 on the clock. Here we go. Tyler Wright trying to make us eat our words. Waiting, coiling, snapping, setting things up early. Good section to work with right there. Digs in hard. Jamming her heels into the wall of this wave. A little bit of flair for the dramatic there. Getting some air underneath her board as she comes around this section. Late hit. Makes it. Still more to give. Still fighting to stay on her board. Finally knocked off her feet at the end of that wave. What a series of turns, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you could tell she was trying to demand respect from the jump of that wave. Will it be a 9.34, or will she have to rely on a combination of waves?
Well, the good thing here is that if you better the 6.83, at least you're breaking that mini combo you're in right now, because a 9.34 out there is going to be very difficult to do. Opening turn was okay. Much better here on the second one, though. Fully lays it on rail, and that was filthy. Into the lip line floater right there, and then after this, it just seems like she was playing catch-up the whole time. You want to be out on the open face if you can as a regular footer.
As a goofy, you kind of want to surf behind the section and be coming around it. But as a regular footer, if you have open face, use it to your advantage. Be a bit different every time you engage the rail. And right there on that wave, the wave was very difficult to ride, but Tyler wasn't able to reach the green face in time, and it'll cost her, needing a 9.34. Say she does better the 6.83 or she doesn't, I think she's still needing at least one more good wave, Chris.
Make her way back into the takeoff zone with 2 minutes to go. Stephanie Gilmore out the back with priority. Joanne Defay in second priority. Tyler Wright third. You know, in watching these waves, especially earlier today, I'm kind of thinking Surf Ranch on the right would be a great place to practice for Punta Rocas.
We just came from there too.
Surfers who excelled at Surf Ranch look like they're doing pretty well here.
They are.
As well, and maybe that's a conspiracy theory. I don't know. A minute 36 to go. Here goes Joanne Defay. She was looking for a big number. She knew that wave wasn't going to provide the opportunity she needed. Minute 24 to go. Oh. Staff out the back with priority, controlling the lineup. 817 and an 8. One of the highest heat totals of the day so far here on opening day of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. One quick little lay day yesterday. Great call. Waves looked fun, but just a little slow. Obviously, when you kind of look at the scoreline now, you got 5 waves ridden from Tyler, 3 from Steph, 5 from Joanne. So plenty of consistency out there, and it just looks really fun.
I'd be surfing. I can tell you that.
1000%.
And with 40 seconds to go, it just seems like Steph is going to put a ribbon on this heat right now. First excellent heat total we've seen out of the women so far in day one, Chris. 16.17, a pair of 8s. Great stuff from the 8-time world champ, and she's looking at home, looking for a back-to-back victory here at Punta Roca.
Speed and grace down the line. Quick snap there. 20 seconds on the clock. This could be a victory lap, but Steph Gilmore goes down after a quick little grab her tail slide.
She just seems confident right now, though.
I thought she cracked the happy Gilmore smile when she stood up on that wave, knowing that that was a job well done. You know, making your way in the world today takes everything you got, Mitchell.
It does.
And Stephanie Gilmore is right where everybody knows her name, in first place. She's going to get the win. Defay second, Wright third. We'll be right back with more action. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Stick around.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Corona. This is living.
Well, welcome back, surf fans. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro. 8 names, but only 3 surfers. Molly Picklum, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson take to the lineup. Tatiana Weston-Webb up early. 33 minutes on the clock. plenty of time for these three surfers to find quality waves in this lineup that almost feels like it's starting to get a little bit more consistent as we kind of push through this afternoon tide. 1:19 p.m. and here we go. This is a great match. It's number 3, number 6, number 9 on your championship tour ratings. So solid representation from all over the world as well. Australia, Brazil, Hawaii, and this is current world number 3, Molly Picklum, quickly making a name for herself on that list of the world's best. That was a fast rise from relative, junior status.
Yep.
I know there's a lot of great juniors kind of in her graduating class, but once she grabbed the reins, wow, did she ascend quickly into the upper echelon of our sport. An elite surfer, Molly Picklum. She's in the title fight right now as well.
Yeah, she is. Well, and only 20 years of age, too. Incredible that she was leading the rankings for a long time, first of all, and more importantly, that she's still in the fight, as you said, to qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Be a huge feat for her at this point of her career, and especially as a sophomore now. She was a victim of the mid-year cut last season, Chris. I still think she has maybe the best single turn I've seen from a female surfer, in the history of Championship Tour surfing. Last year at Margaret River. But right now, looking to make it through the opening round heat here in El Salvador. First time here competing for her. Same thing for Sakura out there in the white jersey. And Tati last year was actually a victim of Stephanie Gilmore in the elimination round at this event. Was not able to make it out of that second round heat. So big moment for her, especially when it comes to the rankings. She's also looking to get a better seed going into the next event in Rio.
Well, elimination round surfers on the women's side of the draw, a little bit of a sigh of relief. Stephanie Gilmore advancing through that next round. But the bad news is you've got Joanne Defay and Tyler Wright to deal with. So no easy heats, no easy path to victory for any of our surfers involved. This post-cut atmosphere is just a little bit more tense in the best way possible. Yep. The tension you feel on the beach in the lineup, oftentimes adds to the performances, right? Sometimes you push and push and push, and pressure makes diamonds. That's an old sports cliche.
And diamonds are made out of coal, Chris. So, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure. We have a lot of rocks on the beach. There could be some coal in there. Never know. You could find a couple of diamonds. But with 30 minutes to go, nothing better than the 217, just the one floater from Molly Picklum. I really like this generation of women surfing, though. Sakura coming up, Molly Picklum currently within the top 5. Also have the super talent from your neck of the woods in San Diego, Caitlin Simmers, the pride of Oceanside, who surfed in the first heat of this round. Gabby Bryan, I'd have to say one of the most underrated and, underappreciated surfers on the Women's Championship Tour. But when it comes to stardom, only one person gets to take home the trophy at the end of the season. Last year, Stephanie Gilmore proved a point that you could be the number 5 seeded surfer at the Rip Curl WSL Finals and end up being a world champion at the end of the year. And I think a lot of these ladies need to understand that that's a possibility for them later on in this year.
Never give up. Anything's possible at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Molly Picklum starts opening round, heat 4 off with a 217. And the winners of this opening round, they're quarterfinalists. That's I would say at the beginning of the year, keep a result.
Yeah.
Here in the back half, here in the playoffs.
Nope.
It's semis at least if you want to keep it in the pace area set by Carissa Moore at the moment. You see where she sits at the end of this event. And again, after the cut, the event windows, they stay the same length.
Yeah.
But there's fewer surfers, so that means more options on the days that we get to run. So far today has been stellar. Huge scores. The numbers prove that. And the performances as well. So 28-20 on the clock. Surfers kind of settling into this lineup, trying to find their spot. While they do that, let's go down to the glass. We got Stephanie Gilmore with AJ McCord.
Steph, coming up with a smile here at Punta Roca because it just looked like you had so much fun on those waves. What is it about this break and these waves that brings out that smile?
I don't know. Every time I've come here, I've had a really great experience. You know, the waves are fun everywhere. It's usually really consistent. And one of my favorite waves in the world is lower trestles right-hander, obviously. You know, having that event there last year and doing so well in the finals and stuff. And this wave is basically like lowers right, but a bit hollower, a bit faster, and way longer. So, yeah, any chance that we get to surf great waves are going out. This is why I do the tour. It's what I love about it. But yeah, I just love it here. It's a really special place.
Speaking of trestles last year, you win this event last year. You were sitting in 7th place last year here in El Salvador. You win. It catapults a little bit for the back half of the last few events. Here you are again. You're sitting in 7th. You have won your first heat here in El Salvador. Compare where you are this year to last year at this point in the season.
I was actually thinking about that this morning. You know, I sort of woke up and I was nervous, and you know, it's cool to get those feelings knowing that I've been on tour for so long, but to still go through the motions before round 1. And then I thought about the fact that this time last year I was in the exact same situation. I think last year I actually lost my round 1 heat, but yeah, I don't know. This time around, I guess I feel like the pressure is off, having achieved the 8th title last year, but at the same time, I just, you know, I see the young girls like Katie coming through and Caroline, and everyone's surfing so good, and I just want to stay a part of it, you know. I want to be right there throwing down 8-point rides with them, so that's really the motivation. So I feel strong, you know, I feel like my body's in great shape, my mindset's really good, and if anything, I just learned a lot about myself last year, and hopefully I can repeat it all over again.
What's the biggest lesson you learned last year that you're applying to this year?
I guess just self-belief, you know, even those times when you're sort of like, oh, I'm not feeling great, or I haven't got the results that I've wanted. It's just like, if you can just paddle out in your heat and just find that like peace of mind and feel like excited for the challenge, then you can just achieve anything you want. It's really cool.
Well, we are certainly excited every time you go out in there and surf. So congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks so much. Woo.
Great reporting there from AJ McCord, and you could just see it on Steph's face. She's going, don't ask me don't ask me. AJ knew she had to ask her, and of course Steph, the professional that she is, you know, she was already thinking about it this morning. Yeah. So that was a great, you know, a great match right there between AJ and Stephanie. You know, I could sit there and listen to them talk for hours. I love the insight. You know, Stephanie Gilmore, she's been doing it for a long time now, but just like all of us, when we see her name on the score sheet, we get excited, we get nervous, we don't know what's going to happen next, and you know, she's just right there addressing that self-belief. So no matter if you're the GOAT at what you do or just learning, believe in yourself and big things can happen. Molly Picklum, you know she carries that belief. Oh, except for right there. That was just eye off the ball. You could almost see her looking down the line. Yep. Like, well, what am I going to do over there? And then she found herself underwater.
She wasn't focused on the turn that she was doing at the moment. 24:40 on the clock. Kind of a big moment in the heat, Chris, because nobody has anything better than a 3.67 that is Sakura's opening wave. She used priority to get that one too. And Tachi didn't want this wave, and Molly said, I'll take it. It was a clean ride. It seemed like it had some potential down the line. And you see right here, she was off to a good start. Great carve. And then this was a destructive turn right here into the lip, and then incomplete to ride out, but you said it right. Her focus was down the line already and not focusing on that turn right there. Sakura with a decent 2-turn combo, 3.67. Nothing great, but at least it's the best of the heat so far. But first of all, excellent reporting by AJ. I reiterate that. That was maybe one of the best interviews we've seen all season long. But without Stephanie saying that self-belief is the most crucial thing and the most crucial aspect to each of her world titles, Chris, I don't think a lot of people realize that it doesn't just come down to talent. You have to be able to back it up with moments of brilliance and moments where you're able to call yourself a world champion because you were able to believe in yourself. I've seen various of those moments this season so far from Stephanie Gilmore, and that heat right there was one of them.
Yeah, it's just, I would say it's just different compartments of the brain, right? You know, she knows how good she serves. How could you not? Her trophy room reminds her, I'm sure, every time she looks over at her house. But it's also, you know, remaining relevant, remaining competitive, knowing that, you know, she's even if she's surfing against these hard-charging rookies, that, yeah, you know, they have something different that she might not be used to, but she's definitely prepared. I would say, you know, you always see footage of her playing her guitar, cruising around, she's having a good time. You never really see the footage of her, you know, in her room doing her research, you know, looking at the computer, most likely just breaking down her heats. Surfing with a lot of joy, but also with a lot of purpose right now. I feel like she didn't say it in her interview, but she has something to prove, much like we see from Kelly Slater.
Couldn't agree more.
You know, a lot left for Stephanie Gilmore. I wouldn't be surprised if she matched Slater's.
You think
11.
so?
I wouldn't be surprised. I would be stoked.
I'd be super stoked for her. I think that's going to be a very hard
7,
feat.
8, 9, 10, 11. 4 more years. That's it. 4 more years, Steph. 22 minutes on the clock. We're waiting for one of these three surfers to light things up. That's a good start from T-double-dub. Tatiana Weston Webb. 2 big backside whips. Another. If anybody is going to brutalize this wave on their backhand, it's got to be Tatiana Weston Webb. She is known for the most lethal, vertical, rapid-fire, you know, succession of snaps. She does it anytime she gets involved with the right-hander, and put her in a right-hand point break. You're going to see that turn 8 times on a wave. I think the only thing she needs to be cognizant of is mixing it up. You know, I mean, we'll all watch these turns all day long, but the judges, they want to see variety. I think she provided a little bit of that on this wave, though.
Oh, for sure. And you see right there, great second turn. But as you said, it's really hard not to be repetitive. That last turn was very impressive, though. Did not have a lot of speed to get up and over that last section. Should be the best wave of the heat by far, Chris. And there it is, a 7-point ride for Tati Weston Webb. You brought up an excellent adjective to describe Steph so far, and I think this is applicable to all of the women on tour and the men as well. You want to keep your relevance. And if you're not relevant on the championship tour, it signifies that you're not doing your job correctly. And as a professional athlete, you want to be able to exemplify how good of a sportsman you are, and especially in a sport that is so subjective, dependent on environmental factors like wind, like tides, like the consistency of waves. You need to be prepared outside of the water to face all those environmental factors at your tip-top shape. And if you're not in that tip-top shape, my friend, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, you're not going to be the best surfer in the world at the end of the season. It's just as easy as that. You can go out there and be the most talented surfer, but if you're not in good shape, especially with the playoff format we have right now, potentially, you know, being the number 5 seed, you're going to have to surf at least 5 times to be a world champion. And that is a lot of surfing to do one day at Lowers.
Yeah, the party's over. It's time to work. You got your whole life to celebrate what you've achieved.
Exactly.
And, you know, we've seen a big shift on the championship tour. 80s and 90s were a whole lot of fun, trust me. I was there for some of it. But what we're seeing now is, you know, dedication to the craft. In and out of the water, you know, mind, body, soul. Spiritual elements coming in as well. You know, meditation is really in the forefront now, and I'm here for it. I love to see it. You know, whatever works, right? Whatever progresses the sport. And we have seen so much progress in the last decade, the last 5 years, the last 2 years. You know, with the implement of the cut, right? Added urgency to the championship tour. With the final 5 coming into play, I mean, it just added another goal for these surfers to set, right? The first goal when the year starts, you know, make the cut. Second goal, make the final 5, win the world title. 18:48 to go. The Red Bull Athlete Zone has a distinct vibe today, a serious kind of feel. But Pete Mel, you tell us, you're right there.
Yeah, I am, and it's into elimination round coming up soon. Behind me, you have Joao Chianca. He's going to be coming up in that first heat up against Brian Perez. And that's a big one. You know, thinking where Joao sits in the rankings at number 2, it's a big heat for him. And obviously Perez, and he's made his knowledge known as we see a wave up and riding here. We'll get back to that thought in a second.
Yes, Molly Picklum a bit messy on that wave. But Pete, you were saying intensity rising up there?
It is intensity rising, and I was just watching Joao from behind, and he's got his iPods in, his Apple AirPods, and he's listening to a pretty good playlist. He's moving around, he's enjoying it, he's up here. Where in contrast, I actually saw Brian downstairs in the locker room, and it's cool, it's a bit darker down there, and detaching himself, no screens, no nothing, and just in there chilling. So a little stark contrast in this first setup before this heat.
Hey, Pete, when we look at two of the younger women out there in the water right now, Molly Picklum and Sakura, based off of Tatiana's performances the last 2 seasons, where do you think they rank in terms of talent and maybe consistency of performance so far this CT season?
Well, it's been tough, really. I mean, I think that they're all vying for a world title. That's why they're here. That's the dream to fulfill. And that pressure can, play into it. Decision-making all the time, that's the biggest thing, is being able to deal with that and mature and learn how to deal with it. I mean, a perfect example was Steph's interview in regards to how she's dealing with the fact that she's already got 8 world titles. She's, why is she still here? Why is she competing? Because she wants to beat the best. And these youngsters are pushing those veterans right now and in a big way, and actually inspiring them. I mean, that performance by Steph was insane. It looked very confident, relaxed, type of thing, and these youngsters are going to have to figure that out and find that kind of place to surf in, and they're trying to take down the big dogs, and it's hard sometimes.
Yeah, you got to find that consistency when you need it.
Example of that is Griffin, and what he's been able to do is finding consistency, is just finding the mental state to deal with those doubts that creep in and how you push them aside and utilize a positive out of it. And compete, like you had said, Mitch, at your top form, not only physically, but more importantly, mentally.
Yeah. Mind, body, soul, everything has to be working as one complete unit. 16:15 on the clock behind Pete. We saw some of our surfers gearing up for elimination round heat 1. It's got a kind of a QS Challenger Series type of feel where you show up and you could lose that first day. We're going to see that right now.
Yep.
I mean, be careful what you wish for. Elimination round surfing coming up next. Love to see surfers getting in the zone. Deep house, hip hop, techno, heavy metal, whatever you got to inspire you, to get you in the zone. Jalchianka leaning into it there. 15:30 on the clock now. That first heat, Jalchianka and Ryan Perez. I mean, it's going to be bittersweet either way, because one of those surfers is going to lose. I think for Jalchianka, who's trying to fight to stay in that final 5 picture. Obviously not underestimating Brian Perez. We saw what Brian did in his first heat, and it was incredible. In 15 minutes and 13 seconds, we're going to kick off elimination round heat 1. But right now, these surfers are fighting to try to skip that round, which is the ultimate golden ticket here on day 1 of competition. In priority right now, it's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She doesn't want anything to do with that wave, so it goes to second priority. Tatiana Weston-Webb gets over kind of a strange takeoff zone there. This wave bouncing around her. She regains composure. Little carve on the open face. Nice bull to work with here. A little late to the lip. Now she's got her timing back. Flying into this inside section. And out the back. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson got a set wave with priority. It ran off down the line, didn't give her any opportunity to strike. So that right there shows you that sometimes priority doesn't really matter. She gave that wave over to Tatiana Weston-Webb, and Tatiana looking like she's going to make her pay for it. Meanwhile, Molly Picklum out the back with priority now. 14 minutes on the clock. That'll be an interesting score for Tatiana Weston-Webb. It was a decent ride. A lot working against her, from the very start. The first couple of sections were just wonky, kind of wild. But she regained her composure, clicked back into time, her perfect timing, and see what the judges throw out there. Here goes Molly Picklum exercising her priority. Foamy wave, but a nice line for her to work with. Being patient, waiting for this wave to form up as it grows down the line. Here's the speed section. Nails the lip there. A little bit of a horizontal snap. Yeah. Maybe just more of a placeholder wave. Unbelievably, you look at Molly Picklum's scoreline at 283 and a 253. Those aren't scores that I would put next to Molly's name throughout the year. She has been achieving greatness nearly every time she puts on a jersey. Right now, I'd say she's in a bit of trouble because Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson's 3.67 is higher than both of the waves she's ridden. Of course, we now have scores to come through.
And you gotta expect Tati to get a decent number right here. And as you said, this was a very difficult wave to ride, Chris. Has to manage all these bumps on the face of the wave. But once she makes it to the open face, she does quite well. Wraps it back right there. Excellent timing with these turns on the inside. Look at that, up and over the section once again. And I really like the way she was able to close out right here. Straight up and vertical, just precise surfing on the backhand. That's why I definitely feel like the goofy footers have an advantage when it comes to placing your maneuvers. But this was a great opening car from Molly. Wrapped it down, had to skip that section right there. Seems like she's been out of rhythm with her wave selection and when she's actually riding the waves, which maneuvers to select. And as you said, more of a place turn right at the end, nothing super explosive. Either way, it's definitely got to be her best ride, 12 minutes to go. Whether or not they can actually match that 12 or 13-point heat total that Tati's going to have in her scoreline right now, that's going to be another thing in the last 12 minutes.
Well, I think Molly Picklum, she's going to be wondering, Men Without Hats, did they write that song about her as she did the safety dance on that wave? Not going to get her to the excellent range, so she'll have to get back to the drawing board. 11:42 on the clock. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action.
Okay, that in a nutshell explains what's coming. Betty Lou is all fireworks. She's like a spicy one. So I think she's gonna be the main driver in the sense of like just spicing it up, of like, she don't care. She's like, he's gonna do whatever she wants to get what she wants. And then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then. This new generation don't lack confidence and we're all gonna push each other like crazy.
Great conversation there between Molly Picklum and the legendary Joe Turpel. You can find that on worldsurfleague.com, one-on-one. And they go deep. It's going to be a real fun listen. 9:17 to go. Molly Picklum. Love that she called out Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson during that interview, because guess what? That's who she's up against right now. This heat so far has not gone very well for Betty Lou. She's got a 3.67. Molly Picklum's last wave. Good surfing, 5-point ride, a fine score. But she wants more. That's not going to be better than Tatiana Weston-Webb's secondary score. AJ McCord is hunting for the scoop, and I think she's got one for us.
I do. I was talking with Molly Picklum earlier today, and she actually let me in on a little bit of info. She said that she's been managing a bad back since sunset. So for the majority of the season, her back has been bothering her. But she says that at Margs and Surf Ranch, it feels great now. So she's working her way back. She's been doing a lot of rehab, and she told me that this warm water actually helps her quite a bit. She's really excited to be here in El Salvador and then moving on to Brazil for the next event, because she's hoping that all this warm water is going to help her back heal even more. It is that time of the season, you guys, where it seems like everybody is dealing with something, but that's what happens when you are a professional athlete. And Molly reiterating that right now her back feels great. She is surfing loose, she is surfing free, and we've seen it in this heat.
Thanks, AJ. Was Molly trying to be on the commentary crew? Complaining about her back? She's definitely not surfing like she's hindered in any way, as Betty Lou Sakura Johnson provides some fireworks down the line, gets the big snap there and around the section. A lot of fight in Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. As Molly said, she is a fiery competitor. That was a nicely surfed wave for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Her crew on the beach.
Mom
It's her
Shinobu
twin
right
sister.
there.
Oh, that's her mom?
Yeah.
7:22 on the clock.
Well, needs a 9.06, Chris. It's not going to be that, but what I will say, easily going to be her best ride. Has a 3.67 at the moment as her best score. Comes around the section right here, straight up and vertical. That was strong attack right there. I really like the transitional turn right there where she's pointing down the line rather than straight up. And then right here, the wave gets very difficult to surf, but was able to manage to fit in 2 right afterwards. So needing a 9.06, it won't be the excellent number that she needs, but with just under 7 minutes to go, it will help her out quite a bit. I actually spoke to her mom Shinobu a few heats ago, and she's like, hey, first time here, we love it. Betty Lou loves this wave here. It really fits her style. And Steph brought up the fact that this wave is very similar to lowered trestles. Betty Lou was actually just in California right after the surf ranch. They stayed a week in San Clemente, and she was surfing at lowers every day, so she probably has some good practice from that. But as AJ was saying, water temps way more different here than what they've been in California lately.
Yeah, no doubt. 16-16 on the clock. And I would say low-key, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has the second best style on the Women's Championship Tour. I don't think I have to remind you has the best style.
No,
everybody knows that.
We all know that.
6 minutes on the clock. Tatiana Weston Webb with a 7 and a 5.73. A solid 12.73 heat total so far with just under 6 minutes to go. Picklum has started to get the ball rolling with a 5-point ride. She's going to drop to 3rd place now as Betty Lou's last scoring wave comes through, a 4.4. So Betty Lou and Molly both kind of stuck right in that mid-range score zone, where Tatiana Weston Webb hanging on to that big 7, which is definitely going to play a factor as we get towards the 5-minute mark.
And a 7 that was on a wave that nobody else wanted either. So both of her best waves have actually been under the surfer with higher priority. And as of right now, with 5 minutes to go, I think the smart thing would be to try to better the 5.73 and not play too much defense. Don't be forced to go on a wave that doesn't look that good, though. Seems like it might have a clean wall right here, Chris.
There we go. We'll see if this is a priority payment. Kind of just getting down the line, biding her time. Wasn't a great looking wave.
Nope.
So as you were explaining that she could potentially be patient and wait for a gem to come through, she turned and burned. And I don't think that's going to help her in any way.
Real good pressure, though, by Molly Picklum right there. It goes to show the amount of experience and the maturity that she's provided within the last year or so in comparison to what she had in the first half of last season. Right now, 4 minutes, 30 seconds wasn't the right decision to go on that wave. As we look at Shuao Xianka paddling out, number 2 in the world. Big heat coming up. Number 2 in the rings, Xianka against the local wildcard, Brian Perez. Must watch TV, Chris. I'm excited.
That's right. There he is, the Pink Panther, the
How sick is
local
that art too.
Ryan Perez. He is a pious young man as well, very humble, quiet, calm, a great ambassador for El Salvador, for Surf City.
Surfing in general.
Yeah, just in general. I mean, he's hard not to root for. And he's definitely going to make Zhao earn it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I wouldn't think that any wild card at any spot on the championship tour around the world is going to be underestimated. But I think if you kind of look at the map, right, you know, Western Australia, the first name that comes to my mind is Jacob Wilcox, a guy that can win any event that he jumps into. I think when you think of El Salvador, you think of the wild card. For now, it's all Brian Perez. But as we saw last week, you know, at the ISA World Surfing Games, lots of talent around here. Lots of rising talent from Central America.
Yep.
And that's, you know, of course, due to the quality of waves in Central America, but also the influence, you know, that these surfers are seeing when we have big events in their home waves. That's just been a shot of adrenaline for the local scenes. Social media definitely helps with that. You see what's
100%.
happening around the world and you go, okay, well, that's what you got to do to be a pro surfer. Let's do this.
Well, that's how he became a star. I mean, people didn't know about him until he blew up on social media. Next thing you know, he's one of the most famous surfers in the world because of that.
Here we go. Nice looking wave for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Big slash there to start. Comes around with a beautiful section to work with. 2 big turns. And the tail sliding finish.
Okay.
Rides out clean. Surfer so good. He named her 4 times. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson looking for an 8.33. And that was a masterclass.
It's not out of the
and
question.
a great wave. The wave selection was right there too.
Yep, and nobody else wanted that wave either. Tati to just paddle back out. Molly decided not to use priority on this wave. And as he mentioned just before she paddled into it, a very clean wall. Great start. I mean, the way she was able to arc it all the way back. Just a strong snap in the pocket. And a third one where all 3 maneuvers were completely different from each other too. She's looking for the best score of the heat. And as of right now, I think this wave has the potential to get up into the excellent range. The strong grab into the lip snap right there with a lot of speed too. Great commitment shown by Sakura. And then up and over this section right at the end, a violent finish, Chris. And it seems like that Slater Designs working to her advantage out here at Punta Roca.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. That was incredible surfing from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. With a minute to go, you know, picked the right wave at the right time, surfed it appropriately, with a lot of aggression.
Kept her
a lot of
composure too.
fluidity, speed, power, flow, all on
SPF.
display there. SPF by BSJ. Scores come through. It's a 7.40. So she was needing an 8.33. She got close. One judge gave her an 8. Final result, a 7.40. So now she needs a 5.33 with under 30 seconds to go. She took a quick look at her Apple Watch right there and thought, do I have time? No waves coming through right now. So it looks like these are going to be the positions locked in for opening round heat 4, the last heat of the women's opening round. We've got quarterfinalists set already. What a way to start here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. So from here, it gets real.
Yep.
We've just entered the gauntlet. Elimination round surfing coming up next. Jao Chianca will be facing off against Brian Perez. Mano y mano. 2 surfers enter, 1 surfer advances. We'll be right back after this quick break. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Welcome to the Tour of Champions.
The tour that can spit you out as quickly as it welcomed you in.
It's dedication.
Sacrifice.
It's months away from family.
It's your pride, your legacy.
Your life on the line at any given moment.
What might have started as a passion is now a declaration.
A declaration to be the best in the world.
To double down when it matters most.
To persevere through the trials and the triumphs.
Where it takes grind to graduate.
This is a tour that breaks ground, shatters ceilings, and spans seas.
It's good days, bad days, and lay days.
Hawaii,
Tahiti,
Portugal,
Australia,
Brazil. This is a tour built for the few.
Envied by the many.
It's a tour of dreamers,
rebels,
chargers,
fighters,
innovators,
and everything in between. This is a tour of champions.
That's right, stop 7 of the World Surf League Championship Tour right here at Punta Roca. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Look at that right-hand cobblestone point break. We are into the men's elimination round, and world number 2 coming into this event, Joao Chianca, needs to get past the wild card, Brian Perez. Here is Chianca on his opening ride, having to navigate some lumps and bumps, sections right behind him. Brian Perez, the Pink Panther, the hometown hero, searching for some open face, not gonna find that. So we'll see the results and the numbers from that opening exchange. Wow, what a day we've had so far. I'm Kuiper Girl along with Peter Mel. And Pete, this is really, I mean, the opening round, no losers really. The winner moves on and skips around, but this is when things get real, the elimination round.
There was that opening round, no losers here. Elimination round, you're going home after this. If you don't get your 2 best waves in this heat, it is, pack the bags, head to Brazil. Great heat here too, especially with these two, Joao Chianca and Brian Perez. Joao going to be feeling a little bit of pressure here. He looked very involved in his morning warm-up here and his warm-up for this one too. He wants this, and I think that, again, this is the elimination round. The pressure's filled here. Look at the battle on the outside. And Joao picks up the first wave. And the first wave is a little difficult to surf, really, being that you have that extra chop on the face. The second wave definitely cleans up. But that next set wave for Brian just wasn't, it didn't give him around the corner. And did well, though, with all these chops to fit those maneuvers in. I mean, he literally teared those waves, the second and third maneuver there, and a fourth. Again, he's got that drift, he's got the speed, and he packed in the moves on that one.
Brian Perez right behind him, Peter.
Thought a bigger wave, a little cleaner on the face, but it just ran off, got one move, and then sets up the second move. I mean, this was the kind of wave you wanted to start, a nice big size set wave, but the wave ran off, so just the 2 moves on that outside section. Still get a reasonable number, but probably not a number that'll stay in a score line at the end of this one.
Yeah, Brian Perez, 23 years old, right here from El Salvador. Home break between here at Punta Roca, as well as in the El Zonte region. Joao Chianca in the red jersey, 22 years old. Chianca, like I said, number 2 on the rankings coming into this event. Joao Chianca from Saquarema, Brazil. That's actually where stop 8 is going to kick off for the championship tour. Again, and remember the back half of the year, Pete, no throwaways. Every single results count. So for Chianca, a 17th would be a pretty tragic result, and that's what he would get if he was to lose in this matchup against Brian Perez.
He doesn't want that. He does not want to carry that. He knows it, and this is a dangerous wild card. I mean, obviously, Brian's been able to surf these conditions, knows this wave inside and out, feels very comfortable, and he's a world-class surfer as well. So, I mean, he's not taking this heat lightly. Got the early start for Joao, not going to be a huge number. And maybe pulling the trigger once again.
Perez looking down the line, finds some open face, finds some smooth face for a slash there. One more arcing long bottom turn, quick snap, making some way, working this wave over, and he's picked the gem. Oncoming section, layback hack, and that's the finish. Much better than his first wave. Right behind him, Joao Chianca with his snappy surfing on that Channel Island surfboard. Quick feet for Joao Chianca, and you can see the speed in which he's able to cover all of these sections in this sectiony point break at low tide. One more snap for Chianca. Let's get it going down the line. A little awkward finish, but you can see the effort that Joao Chianca will put in to try to finish off that wave.
You gotta love it, really. You gotta love it. You know, and some people have good footwork. You know what? Joao has great upper body. He knows how to maneuver his upper body to allow the board to get release. Very unique to Joao. We've seen other surfers use that upper body in the past, but ultimately Joao now taking it to another level. I mean, really very animated in his way he approaches each and every maneuver, and so it gives us this rawness and uniqueness to his style. Great wave choice here from Brian. I mean, look how smooth. This one is just a runner down the point, good pace on it, tags it. He's trying to mix up his maneuvers here, utilizing that rail. You're going to be seeing Joao with a bit more release in the lip, whereas we're going to see Brian Perez gouging that rail in. So a little different approaches for these two surfers, but equally as good. Watching Joao now, again, look at the release. Each and every move, he always gets onto that front foot and punches the fins out the back. So 2 nice turns out there, keeps the speed up. This section laid down, so he had to go to the carving cutback, stayed with it though. But then look at the upper body again. He swings those arms around, gets into it, and it makes the maneuvers a little bigger.
Yeah, but I also see, you know, after watching Joao throughout the year, and we can dissect this in slow motion, you can see when he's comfortable, and then you can also see when he's a bit anxious. And I'm seeing that right now in his surfing. Although he's performing, the tempo in his surfing is he's trying to fit a ton of turns into the wave, but it shows that he's a little bit anxious because, you know, he's kind of this territory he doesn't like to be in this elimination round.
Yeah, I don't think he would be. And again, feeling the pressure. I mean, he had the yellow jersey going into the surf ranch. You know, it got taken off of him with Griffin, and right now Griffin's already into the round of 16.
Right.
So, you know, you don't want to sit there and have that momentum to slide and go into a 17th position going into your home break. It would add even more pressure surfing at your home. So he wants to get through here. He wants to see quarterfinals or above just to keep pace and also keep his position in that final 5.
Yeah. As we talk about the final 5 and that cut line, and none of these results, every single one of these results will count. None of them will get thrown away. So this is a race to the Rip Curl WSL Final. It's heating up. Let's take a look at our current final 5 picture here. Jack Robinson, he's above the cut line. Ethan Osborne, right where he was, finished off last year, number 4 position. Defending world champ, number 3, Felipe Toledo. Joao Chianca has dropped down to 2nd, and Griffin Colapinto, first time for the Californian to wear that yellow leader's jersey.
And you got Jack is also right now sitting in that 5th position. He's in the elimination round, so he's going to have to battle here in this evening session we have going underway. You know, the tide's going to start filling in. It feels like the wind has backed off slightly too. I was up there up top in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and the wind was laying down slightly, and I think that kind of happens in the evenings. You start to see things cool down a little bit. The wind kind of abates a bit. You just flinched on the cooling down, but it is, you know, the cloud cover's over a little bit.
Yeah.
We're seeing a couple of degrees dropping down, so it's nice for everybody involved here outside. Managing that heat is optimum here. It's important.
Speak about managing the heat. Joao Chianca, Chumbinho, needs to manage this heat. Not the heat of temperature, but the heat in the water, because Brian Perez just dropped a 5.9 and is in the lead right now with priority. So we talk about pressure for world number 2. That pressure is mounting for Joao Chianca.
Yeah, and you look at also, Brian Perez with that priority. It's so important, especially when you start to, it's control. I mean, and right now got the lead with that 5.9 and sits out the point. And obviously right now, sitting in this situation, he's going to pull the trigger on the best of the set waves. And ultimately, I think that's wave number 2. You got to have a wave before it to clean it up. I mean, it's really hard to not pull the trigger on a set wave that has a good line on it, but all the chops in the face. You know, understanding that maybe that's the only wave in the set. But we've seen a couple of those second wave of the sets, and those are definitely the quality waves.
Not to mention the mental gravity right now on a surfer, a young surfer, 22-year-old Joao Chianca, to be able to contain himself right now, because he is in a pressure situation. He knows the scope of the situation, and hopefully, you know, we've talked about it before, Peter, how physical surfing is, but then really at this level, all of these guys are physically pretty much the same. It's the mental fortitude in these pressure situations that often determine the winner.
And stress creates decision making that, you know, sometimes can go awry, right? You know, we know when we get stressed, you know, it's tougher.
You get anxious, yeah.
And so you
make mistakes.
And I see what you're saying in the anxiousness, but he does run at a pretty high volume.
Right.
You know, Joao loves being pumped up, and that's definitely what I saw when I was sitting up in the Rebel Athlete Zone. He had his AirPods in. He was sitting there listening to a good, fast-paced music, and then watching his warm-up. He was down in the bottom level, but a full-on, high-level warm-up. And sometimes you feel like you almost want to like cruise into your heat and save some of that energy, but not for Joao. He runs at that high red line, and that's where he competes the best.
Yeah, it's going to have to stay calm and put things into perspective.
There's your papa right here, Uncle, telling him to just chill, can you relax a little bit. And there's a level that you need to bring to that as well.
Here he goes. Slides one underneath the priority. Big carve to open up for Chumbinho. One more time, getting some release in that snap. Look at the speed in which he's able to enter those turns. Nice third turn. Joao Chianca pushing the tail on the layback snap. One more time up. Brian Perez right behind him. So this is going to be another exchange back-to-back between the surfers in this heat. Joao Chianca with a little bit of signaling to the judges. Then he's going to see a vision right here of Brian Perez on a bigger wave, but mistimes the finish.
Interesting call right here. Joao went on that smaller wave. I probably knew there was a set wave, but maybe only one wave. And there's actually two, and actually the best wave was the third wave of the set right here, and Brian would have been seeing that right now. That wave was bigger, and it moved out into the choppier water, whereas we saw Joao kind of stay on the point. But, man, he ripped that small wave. He surfed that wave up, in my opinion, in regards to what the score, the wave looked like. They had potential. He went on. He surfed really well on that one. Very quick in transition. And we'll take a look at this replay here, but that was fun to watch.
Okay, here we go. Chumbinho on the replay.
Yeah, again, a little more chop on the face, but it's almost like he kind of likes that. Drives through that move, comes around the corner, gets released out of the tail. Again, keeping the pace of the wave here. Another nice carve back into it. So these are all three turns on that outside section, even though it does distract you when you see a much bigger wave on the outside. But unfortunately for Brian, the wave just didn't open up for him, where you see inside, just rail to rail. And then he almost blew his own mind. Yeah, he did. He blew his own mind.
And this was a snap here, but would have loved to have been able to time a finish instead of pulling out the back for Brian Perez. And let's take a look. Slow motion. Closing maneuver here. Throws a tail on that Channel Island surfboard. And this is what I like, the passion right here.
He's like, yep, I just blew your mind. Right? Woohoo. Classic.
Oh, what a great surfer. Comes from a great surfing family, Gustavo Chianca, their dad, who's been an avid surfer there in the Saquarema region and really a pioneer. His older brother, Lucas Chumbo Chianca, one of the world's best big wave riders, and Joao.
It's interesting, as surfers, there's regions within the world that a lot of surfers come out and a lot of history. San Clemente, you mentioned earlier there. Even Santa Cruz, where I'm from,
yeah.
North Shore, right? In Brazil, Saquarema is one of those historically good. And the reason why?
Good waves are good.
Ultimately, it's the waves.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here. It's
exactly.
the waves. It ultimately is all that. That's why. And there's been a long history of surfing here in La Libertad because of the quality of waves. Yeah. And people have been coming here because you're going to come here for 2 weeks. You're going to score, and you're going to go out of here tired because you surfed a lot.
Yeah. I agree with you, too. And Joao Chianca, is able to perform under pressure and surf above a wave's quality that you said when we looked at that replay. He sure did. Look at him. A 7.67 for Chumbinho. He's hearing that news right now, and now he knows the confidence. You're going to see a change even in his body language now that he knows. Now that he knows he's in the lead, and not just a lead, he's in a good size lead. Brian Perez needing a 6.78 to take that lead.
Again, the momentum, he did. He surfed the potential of that wave, and you looked at it like, especially when you saw the outside waves outside of it. But, man, it was a distinct, he packed in the moves. He did a lot of variety, of course, and that upper body is I love the way he uses it.
Well, we'll see if Joao can hang on to the lead throughout this first heat of the elimination round. We'll be back with the conclusion right after this break.
Punta Roca in El Salvador for the 7th stop of Rising Tides for this 2023 CT season, and it is a perfect day for these girls to get a chance to get in the water with some of their heroes.
I remember growing up and being the only girl that would surf where I was from.
Y antes la veía solo en el tele, en el teléfono, y hoy las puedo tener aquí para mí, con todas las chicas salvadoreñas, y nada, súper emocionada, súper feliz.
This is once in a lifetime. Since I started surfing Punta Roca, which is my favorite wave, I've never surfed it with just girls.
I don't know, I love meeting new girls in the local place that we're at and hearing their stories, you know, how they became surfers.
Every single Rising Tides, we see the light come on for at least one of these surfers, and it just clicks when you're in the water with these women that you aspire to be like. Now you believe that you can be one too.
Rising Tides!
Great acts of activation we had here at Surf City, El Salvador, Punta Roca with the Rising Tide. Inspiring young female surfers to continue on and building dreams. Here we go with Joao Chianca. He's got a dream of a world title, and one of the steps is getting through this heat against Brian Perez. Chianca on the inside here, and again, quick feet, sharp turns, nice finish, power through the fins. Did he improve upon his 5-point backup score? I present that question to you, Peter Mel.
I would say that he gave it a good college effort. That was, he did everything he could to improve it. He may do it ever so slightly, but I love that a surfer can kind of surf outside of priority. I don't think even Xiao has not had priority this entire heat. So, if it was for just a brief moment. He just wants to ride waves. He goes out there, takes it. He's not going to take his turn. He's just going to take this first wave, apply pressure to Brian to make choices. And this one, again, smaller wave, but it had a nice line on it. And yeah, I would say now, watching it again, I would say that's pretty darn close to an improvement on this 5. And even though it was a smaller wave, but surfing outside of priority and getting heat wins is it's a bit of magic.
Look, and then the surfing, when we slow it down, you can really see the technique, but you can also see the glide of his Channel Islands surfboard off the bottom, the spray coming off the rail, how the rocker and fins work together, skating down the line. Joao Chianca on developing a model with Channel Islands based off of the CI Pro, but you can really see how, the hydrodynamics of it. We love to talk surfboards, Peter.
Yeah, we do. We could go for, days.
Yeah, and, with Joao and his relationship with Channel Islands, which over the years has become closer and closer, the chemistry, I feel, is working for him.
Well, as an industry or as a board builder, you have a team for a couple reasons, right? One, promotion, marketing, right? But ultimately, it's R&D. It's research and development. How do you develop a board and get it better? And especially if a surfer is really good at understanding how a board is developed and what it's doing to make it work the certain ways, and making those little changes. And again, incremental changes, as like Mayhem had said earlier today. Being able to articulate that is important, and he's one of the best at it, according to Britt Merrick.
Yeah, finds a corner right here, and some dynamic surfing, throws caution to the wind with that reverse. That's not going to change the situation. Previous wave did change the situation, however. He did improve upon his 2-wave total. 5.6 now is his backup. 7.38 is the number needed by Brian Perez.
And that's interesting. Now talking about the pressure and applying pressure back to your opponent, this is doing that. And he's taking waves that you're passing up,
right,
and improving the score line. And improving the score line. All of a sudden, you're like, oh, I needed a 6.8. Now I need a 7.3. It's like all of a sudden, oh, okay, now I got to have a different style of wave I got to choose. I know Brian is going to be quietening that noise in his head. That's the plan, at least. This person that can do it mentally is quiet things down a little bit. It's important. He carries himself very smooth. He's very, it seems like he doesn't get too excited. He's just kind of a cruiser, as I've noticed, at least watching and observing him. And again, his style too. When you watch their personalities kind of come out in the way they surf these waves.
Yeah, but the mental pressure of the same physical task, when you apply more mental pressure, becomes more difficult. I always use the illustration, Pete, of taking a 2x4 piece of lumber and laying it on the ground, and walking the length of a 12-foot 2x4 piece of lumber when it's just laying on the ground. Very easy. You take that same 2x4 piece of lumber and you put it 20 feet up in the air and walk that same, all of a sudden your feet are shaking. You're paying attention to every single, well, the board's reinforced,
okay,
super stiff, okay?
All right, cool, got it.
But you can see the analogy that I'm giving you. It's
exactly
the same exact situation, but the consequences are greater. So you feel it more, not just mentally, but physically as well, because the mentality manifests in your physical performance.
I got it. Yeah, that's good stuff there, Kaipo.
Well, with this in the mental fortitude, one person that knows Brian Perez better than both of us is Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, you there?
I am, Kaipo. Yeah, just talking a little bit about Brian. I mean, obviously an incredible performance earlier this morning, 15-point heat total. But I really want to talk about the topic of wildcards so far. You see some incredible wildcard performances in previous years on the Championship Tour. Manoa Drolet, Bruno Santos, you know, we all know the 2008 final in Tahiti. But Adam Robertson, Bells Beach, he made the final in 2008, I believe. I want to talk about Shane Holmes also. What Brian Perez has that's completely opposite to all of those surfers, he comes from an underdeveloped country when it comes to the sport of surfing. Australia, they've obviously been a powerhouse. French Polynesia, Tahiti, they've always had access to excellent events, especially within the European Union. But in this case, Brian Perez just took it to the world #1 Griffin Colapinto earlier this morning, coming from a country that the best surfer before Brian was Jimmy Rotherham. And not a lot of people know about that name. So what he's been able to do in a short span of time, especially within the 2 years of the Championship Tour, being here in El Salvador, that to me is very impressive, guys.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, Mitchell, to the list of those wild cards that have made an impact, just because I have Hawaiian pride. Baron Mamiya winning Sunset, as well as Moana Jones-Wong winning at Pipeline. Those were the last two wild cards to win Championship Tour events. So it's possible, and it's happened very recently.
And it's cool, though. You know, you think about it. But I think that, you know, Mitchell's kind of coming to the thing is Brian probably wouldn't have this opportunity if we weren't here, right? To be able to get a Championship Tour experience and to be able to do it at a world-class level. I mean, it is special to see that he was giving it to Griffin this morning. He did put some big numbers up, which is cool because some wild cards usually, you know, like, oh, there's wild cards from the area, but this one is a world-class athlete for sure.
Yeah. Well, you could almost say the same of João Chianca, because when João was a young kid coming up in surfing, there was Brazilian surfing, but there wasn't that Brazilian storm yet. There wasn't that change in attitude and latitude with that surfing nation of Brazil. That really started developing. You know, I think that the turning point was 2014 when Gabe Medina won his first world title, and that's when you saw really the belief,
believing, right? Yeah.
And that belief happened, and then all of a sudden the momentum started building upon itself, and we still see it right now within the Brazilian camp. And João Chianca is just the newest, brightest star in that storm.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, and again, it's just wrapping the kids up. And I see it happening now, and this is where Brian will go to Brian.
Yeah.
In this region here, and I mentioned this earlier today, the level in which I've seen the kids surfing at right now, it's impressive. It is globally, it matches, you know, and that's not always been the case. It's been, you know, surfing nations were dominated by Hawaii. You had,
Australia.
America, Australia, South Africa. And now, you know, you're seeing these developing nations. This is what the tour's been able to develop by traveling globally. You know, the ISAs and what they've been able to do and trying to foster up these new young nations into, you know, surfing and part of it. And it just happened last week. And you see it right here. And Brian Perez is part of, you know, that new El Salvador storm that we're going to most likely see. You'll see a world-class surfer coming from one of those points just up the way.
A lot of points, beautiful nooks and crannies here. A lot of river miles. What that equals is a lot of really, really good waves.
Look how carved out that coast is. You know, and if you're a surfer, you understand. You look at all those lanes. There's waves each little corner, and it's just a magnet here. Tons of waves all the time. You know, they do have a quiet time of the year, of course, the dry season. But right now, we're just kicking into the wave season.
All right. Well, 6 waves ridden so far by João Chianca. Only 3 waves ridden by Brian Perez. Perez in the blue jersey there, needing a 7.38. He is sitting with priority. Clock is ticking down. Still enough time for him to turn the heat, however. João Chianca looking back and just looking to paddle further up the point. Maybe bait Brian Perez. I mean, this is where heat IQ and some gamesmanship come into play.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe Chianca trying to bait Brian to go a little bit too deep up the point.
Yeah, well, I would think that Brian, again, you know, not letting that affect you. You know, he's had some good coaching from the crew over there at Puerto Surf that works with him, Marcelo. And, you know, he's strong in the mind. You can tell. You can just see it. He's not going to let Joao move him too far off the point.
Here goes Chominho. Snap to begin. Smaller inside wave. He's going to have to go through the air and decides not to. Save the board, save the fins into some shallow water right there.
Figure his job will be done in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds, so might as well put everything into it for this last heat of the day. And, you know, again, riding a ton of waves. And, you know, if you get yourself a nice big ramp, why not? I mean, take a smaller wave and get yourself, you know, trying to improve on the 5.6. And a big air will do that.
Yeah, we can see the progression will be rewarded, as well as combination of major maneuvers. And with the pop and the amplitude that Joao Chianca is able to provide, that what we've seen in the past, certainly he could take it insider and improve upon his scoreline. But right now, his job is just to mine this heat and let the clock tick down.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's really right now with Brian having priority. He's just hoping the ocean just kind of goes and stays quiet, or if it does pump out a set at the very end here, that he's able to bait Brian into a wave, or maybe there's 2 quality waves in the set. You know, and again, you can see how even during this heat, you've seen the wind kind of still back off, and you can see kind of out to sea there. It's a little smoother than it was earlier, which is going to help conditions. The tide filling in again. We're going to see that mid tide, which is really good here at Punta Roca. It loves that mid tide.
Well, just 90 seconds to the finish here. Brian taking a look there, doesn't like that one. Joao, he'll continue his effort. That one's way a little too deep up on the point. So we're past the low tide mark, is that correct, Peter?
Yeah, I would say yes at this point. We're at what, 2:20 local time?
Yeah.
And it'll start to see that turn around a bit. See it start to flood in. We've had it. I mean, the rocks are still pretty darn exposed, but it will definitely see as the water fills in. Fingers crossed, we'll see.
A little bit of a tide push,
yeah,
as well as anticipating that swell, right, to continue to arrive.
Yeah, and I mean, it hasn't been a significant swell. I mean, it was saying the sets were going to be, you know, in that 5 to 7 foot, and it pretty much has been that. The bigger sets have been that 7 foot, a couple feet overhead. And again, perfect size as long as the consistency can stay up and we're not sitting through a bunch of lulls. You know, Brian just wants this opportunity here, and it's unfortunate that it hasn't happened. I mean, he had that set that 383, which was, you know, the one maneuver. If it just had held back a little bit, that wave ran off, and oh, here we go, maybe 20 seconds.
Opportunity coming, knocking for the El Salvadorian wild card. Brian Perez here needs a 7.83. Launches into the air, lands that, so nice full rotation there. On his way, snapping through here. He's gonna need a little bit more on the inside here. Layback hack there for Perez. Floats to top, one more floater to gain more ground. Throws it up, one more.
Wow.
Air reverse, fighting for more on this wave. He's gonna get more. Right on the cobblestones.
That was sick. Unbelievable. What a crowd pleaser, right? There was 20 seconds. That's like, you know, the situation where you're on the plate. Look at the crowd loves it. And this is definitely 7.38 needed, and it feels like it could be right there. I mean, he definitely carried himself down the line. He would have been looking 2 air reverses on the wave. What a nice gouging snap involved as well. And win or lose, you can hold your head high. That is.
Let's look at it again. I want you to break this down. He needs a 7.38.
So it's not a major set wave, but it did have this nice down the line crease, right? And then goes into the first move all the way up and around, lands reverse, spins out of it, and he's not done yet. He's going to get more out of this. This snap, everything into it. You know, he kicked those fins out, and then the float. And I felt like he just needed a little bit more, and he got it. So it felt like, to me, that's what the last move almost got him over the hump.
I think so.
It feels like it's enough. But, again, I'm not the judge. I'm just looking at what I see, my opinion. And Joao Chianca, unfortunately, had no way of controlling that.
Watch this happen. And this one, nearly a full rotation. A little bit of a nose pick to get out of there, but
landing in the transition backwards isn't easy to rotate out of either. Right? I mean, it's almost easier if you land in the transition actually all the way around. But landing backwards and reverting out, and this is that snap. You can see the next heat getting ready. Ryan Callanan checking it out. With that beautiful snap to add to it. Not enough.
Not enough for Brian Perez. Is 6.4. Needed a 7 .83, so it will be Joao Chianca moving on into the round of 16, but a valiant effort by the local wild card, Brian Perez. Chumbinho moving on, and we're going to move on to a break. When we return, it'll be a challenge between Ryan Calnan and Liam O'Brien in the elimination round.
As surfers and ocean lovers, we have the power to ignite a wave of change.
Great achievements start with small actions.
Speak up for the ocean. Your action can inspire others.
Drop your sustainability story using the hashtag WSL1Ocean.
Yeah, share with us what you're doing to help protect our One Ocean on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean, tagging WSL and WSL1Ocean in your post. New heat out in the water. Ryan Calnan against Liam O'Brien. Two Aussies going head-to-head. What's at stake? An equal 17th place elimination or a spot in the round of 16. It's Kaipo and Peter Mel looking down on this beautiful right-hand point break of Punta Roca. Let's start with Liam O'Brien, Peter.
Well, kept himself deep on the point and ends up getting the first wave. Beautiful glide off this first section. See the bump there? That's with that lower tide. The rocks will show itself right through the bottom turn there. He's able to get through it, no worries. And look at the turns he's doing here. And this is why we love Liam O'Brien on the right-hand point breaks. Just so much flow, matches speed with the wave, gets acceleration out of his moves. This point it kind of slows up here, but he's chasing it down the line, and I believe he'll get the finish. He does get a section there, tags it smooth as silk from Liam O'Brien.
Watch this. Slow motion. Nice gaff there by Liam O'Brien.
Watch the bottom turn.
Low tide situation.
Right there. Has to deal with the rock. Shallow spot. No worries. Didn't affect him at all. Straight into this neck to carve. And again, nice mix. Different style. Knock lead. And Liam gets himself a good number.
6.83 opener for the Burley Head local. And, you know, cobblestone points, rock bottom points. Liam O'Brien feeling right at home at Punta Roca.
Look how he goes straight into the bottom turn as he drives through. Those are talking about combination of major moves. There was 4 turns, rail to rail, where he goes straight into that inside rail again, projects off the bottom, no pumps, no trying to get extra speed. Just utilizing the speed and the pace of the wave. That's flow for me.
Yeah,
that's where you can see it. It's just that, and it's not easy to do to keep your speed up from maneuver to maneuver. And Liam does it as one of the best. And
he's already at 24 years old, an inspirational surfer. 2021 fought on the Challenger Series to make it onto the CT, as we see Joao Chianca and Brian Perez with some sportsmanship. But back to Liam O'Brien. Fought to get onto the championship tour, finished number 3 on that Challenger Series, had that dream year. Now he's got his start. 2022 Championship Tour. Breaks his ankle before the start of Pipeline. Has to sit out that. Does not get another wild card, Liam O'Brien, to continue on the 2023 Championship Tour. Had to fight through the Challenger Series in 2022. Finished number 9 in 2022 to get his way back onto the Championship Tour. So technically, it's his second year on tour. But really, to me, Liam O'Brien feels like an outstanding rookie.
Yeah, I would agree, because we finally get to see him in a jersey at this level, because we didn't get to see him last year. We got to see him in the Challenger Series, and he didn't disappoint. It didn't start off easy for him. He had to get kind of back into the gears of it, but got it done at the end of the season, got himself back on tour, and was able to now put in a full season, and of course makes the midseason cut. No worries, he's in. And that's because of his talent level, and then also his perseverance.
Yeah.
Because you would think that could defeat you slightly.
That's that's the inspirational part to me.
Yeah.
It's just to be able to come back, and he did a tibia snap, and I've broken my ankles before and stuff. And coming back and not just mending your ankle, but rehabbing it to be able to surf, because there's so many angles that your ankle has to point when you're on a surfboard. That's a lot of effort, and hats off to Liam O'Brien.
And I would agree with that. I mean, my experience, the worst injury I've had to deal with, I had wiggles in the knees and stuff, but my ankle injury that I had was definitely the worst that I had to deal with, and it took a long time to come back.
Yeah. Parabéns, Chumbinho. João Chianca is on to the round of 16. Let's hear from João.
Joao, parabéns. You're on to the next round. With it being an elimination round, how did you want to attack your heat?
Definitely strong. We don't want to play around. I wasn't really playing around this morning. I was just super slow and couldn't perform the way I wanted. And I knew Brian sort of like have a easy way to get scores in this point break. He knows the waves so good. So I was just putting in my mind that any chance of like good waves in my heat, I would have to like go really strong and like mistakes free all the way to the inside. So yeah, stoked.
And you are on to the next round. How much did that sort of set your mind at ease?
Yeah, I have been having fun on the free surfs, and like my boards feel so good and equipment's on point, and I don't know, I guess I just have to like get more reps, just like the pool. So I just want to go out there more times and get it loose and like just perform the way I want it, hopefully.
Parabéns, you get another chance in the next round.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's not coming here to play around. He feels, he smells, he sees the potential world title. He needs to get through here. A good result over here is really going to set him up for that race for the final 5.
And the point of difference for me in that heat, and why he took the win there was the above the lip, the attack in the lip, the drift that he was carrying. Yeah, it was difficult waves to surf. He probably upset his flow a little bit, but if you start thinking back to all those turns he did on those mid-range waves, that was the difference, really, is that fin release type of style of surfing. Whereas Brian was surfing more on the face.
Yep.
He did get the airs on that one, but ultimately the judges deemed that, Joao Chianca's lip-free surfing was optimal.
And you talked about it before, Peter, is the speed, the relative speed of his surfing, the speed in which he fit the maneuvers in, but relative to how fast the wave was moving down the line.
Yeah, I mean, you're not always trying to go the fastest, right? You're just trying to match the wave's power, and that creates the flow. So speed, power, and flow being, and the power element of it is obviously trying to take care of and pushing as hard as you can. That commitment, and we always talk about all these different adjectives in the criteria, but that's the truth of it. It's like you want to try and hit all those elements that are in that criteria. And, and right there in that one, judges deemed that Joao Chianca got the win.
Yeah. During that interview, we saw Ryan Callanan take a wave. It was a misfire for Callanan. A second turn kind of blew the fins out the back, lost the wave. So just a 1.83 for his opener. This is what happened.
Yeah, and again, it's this lower tide. You're going to get these waves that don't have a lot of juice in them. They don't have a lot of energy, and that was kind of this wave. It was moving out to sea. It wasn't bending back at the point, which gives you the extra power because it's moving onto the shallow water rather than pushing onto the deeper water. And that wave just felt like it didn't quite have the energy, and he tried to really kind of accentuate that top turn just because it was kind of a slower section. or a softer section, and releasing the fins, and it didn't have enough juice to push him back into that wave.
So now a little bit of control going to Liam O'Brien, a nice score with a 6.83, and priority. And the tide filling back in, the conditions are cleaning up, but the consistency still isn't there. So your priority rotation in these matchups are really key to success.
So true. You know, and it was interesting to me, like, I'm surprised it's actually not more consistent, but just because when you sit there and you see those animation maps, and a lot of times you'll see the curve of the storm and it pushes up the coast, and that's what it felt like it was doing. The storm looked like it was moving up to the north area and going straight at us, but it's still pretty far away. And, you know, anytime swells are, you know, take their time to get here, you get these inconsistencies. It's just part of the ocean, part of swells.
South swells harder to predict than north swells?
I would say they're pretty similar. I mean, it depends. I think more about the region in which they're in, right?
Yeah, what region you're in.
Like predicting what it's going to do in the region that you're surfing in.
I guess I was talking from a Hawaii perspective, because when we sit in the middle of the Pacific up there, but we are in the northern hemisphere, it's harder to predict south swells because they're coming from a longer ways away.
And I think the big issue with where you guys sit in the Pacific is that a lot of the storms move under a lot of islands.
Yeah.
You know, you've got, you know, Tahiti, the Tuamotus, you've got all these little shallow spots that are there in the, you know, the bottom of the Pacific that the swells have to move through.
And what about, you know, the path of south swells here to El Salvador?
It's pretty clear, but I will say, at a certain angle, there is a group of islands.
Can do some shadowing,
right?
yeah.
What is it?
There's a little bit of shadowing.
Yeah, there could be some shadowing there, and I did see that as well in the animation from Surfline. That might be playing a factor in too, right? Because if there is islands and shallow spots, anytime that does that, it takes energy.
Takes away energy, yeah. Anytime that deep water, you know, swells hit anything shallow, taking away that energy.
Look at when you watch a rock and you drop in a puddle and it goes out and it wraps around rocks and it goes around things, and those are shallow spots. And the same thing happens with the swell energy. It gets turned into itself and it creates inconsistencies. So yeah, it's just things you got to factor in.
And that's why it's so abrupt when you talk about places like Pipeline or Taupo, that are waves that sit with super deep water right outside of them that hit a super shallow reef with nothing to take away any of that energy. And that's what equals those hair-raising waves, and that's what creates...
there's nothing to block you guys as well. Sometimes you get a Kauai shadow, right?
Yeah,
if it's too west.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, Brian Perez, he put on a show for the hometown crowd. Let's hear from the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, the Punta Roca local, Brian Perez, unfortunately bowing out to Joao Chianca, but that's the number 2 in the world. You faced both the number 1 and number 2 in the world in the same event, Brian. Congratulations on another great performance here. How content are you with the way you competed out here in your 2 opening heats?
For me, I don't know, I feel so good to be surfing with the best surfer in the world. It's a good feeling, and surf like all same level, you know. For me, it's super special moment. My first hit was from Griffey, and I was so fun to surf with him, and I have a good hit with him, and it's a blessing to be here and to show my surfing. Last year I was not surfing like this. I was a little nervous last year, but this year I was totally different, focus on myself, doing what I do every day, surfing like I surf every day. So that was my focus for this event. And so which now is gnarly, but I was doing all my thing and giving all my that I have.
With the support of Surf City and the local government here, what do you think it would take for you to pursue the qualifying series, qualify for the challengers, and then eventually get a spot on the championship tour yourself?
Yeah, that's a dream for me to be in the city, the whole tour. So yeah, we try to do maybe next year. I'm training so hard, waking up early, spending so much time training, and yeah, get better every day. And then yeah, for me it's a little hard right now, but I want to do everything to get there. Nothing easy in life, so I go in step by step, and then I have all my surfing, I have everything. I have my coach Marcelo Castellano that always support me. I have all Puro Surf team, my family, my sponsors that support me, Hurley, all the guys, chemistry surfboard. So I get in there, I getting so close. So I'm gonna keep doing all I'm doing right now, training more hard, getting better and better. That's my goal.
I think there would be a lot of people that would like to support you, Brian, especially with how nice of a person you are too. Una pregunta en español ahora. El apoyo de la gente se escuchaba cuando tomaste la última ola. ¿Qué sentiste tú de la gente local cuando te tomaste la última ola y te paraste necesitando una calificación buena?
La verdad que para mí, cuando yo siempre los escucho, a mí me motivan, porque yo sé que está mi familia ahí, está mis hermanos, está mi papá, está mi mamá, o sea, toda mi familia, toda la gente que me conoce desde pequeño. Entonces para mí eso es una motivación, saber que me están apoyando y me mandan esa energía de afuera para adentro. Y cuando yo agarré la última bola, yo dije, tengo que dar todo acá, voy a hacer todo lo posible para tener el score, dreamy todo. Hice un aéreo en la primera sesión, de ahí la otra, y todo en el agua. Estoy súper orgulloso, como te vuelvo a repetir, por mi performance que hice en los 2 hits, la verdad que con los mejores del mundo y nada, la verdad que agradecido también con toda la gente de Salvador. Es increíble cómo se siente la energía, es increíble cómo yo puedo sentir toda la energía en todos los hits y siempre me están apoyando, ¿no? Donde quiera que ande, esté surfeando me están apoyando, estoy allá, me están apoyando, entonces para mí eso es lo que me motiva día a día como los salvadoreños que somos.
Just to summarize right there, guys, I asked him what it felt for him to stand up on the last wave knowing that he needed a score and the crowd cheering for him at the end. He said that the motivation factor was the highest thing for him to perform well for the local people, especially his parents and the rest of his family who was in the crowd. But he's looking forward to pursue the qualifying series, eventually qualify for the Challengers, and then be on the CT. Brian, muchas felicidades. Can't wait to see you in future events, my friend.
Thank you so much. Gracias a todos los salvadoreños. Muchas gracias Sur City, al gobierno de El Salvador por todo el apoyo. Vamos con todo. Gracias a toda mi familia, a mi novia, a toda la gente que me está apoyando. Gracias.
All right, well, some great words and a bright future for the local wild card and an ambassador for El Salvadorian surfing, Brian Perez.
And once again, he can hold his head high. He gave it his all, and he competed at the highest level, and he was relevant. He was there. You know, I mean, for me, I felt like he could have turned that heat.
I thought the same.
Yeah, and so, you know, hey, that's just part of the deal. That's my opinion on it. And Brian, you know what? Professional, handled it. Didn't say a word about it. It was all good, and loved the opportunity, and that's gold.
Sure is. 13 minutes, 5 seconds on the countdown. Liam O'Brien is in the lead with a 6.83. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back for more action here from the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Liam O'Brien opened up with a 6.83. Here he is again, wave number 2 for Liam O'Brien, connecting the dots, connecting the sections here at Punta Roca. Some smooth surfing and some fin throwing top turns coming down the line. Floats that section there, making up some space, looking down the line. One more snap for the finish. Liam O'Brien is going to back up his 6.83 and extend his lead over Ryan Calnan.
Very similar to his first wave, but it carried a little bit more speed and flair through it all. I mean, remember that he had that flat spot kind of after he did his outside moves and then got to that inside section and threw the fins once again. So very similar style of wave, but the outside work felt a bit stronger to me. Just his footwork, right? He knows where to get the most out of his surfboard. He moves his feet around just ever so slightly when he's going up and down through those maneuvers, and he accelerates out of his top turns, and that's super unique to Liam. He's able to come out of all of his moves with speed, especially that kind of a snapping floater really in his way. A lot of surfers will jump up there for a second and unweight, but he actually presses off the lip and gains extra speed down the line. That was a beautiful drift of the fins, again, carrying the speed all the way over and gaining speed as he's moving down the line with the maneuver involved. Again, gets the finish here with the little drift of the fins. Another solid number coming for Liam O'Brien, so he's put Ryan Callanan in a tough situation.
We talk a lot about surfboards, Peter. This is a Darren Handling design underneath his feet, and he's had a long relationship with Darren developing his equipment, and that just looks like the confidence when you know your equipment that you're able to surf solid.
And the thing is that they're both from the Gold Coast, right? So he has the factory right there, just down the road. So he's able to get there and get his, every element of his surfboard design, whether it be the glassing and where those edges are. The sander's job to get where that edge is on the, the release of the water and the tail. That's an important part of a surfboard. Also keeping it strong so they last a little bit. The shapers and all of their involvement. Yeah, he's dialed in with his equipment for sure.
All right, a 5.77 for the backup, a 6.83, the first wave score, and now Ryan Callanan needs a 12.6. So Callanan needs to wipe the slate clean. The Nova Castrian, Ryan Callanan, needs a combination of two waves, a 12.6 to take the lead off of Liam O'Brien. And another challenge for Ryan is the time. 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, he's putting himself tough. It's this is that 10-minute drill, really, right? You go and you train this one. He's asking for time right now, actually, trying to get an understanding of, But at this point, anything you can catch, right? It's not huge numbers that came out. I mean, the 5.77 from Liam isn't a gigantic match that he needs to get to, and he's going to give himself the opportunity right now.
Here we go. Callanan on the backhand. Opening snap. Looks down the line, has to skip over that section. Wants a little bit more, building up some speed. Has to settle for a carve there. A little quicker snap on the backhand. Throws the reverse attempt. It goes incomplete. You could see kind of from the start of that wave that was a little bit of a forced effort from Ryan Callanan.
And it, as needed, right? It was a smaller wave. Knew at the time remaining that he's going to have to kind of get a score and produce a score. One element that I think Ryan Callanan that can bring to the table over, say, a Liam O'Brien is that above the lip style of surfing and that tail free style surfing, especially with aerials. You see he's almost eyeing it right here. He's like, okay, I'm building some speed. Where's the lip at? Where's the lip at? And it wasn't there. So he had to do the carve and then the finish snap. But he did well to adjust in that moment to get the finish. But the finish, unfortunately, they're pushing a little bit too hard, and that's the style of surfing that he can bring. He pulls that off. He surfed that number up to a mid 5, 4, 5, mid 4. He's in it. He's going to get himself out of combo. Right now, though, he will with this last wave probably. But he still needs a massive number.
3.17 gets him out of a two-wave combo into needing a near-perfect 9.43 Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, and you think about it, if he puts that as a 5 right now, the number needed is a high 7, right? So the fact that he wasn't able to get the finish there, that's unfortunate because that suppressed the score for sure.
6 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. And interesting, as we went to our fan polls before this heat, actually 68% of the fans online had Ryan Callanan as their pick to win this heat. So amongst the fans, this could be a little bit of an upset. Only 32% picking Liam O'Brien.
Well, and Ryan, he's the high seed, right? Up against Liam. Liam is a bit of the underdog here, but so good in right-hand point breaks. I did put Liam on my fantasy for this one, so a good call so far on that one.
Oh, wow. That's a heavy statement. You know why?
Why?
Because I put Ryan on my fantasy for this event.
Okay, well, in 6 minutes, we'll decide who gets the points.
You're looking, yeah, exactly. And that's another reason why you want to join in on the fun and play fantasy at WSL. If you haven't put in your team for this event, unfortunately, you're locked out. You need to wait. You have to.
You got next week for another event.
Yeah, but what I do say is lock in your team before the start of every event. That is, once they're locked, they're locked. You don't get to change them, but you need to get your teams in before we start the event.
I know you had your goofy foot heart involved in this one, right? That's why you had.
I have heavy analytics when it comes to fantasy. The 2021.
So in
regular
post-cut
season
fantasy,
champion.
what's the difference? Because I know when you can do the early
The
pre-cut,
seeding, yeah.
you can use the seeding as something to kind of start picking your team in before the elimination round.
Sometimes I flip coins, Pete.
Really?
Sometimes I flip
Did you flip a coin in this heat?
For Ryan, I just thought that his surfing that I saw at Winky Pop for his run-up finish over at Bell's, I was expecting something similar to
That's
that here.
thinking technically there. Good.
That's what I do. Strider Wasilewski, what do you got?
I'm just down here with the dog, Richard Dog Marsh. He's Ryan Callahan's coach, goofy footer himself, and we were just discussing your thoughts on your picks for him. Dog, when it comes to coming into an event like this, and do you draw inspirations from, say, performances like Kaipo did at Winky Pop?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, the majority of this tour is on right-handers, fast right-handers. So, yeah, we do heaps of work on backside. And just trying to work that variety on Ryan's backside's been a real key for us.
Yeah, it's been impressive. And you have a little crew, you guys hanging out. How do you guys relax in the afternoon?
Man, we're in Central America, so good tequila and a jump in the pool, a little debrief. That's the only way to do it, right?
Right, all right. Well, it sounds relaxing. Is there any room on the team? I'm ready.
Yeah, anytime, boys. It's a big table.
All right. Well, he's very inviting. Dog's very inviting, guys.
What's the Waz nickname? I want to know it. You got to ask the dog what's his nickname.
You know what? Richard Dog Marsh, Ryan Callahan, what do they have in common?
Fun.
And they both are goofy foots, and they've both been runner-up at Bell's Beach as well.
Nice. That's nice. I mean, it's fun to sit with Dog and analyze heats. I mean, it's full entertainment, and he's so knowledgeable.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Liam O'Brien utilizing priority. And gets a little flary there, throwing the fins. A little fakey riding before reverting out of that thing. It goes for the nose pick reverse, and it does not pull that off. That will not change the scoring situation now. Ryan Callahan with priority, but he has a high mountain to climb. 9.43 the need for the Novocastrian Ryan Callahan.
That's cool. I like seeing that from Liam. I think that there's he already has the fundamentals so dialed in that adding to what he can do on this tour is going above the lip and doing that style of surfing. That's how he's going to keep getting better. And this turn here showcases that. Look at that. Nice air, compressed, gets that back foot right back onto the pad. You see he rotates around all the weight into that front foot, which makes it rotate around super easy. And still the footwork, I mentioned it.
What about this, Pete? Do you call this a club sandwich or a nose pick reverse?
I like nose pick reverse. That kind of gives it a little bit more of exactly what it is. Roast, what do you call it? Roast beef?
Club
sandwich. That has turkey, yeah, right? Turkey and bacon. So, I think I like what he's doing there and thinking, because that's something I didn't expect from him. And you got to do that. You got to surprise these judges. They're going to watch your surfing, and as soon as you've been on tour for a long time, it's way harder to get scores out of the surfers, because our natural instinct is you start kind of surfing against yourself in a way, or scoring against yourself.
Wide one comes through for Liam O'Brien under priority right here down the point. O'Brien gets going down the line, throws the tail right there. He's going to lose a lot of that forward momentum and will be unable to complete that wave. Big air for Ryan Callahan. That's what he's known for. That's the patented move, that big air rotation, but was not able to put it back underneath his feet. He oftentimes goes, just corked off axis in that backside air rotation.
And he doesn't get a grab, and I don't know how his board stays to his feet.
Right?
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's like Spider-Man.
It's pretty cool to watch it, and it's a big laid out, basically, backside air reverse, and not anybody that I know. There's a few surfers that kind of emulate it, but he's kind of known for having that move.
Oh yeah, here it is again.
Look. And look, you see how he gets up and over, and that's that laid out approach where the back leg gets almost straight as he's rotating out of it. Again, look at that, just straight leg, back leg, compresses, and he keeps his board to his feet. That's all the way there.
I'm calling it's a patented move for Ryan Callahan, and we've seen him pull that off time and time again, and every single time you see it, it's baffling.
It's true.
Just for the same reason, Pete. It's just like, how does he get the board back underneath his feet?
Yeah, with not strapped, and it looks like they're strapped. I mean, he's planted, and a lot of surfers, they'll move their feet up and around, and it feels like to me he kind of keeps his feet in the same position in the board. I'm sure it moves up a little bit when you get the rotation going. But impressive performance from Liam O'Brien. This was not an easy heat, and he surfed it impeccable again. He's so smart, big time high IQ in heat surfing. Smart man, a lot of reading. Like I said, studied.
Yeah, a studied approach by Liam O'Brien. One more chance for our Cal. Let's see what he's got. Projection snap there. One more time, vert. Comes off the bottom, carve through here. Remember, he needs near perfect on this wave. I don't know if he's got the score in it.
There
He's
it is.
Work hard for the finish, struggles for the finish. That's going to be the end of Brian Callanan in this competition. He will leave this competition with an equal 17th. You can feel the reality right now of the defeat.
It's true, you know, and he was sitting in a position that, you know, he gets a big result. He starts thinking about the final 5. I mean, at this point, that's what all these surfers' dream is. Just get me to the final 5.
Yeah, he was number 8 coming into here, but it's going to be the story for the Burley boy, Liam O'Brien, on to the round of 16. We'll take a commercial break. We'll bring in Chris Cote, Mitchell Salazar, and Felicity Palmentier to talk you through the action.
Looks for the wrap. Alley-oop is a huge one and stomps it. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
And Gilmore getting busy. We are back. This is the Surf City El Salvador Pro. I'm Chris Cote. Next to me, Felicity Palmentier. Next to her, Mitchell Salazar on this wave. It's Ian Gentile flying down the line. Huge opening snap there. So getting things started right from the buzzer. Gentile. A little quiet in his opening round, but right there, that is loud surfing from a soft-spoken guy.
Ooh.
And a huge finish there. That woo came from Mitchell Salazar. Why the woo? You like the end of that ride?
I do. It was spectacular.
Feeling that. We're going to see more woo-worthy surfing here from Jack Robinson. Coming around this section, doesn't do it. He opts out, takes the exit off the freeway. 27 minutes on the clock. Pretty obvious there. Ian Gentile with a stronger start. But these are long heats. And in that last one, it was the notorious LOB, Liam O'Brien, getting the win with a 12.60 total. You got to get up into those double digits, I would think, if you want to survive this elimination round. You know, behind us, you see the conditions, a little up and down. Deteriorated slightly from this morning, but still a lot of opportunity out there. And if any two surfers are going to make full use of the waves at hand, it's these two fellas in the lineup. I'm Chris. It's Felicity. This is Mitchell. Very excited to bring you this heat. Elimination round surfing felt like it started quick. I mean, we blew the horn early this morning, and we're already sending surfers home.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens in this post-cut format. There's half the amount of surfers, so we're getting through this really quickly with that change of format. And we've seen some great surfing today, some really big rides going down, 9-point rides, 8-point rides, with excellent surfing, and I've been entertained.
So have I. I think today has been one of the best days of surfing we've seen all season long, and I think the star of the show has been the waves. And this event last year, we didn't have the best conditions. We only had one afternoon where the quarters were ran. But Chris, today, I mean, every single heat I can say there's been at least 3 or 4 quality waves per heat.
There's just something really pure and nice to look at. An all just blank, clear surfboard. Mayhem under his feet. Ian Gentile, you know, just right here from beginning to end, nice and creative, really, really cool looking surfing.
And he was so inspired by Andy Irons, he had to do those Andy kind of floaters at the beginning of this wave and in the middle part of it. And I really loved that last turn too. Explosive, aggressive, just what the doctor ordered here at Punta Roca.
So 25 minutes on the clock. Judges giving the first wave from Jack Robinson just a 1.73. Not even a starter kit for Jack. Here we go. This could potentially be the real opening ride from Jack Robinson. Coming back, took one event off for injury, sees the ramp. Oh! Comes untethered right there. Unable to keep the board under his feet. I'm seeing things starting to clean up out there. It looks like the wind has backed off just a little bit. Line's coming through, tide's pushing.
Yep.
So everything's working back in our favor. You know, other than a couple lulls and a couple kind of quiet starts, there's been a ton of waves coming through here at Punta Rocas. So these heats have definitely provided a great show for surf fans from all over the world. Love to see those fan picks too. You would have to think, you know, in terms of global superstardom, Jack Robinson with the edge. But Ian Gentile, he was a star long before Jack even got on tour. So this is a really fun matchup. Gentile looking to regain his star power, and that's how you started off, a 7.17. So Felicity, he got that number literally seconds after the buzzer blew. That, do you think that's going to provide that much needed momentum that these surfers have to try to tap into?
Oh, definitely. I mean, he's looking to back it up right now, and if this proves right for him, it'd be a great decision.
Well, this guy will fly if given the opportunity. Stays on the face of the wave. A beautiful 2-stage power turn for Ian Gentile. And this wave is just pushing him swiftly down the line. He comes to this inside section. Quick jab there. That first turn was just opened up. Beautiful. Added a little flavor and spice at the end of it. Jack's right behind him. Two waves behind him that he's going to want to forget. Best way to do that, drop an 8. So far, so good on this wave right here. Well, let's say so far, okay. That's not indicative of how good Jack Robinson surfs, but he'll get right back out there.
Yeah, I think it was a smart decision by Jack to take off and get something on the board, knowing that Ian he already has this 7.17. He's just backed it up with another one. He's put Jack on the back foot, and if Jack didn't catch a wave with some substantial there, Jack is out the back. Ian's got 2 waves. He's out in front, possibly with a total above 10. It's going to put Jack into a combo, and so Jack was smart there to take off on that wave. Not the sort of surfing we're used to seeing for Jack, but it was a smart decision.
And coming back from an injury, you know, the whole world knows that Jack had to pull out of the event at the Surf Ranch Pro. Mitchell, I know that you've done some intel. You've watched, of course, the rise of Jack Robinson to global superstar, nearly, you know, getting himself a world title last year. Where do you think we are right now, percentage-wise, with Jack Robinson?
70, I'd say. 7 out of 10. And, you know, that's enough to beat a lot of people out there. But this guy's been on fire in this heat. Opened up with the 7.17. And this was an absolute destructive carve right there. I mean, brings it all the way around. Unfortunately for Ian, though, this wave just shoulders off and kind of caught too much of the rocks here on the inside. And you'll see that a lot more with the tide coming back up. But conditions are improving drastically. I mean, it looks fun out there. But look at this opening carve all the way around. And you know what's so crazy about Ian Gentile? You see him on screen and you think, okay, he's just this skinny, tall kid from Paia on Maui. He is big. I mean, he's definitely muscular, and he's added a lot more muscle in the last few years, I feel.
It's incredible to be that big of a guy and be able to make it all work perfectly, right? Terminator-esque, because he can control every part of his being through every turn. Love to see the flex that he put that board through in that opening carve. And here's the answer back from Jack Robinson. I mean, always electrifying on the face of a wave.
Yeah, super electrifying. I like the look of those first 2 turns. He mixes it up a bit there, a little bit of variety. But kind of getting hung up there on that last section, so he'll know that as well in his head. And that last score of Jack coming through, 5.83. So here we go to Ian having another look.
Yeah, not wanting to leave anything to chance. Starting to build speed down the line. Big snap there. You can almost hear a whip crack when you hit the lip. Comes around the section. Another cool nuanced carve. He blows the tail. Gets thrown off his board. But we're seeing a new look, I think, at Ian Gentile right now. You know, he's identified that Jack Robinson might not potentially be 100%, and he's pouncing. 19:50 on the clock. Very excited to hear from this young man. Liam O'Brien standing by now with AJ.
That's right, Liam, getting a chance to compete for the first time here in El Salvador. How have you made sure that you acclimate to this wave?
I came early for the ISA event, which was just down the road, so that was one way, I guess. It's really hot here, so it takes a little bit to get used to, but I don't think I've gotten used to it. I just know not to go in the sun anymore.
Okay, baby steps. We've learned not to go in the sun. It is giving us a little bit of cloud cover right now, but for you, how important was it to make it out of this elimination round?
Yeah, it was nice to make a heat. I lost first heat last event, so it's good to try and come back and find a bit of form. It's a really fun wave, so just to get the chance to surf it a few more times would be good.
How much does this wave suit your style of surfing?
It's pretty similar to home, so it seems, it's pretty comfortable, but with that said, it's still it's probably a little faster down the line, so it's taken a little bit to get used to and still trying to figure it out, but no, it's a good fun wave, and yeah, it's all right, so it's nice on the forehand.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
The man shreds.
He
He's
does.
so fun to watch surf, and you know, I feel like the more we get to see from Liam O'Brien, the larger his fan base grows. Soft-spoken, really, really nice human being, and definitely right now you got to put him on the list of favorites. You know, his style, the maneuvers, the selection that he has, everything is fitting perfectly into this wave here at Punta Roca. And I would say the same thing for Ian Gentile right now. That last wave, a 3.83. His second scoring wave, a 4.33, and it wasn't really Ian's fault that those scores stayed, you know, under that mid-range zone. The wave just kind of didn't provide him with the necessary finishing maneuver, unlike his opening wave, the 7.17, highest score so far in this heat. Highest for Jack Robinson, a 5.83, 17:45 to go, lots of time left.
Yeah, lots of time left, and I think back to your point of that 3.83 and the 4.33 that Ian had, it just comes down to wave selection. I mean, obviously that 7.17 that he got, it really provided that last maneuver. It was super clean on the face too, so just a good read on the wave and what one to select out there, and it's super critical right now. While it still has got a little bit of onshore fluff on it, you really are looking for that second wave of the set, or the one that's going to give you a clean face so that you can avoid those bumps and those lumps.
I think in terms of positioning in this heat, it was so imperative for Ian to get the upper hand at the beginning of this one, Chris, because if you look at the 7.17, he was just deeper than Jack Robinson. Normally you're seeing Jack usually start off with the best score of the heat in the first few minutes, but in this case, Ian knows how dangerous Jack is. He made the quarters here last year, and he only lost to Medina because he broke his board on a wave that he was riding and broke halfway through. So I think as of right now, having him at 70%, knowing that he has to push him in the first few minutes of the heat, that was smart stuff from the Hawaiian surfer in blue.
And I got it. So the 70%, that is opinion-based.
Yeah.
Okay, opinion-based, yeah. But I agree with you there. I mean, Jack has said on social media, via interviews, you know, he's coming back. So I think for him, you know, a strong finish, obviously, trying to mirror what he did last year, earning his spot into the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Once he got there, you know, made it into the Final Five. I think it was a awakening for Jack Robinson. He knew he belonged there. but I think the whole day kind of ran away from him a little bit. So now with that experience, if Jack Robinson does indeed make it into the Final Five at the end of the year, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with, as always. 15:50 now on the clock. We are in elimination rounds already here on day one of competition of the Surf City El Salvador Pro. And there are some serious uncut gems coming through at the moment. You know, there has been, I would say, a decrease in the lull factor. You know, surfers were waiting 10-15 minutes between waves, but we're already seeing 3 waves each from our surfers with halfway to go. So consistency, I think it's rising.
I like that we have lulls, though. I think it's important to demonstrate that you're just as good as competing as you are as surfing, just in general. The way you show patience, the way you're able to actually think in a more methodical manner, and most of all, if you want to be the best, you have to be the best in their way too. And I think that's one thing that Kelly's done over his career so well, is that he was able to beat certain surfers at their best locations too. If you look at him going over to pipe, I mean, how many times has he won that event? And how many times has he actually smoked the people? I remember in 2013 when he beat John, he had him comboed in the final. And we're talking about the Prince of Pipeline over there. So for Jack Robinson, important event right here, number 7. And as you said, Chris, looking to regain a top 5 status.
So 14:30. And I got to echo your statement there. A very important event and a critical heat right now for Jack Robinson. We got 14:20 on the clock. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We're having a good time down here. We're hanging out in the Corona area. Just thought I'd grab a beer, relax. We got some epic surfing going on. Jack Robinson out there, Ian Gentile, kind of taking it to him at the moment. We got so much action coming up. We got Yago Dora and Baron Mamiya. Slater is coming up as well. He's going to be going up against Gabriel Medina. Lots of action. Come on down, chill out. I think I'm going to be here for the rest of the afternoon in the Corona area having a beer.
It's appropriate. It's 3:15 p.m. local time here in Surf City, El Salvador. And when Strider says come on down, he means fly on in. You will be welcomed with open arms. The first thing you see when you land in El Salvador, besides the branded Surf City airplanes that Avianca Airlines has, is all the signage, all the surf posters and stuff through the airport. It's a good feeling because there are not a lot of places around the world that don't roll their eyes when they see somebody walking through with a giant board bag. Now, this place right here is right on the forefront of surf tourism. You know, the government is fully backing the sport of surfing, and not just the sport of surfing, but the life of surfing, the leisure surfers, the beginners, the mid-level surfers like myself that just want to come and have a good time. Surf City provides for all types and all skill levels, even for the world's best, like this guy, Ian Gentile. So far, so good for the young surfer from Maui.
Oh.
Throws the tail. He tried to throw that tail to Nicaragua. And again, throws the tail towards the beach, but goes down. 10:50 on the clock. And if you're gonna do a tail high reverse, why not just make it about 12 feet high? This guy's what, 6'3", 6'4" at least? So he pretty much went his height. And this is gonna be a fun replay to watch.
I like this air right here. Comes around the section, throws it down the line. And as you said, tail high too, projected down the line. Unfortunately for him, not a lot afterwards. Was looking for this last finishing air as well. But just too much froth on the face. Wasn't able to really regain his composure after the initial one. Looking to better a 4.33. If he does, it'll be just slightly. And if he doesn't, it'll be just right under. But at this moment, I mean, he's definitely still trying to add some pressure with 10 minutes to go. 2/3 of the heat gone by. I like what I'm seeing from Gentile, but big wave here for Jack.
Here goes Jack Robbo trying to answer back. That's how you do it. Starting the conversation. Couple quick snaps. Second one, more of a setup. Looking down the line, hoping for this wave to start to amplify through to this inside section. It's almost doing the opposite now. It's softening up, but here we go. Could have a section to work with. And he gets the air. Tidy little front three to finish for Jack Robinson. That'll definitely get him back into the conversation with Ian Gentile, who was unable to ride out of his second turn on that wave, so it only comes through at a 4.10. And I will say that Ian Gentile goes so fast IRL that when you watch the replay, it might not have been as radical as I first saw. And that's a compliment, because he's one of the fastest surfers we're seeing in the water right now. Just got to complete his waves. Felicity, what did you like here about Jack Robinson's last wave?
Well, he sort of had to make a move here with 10 minutes to go and straight up into the lip on these first two sections, but you can see the face of this wave is a little bit bauble-y. It's got a few rivets in it, and it's kind of hindering sort of his scoring potential. I mean, he surfed it probably to the best he could. Another little snap here, lining up this last inside section, pops the air reverse and sticks it. Look, I mean, great decision to take that wave. He kind of needed to, and throws a little progression that throws in a little bit of progression there at the end. So look, I liked what I saw, but I also think that, you know, there's more left in the tank for Jack. I think that, you know, he was kind of in a funny position. He sort of had to go because time's ticking down, but you kind of want a bit of a better wave than that with a cleaner face, and he could really lay the board on rail. And, you know, if the wave stands up taller, you know, it's going to allow for more critical turns. And yes, the start of that wave had that, but not the end, I think.
Here we go. Next heat coming up. It's going to be another fun matchup. Baron Mamiya, Yago Adora. Goofy versus regular. Love to see that. Both those guys are amazing in the air and on their rails. So a good, solid, even matchup between number 9 and number 18 on the championship tour.
Like he doesn't get it.
Yeah, it comes through for Jack Robinson at 5.67. So right there, kind of in the middle zone. He did a lot of waiting on that wave. He kind of had to. The wave was, you know, kind of had a lot of false starts on it. So I think he pretty much did as much as he could. Right now he's going to try to get out the back and just hope for maybe something a little bigger, just a little more force, a little bit more of a cup that he can get up and involved with. There's been the year so far. Strong start. First place finish, got himself in the yellow jersey early on, didn't let it go till Bells Beach. And there I think you see where things started to slide a little bit for Robinson, 17th to 33rd or 17th. So that's a tale of two seasons right there, Mitch.
Well, and he had to pull out of Margaret River, and that's his home break too. And it's nothing easy when you're looking at that, especially after you're the defending event champion too. You know, he beat John in the final last year with his last ride too. But when we talk about the most improved surfer on the championship tour the last 2 years, this is this guy. You know, he won in Barra La Cruz in 2021. Last year he had a couple of wins, opened up with a win this year, Billabong Pro Pipeline. I definitely think we're seeing the future of Australian surfing right now. I think Jack Robinson and Ethan Ewing have stepped up to the plate big time. Ryan Callanan's there, Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien, obviously. But on that wave, the 5.67, how hard can he push is the real question, you know? Are you willing to risk your health for a result here, knowing that you still have more events to go? I don't know.
Well, I think for that 33rd, that was a real bittersweet moment. And it's easy to see the trajectory he was on. Had he not been injured, he would be still wearing that. I think he'd be still wearing that yellow jersey. He was on such a strong roll to start his year.
It's an interesting point you bring up, Mitch, about does he risk it here at this event? Because think about the events coming up. We've got Tahiti, J-Bay. They're bigger, especially Tahiti. I mean, Jack does amazing out there. And
you don't have to push either. You don't have to turn.
Exactly. Which is, you could slightly argue it's less demanding on the bod.
That's coming from a person that loves surfing big, scary waves. For most of us, we look at Tahiti and think...
Yes, it's very demanding in the sense of, okay, this could be really scary. But in terms of high-performance surfing on small waves like this, I can speak to it myself. I'm carrying a couple of injuries right now, and surfing these sort of waves, high performance, is a lot of stress, a lot of pressure on your body, landing those air reverses in the flats, compressing, extension. It's a lot, as opposed to... Look, I mean, there's a lot of technical skill involved in riding a really good barrel, but taking off and picking a straight line and getting blown out of a tube, I think is semi-less demanding on the body, except
100%.
for if you have a wipeout. That's pretty tragic. I mean...
Except if you have the one small detail.
Well, it's like in skateboarding, you fall on a mini ramp, you're falling into the flats. 4:36 to go. It's all been about Ian Gentile. Big, strong start. Yet to really regain the momentum that he started with. Just a pair of fours. But his first wave was really, really fun to watch. Beautiful surfing. And radical surfing. Beautiful and radical.
That's a good point. And this wrap right there, just searing like a hot knife through butter. And Gentile's, I mean, he's been in control of this heat from the get-go. His first two scores will put him in first position. Meanwhile, Jack Robinson, on the other hand, he had to start from less to more, Chris.
Yeah, he started with a 1.73, a 0.93. He's got a pair of fives right now. We do know that Jack, regardless of the situation he's in, has a different gear. You know, if you look back at all the numbers, you look at the recent career stats from Jack Robinson versus Ian Gentile, I mean, you would definitely lean towards Jack Robinson just in terms of consistency. But right now, you know, it all comes down to the heat that's happening in the water. The stats don't matter. Once the buzzer blows, you know, both these surfers in the same waves, same time frame. And right now, Ian Gentile is out surfing Jack Robinson. I think they've had pretty similar waves. Maybe Ian Gentile just had a little bit more push on the first wave he surfed. With 3 minutes to go, Ian Gentile now has priority, and there's going to be some stressful moments for Jack Robinson and his legions of fans around the world watching intently. But like you guys both said, don't give up on Jack Robinson. It's still, you know, we still have a long year ahead of us, and he's going into some places that he absolutely shines. So we're not giving up just yet. These two surfers are locked in it right now. There's no conversation. I don't even think they want to even think about what's happening inside the mind of the other surfer. It's all about being present, figuring out what you need to do. A 5.68 for Jack Robinson. Although he is in the position now, Mitch, so where the priority is right now, I mean, the very basics, back to the most basic priority rule. If Jack Robinson drops in on a wave that Ian likes, Ian can roast him, right? Ian can take that wave no matter where Jack takes off in the lineup.
Yeah, priority gives you unconditional right away. So at this moment, the only way Robinson's going to get, you know, that 5.68 or better, as you can see, Gentile has the inside on him, is if there's a 2 or 3 wave set and Jack is able to catch one of those second or third waves. But Gentile's smart. You know, he's been competing for a long time too, maybe not at the CT level, but he has a lot of experience.
We'll see what Gentile decides to do with this wave. Does he let Jack go? Does he drop in? It looks like he's going to use his priority. We'll see if that pays off for him. We'll see if that was a sales tactic from Robbo.
Oh!
Now that right there makes things interesting. Now Jack Robinson out the back with priority. Here's an opportunity. Does he pounce? Does he make Gentile pay for falling on that wave? Could that have been a critical mistake? As he goes to the air, similar outcome. Both surfers right there spirited fans on the beach. This is a popular surf destination for a good reason. The waves here are amazing. Here we go. Gentile now trying to clean up the mess he just made. Nice high-speed floater there. Huge slashing snap right there. Love it. Another vicious turn. So a 1-2-3 punch from Ian Gentile. Watch out. Here goes Jack Robinson with 40 seconds on the clock. Currently needs a 5.68. He needs to hope for this wave to really allow him the space to move and perform. There we go. Tail sliding snap. I don't know either.
It's going to be a fun end to this heat.
That was a verbal surfing altercation right there. He made eye contact with Gentile.
Yeah. Well, one thing's for sure. Ian's getting rid of the 4.33. I mean, there's no doubt about that. So what's the requirement going to be now for Robinson? You know, if it's in the 7s or in the 8s, I don't think we saw the initial part of that wave. But obviously the end was quite good from Jack. I like this wave, though, and he had made a huge mistake falling on the wave before this. Gets the floater right there, and then as soon as he sees the lip line, he just goes straight into attack mode. The strong layback into the lip, that was a variation of a turn, too. And then the last two, for me, consecutively in the short amount of space that he was able to cover, I like that.
Low-key, starting with the floater like that, made that whole wave work out for
cool.
Ian Gentile. And this was Jack's last wave. Previously looking for a 5.68. That ask probably got a little bit bigger. I mean, he ripped this wave to bits. Was it enough?
I mean, he's asking the question there, but look, I mean, that requirement's going to be a lot higher, I think, with that last wave of Ian. So although Jack surfed that wave really well and, you know, try to make it count, I think the requirement's going to be a bit higher. So just going to have to wait and see. Waiting for scores for both surfers here. Jack's asking the question.
Well, one thing I will say is that that was a good indication of things to come for Robinson. If he gets knocked out right here, he's going to have much more time in between this event and Rio to prepare and get a little bit better on his ankle. But that was a good indication of things to come, especially with the back end of the season, Chris.
Might have to bump him up to 80% in our amateur medical opinion. So time is up. We're waiting for scores. Jack Robinson showing signs of a big number. Remember, he needed a 5.68 before that last wave is locked in for Ian Gentile. So here's what the judges are thinking so far. One more score to drop in there. Indications say a 6.83. The judges have spoken to Jack Robinson, but Ian Gentile answers back 7.03. Come on in, guys. Gather your things. Jack Robinson, you've been voted off the island by our judges. We've got more for Jack Robinson in the near future. Don't call him an underdog. Ian Gentile is here to win a massive heat for this young surfer from Maui. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. We are right back at it here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. That last heat could have been a pivotal moment in the season for Ian Gentile, who is standing by now with AJ McCord.
Ian catching his breath after a flurry there in the last few minutes of that heat. Walk us through what happened.
Yeah, I think we were tied, right? We were tied, but I had the tie break, and I was pretty nervous coming into those last few minutes. I've watched Jack the last couple of years. He's flipped so many heats, and I knew it wasn't close to being over. And then I went on the wave, kept him off, and fell, and I was like, and then I turned around and I saw there's actually multiple waves coming, so I kind of relaxed a bit, and then, just surfed the wave as best as I could at the end.
What did that feel like when you know that you messed something up, but you get another opportunity?
Yeah, that feels good. It feels just like, you're in the right timing of things, because, I don't know, had he gone on that wave, maybe he would have gone, he would have been on the wave I caught. So, yeah, I'm just really happy to have had multiple opportunities, and it was a fun heat.
How important was it for you to come out and show your strong surfing in this heat?
I've been having a lot of really close heats, a lot of scrappy heats, and I like to be able to just, let it out a bit more and just relax a bit and try to have more fun.
You feel like you were able to do that a little bit today?
Yeah, I was. Walking across these rocks just reminds me of home. Like, we have a lot of waves like this where, I walked all the way up the point and paddled up top, and it felt just like home, except the water is super, super hot.
So almost like home, but a little different to remind you you're still in a competition.
Jacuzzi water.
All right, well, you get a chance to surf again in the jacuzzi water. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Oddly enough, jacuzzi water was my nickname in high school. What a likable guy. Ian Gentile right there.
Oh,
what a great display of humility, just the right amount of stoke. He knows his job's not done yet. And I think he just did some of the best turns we've seen in this entire contest.
Mm-hmm.
Innate ability to kind of get all the way through what would have already been a really cool turn, and then add another 20% to it, and kind of use his big frame to really spring through those turns. I'm excited to go back and watch the replay of that last heat. That was one of the heats of the day, and Yago Dora is messing around with our new favorite rock. What did you call the rock?
Mama Roca.
Yeah. See, Felicity's getting the hang of it.
Trying to roll the R.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Well, that was a tactical move by Yago. He obviously wanted to push Barron super deep and then bring him over eventually, where he's just going to be a bit wider with the tide coming up right now, Chris. You're seeing a lot of those deeper waves not stack up as well as they did with the lower tide. So smart stuff there from Dora, but I think with Mamiya having priority right now, he actually might be in a decent position for this one if he can get into it.
This kid's got springs for legs. Give him a ramp and watch what he does. I'm liking the floaters out here. Great combo there, floater to snap. Meat and potatoes surfing from Barron Mamiya so far. This wave relaxing a little bit. Now it's starting to pulse up through to the inside section. Barron Mamiya making use of what he's got here on the inside. Not adding huge numbers on this inside section, but definitely putting in work just to give us kind of an overall nice package of a wave. It was a good start, had a lot of speed going. There wasn't that one giant moment that sent the beach into a frenzy. But that right there is just a solid entry, solid start to his heat.
Yeah, it was. I liked how super relaxed he was when he took off. I mean, look, he paddled hard to get it. He's streaking down the line here, but so casual on that first floater. I really liked it. And straight up into the lip for the second turn. Wave kind of dying out here a bit, but he knows he's done a little bit of work on the outside, so he's going to stick with it through to this inside section here. I like what you said, Chris. Meat and potatoes surfing. I like that call. Definitely that sort of style. And bringing it right through to the inside. Getting pretty shallow here. You can see those rocks in the foreground there. And taps it to finish.
That's pretty brave to do a floater on that end section when there's dry rocks popping up around you. But Barron Mamiya, I mean, this guy is one of the best surfers in the world in really heavy, gnarly waves of consequence. Another surfer that you can imagine is really looking forward to what happens at Teopo. Does have to run through the gauntlet. That is Rio, that I feel like is kind of the great equalizer. It's a really, you never really know what you're going to get. Saquarema in Brazil, it could be a barreling, firing right-hander, could be a long, rippable left, could be straight closeout, shore dump. You really never know. So I would say that wave, kind of unknown as to what's going to happen. Tahiti, pretty obvious that we want to see, what the world wants to see, what these surfers all want to see. They asked for it. They earned their spot on the championship tour in hopes to get to perform at a wave like that. They got to get through Surf City, El Salvador first. 22:28 on the clock. First score for Baron Mamiya, right where we thought it was going to be. Mid-ranger, 4.33. But again, stepping stone. Trying to climb up the ranks and get himself into an 8-point ride at least.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about two very talented surfers out there. Clash of styles, I would have to say, at a wave like this. You have one goofy footer up against a regular footer, both with an incredible aerial game. And we saw that displayed from Baron Mamiya, an 8.17 in his first round heat this morning. But what Yago Dora has been able to do in his short career so far on the championship tour, we're talking about one of the very elite surfers, I think myself. He's a top 5 surfer, and I would really love to see him compete at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at lowers. I think he has a real good shot of winning. There's just certain moments in his career, though, where I want to see him really let the dog out, though. Like critical moments, critical heats, where you need to have that aggressiveness, and there's times where I just don't see him flipping that switch when he needs to. And as of right now, in the elimination round, number 9 on the championship tour rankings, he needs a result here to maintain that dream alive.
Time to flip that switch, Mitch. Here we go. Updated by the minute. This is your tour leaderboard right now. Griffin Colapinto in the yellow jersey in that number 1 spot. And this is big news right here. Jack Robinson, Ryan Callanan out. So this could be a huge event for Yago Dora, Leonardo Fioravanti, John, Gabriel Medina. He's got a mellow heat coming up next against a guy named Kelly Slater. So in order for Medina to potentially try to overtake Jack in that top spot, he's got to get through the end boss, the boss of bosses, Kelly Slater.
It's like you're playing Super Mario Bros. For Nintendo 64 and you face off with Bowser.
Yeah.
You know what to expect, but it's never easy to beat that guy. And really important to note, there were 4 surfers out of the top 10 in the elimination round. And Joao Chianca already made it through. Leo Fioravanti, number 10 in the ranks coming into this event, he's just relishing the opportunity for everybody to bow out, get into finals day, and eventually get his first win, move up into 6 or 7 in the rankings. Next thing you know, he's qualified for lowers too.
Spoiler alert. Leonardo Fioravanti peaking at the right time. 20 minutes on the clock for now. A bit of a lull in the action here. Both surfers out there ready to activate. Yago Dora does have priority. And Felicity, as we saw in that last heat, I would say, until about 2 minutes remaining, we would see priority kind of situated like this. The surfer in the top priority can kind of shark around, find their spot. But Baron Mamiya, again, he doesn't want to run the risk of anything silly happening. He doesn't want to be paddling for a wave that Yago's looking at. So far, what we've seen in the last 30 or so minutes, what kind of wave do you think these surfers are looking for? Is it the biggest sets no matter what, or is it kind of a medium-sized wave with some cleanliness on it?
I think you already answered that question. I think
that was a loaded question. I apologize for that.
Look, it was loaded, and then you took the words right out of my mouth. But I think, like you said, if it was me, if I was surfing a heat out there, obviously these guys are watching it, at least an hour to an hour and a half before their heats. They're there with their coaches, and for me, it's the second wave of the set. It's a lot cleaner. The ones we've seen, I think it was Steph, was it Carissa or Steph that managed to find a couple of waves that actually doubled up as well, and they provided a really clean face. So double up wave potentially, second wave of the set. These smaller ones on the inside here, you can just see how bumpy and lumpy the face is, and they're just kind of petering out and not really offering that end section. And I think that's been a critical thing too, to really put that exclamation mark on the end section of that wave.
Your answer was 10 times better than my pre-provided answer. Here goes Yago Dora now. His backhand, laser sharp. Couple whip crack turns out the back. Another tight pocket snap there. So backhanders, they can fit in a little bit more on these smaller inside sections. That right there was skateboarding. Love to see it. It's a nice backside air. There's Leandro, Iago's dad, smiling for now. So dad and coach.
Yeah.
And, you know, that equation in the history of sports has been up and down. I think their personalities, their mix, and their relationship is just amazing. It's a beautiful thing. And he's well coached. And this was just an awesome wave.
It was a picturesque wave. I really love the way he was able to delay that long bottom turn, the second one. And then right here, that was just creative.
Yeah, that was fun.
Who would have come up with that at the end? You know, a lot of people would be thinking reverse. He goes for a straight backside air, and he has those unlocked, but you don't normally see it, though. And it's really refreshing to see something like this in a jersey, especially from a goofy footer.
That's harder than a backside air reverse.
For sure.
That's a harder maneuver, and I know the judges know that. And you said it, creative. You know, that's a word we've been throwing around a lot today, because the waves that we have, you know, it's not a gnarly tube riding event. It's you know, it's a wave that really allows for these surfers to kind of show their artistic side, and that's what Iago did right there. I think that was the perfect way to finish that wave. It's going to be a cool looking photo. It was almost a method. He almost did a backside method right there. Got the grab. You know, Felicity, we've talked about, you know, the story of the wave. That right there was a well-written short story.
It was a great short story. Used a bit of creative license there at the end, and I loved it. But back to the wave selection thing, one other thing I will add is Goofy v Natural. I think they're looking for different waves out there. That is definitely a point to add. I think Iago's maybe not looking, he can't pick the ones that have so much wall down the line, because otherwise he's going to be limited to just those lip line floaters. But the one he just picked, perfect.
You're really good at this, Felicity.
I don't know, mate.
Baron Mamiya, quick snap there. And I think you nailed it. So this wave is kind of a little flattening off down the line. Here we go. Something of substance here from Mamiya. He nails it. To a different variety of straight air from Mamiya. And still going. Plenty of speed. Quick snap there. What's he got for us on the finish? You see his intent winding up. Now he spins the reverse. Again.
Me gusta.
We're watching a street skating event right here. Loving it. So there you see Seth Moniz cheering for Baron Mamiya. And, you know, I think there was a few moments on that wave where he almost hesitated, like, do I keep going? Thankfully he did. Super smart competitor. You know, kept going, didn't leave any meat on the bone on that wave. And here we go, Iago. Backside floater. Underrated for how difficult that maneuver is. Doesn't count anyway. He goes down. 14:58 on the clock. Got a lot of scores to come through, Mitch.
Yeah, and I think the big difference to me in the two best waves of the heat so far, the difference in size of the wave. Noticeable difference on Baron's wave compared to Iago's. And I personally thought this was just incredible. I mean, the way he's able to project down the line on the first air specifically, that's more of a down-the-line snap. But you're absolutely right. As goofy footers ourselves, we're looking for the bullier ones. Regular footers can opt to take these speedy down-the-line waves. That's just an absolutely ludicrous air right there. He lands 180, has to revert it back, and immediately starts pumping to go down the line and do this. Setup snap, and eventually is able to get the full rotor there. So a variation of airs too, Chris, which adds to the criteria. But I mean, just incredible control of his body. And look at the positioning right here. Grabs the rail, lands 180, fins forward.
Poked it too.
Yeah. So even a nuance when it comes to the grab. But look at how quickly he recomposes and starts gaining speed again. That is so difficult. People that have done an air before, they understand how hard it is to regain speed. The way he was able to manufacture speed after that, to me, as good as it gets from this kid. And we're talking about a prodigal son of the state of Hawaii. You know, we call him Backdoor Baron for a reason. I like to call him the prodigy, Chris.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, there's a reason why Ruka gave him a signature board short. It's because he's that good. And he showed us his whole deck, right? His whole deck of cards. He put it out on the table and said, here you go. Here's everything. I got 2 aces, a couple kings. And the judges react in kind with a 6-8-3. Match that up with Yago's 5-6-7. We've got a heat on our hands with 13 minutes to go. Pete Mel, the Condor, on his perch with a great overview of the action.
You're funny, Cote. And I will say, I don't know if you guys picked that up on the camera, but Barron, he covered a lot of water as he did that air. I don't know if you picked it up on the screen, but live, definitely, there was a good 10 yards in the air, which was awesome to see. Up here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, you've got 2 camps coming up for next heat. You've got Kelly Slater over here on the right. He's got the team with Kalani, right? And then you've got Gabe Medina's team, and actually now has vacated the premises and gone downstairs into the locker room to get ready for this next heat. But what a heat coming up. You've got Kelly Slater up against Gabe Medina. That's what you asked for in an elimination round. Pressure probably off of Kelly, considering, you know, he's a long shot for a Final 5, but a lot of pressure on Gabe at sitting where he is on the rankings. I know good friend Strider Wazalewski is down there on the rocks. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Oh, it's going to be great. I mean, you got the wind coming up out of the west-northwest right now, which is going to clean up the faces. The tide's moving in. It's actually kind of pulling the takeoff area right over Mama Roca, and you kind of get the vibe that, like, things are going to start standing up a little more vertical as you've seen these aerials just going through the, you know, off the top, and it's been really fun to watch. I feel like Slater obviously is going to come out firing. He looks really comfortable out here. Interesting, this whole rock area is going to be completely covered by this afternoon. The tide just rapidly will come in so fast, and with that I feel like we're going to get a great surge of swell as it comes in.
Thank you, Strider. So we see the icon, Kelly Slater. I mean, a man so famous and so well known, that could be a silhouette. You would know exactly who that is. You know, in thinking back to Baron Mamiya's wave, I'd be really curious to know what he saw down the line, because sometimes these pro surfers, these elite level athletes, they can take off on a wave that for 99.9% of the surfing population would be a closeout. And I feel like that's what that wave from Mamiya probably looked like, a crumble way down the line, whereas Yago Dora's wave was more of a, you know, what you would call kind of a textbook perfect wave with a little bit of a shoulder, nice pocket to work with. So it would be interesting to see what these surfers are identifying. And I love your guys' point to the backside versus front side conversation of looking for different types of waves. So with 10:30 to go, that story will continue. Mamiya in the lead for now. Can he hang on? You're gonna have to stay tuned to find out. We'll be right back with more from the Surf City El Salvador Pro. All right, get your phones out. I'm gonna get you sponsored by Surfline. Right here, you see that little code? Scan that code for 30% off of Surfline Premium. Do you wanna know what the waves are gonna be like tomorrow, next week, next month, anywhere in the world? Do you wanna watch yourself on the Cam Rewind and post it and tell all your friends how hard you're ripping? I do. I'm as vain as the next guy. I want to see my waves on Surfline Premium, and now I did it. You guys didn't even know that I was scanning that from my seat right here on our webcast booth. Surfline Premium for you. Don't tell anyone else. This is a special VIP offer for WSL fans only. So with 8 minutes left here in, I like that it's called ER, Emergency Room Round. Baron Mamiya, Yago Dora. 2 surfers enter. 1 surfer will advance through. The next surfer is going to be packing their board bags and thinking about Rio. Which is not a bad thing. Rio is an amazing place. But I know people want to stay in Surf City, El Salvador for as long as they possibly can. I love that we have elimination rounds on day 1. You know, this just makes it that much more dramatic, that much more exciting. Your first day of action shakes things up for the entire rest of the season. Chris Cote, Felicity Palmatier, Mitchell Salazar, happy to bring you the remainder of this heat. And coming up next, Gabriel Medina versus Kelly Slater. You heard me right. 2 of the best ever to do it, going head to head on day 1. Great call made by the WSL crew yesterday. You know, it's easy to get excited when you show up early and you see a couple great waves come through. Luckily, they are calm under pressure. The waves were fun yesterday. Surfers got to get out there and get a little practice in. But today, definitely a great day to start this event. You see things are starting to glass off. I don't even have to knock on wood because it's happening right in front of our eyes. 6:30 on the clock. Here we go. Baron Mamiya. Similar wave to his previous effort, but that one just ran away from him a little bit and then did not allow him any room to move through that mid portion of the wave. So 6:12 to go. And the scores are telling a story, but what do you guys think? Who has got the fire in this heat so far with 6 minutes to go? Felicity.
You know what? I think it's even Stevens right now. I think they're both fired up. So an amazing performance from Yago at the Surf Ranch. And I'd like to echo what Mitch said. I think he has the ability to be a top 5 surfer, like make it to the finals. And Baron obviously looking so on point, and so he looks pretty relaxed as well, I'd say. So for me, it's very even. There's still 5 minutes remaining. I'd like to see another exchange go down. I mean, yeah, and it's low scoring so far. So there's still opportunity for someone to run away with this. You know, it's wide open.
Fair enough. Mitch?
I think the biggest difference is what their motivation is at this point of their career. Baron Mamiya has held the Yellow Leaders jersey before. I mean, he's the last wild card to win an event. And when you look at his trajectory through the championship tour so far, with just being in his early 20s in comparison to Yago already being 27, he's destined for things that are much greater than just outside of Hawaii, you know? And that's what happens with a lot of surfers from the state of Hawaii. They tend to stay there because the waves are so good. Him, knowing that he's coming from a camp where he's managed by Sean Ward, one of the greatest surfers to come out of Huntington Beach, a person nearly qualified for the championship tour several times. He is a competitive and absolute animal when it comes to these heats. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Yago Dora, I've known him for 12, maybe 11 years now, and I think he's always had that casual demeanor, but he's always been a competitor too. But he's never had that breakout moment so far like Baron Mamiya has. So how do you replicate those performances? How do you replicate those moments like this guy on screen knows how to do? You want to get back to that kind of feeling and attitude that you had when you were on top. And I know Baron knows that the only path to that is by winning a lot of heats with that same kind of aggressive manner.
Well, with 4 minutes to go, we see Kelly Slater paddling out, along with Gabriel Medina. I don't even... The rankings, I mean, for these two guys, those are just numbers, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about Gabriel Medina and Kelly Slater. 3:50 now on the clock. So Yago Dora is sitting out the back with priority, and now we're getting towards decision time. You know, inside of 5 minutes, this is where things get serious. 3:30 on the clock. Let's go down to AJ McCord with an update.
You're taking a look at Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's taking out a board right now. She is actually getting a chance to caddy for Kelly Slater. I got a chance to catch up with her right before she hit the rocks, and she said earlier Kelly had mentioned it, but now that it's low tide, it was a perfect opportunity for her to get out there. And she and Kelly have an incredibly special relationship. He's a mentor for her. When we were in Peniche, he was helping her out on the golf simulation, and of course always helps her out with her surfing too. So really special moment for Betty Lou. It's her first time, she said, getting a chance to caddy for Kelly Slater, and what a time to do it in the elimination round here in El Salvador.
That's a big favor to ask. It's low tide at Punta Roca, so you're going to have to do the rock dance in front of millions. And she's doing it with a lot of grace and style, making it look effortless. So a superstar caddies in the channel. We'll see, you know. Hey, inspiration is everywhere. If Slater looks over, sees Betty Lou smiling at him going, "Go Kelly," that could be just what he needs. We'll see what happens in 2.5 minutes. A bit languid here in the back half of this heat. Not a lot of waves have come through in the past 10 minutes, and that could be a good sign, right? Now it's becoming a thriller. What's going to happen in the last 2 minutes? Can Yago Dora pick the right wave? Will he pick a wave too soon and leave the door open for Baron Mamiya? And here we go. Is this the wave that Yago Dora needs? He's only trying to get rid of a 157. He's done it with that opening turn right there. But the wave has different ideas and goes spinning off down the line without him. So one big turn for Yago Dora. And here we go. Baron Mamiya. He gets a quick start. This wave could have a cool little low road on it. Nice power pocket there. Comes through this inside section, sliding his tail. Quick recovery there after digging the nose. Looking for something big here on the inside, flying down the line. Another snap, setting things up. Proper finish there for Baron Mamiya. Was that better than a 4.33? Did he leave the door open for a possible Yago Dora comeback? Well, and what was the score from Yago? That was one of the best turns we've seen of the heat.
Yeah, but it's not a 5-5 though. I mean, you're giving half of the scale for a single turn right there. It's definitely something in the middle to average, but I think Baron Mamiya does better the 4.33 right here. If he just would have had something after this though, I mean, we're seeing a big number, a crucial turn right there at the beginning. The score comes in at 3.17, but this way, very smart from Baron Mamiya. Only looking to better a 4.33. I think he does so, Felicity.
Yeah, I think he's going to better his 4.33, which means that requirement is a bit higher for Yago. I mean, Yago's at the back now. He's got priority and 27 seconds left. I mean, is that all she wrote? I'm not sure. We'll look once this wave, once we finish this replay, but yeah, he smashed that end section. Definitely going to improve on it.
Let's leave the light on here for Yago Dora. 10 seconds to go. This is definitely his last chance. For Yago Dora, that's a pedestrian error, but unable to come down with it. You're grounded, son. Sorry about that. Yago Dora goes down to Baron Mamiya. So again, an underdog comes through. We just saw it with Gentile. We're seeing it now with Baron Mamiya. No underdogs in the next heat. We're talking Medina v. Slater. Stick around. This is going to be an epic matchup.
The weather's moist.
Surf City, El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Stop 7 on the championship tour of the World Surf League. And talk about the World Surf League, talking about world champs. We have 14 world titles out in the water. It's the elimination round. Gabriel Medina up against the GOAT, Kelly Slater. This is a heat to tune in for. I'm Kaipo along with Peter Mel. And Peter, I want to get your reaction to this heat because this is high stakes in this heat, especially for Gabe Medina. We just saw Jack Robinson getting eliminated in the elimination round. Jack, number 5 coming into this event. Gabe, number 6 coming into this event. The cut line's at 5. This could mean the world to Gabe Medina for his race to that final 5.
Hopefully he's not listening to you because you just built a lot of pressure on Gabe Medina. And that's actually what if he is using in that, and that is kind of energy, and you know, there is a bit of pressure here. It is way more pressure on Gabe Medina in this situation than it is for Kelly Slater, who has really, truly nothing to lose. The beach filled right on up. Even in El Salvador, people know, and they love this guy. Phones are out, and Kelly Slater effect is still full on, and here he is.
Well, here he goes. Slater looking down the line, weaving with speed. Skips through that rock section there, throws the air. And it looks like he wants to play Medina's game, doesn't it?
I like it. Well, they battled each other slightly there in the beginning because that was pretty deep in the lineup where Kelly caught that wave. They're going to go into now strategy-wise. You saw that Gabe was coming back this direction. It's much more challenging with Gabe on the backhand, so he needs a bit more of a paced wave. Let's see what Kelly did here, but look at the rocks. Still playing a role here, the shallow portion, and I love that Kelly's going for it. That's so much fun. You know, he's got these airs still.
Woo, spring-loaded at 51, Kelly Slater.
Right. And goes for the grab, just almost touch it. There it is, gets the grab, but still did not quite get the rotation needed. But I love the way, I mean, again, pressure-free really for Kelly. He's just going to put on a show, and I think the best gets drawn out of Kelly when he gets up against the best surfers.
Oh, yeah. This is a big moment for Kelly Slater because he wants to put on a show. He's a showman. 11 world titles, you know, 56 championship tour wins, 84 finals. Kelly Slater in his 290th surf event. We're going to get back to the heat because we want to hear from the winner from the last heat. Hey, hold my kite. Congratulations. The Hawaiian, Baron Mamiya, is on to the round of 16.
Yes, he is. Baron, coming out of the water, walk us through what your strategy was for this elimination round.
Yeah, I kind of knew that the waves were kind of slow. I think I've been kind of watching it. Before I came here, I was like watching the Surfline cam to try and see what like the waves were. I mean, it's kind of far away, but I was just trying to get an idea of like what the high tide and the low tide looks like. But I think it's on the low tide, it's kind of slower and like breaking more on the rocks. So I kind of knew, I was like, all right, well, it's probably going to be a grindy one. Just got to grind out a couple scores. And that's what I kind of did. And then, yeah, I just got in rotation on a few waves and yeah, made it.
When you know it's going to be a grindy heat like what you just had, how does that change your mindset coming into it?
I don't know. I just try and just stay in the present and, you know, just focus on what's in front of me and not thinking too far ahead in the future because I feel like I've been doing that a lot and just trying to, yeah, just stay in the present moment. And I ended up switching boards from earlier. This morning the waves were absolutely firing, so I was super stoked on how I surfed this morning, and I just felt that the board I was riding wasn't going to go as good in these conditions, so I kind of just switched it up. But yeah, my board felt great, and yeah.
What'd you change to?
I was riding this morning. I was riding just a normal 77 swallowtail, and then this heat I rode a 77. It's a little modified, but it's still a swallowtail, so they're pretty similar. But I think this one has a little flatter rocker.
Well, it worked for you in this one. We'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Thank you.
Yeah, Baron Mamiya on those sharp eye surfboards. 77, one of Felipe Toledo's models, and it looks like he's working for Baron Mamiya as well. He's on to the round of 16.
What's unique about that, and you know, the fact that you can have a model, right, in a certain CAD, and then do the subtle little tweaks that you're trying to get something out of that board. So there's not this drastic change in rocker and change. You know, you basically just do the little subtle tweaks.
Yeah, this guy's been tweaking boards for a few decades right now. Kelly Slater, we look at the matchups, the history between Kelly and Gabe in their head-to-head matchups. They've been matched up 9 times in their careers. 9 times in their careers. And 7 of those times, Gabe Medina has taken the win off of Kelly Slater's, but they've had epic matchups. I look back to 2012. We'll look at the head-to-head matchups right here. 2-7. 2 of those wins, Kelly Slater. One of those happened in 2012. That was Fiji in the final. Kelly actually kind of smoked Gabe, 18.16 to 10.87. However, Gabe Medina got Kelly back in Tahiti in a final, and that was a high-scoring final, Peter. If you remember back in 2014, 18.96 for the win over Kelly Slater, who held 18.93. First wave here of Gabe Medina with an easy float around this section. Some busy work there before now getting to some backhand turns. Wave cups out a bit on the inside where Gabe is lining up. You can tell he's looking for a ramp. Here he goes. Big rotation. Needs to really fight for a finish. Still grappling with the whitewater. And a messy finish, but a completion for Gabe.
And he got it. You know, again, I think that the amplitude of that air was huge. It did have a little flat spin element to it. He does land kind of butt checks, as they call it in snowboarding, where you actually hit the snow, and same thing, hit the water and bounce up, so it will affect the score slightly. It looked like a nice bigger wave outside for Kelly, but that wave ran off without him. So Gabe, early advantage. He's going to get a score in the books and put some pressure to Kelly, which again, surfing pretty pressure free.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Kelly, you know, before his heat. Mellow, happy. Like you said, he had an air of pressure-free surfing. This, however, is a surfer surfing under pressure, but he knows how to meet that pressure as well, Pete.
Yeah, he does. And I think that, again, great surfers love surfing against the best of the world, you know, and Gabe, he does not want to lose this. He wants to keep that advantage that he has of 7/2. You make it 8/2 as we see the big flat spin roll around. Again, crawls to his feet, and that's that core strength that he carries. I mean, he is so well trained, you know, especially in his core. And that's why he's able to pull these moves off and get the pop that he gets. You see he's running down the line, sets it up, gets the pop, and then you see everything shift forward with that front foot, spins all the way around, lands backwards, and just a little bit off balance and had to go for the layback. Look at that, foot came actually off the board, puts it back on.
Yeah.
And somehow holds it together. I mean, again, that's going to suppress the score. You want to pull that off clean, and that's where the big numbers come.
Cabianca designed surfboards under Gabe Medina's feet. An interesting thing about Gabe Medina's equipment, I believe he's the only surfer on tour, because fins come in small, medium, and large sizes. Most surfers on tour ride larges. He's the only surfer on tour, I believe, that rides an extra large template fin.
Interesting. You know, and again, more fin area gives you more control, but less speed sometimes. I mean, the more surface area in a fin, you're not going to get the same. I mean, it depends. I think you're changing little subtleties on a surfboard to allow you to have more control. That's what a bigger fin feels like to me. You can ride a little bit smaller, lower volume and throw a bigger fin on it and get more control out of it. I've always found that smaller fins are generally going to be faster, but you're not going to be able to push as hard. And he's a strong man, right? So he pushes a lot on his surfboard. So like having an extra large fin would probably help him out.
He was up in the Red Bull athlete zone above the locker room and watching Jack Robinson's heat. I think he realized right now that this is an opportunity for him to get above that cut line for the final 5. So no matter how much you want to block that out, when you see it right in front and you realize the gravity of the situation, that's going to add to the pressure and the motivation for Gabe Medina.
For sure. You know, again, that's why, you know, even in the elimination round, that you have these surfers that found themselves there, Jack being one of them, and now it's a huge blow to his campaign at this point in time. You know, whereas this moment is a big moment, but he's got to get past Kelly Slater to do it.
And not an easy task. Well, we asked our surf fans online at worldsurfleague.com who they thought was going to win this matchup.
Interesting. That'll be an interesting one. I don't see the numbers.
Well, I got the numbers for you.
Okay, cool. What is it?
79% thought that Gabe Medina was going to win this matchup. Only 21% for Kelly Slater.
Well, I mean, what do you think?
Well, Gabe Medina did make the semifinals last year, so he's proven here that I think this is Kelly's first.
They're looking at the numbers.
First surf that he's really had in competition here at Punta Roca. So with that being said, that is, you know, that's what I think that the fans are keying into. The one thing that I've seen, though, in studying surf competition, seeing a lot of heats, is sometimes Gabe Medina is given this opportunity and that desire to win. Sometimes he may push a little too hard. And that's the only thing that can work against Gabe Medina. As we look at our men's championship tour leaderboard, you can see Jack Robinson out of competition. right ahead of Gabe Medina. Ryan Callahan and Yago Dora went down what you would call an upset, with Baron Mamiya taking him out in the last heat.
Yeah, and we've got John in this round as well, so a golden opportunity. So like you said, 6 and 7 sitting there. Those are the surfers with the best chances to move into the final 5, going into the next event. We still have 4 events after this, so there's still, 3 events. Yeah. This is the 4th one here to gain points. So, there's still opportunity there, but ultimately you want to be consistent, especially when you're not having any throwaways now from this point forward. All your results are going to count towards that total.
Yeah, and remember, exiting this heat is a equal 17th place. So that is basically really an anchor or something that's going to sink the ship when you look at your leaderboard rankings.
It is. The points are, every round you move up, it's a substantial difference in points. Yeah, so, 17ths, even quarters really at this point, equal 5ths. You're still in that round. You've got, 10 surfers. Still a lot of surfers in the draw, right?
Yeah,
and so you want to be semifinals or above at this point to keep yourself and get yourself into that final 5.
Yeah, 17th is a paltry 1,300 points.
A paltry.
You make it into round of 16, you're really not out of the woods yet. That's only 3,320 points. When you make this quarterfinals, 4,745 points. That's when things start to add up. Here we go, Kelly Slater. Let's see if you can do the math on this wave and work out the equation to a big score. Slater off the bottom, snaps it off the top, looking loose on the Firewire. Slater designs, floats the roof there to skip that section. One more section skipping floater for Slater, arcing all the way back, looking sharp. One more floater to finish. 2.68 will take Kelly Slater to the lead at the moment. Kalani, his partner, with the applause there. And I applaud that effort as well. That was some fast surfing by the 11-time.
Yeah, he's looking good. Seriously looking really, really good. Board's looking, he looks comfortable. It didn't look rushed at all on this wave. Smaller set wave that we've seen. And this wave starts off slightly, slow to get it going, but this was the major section, and he did not disappoint. Straight up 12 o'clock with the drift, and then carrying all that speed. Floaters are so functional. When you are riding a wave like this, where you have to glide down the line and keep your speed going, that's what allowed him to get to that open face, to finish that turn, and then the finish. Nice and solid. Not going to be a gigantic number, but he'll take back the lead.
I like the control right here. Kelly just to pop the fins out the back, Pete.
And the vertical approach as well. That adds to the difficulty of it. He went straight up off the bottom turn and gets the board up and over. And I love how he's able to stop the drift to keep the board kind of now 90 degrees to the wave and right back into the bottom turn. Sometimes you can get too loose and you're going to go your board sideways and you have to recover.
Look at those. Just the distance that he gains on those floaters are so impressive. And then the rail work right here. We've seen that snap for a couple of decades. It never gets old.
Not when he's got a lot of speed like he did right there, for sure. So good work there to stay in this heat and go bow for bow.
Here goes Medina, getting a little loose on that first turn. Snap on the backhand for the second. Make it 3 for Medina, and has to go up for the float to the finish. That wave ran off pretty quickly. Limited opportunity for Gabe Medina on that ride.
Again, rail to rail though, so he didn't have to chase anything there, and that's that backhand wave that you choose. It gives you the opportunity, slower paced wave. He's able to go top to bottom. He's still got major moves in there. It was a much shorter wave than Kelly, but pretty high impact. So again, back now to Gabe. Probably will get back the lead, I would say, and Kelly going to head back out. And I think what we really want for this heat is just to have that kind of back and forth between these two, because that's what makes it so entertaining. Watching this again, more vertical with the backhand. That's that ability he has. So quick in transition too. See the acceleration that he has. Good variety with the backhand from Gabe Medina. A nice shorter wave, like I said, but high impact turns.
So many talking points between matching up on these two surfers as we're waiting for those scores. We track the heat winning percentage, how many times you win a heat in competition. These two are the top 2 on the championship tour currently. Gabe Medina, 66.96% of the time he will win a heat. That's his heat winning percentage. There's only one person better than Gabe Medina on the championship tour, and that's Kelly Slater at 70.88% of the heat winning percentage.
That's crazy. That's a crazy percentage, because then you think about how many heats. You said, what, 280 or 290th event. How many heats? 800 and something?
He's had 842 heat wins in his career.
You add all of that in a 70% winning percentage, amazing.
There we go. Slater, a little bit behind there with the float, gets up in front. Some clean face. Kelly pops it up, spins it around, continues forward momentum.
Yes,
Cheeky
the other way.
360 the other way. Rewinds it. Roundhouse cutback. Stabs the rebound into the whitewater. Slater looking loose, inspired. I'm enjoying the show.
It's good. It's good stuff. It really is. You know, the crowd loves it. Like I said, the crowd comes down here to watch Kelly. The beach fills up, and what a matchup, right? I mean, you start looking at this elimination round matchup, you feel like the stakes are high, especially for Gabe Medina. Kelly, on the other hand, is looking loose and free. It's the performance is showcasing that in his surfing. So this is, I mean, these are trading off kind of mid-fives, you know? I don't know if we're going to see it go into the 6 yet, but Kelly, on a smaller wave here, but gosh, he did. He surfed so good by keeping himself with the speed and momentum down the line, and then that section was called exactly for that style of move. But I love that he kept it going down the line and then goes the other direction. I mean, that section there, he didn't really have a lot to offer there. It was another floater maybe, but instead goes for the 60 the other direction.
We don't see a lot of 360s anymore. I'm giving that some props for Kelly Slater. As it stands, we're watching this wave. He needs a 5.67 on this wave to take the lead off of Gabe Medina. We're waiting for that number to come through. Previous wave for Medina, 5.57. Previous wave for Slater, 5.4. Waiting for last score for Kelly Slater to set the situation. This heat has flown by. 12 minutes remaining.
It has, huh? Yeah, and looking at the numbers already, the 360 may not have enjoyed, the judges enjoy it that much. We'll see here as it will factor into his top two. But you're looking at Kelly and you know, thinking about all that experience and competing in all these different venues all over the world, from Australia to, you know, just throughout his career. It's endless in 884 heats and all these different things. He has learned a lot over his years, and pacing energy, I think, is one thing that he is one of the best at. He understands when he can you know, turn it on and when to turn it off to save that energy, and it's great to see.
There you go, 4.7. Slater still trailing Medina. Needs a 5.67 still to take the lead off of Gabe Medina. Medina with priority right now.
I will say, you know, when we're fortunate enough, and you folks at home too are, with our camera work, we're able to get really good and, you know, granular with the imagery here. Like when you're watching live, the size of wave factors in way bigger than what you're seeing on your screen. You know, that wave looks still pretty sizable, you know, the maneuver, but I bet you when you're watching live, that was a pretty small wave for Kelly.
Medina. Power carve to start on the backhand. Hooks another turn. Right back into the pocket. Stabs that third backhand re-entry. One more time for Gabe Medina. And he extends through that turn. Rhythmatic on the backhand right here. Looking for a little something special to finish off. Searching for a ramp. Building up speed down the line. Skips that section. Throws it up instead for the backhand. Rio goes complete, looking to improve his 5.5.
I would say slam dunk. Yes, it's done. You know, he picked, again, wave choice, right? That was the kind of backhand wave you want to have. Didn't have to chase anything. It was top to bottom the whole way across. Judges will take note of that. All those major moves done top to bottom. Judges love that flow for sure. And this is going to be the best wave of the heat. Feels like to me, sizable set wave right in front of Kelly here. It does this little vertical tail whip, getting some release out of it. Then see, just straight off the bottom into each move, sets it up, compresses off the bottom, straight into it again, and it's just rhythmatic. And that's that great flow that he carries. He finally chases it down here where he's going to go, okay, the wave's going to start to speed up here, and I want to add a little extra. I know he was looking air. He wanted a section for it, but it didn't present itself. So all this speed goes into that big vertical closeout hit where he drifts the fins. Nice impact, finishes the wave, best wave of the heat most likely, and he's going to keep that lead.
Number 10, Gabe Medina on the jersey. Number 11 up and surfing right here on the jersey of Kelly Slater. Slater zooming through this section, has to pump around this section, looking a little disinterested, and he kicks out. He'll still be searching for a 5.67. Can Kelly Slater overcome Gabe Medina? The conclusion of this epic heat in the elimination round right after this break. Let's wind it back in time to 2014 Taupo Classic. End of the road Tahiti, a final between Kelly Slater and Gabe Medina. The waves were excellent, Peter. The surfing was excellent. It was a high-scoring affair.
That event had pumping surf the entire time, and the surfing and the level at which you surf Chopo now was changed forever. It was awesome to see Gabe Medina on fire, and same with Kelly Slater, and they were just back and forth, and I believe this thing was separated by what, 0.03?
0.03. It was an 18.93 two-wave total for Kelly Slater. Gabe Medina, 18.96 for the victory. And that was a historic moment in competitive surfing. I love looking back at that, Pete.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, 2014, like I said, it pumped. It was the perfect energy in the swell for Chopo, so it was still very tall and wild, but very approachable with your shortboards.
Here we go. Slater slashes a nice arcing turn. Needs to get around the corner here. Does so. Little foam climb there. Little caught up. Needs some clean face. Get some clean face now. Wave's going to section on down the line. So still looking for something dynamic. Little lip glide over there. A little mistimed on the finish. Kicks out with a bit of frustration as well. Medina right behind Slater. Coming around the corner. Floats that section. Floats another section. Needs to gain some speed and gets an arcing top turn lip glide for the finish. Gabe Medina. Exchange between the two. Previous score for Medina, however, Peter, checked in as we went to break at a 7.5. So Kelly Slater now needing a 7.67 on that last effort.
Yeah, and Kelly's wave was so disjointed. It really was tough because there was the first wave of the set, and it had different little cups and stuff he had to work through. So it was very tough to him get his flow going, whereas you saw how much smoother Gabe's wave was, and you could see the acceleration that he carries through that smoother face. You're able to just set that rail, whereas Kelly had to kind of work through it, try and get speed somehow. So in this exchange between these two surfers, it feels like Gabe's going to get the advantage.
Yeah, and it seemed to me that Kelly was kind of chasing it the whole way. And so really the levity or the pressure is on Slater needing that 7.67. Gabe Medina is kind of cruising right now because he locked at 7.5. We'll take another look at this and analyze last ride of Slater, Pete.
Yeah, and again, see all the bump on the face. So he does well. He definitely still has the flow, but the wave, again, gets the maneuver done here from behind, had to climb up it, a little off kilter, but then picks it back up again through this section. But always, it never was really super clean where he could just pick his spot and knew it was there. It was always, again, you mentioned chasing it. And so, I mean, it's going to go into his top two as a score, but look how much smoother Gabe's wave is. It does have some froth on it, but ultimately, I love these backhand where he hops up on the lip and he gets all that speed, and that's what you have to have on the backhand here is get that projection down the line off those top turns, and then the final move, tail release, lots of spray on a sizable section. Feels like he's going to get probably something similar to his number that he already carries, but could be an increase.
Talked about Gabe Medina riding those extra large fins. It was evident in the drive that he had in that board, in that Cabianca design, to come around those sections. He was never caught behind the section. He was imposing his will on every section, able to skip over it. And the contrast on that was obvious in that exchange.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, and wave choice, really. I think there was Gabe's wave was much easier with that smoother face to get that projection down the line. But the bigger fins, bigger area, you push on it, you're going to get resistance back, you're going to get drive, which is what happens there. You know, at the top end speed, when you have big surface area fins, when you're going down the line as fast as you can, big surface area fins are a little slower. But when you're pressing on them, like Gabe was right there, you're going to get that drive. And so, you know, good choice by Gabe.
Down to just 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Still awaiting score for last Gabe Medina. Kelly Slater last score a 5.2. The situation for Slater remains the same. 11-time world champ needs a 7.67 regardless. At the moment, we're still waiting for that last score of Gabe Medina. If it eclipses that 5.57, Slater's lead is going to be greater, Pete.
Yeah, and if you think about it right now, with who would you rather be? Gabe Medina. He's going to get himself the lead. He's got priority, and now he's not going to let Slater get too far away from him, especially at this point in the heat. So strategy, still involved here, big time by Gabe Medina. He's not going to let Kelly go do his own thing.
5.7 last for Medina. The need for Kelly Slater has increased to a 7.8. Medina with heat control at the moment. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. The 3-time world champ Gabe Medina with priority and a big lead. There's all the numbers from the judges on that last wave, Peter.
Yep. And again, not a huge increase, only like, what is that, 0.13. So, but every little incremental point counts. Example being 2014 final, 0.03, right? It makes the difference. So every little moment or every little increase in the heat total is helpful.
Medina on the chase right now. He wants to really flex his priority over the 11-time world champ Kelly Slater at this moment. He's chasing him up the point, Peter.
Yeah, and Kelly in this strategy, he would be going up the point, looking for a 2-wave set, and look at the first wave and start paddling for it and make Gabe commit, ultimately, or at least, think about it. And if there was that second wave, Gabe has been on that second wave, which has been smoother. So Kelly's hoping that he is able to sell a wave to Gabe, and then the next wave be the gem of the heat. That's kind of what he needs at this point. But looking over the shoulder here and giving a gander out the back, it's not evident that there's a major set coming, especially with a minute and 15 seconds.
Slater needs Punta Roca to help him out right now with a 2-wave set. 3-wave set would be really, really good. Gabe Medina now. Medina, high heat IQ, high skill level, great wave selection. I mean, there's not really any weaknesses in his surfing. I'm expecting him to close out this heat. Andy King, the support squad for Gabe Medina, laser focused on this final 45 seconds.
And you love this match between these two as that coaching kind of athlete has developed. There's been some impressive work that they're doing together.
Yeah.
And King's very involved, and especially in heat strategy, but also, obviously surfing ability, equipment, all of those things.
30 seconds on the move. Back down the point. And the zigzag and the defense positioning from Gabe Medina. He doesn't want to give Kelly Slater a chance at all. Gets on the inside of this one. That one's going to be a no-go. Down to 10 seconds. This is the final chance, Pete.
It is. And there is a couple little waves to see. They're both chasing it out here, but I mean, right now, big time advantage to Gabriel Medina. Matter of fact, he's going to end.
Well, that's it. We're going to see Kelly Slater eliminated from competition. Gabe Medina on to the round of 16, and the 3-time world champ building momentum in the event here. More from Punta Roca. It's the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. Stop number 3 in Portugal, Super Tubos, and a cavern ridden by Callum Robson. Check this out from the beach angle. Big-lipped spit out, Peter, and that was a perfect 10, and that was good enough for a Yeti Tundra 110 cooler, the only perfect 10 of the season. Callum Robson, he's out of the water in the blue jersey up against the South African Matthew McGillivray in red.
So both these surfers outside shots to get themselves, climb themselves into the final 5, 13 and 16 as you can see on your screen. So they got some work to do, but this is an opportunity. You never want to give up. You want to get yourself into the quarterfinals, into the semifinals. These guys are capable of that. We've seen Callum do it before. Matthew's been knocking at that door. So I love these two, both forehanders on a right-hand point break. They're both, experts on the right-hand point break. So this is going to be a good matchup.
Yeah, Matthew McGillivray, 26 years old from J-Bay, South Africa. Callum Robson, 22 years old from Evans Head, Australia. McGillivray on his 3rd season on the championship tour. Callum Robson, this is his sophomore year on the championship tour.
And they have similar approaches, these two, both very powerful in their approach, very quick through transition. I would give advantage maybe to Matthew McGillivray in regards to his repertoire above the lip a little bit. Ultimately Callum will surprise you. Again, these guys are the best in the world, so they have to have all the facets involved here. I would say distinct little bit advantage to Matt McGillivray, but I would almost give Callum a little bit more advantage on the rail, just the way he actually sinks his rail a little stronger.
Yeah, I've always commented on Callum Robson and his surfing as exaggerated fundamentals, or excellent fundamentals, if you would, because Callum Robson uses his fundamentals in surfing: strong bottom turn, strong top turns, strong snaps. Nothing really flary, sparky, or maybe not a lot of innovation in his surfing, but it's that solid surfing that he has on display that earned him a spot all the way in the top 10 in his rookie year on the championship tour.
Yeah, as well deserved, and I remember Bells, what he was able to do there. So we know Callum is a big leaguer. Even when he was just learning the ropes, he figured it out.
Here we go. The fans are on the cobblestones with Gabe Medina as he advanced past Kelly Slater the last heat onto the round of 16.
He's another big draw. There's a Kelly Slater effect, but there's also the Gabriel Medina effect. And when you put them both in the same heat, that's entertainment.
Robson is going to get the first wave in this matchup. Big snap there. Powerful cutback. Robson moving on to the inside. Throws the air, reverse. And we were talking about fundamentals and not having the flair. Well, Callum Robson, he probably heard us and said, you know what, I'm going to show you a little bit of flair for the finish.
He does have that in his arsenal. It's not taken away from him. He has to. That's why he's here. In the QS, this is something, the big aerial game, you got to have it. Sometimes in the wave quality not as great, when you're trying to come through the regional tour and then on to the Challenger Series. But he's a big leaguer in the sense that in those big events, he's been able to execute, and he knows how to do it. And this is a perfect example of that. There was that wave before that cleaned up this face ever so slightly, but then again, that snap and how aggressive he is through the lip, then goes and drives the rail through this maneuver, so good combination of moves, and I'll showcase some innovation. Not going to be a huge number in regards to this era specifically, but so technically sound. There was no bobbles there. He got the tail high, lands backwards and rotates out clean, never in question of falling. So I like this wave for Callum, and the first strike, definite advantage to Callum.
Callum, you can see on the base of his board, on the bottom of his board, DHD logo. He's recently made a board switch from his longtime Shaper Sparrow surfboards onto those Darren Hanley shapes. Been working with Darren, developing the equipment, and another example of when we have the conversations about the Vissla CT Shaper rankings.
Yeah, and DHD, do we see a distinct difference in what we've seen from Callum? It's subtle, if anything, but it's more about in his own head, right?
And what he feels, yeah.
And he's always been very talented, and most of these guys, they'll ride pretty much anything and still surf it very well. But there is these subtle differences, and it's psychological, first of all. When you're, as a surfer, when you have that board, that magic board, we always talk about the magic carpet, the magic board, it feel like you can do most anything with your surfing, and those are the type of equipment that you want to carry, and you want to have a bag full of magic boards.
It's so important to have boards that are dependable, right? That have your foot density, your foot wells, and they'll
And
feel
they'll work in
comfortable,
anything,
and they'll
right?
work in anything.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Is like because the conditions change during your heat. You know, you want to be confident in your equipment. You want to make sure that it's going to do what you want it to do.
Let's catch up with Jack Robinson. AJ had a chance to talk to him.
Hanging out with Jack Robinson in the athlete zone. And Jack, I know the elimination round didn't go the way that you wanted to, but a pretty big milestone for you as you push yourself back from injury, just realizing where you're at in your recovery.
Yeah, I'm back now. I feel like it's just it's part of it. I was watching Kelly like run out right after me, and I was in the locker. I was sitting under my towel, and I was like, man, he's been doing this for so long, and he's had so many wins, but then probably a lot more losses. So I'm like, oh, it's just one part of it, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm leaving this contest healthy, and that's the main thing, because I've had a couple of events off, and I wasn't back, so now I am here. So yeah, let's keep it going. I have to stay focused, and yeah, I'll be patient. It'll come.
So despite exiting earlier than you would have wanted to here in El Salvador, what kind of perspective does it give you, not just with where your injuries are, but seeing somebody like Kelly come in and out and have those losses, those wins all along the way, that you're encouraged is just part of the journey?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a really long journey, and yeah, I'm learning so much along the way. But yeah, it's I'm getting inspired by a lot of guys, and just seeing him do his thing. And yeah, I'm on my journey, but it's been a challenging year. But yeah, I need to be tested maybe, so that's what it is. And yeah.
Well, we'll look forward to the next test in Brazil. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, well, we will see Jack Robinson at stop number 8 in Saquarema, Brazil, when we continue on the championship tour. Callum Robson's number has dropped during that interview, a 6.83. Nice start for the Australian.
That's so true. You know, it's similar to Liam O'Brien. You know, these guys come from, they actually travel a lot together, right? The Callum and Liam. And like the first wave of Liam in his heat was a 6.83. It's funny just the similarities that these guys carry. They're both really quick in and out of transition on their waves, and you know, these guys, man, they've been very impressive and very hard to beat when you got somebody as consistent as these guys are.
Yeah, Australia, you know, with guys like a Liam O'Brien, 24 years old, 22-year-old Callum Robson, it really is now kind of a power move that we're seeing from that surfing nation down under, with a lot of talent on the championship tour, a lot of emerging talent on the Challenger Series. You know, there was a time that Australia was just so dominant in professional surfing. There was a little bit of a slump, but now I feel that Australia's coming back very, very strong.
They are, you know, and Brazil's still very, very strong as a surfing nation. You know, America is trying to get themselves back into it. You know, and also globally, you know, we mentioned it earlier, man. Globally, the interest has risen and the talent level has risen. So you're going to start seeing some moves from other countries around close by.
Well, it's 2023, and if there's a shoreline with waves breaking, you're going to find a surfer nearby. It seems like we, as surfing cultures, have found almost every corner of the world.
Yeah, I mean, the crowds have risen. I mean, there's a lot of interest in it. And, you know, most of the good breaks are definitely filled with surfers.
Robson, wave number 2. Snap, throwing the fins. You can see him evidently on the back, too, for Callum, and tidies it up with a finish, but catches that outside rail. Looked like he was on his way to a solid backup. That was an unfortunate finish for Callum Robson.
It was a bit of a disappointment, I'm sure. But again, just look at how he is able to just add that little flair as he goes through each move. You know, the fins drifting across the coping. Really, it's actually the lip line. You know, that's so neat to see. And again, the momentum on the right-hand point break with all that speed, moving to the left of the screen. Take a look here. It's not a major. Matt just said, you know what, take that one. He sees he's watching, but that turn, the drift, right? Always moving momentum down the line, and he's able to bring it back under his feet, get that power source going. Unfortunate for the finish, because it definitely would have been a nice solid number. The number's already in. He pulls that off, and you know, it's a mid-5. Instead, only came in as a
4.33. So left a little bit wanting right here. Let's see what happened in slow motion, Pete.
Well, again, he just lands at the bottom of the wave right there. The explosion kind of put the board off kilter too, so he wasn't able to just kind of know where it was. It bounced, and then the rail grabbed as soon as it came down. He wasn't able to keep that rail out. Yeah, and I mean, a good point probably left there on the board because of that fall.
Still, Matthew McGillivray patient in his approach. Priority. No waves ridden yet for the South African. His need right now in 2 waves is 11.16. There he is. Matty, he's an interesting character, great surfer. He's got that innovation of aerials, but he's got some pretty crazy hobbies.
Yeah, he does.
Base jumps, parachutes, likes jumping off really tall things.
Yeah, a bit of a thrill seeker. I mean, especially where, you know, he goes and does this stuff. He does this stuff in Cape Town, but also nearby where he's at the Below Clance Bridge. And this is big, deep, huge valley. Matter of fact, I've done a bungee jump there, but he's just jumping off the top of the bridge with no bungee. Just a
base jumps it, yeah.
It's crazy stuff. But the landing looks kind of sketchy too. So I guess the moral of that is that unfazed, right? I mean, surfing a heat here should be a big deal.
Wave 3 for Robson. Stab through that section, skips that section. Looking for something big down the line. You can see him building up the speed, goes for the air, and fights for the landing and gets it.
He read the text this morning. He said, you know what, I've got some rail work, but I'm going to showcase my innovation and progression.
That's a great
we've
point,
seen it once again.
Great point. We went over the criteria this morning that the head judge sent out to all the surfers on the surfers thread, and aerial maneuvers would be, progressive aerial maneuvers would be rewarded, and he's applying that. Here's a replay.
Yeah, he did. You know, again, going down the line here, he didn't get the combination major moves, which is generally his forte, so he chases it down. He's just building speed because he wanted that section there. Gets the loft, carries a lot of water again. Love that you can cover the section in the air. That's that amplitude. That can be, translates into good numbers when you can get big airs, right? You want somebody to see, and then pulling it off clean, which he did. You know, technical grabs was also mentioned in the text this morning, so good job there from Callum applying it.
Let's hear from Gabe Medina, Peter.
Gabe, it's always so exciting when you match up against Kelly, but in an elimination round, you're back against the wall. What did you know you needed to do to win that heat?
Yeah, I mean, there's no easier heats on the tour, especially with the cut. Kelly is one of the toughest. I always had good battles against him, and yeah, I respect him so much. I know he's capable of doing big turns, doing airs, and getting big scores. So yeah, I treat him like a tough competitor, and I don't think about any other thing. I know he's pretty good, and yeah, I always pay attention on him.
Pretty good. You're pretty good yourself, though, too. And now we're entering that final stretch of the season, final 5 on the line. What's your mindset?
I just want to surf. Feel like this morning I couldn't catch a wave, and now finally, yeah, I got a few waves, and it feels good, you know, to surf. And hopefully we have more waves in the next round, and just, yeah, I want to keep going.
E para o Brasil, como te preparas para a sua bateria?
Para o Brasil, you mean this?
Este bateria.
Em português?
Yeah.
Ok. Fico feliz de ter passado a bateria contra o Kelly, né? Um dos caras que a gente respeita muito. E agora é round 3. O jogo continua. Quero passar mais baterias e surfar mais, né? Esse mar de manhã tá bem difícil, mas fico feliz de finalmente surfar.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Gabe Medina onto the round of 16. And, you know, he's not hiding it in those interviews, Pete, just saying, hey, I just want to surf. 5.17 drop for Callum Robson. He's increased his lead over this guy, Matthew McGillivray. Matty, little air of his own, but he's not going to be able to clear this next section. So all that first wave score is going to lean on is that one air reverse.
Pretty good one, I will say. Outside section, always a little bit more critical, carried a lot of speed through it, but just the one maneuver. We saw the number come in for Callum for a similar air, but it was on the inside. And that kind of factors in slightly because, the most critical sections generally are on the outside portion of the wave, the biggest sections. As we see again, carries a ton of speed into this one. And just the whip, how quick was the spin? That's a point of difference in my eyes. You know, where it factors in, it's all in relation to the scale that's already been set. Callum was able to get, you know, a couple maneuvers going into his error, which ended up at a 5.17. So you feel like this one should come, you know, kind of in the little lower than that, but we'll see what the judges think, because the error was pretty significant. I mean, especially with the way that the speed of the spin, the landing in the critical part of the wave, those are all things that the judges have to dissect.
Well, he will get out of that combination that he's currently in. Matthew McGillivray needs a 12.2 wave total to overtake Callum Robson at 4.07. So that's a start for him. McGillivray now needing a 7.93. 12 minutes and 50 seconds on the countdown. Again, heat control with the Australian. Priority and the lead.
I did just get a text from Brent Power, who is telling me what Matthew is riding out there. He's riding the new CI 2 Pro, right? Which is the new model, which we just saw Stab in the Dark win, right? With Italo Ferreira choosing that same model. So he's riding that board out there. A bit more of a refined of the CI Pro. Parker Coffin, basically the inspiration for that, as we see him up and riding on this board.
There you go. And he throws it and unable to go through that. We're going to take a break. We'll come back with the conclusion. Elimination round, heat number 6, Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Corona. Back at stop number 7 on the championship tour. Hey, look at True Surf. Download it on Apple Store or Google Play. You can play virtually at every single stop on the championship tour. Pick your athlete, pick your equipment. You can challenge your friends. You can pretend virtually that you're surfing Punta Roca here at stop number 7, Peter. I'm going to challenge you to True Surf right after this heat.
All right, cool. I'm into it.
Watch out. I got some skills on that with the thumbs on the True Surf.
So your skill in your thumbs?
Well, that's how you play it. You know, you track it with your fingers. And
Yeah,
your
it's a video
thumbs.
game. Yeah, we get it. 9:47, right? And pressure filled for Matt McGillivray. Really has no real scores of consequence here, so he's got to turn it on. Callum got that early start, and that momentum has carried him into this back third of the heat.
Yeah, and you know, I talk about heat control. We've talked about it before. Momentum with Callum Robson. He got that early start with that 6.83, like you said, but now with a big lead and priority, he can really toy with Matthew McGillivray. Callum Robson, the pride of Evans Head, Australia. There he is.
Had on the swivel.
Yeah.
You can see, I mean, that's the thing about this is, you know, making decision making. You know, you're always looking, where is that next line?
Well, McGillivray found one under priority way up the point. And he's working it over. He knows how to surf a point coming from J Bay. Effortlessly through that section there on that CI Pro 2.0. And gets the finish right over the rocks and cobblestones right there. Really worked that wave over for all it was worth.
I like what he's done there. You know, he moved up the point, picked a wave. Basically, Callum's going to be looking for bombs, right? So he obviously understood I could get probably a mid-range score here because he's not. I mean, it's not a huge ask. 12 points as a 2-wave total. You know, you can pick that up in a good 8 minutes, no worries. And he surfed this wave well. Look at see the rock there, goes around it, no worries, and then carries a ton of speed. And this 2-point pro has a lower rocker, which means generally the lower rocker means more speed. And he seems to be carrying plenty of speed down the line here, which is perfect for this style of wave. And he gets a nice finish. You know, there was some moments of chasing it down, but make sure that he gets the finish, in which he's done, and now, you know, it's probably going to add to that 4.07.
Yeah, his plan is to do it in 2 bite-sized pieces. Here we go. Callum Robson's going to stake outside and hold on to priority. We'll wait for the last score of Matthew McGillivray.
I haven't, you know, been able to watch this lineup a lot, but I will say that thinking about it, I was going, okay, well, the southerly angled swell, they got the south-southwest swell, which is coming kind of more straight up the coastline of South America, straight at El Salvador, which again is, if you think about where we are right now, I mean, we're facing west. This view right here really is kind of facing west. Maybe tilted a little bit over to the left slightly, but ultimately this coastline faces directly south. So this south swell coming straight in on the top of the point, which makes those waves kind of bend at the point, and they're not as, I mean, I say if you get a more westerly,
a little bit more west is what you're saying.
I'm thinking that it might. I don't know because I haven't seen it much.
Right now.
But you think it'd be coming running down the line, it would be a much more, you know, it would run the reef more so than pushing onto the point like this swell is.
Yeah, we're looking at the topography here. We concentrate on the bathymetry below the ocean and really, you know, guess what are the best swell angles for each and every wave that we visit around the world. Here we go with Callum Robson weaving down the line, yet to do a major maneuver. There we go with the snap. Winds up off the bottom and throwing some big spray on snap number 2. Little rail work on the inside here for Robson. Looking to improve upon a 5.17 is his mission on this wave. Needs to finish it off. That's exactly what he did. So we'll see how that score clocks in.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, he probably would have watched Matthew get that wave and go, oh, wow, he surfed that thing pretty well. So I want to keep adding points. I want to stay on the offense here. There's still plenty of time. You just don't want to sit out the back. You know, bettering a 5.17, I feel like that wave could easily have done that.
Last score,
and just the extra points. Again, you add another, you know, gets himself a 6, say. You know, all of a sudden now Matt needs an excellent number. I mean, I was thinking about the bathymetry when you mentioned that as we watch this replay here. In this section here, again, his wave choice, he's picking these waves that have cleaner face, good compression out of the bottom turn. Again, varieties he's able to bring us when he gets into these slower paced waves. You're able to mix it up. Made sure he's going to complete this ride. Definitely feels like to me, watching that again, that he's going to get a better number. But surfing over cobblestones, we see that at trestles, and we always talk about why trestles is so fun. But I feel like when you have the energy of a wave going over the cobblestones, it actually affects the way the wave is, as we see some live action here.
And air reverse there for Matthew McGillivray, kind of like a nose pick reverse, actually. So realizing he's going to have to turn up the volume a bit in his approach. Looking quick on the inside here. Needs a exclamation point for the finish. He likes the feeling of that.
I don't know. I felt like a little cell one. It wasn't. Totally.
It may have been a cell. Right now he needs
wasn't
an 8.
Fully committed in the power fist.
Yeah, Matty needs an 8.26 as we see him paddle back out because Callum Robson just scored a 6-point ride.
There it is, example, right? I say you get it to 6 on this wave. All of a sudden, it puts this excellent number up there. It puts a lot more pressure on. As we watch a beautiful attempt there, I mean, that was cool. That was different. You know, he did the nose pick and was able to just somehow use his size and length and stretch out and pull the rotation around, which was unique. So pretty cool. I mean, showcasing, giving a little wow factor in our eyes, which is also in the judges' eyes. And I was mentioning about the waves that go over the top of a cobblestone point. It almost feels like it dampens the wave and it gives it a kind of...
It would dampen it.
Right? It slows the pace down and becomes more rippable. You're able to kind of push over the top of these waves. And then we've got a couple events with cobblestones here. And we also see it. Whereas at, say, J-Bay, it's more of a flatter reef, so it's a little bit different, right?
It's grindier.
Yeah. And again, we have another sand breaks. You know, sand bottom breaks are going to break really
Dredgier.
hard. Yeah. So it's just, you know, the bottom means a lot in regards to how the wave acts.
I like that insight, Pete, and like breaking down equipment. We like breaking down waves and weather. It's all part of the game. Right now, let's break down an interview with the 11-time world champ Kelly Slater. Strider Wazalewski caught up with him.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Kelly Slater. Kelly bowing out in the elimination round here. Obviously not the way you wanted it to go.
Yeah, not quite. It was, you know, we did have enough opportunity out there. I got busy early. I got a couple right away, and I figured I was going to be aggressive right away because those waves weren't that big. And even so, like the one that I did the air reverse on and just kind of pushed it a little more. It wasn't much of a wave, so they couldn't really go much in this. It didn't even make my top 2, you know. It was probably the best I surfed on a wave, but when the big one came, I thought, okay, here we go. I'm gonna get the advantage in this heat now. And it kind of tapered out to sea and was kind of soft. And then he got the one behind, he got priority. But yeah, I just didn't get myself back in the heat there. That was really, we kind of had the same scores up to that point. And then when he got that 7, I was always going to have to be patient and wait for a good one. But yeah, it just didn't go my way. And what do? You got to throw the whole kitchen sink at that guy.
Well, you look super inspired. I feel like that's a little bit of something new for you right now.
Maybe. I'm trying to find it. To be honest, I've been kind of like not in a really good headspace for a while. And I'm not loving competition, so I'm trying to get myself psyched up. But to be honest, those are the heats I live for. Those are the heats I want to surf before my career's done. Surf against John and Gabriel, Italo and Felipe. I mean, those are the ones I look forward to. So for me, that was a pleasure. And you know, you get the ultimate challenges out of the way before I'm done.
Well, thank you very much. It was a pleasure watching you.
Thanks, bud.
You.
Yeah, that's the heats that we're looking forward to as well. Gabe Medina and Kelly Slater put on a show in Heat 5 of this elimination round. Matthew McGillivray up and riding, needs a 7.4 at the moment if he goes into the round of 16. McGillivray unable to get anything out of that wave. Heat leader here, Callum Robson. He's been solid on his feet, solid on the DHD board, looking down the line, has to skip through that section. 90 seconds remaining in the challenge. It's going to be a race back up the point for one more swing at it, especially for Matthew McGillivray, who's trailing.
Yeah, well, in that situation for Callum, he must have seen that wave had potential to score above the 6, because if you don't think that in your mind and you take off on that wave, it's a mistake, right? Because now he's given the opportunity, even though it's only 1 minute, for Matthew to get a number. 7.4, you know, he's capable of big numbers. So it feels like Callum there, he definitely saw something in that wave, but it ran off too quick, and so a little bit of an error. And you know, now we're seeing a set, kind of, maybe. So maybe an opportunity for Matthew to turn this one.
Robson's going to take this inside one, not taking any chances, needs to improve upon a 6. Looking for something. Throws it up. Explosion takes him out. McGillivray, 35 seconds on the countdown with opportunity. The South African needs a 7.4, and he will get a chance to get that score.
Nice size set here. Let's see what happens.
Here he goes. This is going to be his last chance. Floats over that section there. Finds some open water here. Snaps up in the wave. Come one more time. Big layback hack. Pokes the nose, goes down, and he will take out a 17th from El Salvador. Callum Robson will move on into the round of 16.
Can't ask for more, though, to get the opportunity for Matthew McGillivray. Just didn't get the finish, unfortunately, but good heat between these two.
Let's take a look at the numbers between these two, with Callum Robson moving on. Coming up next after this break, John Florence up against the rookie Rio Waida when we return.
Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Big heat in the lineup. John Florence versus Rio Huayra. Chris Cote here with Mitch Salazar. Mitch, let's land this plane. 2 more heats on the day in the elimination round. Both impactful for the rest of the season. You got to be excited about the matchup we have here at Punta Roca right now, here in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. John Florence, he had a shocker earlier on. Rio, a decent start, but both of these surfers put up amazing videos of themselves free surfing at this very break. We know what they're capable of. It's time to shine. John Florence in red, Rio Huayra in blue. 2 regular footers. I would say this is going to be a nice, gentlemanly matchup. Both these surfers pretty quiet on land. They let their surfing do the talking, and here we go, Rio Huayra. Great start. High speed, down the line. Gets the ramp out, a little slow to hit the revert. That was good.
Yeah.
That was fine. That was nice to watch. Is it going to be a keeper score at the end of this heat? Probably not with 27 minutes to go.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to cut it for this one. You're going up against the 2-time world champ and John Florence, one of the greatest surfers of all time. But this kid has a lot of talent, Chris. The first surfer ever from Indonesia to qualify for the championship tour. When we talk about somebody that's been one of the standouts during the free surfs, I think Rio Huayra has been one of those people. I mean, he's been so fast, so precise, so electric. And coming up against somebody like John, you need to bring out the best in your game. He comes from the beautiful place of Bali, surfs a wave called Karamas that is quite similar to here at Punta Roca. I would say just a bit shorter, but all in all, you get that onshore coping. It brings out a lot of good memories for him. So he needs to bring out the best surfing in him to make it out of this heat.
He's definitely a fan favorite. Earlier on, watching Rio's heat from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, every surfer in that area was cheering for Rio. Brazilian, Hawaiian, American, they were all in the Rio camp. So he is a really well-liked surfer on the championship tour. Rookie on the come up. Priority is with John Florence. First score comes through for Rio Huayra, a 3.33. Judges agreeing. It was a wave. It was executed nicely, but he's got a lot more to give. John Florence, 2-time world champion, 2016 and 2017. Suffered through a couple pretty bad injuries since that 2017 win. But John Florence has been looking real fresh, loose. His boards look perfect under his feet. And I think, for a guy like John Florence, a win would be that slingshot that he needs just to, right now he's right there up in the mix, right? 6th in the world. Just 7th in the world, just outside that top 5. With room to grow.
I agree. And especially with the level of talent, the way he's grown exponentially, I would have to say, in terms of competing and overall performances, he's gotten better, and he's obviously been pushed by some of the best in the world as well. You look at former world champ Gabe Medina, who's in there a few heats ago, Italo Ferreira as well, and I think right now the heats that he had last season against Joao Chianca, and now seeing Joao at number 2 in the world, that maybe upsets him a little bit, Chris. You beat that guy twice in heats that a lot of people thought were close, but you beat him by a point each time, and as of right now, hasn't gotten his first win out of the season. I thought it was going to be a pipeline this year, to be honest. I mean, I know the waves weren't great, but the way he was surfing leading up to the final day, it just seemed like he was carrying momentum. That shifted towards Jack Robinson. But we're talking about somebody that I think probably betters the surfing of everybody else just by being in an event and by being in the water. So having Rio Huayra in this heat right now with these kind of conditions, you need to make a statement, especially against a surfer that's kind of been one of the standouts during the free surfs too. That would quiet a lot of people's minds.
Saw Rio during the Slater Medina heat. Quiet corner by himself, headphones on. Didn't want to bother him. I was curious as to what he was listening to. And again, rock and roll, hip hop, gangster rap, techno, deep house, country, whatever it takes, right, to give you the edge.
I don't know about country.
I'm not
myself.
judging anybody's musical preferences, but I mean, it'd be pretty obvious to me what I would be listening to if I was Rio. That
Which
would
is?
be Duran Duran.
Oh.
Right. Name checked in one of the greatest songs of all time. Get
I
yourself
get that.
pumped up.
What else does Duran Duran? They have Hungry Like the Wolf as well, right?
So many hits, I can't even start. 23-24 on the clock for now. Only one score has come through. Feels like the day has flown by. I mean, full credit to our editors and post-production crew who right now are putting together, you know, all the social media, all the video reviews that you're going to see later this evening. Staff has been on fire all day long, and I can't wait to see the recaps. I mean, even when I'm not on duty working these events, I'm waiting. I just love when you get to kind of break everything down and put everything together in one big kind of greatest hits package at the end of each day. One of our longer days of competition, really, on the entire season so far. Started off down here at 6 a.m., going to wrap up around the same time. Full 12 hours of action. We loved every minute of it. Here we go, Rio White-up.
Okay.
Quick look out the back. Maybe he sees a better option. That leaves John Florence out the back with priority. And here we go. John Florence coiling up, trying to wash off an earlier loss from this morning. You know what can do that? A giant air. Or a big slice like that. Florence has every weapon there is in the world of surfing. A lot of style.
No need. No need to
no,
go
yeah.
for that right there. I think you just
No?
need to seal. Not at this point of the heat. I mean,
why not?
I understand that you want to try to do that and start off with an excellent score. I mean, great start. The carve right here. That's the variation. The layback carve as we see it padded to the jaw turn. Hits the lip right there. And then right here, I'm just thinking, okay, finish it off. And then goes for the nose pick air reverse. And I just felt at that point the section wasn't really there. It was more of a forced air. It looked cool, but it wasn't necessarily the transitional maneuver that you needed for a strong finish at the end. I mean, he's going to have the upper hand with the initial score, but with this kind of time that we still have on the clock, Chris, I thought it would have been smarter to just finish it off and get something in the good range. Add some pressure to Rio.
Big carve to finish. Could have been low-hanging fruit. We'll see what happens next. 21 minutes on the clock. AJ McCord on the glass with Callum Robson.
That's right. Callum, in this elimination round, what was the biggest thing you wanted to accomplish with the way you attacked the waves?
I think from my first heat, it was just to kind of free up my surfing a little bit. I felt like at the start of my heat, at the start of my last heat, I was just spinning in my own head and just not doing the surfing and the decision making I kind of wanted to. So I kind of just let go of all that expectation on myself and just went back to trying to achieve what I wanted out there, was just to just free myself up and have a bit more of a go and less thinking, more doing sort of thing.
What did you do to get yourself in the mindset that you could do more surfing and less thinking?
I went back to the house, sat, watched some highlights of the footy and just kind of cruised, wrote some notes about my heat, and then just kind of put it to rest and then come back and fresh opportunity. And I was excited to surf the waves. It was pretty fun. The kind of wind died off and I was surfing against my good friend Maddie, which also always disappointing, but yeah, it was going to be a fun heat, so I was just excited to go out there and have a crack.
What are you taking from this heat into your next one?
I think just being able to surf at another time and have the kind of just the belief in myself that I can do it and I can get some scores and put some decisions together and just go and have another crack next heat.
Well, we'll look forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's a good bloke right there. Callum Robson, strong heat, big performance. He will be on into the next round. Meanwhile, Rio White-up flying into the flats. Just got a little head over heels there, unable to land that finishing move. John Florence's first wave scores a 4.67, right in that mid-range. You know, kind of think back. Had he got the finish? Of course, I mean, that's a same old story. The good news for John Florence is he did get credit for what he, accomplished at the beginning of that wave, that 4.67. And I think Rio's going to get some credit for what he did early on here.
Yeah, a decent wave for Waida right here. Snap to start, into the lip right there, much stronger on the second one. Really love that bottom turn, how he draws it out a bit more. And it seemed like he was indecisive on what to do at the end right there, Chris. Didn't know if he was supposed to rotate or just keep it as a straight air. But still, I don't think, in this heat, knowing that you're going up against John, it's really going to be a significant score. It comes in as his best. But right now, I think to make it out of this heat, you're at least going to need a pair of 7s, knowing how consistent the waves have been in the last few heats, and especially knowing who you're going up against in terms of competition. 30-minute heats, though, they seem like an eternity, but sometimes I feel like as soon as we went into the elimination round, they've gone by way quicker. And 30 minutes, they tend to go by real slow when you're in the lead, and real quick when you're in second place needing a score.
I agree with you. I jumped in the WSL YouTube chat, and I was trying to get a petition going. Can we get 10 more minutes added onto the Slater Medina heat? Can we call somebody? I don't have anybody's phone number, but maybe someday if we request enough. Matchups like that, from a fan's perspective, definitely fly by too, because we just, we want more. And I put this heat in a similar category. Rio Waida, so exciting, unpredictable. You never know what he's going to do next. Got a 4.17 for his last wave. John Florence, same thing. I mean, I'm looking at him on screen right now, and I have the feeling that he is a ticking time bomb, ready to go off. Just gotta light that fuse.
Well, that's a great point. And do you remember the rookie class with which he qualified? Gabe, Miguel Pupo, who else qualified in 2011 after the midseason cut? I remember, Gabe winning those 2 events, France and then San Francisco. But then a lot of people don't talk about John winning in Rio the next year over Joel Parkinson. He's
big, gnarly dumping conditions.
It was good. That was in Rio, the actual city, not in Saquarema.
Right.
And he beat Joel Parkinson the year he won the World Championship. And I feel like John's performance there kind of went under the radar. And I was thinking to myself, this guy gets on a consistent roll. He's going to end up being a world champion. 4 years later, he did become that. But there was a moment in time where I feel like there was so much attention on Medina and Miguel that everybody was overlooking John. And next thing you know, he's winning every event at Margaret River. He's dropping the highest heat totals of events so far. And then we always have that one heat in Tahiti between him and Kelly that I think will go down as the greatest of all time as well.
Agreed. Well, with 16 minutes to go here, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with the culmination of Rio Waida versus John Florence. Stay tuned.
To be there at the Olympics and be surfing and be competing was, for me, it was a big goal.
It's really hard to explain the kind of pressure that I felt.
I was the first
American to qualify for the Olympics.
Now that it's over, it was so positive. My grandma crying and my parents like hugging each other. And
looking back, I was really proud of myself.
I felt like really accomplished by doing that.
Those are all moments and experiences that I'll cherish for the rest of my life.
I wouldn't want to hurt myself before the Olympics this time around.
Get excited about qualification season. You know John Florence is. Right now he's sitting out the back with priority, needing a 2.83. It's child's play for John Florence. This guy drops 8s like nothing. But he's got to do it at the right time. First heat of the day for John did not go his way. He's trying to erase the memory of that. Has a look, lets it go. Rio says, thank you, I'll take it. Quick start there. Couple good turns to start. There we go. Getting flashy with the lip slide. Another hard turn, blows the tail, maintains control, and more. Here we go, the inside reward.
Oh.
That right there was a sweet combo. Slay, Rio Waida.
Well, 12:40 to go. I was telling you that you were probably going to need a pair of 7s to make it out of this heat. Doesn't matter who ends up winning. I think that's still the case. And right now, Rio Waida just put on a masterclass performance on that wave right there. I love the flow on this one, Chris. We talk about speed, we talk about power, but I think sometimes we overlook the flow factor that a lot of people have on the Championship Tour. Rio oozes that kind of confidence. Look at that right there. Drifts the fins on the outside, wraps it down. So quick in transition too. Throws a tail, ends up in a double up section right there. Is able to gain some more speed, go down the line once again. Throw tail reverse, and just for good measure adds up a couple more turns afterwards. That was a working man's wave. And coming from a lot of right-hand point breaks like himself, this is a wave that he's probably looked for an opportunity to compete at before. And as of right now, he's really taking advantage of it. I think this last air, especially with the lack of height and maybe degree of difficulty on the first one, he made up for it. And that was really cool that he added the variation of grabbing the rail, kind of slowly stalling and turning around, and eventually getting the completion. Here's the answer back from John.
John Florence may have regretted giving that wave to Rio Waida. We'll see what he can do here with the answer back. Taking a different line. Man, it's just frustrating, you know, as a fan. You know, you want to be able to, you want John to get the wave, to showcase all of the talents that he has. But you can imagine for John Florence, I mean, right now it just looks like he's getting unlucky because that wave looked perfect when he took off.
Yep.
And I don't think he really made any mistakes there. It was just kind of an awkward line on it.
The wave didn't offer up the quality that he was looking for, you know? And just under 11 minutes to go, it seems like he's going to make it back out before Rio gets there, so he will establish first priority. But Rio drops a 7, and straight up the best wave of the heat. Able to control the heat right now, low score of 4.17. This is a good performance by somebody that's coming up against one of the premier surfers that we've seen in the history of professional surfing, especially at a wave that has offered up a lot of scoring potential over the last few heats, Chris. So 10 minutes to go. John has some work to do right now.
Yeah, Rio earned every bit of that 7-point ride. With 10 minutes on the clock, we've got our embedded reporter, Strider Wasilewski, on the case.
Well, you guys were asking about what was in Rio's headset. I had to go find out. And it was Present Tense by Pearl Jam. So you can, you know, he's in the moment out there right now. You can kind of feel it in the story of the song. And it was a pretty, you know, the way he finished off that last wave was incredible. So I like the flow that he's getting from the headset. I also took a little walk around, found his team, and this is his first trip to El Salvador. I think this is like maybe you can count the sessions out here on a hand. So I feel like this is also him learning the wave as we're watching him surf the wave too. So for John, this is his first time here, and you know, you can see him kind of get used to the wave.
Thank you, Strider. So Rio now responding to what the judges threw out there, that 7-point ride. It looks like it fired him right up. John out the back, looking over his shoulder, seeing what's out there. Nothing available, so he's going to stick with this one. Love this back-to-back wave shot right here. Rio takes to the sky. Massive launch ramp finish. John takes to the sky as well. He pokes it out, but he's unable to connect. And he goes down.
Well,
rare occurrence for John Florence. I mean, it looked like he had that air 99% of the way. The landing gear just did not activate.
Been a few waves though now, Chris. I mean, 4.67 the first one, 3.97 the wave that ran away, and Rio White is easily going to better his 4.17 as his low score. So with 8:20 to go, John's probably going to need 2 new waves to make it out of this heat intact. And great use of second priority right there by Rio White. Taking the inside, knowing that there was probably going to be a wave after this, and he was looking to better the 4.17. It's a double up too. Had a real good line on it. Going down the line, a lot of speed. That turn was nasty. Was able to slide the fins, and right here, look at this. Carve, and then just the way he was able to set up this air right here on the inside. Look at the amount of speed he gained, Chris. And ba-boing. Goes for the air rotation, rides out cleanly. Going to be a solid score, and I think it's even going to better his 7-point ride. Altitude, speed, variation, and a clean landing. Ladies and gentlemen, Air Rio.
Thank you for that. I love to see in the slow-mo, you saw him take a big exhale, released the air, and then went to the air. So John was, looked like he was off to a great start. We'll see what happened here with the landing.
Oh, he pulls that too. We're seeing something excellent.
He does the coolest looking airs, right? He's got that skateboarding background, so he knows about, you know, poking the tail out,
tucking the knee,
making it look cool. Just couldn't come down with it, and the bad news is mounting for John Florence now, because Rio White, on his way back out, sees a little diamond in the rough. He turns and burns for a 7.4, and John only drops a 3.5. Not checkmate yet, but I would say John Florence potentially in check. So what's he going to do to get out of that?
You're just reminiscing on our chess game yesterday, aren't you? Chess game that I should have won, by the way, but there was some cheating going on, I think. 6.5 to go. What happens here? You obviously have somebody that's very capable of getting a 10. He has done so before. My question is that wave out there in order for him to get a 9.73 or higher? I don't see it at the moment. We haven't had anything better than a 9 so far today. That was Leo's 9-point ride, and conditions have drastically changed. They're still good, but I wouldn't say that there's one wave that I've seen so far that I'm like, okay, yeah, that wave could get you a 10-point ride. I think he should still have to split it up. He only has 6 minutes to do so, Chris. That's a small amount of time right now out there.
Well, you know who's given up on John? No one. You got to believe in this guy. He's one of the best to ever do it. All it takes is really one good, clean section. You know, if he gets a rebate from the last wave that he got, if he gets that ramp again, I mean, there's 2 strikes on him right now. I don't see him striking out if given the opportunity. So with 5.5 left on the clock, John Florence back against the wall a little bit. He needs a 9.73, so that's a big, big number. Near perfection. That would be the highest single wave score of the day so far. He does still have time right now to get 2 waves. He's sitting out the back with priority. Feels like the consistency is starting to come back a little bit. You got Rio with 5 waves, John with 3, and currently sitting in 7th place. Here's his year so far. A 5th place finish, the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Pretty surprising for how good he really is out there. He started to get on a bit of a roll in Australia. 3rd at Bells, 3rd at Margaret River, 9th place at Surf Ranch Pro. Definitely throwing away that 17th.
But very surprising, though, isn't it? 5th at Pipe, an event that he's won before, and easy got to say he's one of the favorites. 9th at Sunset Beach, quite uncharacteristic, and the 17th in Portugal when he's won there before, and it was quite good, too. You know, he hasn't gotten on a roll yet, besides those 2 thirds. They were back-to-back, but I expect him to at least win one of the next few events that we have on the calendar, and I think he's going to need it if he doesn't make it out of this heat, Chris.
Here we go, a little chip in. Quick stall on the takeoff, looking down the line. This wave's starting to beef up. Big section there. Nice sliding snap, lays into it. Brutality from John Florence. This tells me he wants it. 4 minutes to go. Still ripping his way through the mid portion of this wave. And what do we got on the inside? There we go.
All right.
John Florence is back.
Hustle out there. You got 4 minutes. Hustle, hustle.
Here we go. Rio Waida trying to shut the door. Doesn't like the looks of that one. Good call. The wave went nowhere. 3:30.
He's just trying to reposition himself, too. He knows that he needs to be defensive right here and block and see. He's just trying to recognize where John is right now at this moment.
He's trying to meet him in the middle of the ring, isn't he?
Yeah. And you can use priority. As long as you're awarded priority, as you see a P right there next to your name, you go ahead and use it. Wow, this turn right here, the layback, I think that's the single best turn we've seen all event long, Chris. Completely lays back and extends when he's moving full throttle forward, too. Ends up going to lip afterwards. Cool little setup snap right there in the pocket, and then makes it into the inside. Has a few more, but then it's this reverse to finish that's really going to garner some extra points for John.
He might not need another wave. I mean, that was pretty amazing surfing right there.
Well, it was committed, I can tell you that. And that's a big part of the criteria. I don't see it being close to a 10, though. I mean, that's just the thing. It's excellent surfing, that's for sure, but I still think he needs one more wave that won't be as high, you know? It won't be that high of a requirement. And look at the way he garnered some speed. You were mentioning that he's riding the Red Tiger from Paisel. Round tail right there, and just spun it around so well with a lot of speed right there at the end. So 2 minutes to go. He has a chance, Chris. He just needs to make it back out, but that layback, that's the maneuver of the event so far.
Well, he did help himself out on the strength of that great wave. 8.43, near perfection for John Florence. He's right back into it. Now needs a 5.97. If he can get himself on a wave, this would be an incredible comeback. Rio Waida has really done everything right. He has a 7 and a 7.40, a 14.4 total. Will get you through most heats. But I feel like John kind of just unlocked something extra. But there's Rio. Keen look back at John Florence with 1:29 to go.
Ooh.
Tactics are going to come into play. Keep a cool head on your shoulders, Rio. Make sure you know exactly where John Florence is in the lineup.
And if you're John, spoil the party right now. Force him to use his priority in the wrong way. Switch priority and get that wave. Close to a 6 is what he's requiring, Chris.
Yeah, this is an offensive tactic.
And he could easily do that with one maneuver, too. Remember the 6 that Seth Moniz got earlier this morning? I know just conditions have changed. But if it's a critical steep section, he could easily get that right now. 50 seconds. Ooh, this would be a comeback for the ages, and it would be huge in terms of the rankings, too. Rio Waida in contention for Rookie of the Year. John Florence looking to make it back into the top 5.
Now it's a race for positioning.
A couple lines.
Something out the back. Inside of 40 seconds. Here we go. Big finish. Can Rio Waida fend off a hard-charging John Florence trying to get on the comeback path? There is separation. 23 seconds on the clock. There's something kind of cool in front of this wave. A potential low road. John Florence now building up speed. Big snap there. Looking for a 5.97. Layback carve. Another snap. The body language tells me what I need to know. That this right here is a victory lap for Rio Waida. Coming through with one of the biggest victories of his season. Taking out John Florence on a shining path into tomorrow with authority. Rio Waida. Huge victory over John Florence.
Biggest win of his career so far, I'd have to say, at a crucial point of the year as well. Event number 7. He's in the running for Rookie of the Year and eliminating former 2-time world champ. Huge performance by the young Indonesian, and he's moving through into the round of 16, Chris. Good stuff.
Another amazing heats behind us, and one more to come for the day. Coming up next, Coyote Belly with Jordy Smith. We do have some scores coming through for John Florence, and couldn't have surfed that wave much better, but the wave let him down. 4.73. So at the end of the day, Rio Waida gets the victory officially. We got one more heat on the day. You're not going to want to miss it. Kaio, Jordy, coming at you right after this break.
We are in Punta Roca in El Salvador for the 7th stop of Rising Tides for this 2023 CT season, and it is a perfect day for these girls to get a chance to get in the water with some of their heroes.
I remember growing up and being the only girl that would surf where I was from.
Y antes la veía solo en el tele, en el teléfono, y hoy las puedo tener aquí para mí, con todas las chicas salvadoreñas, y nada, súper emocionada, súper feliz.
This is once in a lifetime. Since I started surfing Punta Roca, which is my favorite wave, I've never surfed it with just girls.
I don't know, I love meeting new girls in the local place that we're at and hearing their stories, you know, how they became surfers.
Every single Rising Tides, we see the light come on for at least one of these surfers, and it just clicks. When you're in the water with these women that you aspire to be like, now you believe that you can be one too.
Rising Tides!
Remember those names and faces. Those are the future stars of surfing. Love to see it. Rising Tides doing good things all around the world. Well, we're getting to the business end of the day, and this is going to be a fun one. We got world number 14 versus world number 15. Brazil versus South Africa. Kaio Ibelli versus Jordy Smith. You got me, Chris Cote, Felicity Palmateer, Mitchell Salazar. After this heat, the Corona post show. And so far, an incredible, memorable day of surfing. I mean, all of this happened on day one. So we have the rest of the waiting period now to kind of look at and see what's coming up next. Either way you slice it, that was one of the best days that I've seen on the entire season so far.
Yeah, we had amazing waves all day today. It's been a really long day, but we've got a lot of good surfing that we got through. Some excellent scores being thrown down, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Some amazing storylines developing too, Mitch.
Yeah, it was cool, especially on the women's side, I think, too. Having two goofies move through directly into the quarterfinals, I think that's huge for both Tatiana Weston-Webb and Caroline Marks. But we still see the dominance of both Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore as well. It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. Hopefully, you know, if the swell sticks around, good chance we run another long day, Chris.
Let's go. 26:15 on the clock. No waves ridden yet. Couple of good upsets today, you know, and that's what you like to see this late in the season. You know, you don't want things to be too predictable. You like to see, you know, good battles going down. I would put Rio v. John in that upset category. You know, if you just purely look at the rankings, then you look at the profile. A huge win for Rio Waida. I'd say we're about, you know, pretty even in terms of low seeds taking out high seeds. You know, Gabriel Medina doing Medina things. One of the heats of the day, taking out Kelly Slater, and there's Rio. Just a peaceful moment of reflection, soaking it all in. I love these subtle kind of behind the scenes moments that we see at these events.
Yeah, I love that he's just decided that I'm going to take this all in because, like you said, Mitch, I think this is probably his biggest heat win of his career so far on the championship tour. So cool to see him just like really soak it in, take a moment down where he's come in further down the point there before he does his post-heat interview.
I think for Rio specifically, he's such a workhorse too, Chris. There was an event last season in Saquarema, the Challenger Series. He won his heat. I saw him running that afternoon on the beach, literally 2 hours after he came in. And I can count maybe with one single hand how many people would be willing to do that. And this kid just wanted it so much. He qualified and became the first Indonesian male surfer to make it on the championship tour. And he's proving that he deserves to be here now.
To add to that too, he did a post-heat interview somewhere. I'm not sure, I can't remember where it was, but he also spoke about how, he's new on tour and he hasn't surfed a lot of these waves. So he actually committed to I'm just going to be away from Indonesia, which, sometimes that can be hard to pull the Indonesians away from Indonesia because it is so wave-rich. It's such a beautiful country there. And he's just accepted that, I'm a rookie here. I'm going to put the time in away from home. As much as that's going to hurt, I'm going to put this time. And I think that just is another tribute to him being such a workhorse like you were talking about.
I mean, there are certain sacrifices that these surfers have to make. They're not talked about often because it's such a glorious, job that these men and women have. But it's definitely not easy. I mean, there's a reason why they're all in the elite. There's only a few other sports on the planet where, the big leagues, right? The majors, if you will. It's a pretty short list. F1 racing, pretty similar, just 20 seats. It's kind of the same here, especially in our playoffs. At the end of the year, there are millions of surfers on the planet. What we have in front of us right now, these are the best surfers we have in the world right now. They've proven that at the beginning of the year, making the cut, and now they're all racing towards the end for the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals in just a few events from now. Kylie Belly, Jordy Smith, these guys are both veterans. They've both been around the block. They have matched up in the past, and I will tell you that these guys know exactly what they need to do with 22:50 on the clock. Here's your head-to-head WSL stats: 3-3, pretty much dead even with your average heat score. See that max heat score leans towards Jordy Smith, 18.90, but I mean, matchups don't get much more even than this. By the numbers, they are right there.
Well, virtually identical. And you look at their capabilities, knowing that they're both former World Pro Junior champions. Jordy Smith in 2006, Kai Belly won in 2011. And the only difference that I would say is that the element of surprise and maybe progression has always been on Jordy Smith's side. But a very consistent surfer is Kai Belly. And I think he's really proven that he's capable of not only surfing waves to an excellent manner, but he's proven it in waves of consequence too. People don't underrate him anymore in Tahiti and at Pipeline, Chris.
That's for sure. And here we go. Wiped about 9 minutes off the clock, but we're going to get things started. Not in a big way. Jordy Smith, just a quick up and out. 21:47 on the clock. Rio Waida fighting for that Rookie of the Year. We'll see what he has to say about that last heat. He's standing by with AJ McCord.
Rio, you are somebody who is no stranger to going against really impressive surfers in your heats, former champions. You took out Gabe Medina and then John Florence in Portugal, and here in El Salvador, elimination round against John Florence. What did you have to do to be ready to take on someone like John?
I don't know. First of all, I was stressing out today because I lost my first round. I only caught one wave, and I caught more waves, but I only caught. It wasn't many waves. I was a little bit stressing from that, and then I went home, took a nap, reset. I knew I'm gonna against John, so I don't know. I kind of did a lot of things, like a meditation, a lot of warm up, and then talk to myself a lot. Instead of focusing on other people, I was trying my best to focus on myself, and that's what I did. And I don't know. I'm happy to beat John. Yesterday I saw with John, like lunchtime, me and John and a couple of WSL guys, and I love surf against John. You know, he surfed really good. He always pushed me, and he always inspired me. I'm always watching his surfing, and I'm happy to beat. And maybe a little bit luck. It wasn't many ways for John, so a little bit luck. But you know, I think I did the job done, so I'm stoked.
What do you say to yourself in this time between the heats to get ready?
More like I'm keep asking, am I ready? You know what I have to do. You know, and example maybe, am I ready? Yes, I'm ready. That's why I'm here. And also I look back what I did and stuff. You know, just to make myself happy more instead of being scared and stuff. And you know, maybe because against John, so maybe a bit more I can push my level. Maybe that's why. So I'm stoked.
As you should be. Do you want to say anything to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, halo teman-teman Indonesia, selamat pagi dan saya senang sekali bisa masuk babak berikutnya dan ya saya akan lebih semangat untuk babak berikutnya dan saya mau mengatakan good luck teman-teman di Krui ya untuk bertanding dan ya teman-teman Indonesia semoga lebih semangat dan semoga lebih banyak surfer Indonesia masuk ke World Championship Tour. Terima kasih.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, AJ. Congratulations, Rio Waida. I mean, one of the most likable guys you'll ever meet. And next time you see a surfer talking to himself on the beach, give him some space. Just pumping himself up. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. All right, let's go do this. Let's beat John Florence. Whatever conversation he was having with himself, it worked. And he absolutely does belong in the top tier of surfing. Performances like that prove it. 14.40 heat total. That's right there with you know, one of the higher performances of the day. So 18:30 on the clock. I mean, we were nearing the restart zone, but Jordy Smith stood up and things roll on. So pretty slow here, but when you start thinking that, when you start saying it out loud, things have the tendency to change, and we hope that's the case. So yes, it's pretty slow right now. There's 18 minutes to go. Basically no waves ridden. I mean, it would be a miracle if Jordy Smith won this heat with 0.67. It has happened. But we know that sometimes the ocean just likes to take a breath, chill out for a minute, and come back. And I'm going to go ahead and agree with Rio. One of the best things in life, but one of life's most simple pleasures, a good old-fashioned nap. He used that to great effect, and it worked. So when in doubt, take a nap, Felicity.
Big believer in naps. If I can, and I will nap. Once a day, every day. Give me the opportunity, I will bounce on that. Siesta.
I really appreciated his honesty. I think it's really important to mention that he still has a little bit of doubt in himself. And that happens when you're a rookie. It can't happen when you're in the top 10. It can't happen even more when you're in the top 5. And it just goes to show you that he feels that he's not prepared for that yet. And for somebody to admit that, I think it shows more strength than it does weakness, because it's in our lowest moments that we're at our weakest, and it shows right there that he's at his strongest point right now. I really like that kid.
Same. Here we go. Kiowa Belly demanding attention from the judges. Big tail slide there to start. This is a nice looking wave. Kind of popped up out of nowhere. So 2 big turns out the back. It's got a good inside section. Lays into a lip sliding turn with more on the inside. Now we've got both surfers up and at it. Jordy out the back. A strong finisher there for Kiowa Belly. What's Jordy got through this powerful inside section? Beautiful textbook snapping top turn with a layback snap. Unable to get the completion. Moans and groans coming from Mitch Salazar. I loved both of the starts of that wave, but it's pretty clear who got the better of it. Kiowa Belly with the finishing move.
Oh, 100%. This is excellent surfing to me. You know, if he doesn't get something up in the excellent range, it's going to be very close to it. Look at the way he takes off right here. This first turn, dynamic. Goes into it, explodes, busts out the fins, and then right here, wraps it back. But this wave just kept on offering section after section. The variation right there with the big layback and into the lip line right here for the last 2 finishing turns. Straight up and vertical. And how was that delayed bottom turn right there at the end too? What a start for Caio Belli. You know, out of his generation of Brazilian surfers, he is the one that most people don't talk about. And I've just felt that with his performances the last 2 years, especially those victories over John Florence in places where John usually thrived, particularly in Margaret River, he was one of the better surfers out of the event. And you look at this right here, he is consistent on his board each and every time he stands up, Felicity.
Yeah, for me, his board looks amazing under his feet. He's looking on fire, and just an amazing start to the heat. He's got to be so stoked with that. We were having a look at the replay of Jordy's wave. We didn't really get to see the beginning of this. We were looking at Caio, but starting off with a beautiful roundhouse there, straight back up into a carving maneuver, looking to line up this second section and absolutely tags it straight up into another layback. Beautiful flow here, but just comes unstuck. He'll be kicking himself there. That almost looked textbook, like he was easily going to come out of that last maneuver, but he'll be having a look at this layback. Textbook Geordie surfing, displacing so much water there. Really beautiful to see, and it was here, this transition turn, he just goes straight up into the lip here, and that inside rail is just getting caught there, that outside rail, sorry.
So great start for Jordy, a little messy on the finish. Mitch, you're a stat savant. Do you know of any other circumstance in which an elite level surfer riding boards shaped by his dad in WSL competition? You're smiling, Felicity.
Yeah, I know, and I feel like it's somebody that you know, and I kind of...
See, now you're trying to guess who I might know.
I was going to say Dave McCauley and Bronte, but it's not.
Who you got, Felicity?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, she actually hasn't, I could be wrong here, you might know this once I say the name, but she's on the Challenger Series at the moment, and I know that she has been riding Smith's shapes.
Does Jordy have a sister?
Any guesses?
No.
She's South African, currently residing in Australia.
Oh, Sarah Baum.
Yes.
But does her dad shape?
No. I thought you said riding Geordie's.
Oh, but I thought we were going...
I was saying
father, daughter,
okay.
anything like that.
It's a long day,
like,
guys. It's been a long day.
We got 12:50 on the clock.
Sure.
Jordy with a 6.5, Caio with a 7.6, and more to come. Stick around. We'll be right back. Let's turn back the clock a little bit. Right now, we're witnessing a rematch of the 2017 final at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. I'm not going to spoil it for you. This was an incredible finals day matchup between these two titans in absolutely perfect waves. You guys want to know how it ended?
Enlighten us. I think it might say in the top left-hand corner.
Oh, you're right. Smith defeats Abelli. Spoiler alert. So this is one of the 3 times these or 6 times these surfers have matched up. Currently 3 for 3. But this one had a big impact. Jordy Smith. Think of Jordy Smith, Bell's Beach right there. He's ringing the bell.
Cool.
Ding dong, there you go. Jordy Smith in 2017. Ring the bell. And right now, he wants to ring the bell of this wave. Fighting for a little bit of a comeback here. He's sitting on a 6.5 and a 4.33 in the lead, but it's a precarious spot because Kyrie Billy's only need a 7.67. For the break, we were talking about Jordy Smith riding his dad's boards. I want to thank Evan Slater for quickly hopping into the chat. Miguel Pupo and his brother Sammy, their dad Wagner Shapes. Also, the Geiselman brothers.
Oh,
riding
Orion
surfboards
Yeah,
by their
that's
dad.
right.
I'm sure there's more out there, but there's the man himself, Smith Shapes, and he's feeling that last wave. And Jordy, he's probably listening to us right now. Yeah, send out that energy to your son. They do look a lot alike, don't they?
I was
would
about
like
to say
see
that.
Jordy grow that mustache.
I was
That would be-
about to say that.
This was during the break. This is a 4.33 that Pops was pretty stoked on.
Well, at the moment, it's his backup, way up the point, more of a double up. Wow. That was sick. Brings it in. And then Cayubelli also with the wave here. You mentioned that his board looks really good, Felicity. Oh, how was that? Double grab straight air. And I concur. I mean, he was riding, it seemed like, a different construction this morning of a rusty board as well. And now went to the PU. Look at the double grab right here, the projection down the line. Great altitude and hang time as well. That's something that we don't normally see too much in the sport of surfing, is them actually elevating that much where they get that much hang time. And it's very difficult to do that at a point break, but able to manage it here.
Oh. I think he had maybe one too many hands on his surfboard. Safety grab, the double grab is probably going to take a little bit away from
Coming
the
from a
critical
skater.
element of that air. Double grabs are easier than single grabs, right? I mean, we're still waiting on this score right here for Jordy Smith, so a lot to unpack for our judges right now. Kyrie Belly with a 6.57. He's well into the lead now. Jordy needing a 7.74. That might have been it.
I don't doubt it. It's definitely his best wave. 8 minutes to go. Was needing a score at this moment. And say if he doesn't get it, it's still something better than a 6.5, I think by a good margin as well. So as of right now, with 8 minutes to go, this is turning into another very competitive heat between these two gentlemen. You had mentioned they've matched up 6 times, 3 versus 3 at the moment. And you saw that average usually in the 14-point range. Guess what? We're getting close to it again, Chris.
Yeah, this is getting really cool. 7.17 for Jordy Smith. Near the required need and did help himself out a little bit. Now he needs a 7.08. Kylie Belly with a 7.67 and a 6.57. I don't want to take anything away from that massive air from Kaio, but double grabs are out. He's so good at these clutch moments. I mean, Kaio is really, he's had a Cinderella story throughout his entire career. Always the underdog. Seems to always get left out of the, Brazilian Storm conversation. But this guy surfs with so much heart, so much passion. And he's been kicked and knocked down and knocked out in the past, and he always comes back stronger. And, he is one of those names that, kind of paired with like an Adriano de Souza, just a legend of our sport that keeps coming back, keeps putting up big numbers and big performances when he needs to. Jadson Andre, kind of similar, when he's down and out, he will fight with everything he's got. So Kaio Abelli, I would say he's got one of the biggest, the most heart of our entire field. He will never give up. And right now, he's in the lead, and it's really close. I mean, you look at their scores: 7.67 and a 6.57. Jordy, a 7.17 and a 6.50. Needing a 7.08. 6 minutes on the clock. Last elimination heat of the day. Last heat of the day. And you got to wonder what's going on inside Jordy Smith's mind right now. He's got all the, all the tools to get that number. Now he just needs the workbench.
Well, you asked me the other day if I thought Jordy Smith was the greatest surfer of all time to never win a world championship. I said yes. I also put Julian Wilson in that category too. But that moment in time when him and Dane Reynolds were vetted as the next big things in surfing, Dane Reynolds isn't on the championship tour anymore. Jordy Smith is. Year number 16, you know how hard that is to spend almost 2 decades on the championship tour?
Got to be second behind Slater, right?
It's very close.
Longest on tour.
I mean, Rob was on there, around 20 years as well. So, and especially up against the different generations that he surfed against, and to still be relevant, that is extremely impressive.
Yeah, there are not a lot of surfers out there that can say they, went through the Andy Irons years. They went through the Mick Fanning years. They went through the Adriano and Medina years.
Kelly.
Of course, the Slater years, which is the Slater decades. But Jordy Smith has survived and thrived through all the iterations of the championship tour over the last 16 years. That is a huge, huge accolade in itself. I mean, first ballot Hall of Famer, easy.
No doubt.
If not now, why not? Let's just put him in the Hall of Fame now. Is there a global surfing Hall of Fame we could put Jordy Smith in today?
There should be.
Let's make one up. And why wouldn't it be in Surf City, El Salvador? This is Surf City.
And I think on the other hand, I don't know if you guys remember this, but in 2011, Caio Belli actually had to surf a tiebreak heat against Garrett Parks for the World Junior Championship.
Was that at Burley Heads?
Yes, it was
I
in
remember.
Australia. Caio won over Jack Freestone in Brazil, one of the 3 events that they had that year for the Pro Juniors.
Yes, that's right.
And then it came down to a surf-off heat. He narrowly beat Garrett Parks, but that moment in time for him has been the most significant moment of his life. He's able to call himself a World Pro Junior Champion, and as of right now, he spent close to almost a decade now on the championship tour. Yes, on and off, but look at the relevance that he has right now, number 14 in the rankings. Very evenly matched up against Jordy Smith right now. Great way to finish the day.
Happy hour starting on the rocks here at Punta Roca. What a time to be a surf fan. Like Jordy Smith. Seen the championship tour in so many forms, and I think it's pretty safe to say that right now, 2023, with all the access we have, with all the, the ability to reach out and, converse with the top pros, be involved with the, elite leagues in surfing, this is the best time in the world ever to be a surf fan. And also it's celebrated, right? We can get as nerdy as we want, and there's a place for all of us. We can talk about scores. We can go back and watch every heat go down. So lean into it. Be a surf nerd. Enjoy yourselves out there.
I am.
Me too. These glasses are not just for show. I am a surf nerd, and I'm proud of it. 2:30 to go. Caio Belli in the lead, just barely. Jordy Smith needs a 7.08.
Close heat. He basically needs a replica of his last wave. And that wave's out there for sure. He's going on this one, Chris.
See if this is it. He needs a 7.08. That's not going to be the wave he wants, but he didn't have priority, so he can kind of toy around with the waves coming through there. There's his shaper, father, friend, coach, teacher. Nervous moments for the Smith camp with a minute 55 to go. This is what we like to see. Waves on the horizon. Who's going to turn and go on this first one? Sales tactic, and Caio's buying. And this could be a good wave for Caio Belli.
Oh!
Come on, Eileen. Floater gone wrong. A rare occurrence for a guy as consistent as Caio Belli, a 0.57. And here we go. Jordy Smith with a minute 28 to go. This wave looks like it's spinning nicely down the line. Jordy goes to the air.
No! Why? Nervous moments, Chris.
Big automatic pick from my left-hand side.
I mean, that was nearly a big moment for Jordy Smith. Huge air. Went over the handlebars. I mean, you could see exactly what he was anticipating here.
Well, he gets a double grab, and it almost seems like he was in between thinking of a Superman air and just the normal straight. And I don't think he needed to go that big that early on that wave.
I hate to say it, but I think he panicked midair. You know, Jordy Smith is a guy that, you know, is an absolute technician, and he's got another ramp.
Whoa, that was great.
Nearly the full 5 there for Jordy Smith. But yeah, I think I want to agree with you there, Mitch. Right when he hit the lip, he was thinking his whole bag of tricks has opened up in his mind. Unfortunately, the 90s called. It wants its air back. The double grabs.
We had 2 of them in this heat.
And he knows that was a critical error. I loved the thought process there to just go big or go home. Unfortunately for Jordy Smith, he went big and he's going home. But full credit to Coyote Belly, and you're welcome, surf fans. That was a great heat to wrap up our day of competition. Of course, don't go anywhere. We know today's Corona Post Show is gonna be awesome. Gonna have Kaipo, Pete, and Felicity on the call. And we're gonna take a quick break. Stick around. You're gonna wanna see this wrap up. It's gonna be awesome. We'll be right back.
Thank you for joining us at the Corona Post Show for the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona. As we descend upon Punta Roca, day 1 surf action here, and we got some work done on the cobblestones at Punta Roca. River Chilama right in the background. That's our contest site. Zooming in to our set where you'll join us for the Corona Post Show. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier and Peter Mel. And I'm going to start with you, Flick. We got a lot of surfing done today. Women's opening round, men's opening round, men's elimination round as well.
Yeah, it was a massive day of surfing, but I think the star of the show was Punta Roca, just providing amazing waves and amazing canvases for all our surfers. We saw excellent rides from both the men and the women, and yeah, I'm here for it. I'm looking forward to potentially another big day tomorrow.
Yeah, potentially, as we go. We'll get into that surfline forecast a little bit later. Highlight of the day for you, Pete.
Dawn to dusk. So we've had a lot to think about. You threw me out on the spot here. Biggest moment. Oh, geez. I mean, I think just comes to mind personally was the performance by Steph Gilmore. It was a surprising performance for me. Usually in those rounds, she likes to build momentum. She came out firing, and she showcased a bit of surfing that I hadn't seen necessarily from her as often as I've seen from her. There's been moments, but I loved it. I think that was my highlight moment today.
All right. Well, my favorite moment was when 14 world titles were out in the water. That's right. Another one for the ages. Kelly Slater flick against Gabe Medina, and Slater, he came out really quick out of the blocks with this wave, but Medina was just too much for the 11-time world champ.
Yeah, this was the greatest of all time versus one of the greats of our sport, Gabriel Medina, and I love to watch it. I was actually up in the Rebel Athlete Zone, and it was pretty full up there. All the guys on tour watching. Some of the girls came down to watch as well, but yeah, it was Gabe that came out in front just with this silky smooth surfing on his backhand, just going vertical up into the lip time after time again.
Yeah, Pete, that was a 7.5 for the 3-time world champ. Had a backup of that 5.7. That was enough to earn his spot into the round of 16.
It was the momentum shift. Kelly mentioned it in his interview, talking about they were kind of even, kind of matching scores, and then that was the 7.5 that made the big change. It took the momentum. Kelly then ended up, kind of being behind the 8 ball, had to kind of go big. It didn't work out for him. Gabe just kept pushing it. Good heat from hooter to hooter, though. I will say it was entertaining.
It was a clash of the champions. Let's take a look at the numbers, and that 13.2 was enough to earn Medina a spot in the round of 16, as well as Gabe Medina has climbed up above that final 5 cut line. Medina now in 5th in the live rankings. When we look at the live rankings, and so that was a big heat for Gabe Medina. We had Jack Robinson go down in that elimination round. So Gabe Medina above the cut line, Pete.
That's it, right? I mean, that's the goal. I think that was probably his goal coming into this event, was like, hey, get myself into that final 5. He's done that so far, but ultimately he still has a big chance here. He's done well last season. Why not try to get the exact kind of result or even better, and really stamp himself and get another spot or 2 in that final 5.
Well, he's definitely got some momentum. Also building momentum, Kyle Belly. He took out the last heat of the day. He's into the round of 16. Let's hear from Kyle.
All right, Kyle getting out of the water, and immediately said, thank goodness. Better after that heat was over. What did it take to get the win?
Yes, I've been going through so much this past few months. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, like you start losing one heat, and then it becomes like a snowball that you're like, okay, how do I get out of that hole? And the more you try to find, the more you ask yourself, like, is the board good? Is the fins good? And you ask yourself all these questions to try to get better and become the person you were in the beginning of the year. And for me, like with all the effort I've been putting since last year, like it's just inevitable to put a lot of pressure on myself to surf good. And in the free surf, I was surfing good, and in the heat, I'm not able to show. I'm getting nervous, and I don't know what it takes. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let my beard grow until I make a heat. And I think I'm gonna shave it tonight, finally. I'm so done.
So done with the beard, but on to the next round. It's such an interesting thing when you start talking about spiraling into what do I need to do? What do I need to do? For you, you decided that growing out the beard is what you needed to do to just turn things around. But